In the world of the Tower of Trials, the gatekeepers are practically invincible, and in the Arctic zone, temperatures hit minus 60 degrees Celsius, killing players in just 1 hour. The Labyrinth map spans 10,000 square kilometers, clearly designed just to torture players. After being beaten down repeatedly and researching every possible method, Kang Jin Hyuk finally conquered the 50th floor, becoming the first person to beat this virtual world. But just as he was about to enjoy his victory, a system notification suddenly appeared before him. The Tower of Trials. First update successful. Everyone, clear the next floor of the tower within 90 days. If you fail, humanity will vanish. While the whole world was in a panic, Kang Jin Hyuk immediately jumped up, grabbed a jacket, and bolted out of his house. He couldn't waste time here. He had to quickly reach a place where he could collect items. In the city center, amidst the chaotic crowds, many couldn't accept the reality. Some wanted to flee from Seoul to Busan. Others wanted to leave Korea entirely. Staying put meant certain death, but according to the news, no country was safe from the tower's appearance. Kang Jin Hyuk sprinted right past them. This wasn't the time to retreat. It was the time to push forward. In the Korean server, he wanted to reach a foreign zone. There were about 30 in the whole country, and this was the closest one to his area. As soon as he entered the underground shopping mall, the system announced, "You are entering an event zone." A few people were already inside, those who had played the intro to the Tower of Trials. They glared at each other, which was understandable. Items would appear soon, but in limited quantities. If lucky, one person could collect up to 5. A man in a sharp suit recognized him and asked, "You're Kang Jin Hyuk, right?" When he turned, the man grinned. "Haha, you showed up too, huh? You've been locking yourself in your room, ignoring everything else just to grind this game all day." This man was Lee Jong-soo, a fellow YouTuber and streamer with 500,000 subscribers. He was a famous streamer and also the CEO of the company he used to work for. Jin Hyuk looked at him and asked if he wasn't supposed to be streaming right now. Lee Jong-soo shrugged and gestured to the chaos around them. With something like this going on, what's the point of streaming? He whistled at Jin Hyuk, enticing him. "How many floors have you conquered in this game? Come on, share some secrets with an old colleague," as if he'd ever share anything with that jerk. Colleague, what a joke. His company had tricked countless streamers into signing those slave contracts. Their voices were drowned out by the power and the loud. Company lawyers. The brothers who had stuck by Jin Hyuk since the early days had all eventually left this world. Lee Jong-soo, thick-skinned, ignored Jin Hyuk's dark expression, patted his shoulder, and said he knew he was a skilled player, and that Jin Hyuk's compilation videos were pretty good too. He claimed he would rewrite the contract for mutual benefit. Jin Hyuk turned and shoved him hard, knocking the wind out of him and making his nose bleed. "Lee Jong-soo, the world has changed. Don't talk to me like we're friends, you low-life scum." He successfully sent 2 of the guy's teeth flying out of his mouth. That felt good. After punching Lee Jong-soo, just as Jin Hyuk predicted, it was time for the items to appear. Sure enough, from the center of the fountain, a giant tree sprouted. This was the greed tree. Everything was exactly like in the game. Kang Jin Hyuk was both excited and felt like he was in a dream. On the tree, delicious-looking fruits were budding and ripening quickly. These fruits helped increase strength, speed, and magic stats. Naturally, they were high-value items, but there were only 4 of them in total. There were many more people here than that. It seemed like a fierce competition. Everyone scrambled to the base of the tree, trying to climb up and grab a fruit. They climbed, pushed, and pulled each other's hair to drag their rivals down. Lee Jong-soo climbed up but was kicked off. He flew into a rage, threw his blood-stained handkerchief on the ground, and cursed, "Damn it. If you had just cooperated with me and split the fruits, we both would have benefited. Now there's nothing left." Kang Jin Hyuk glared at him. "If you don't know what you're talking about, keep your mouth shut." It wasn't the time for that. Very quickly, someone climbed up, grabbed a fruit from the greed tree, and started devouring it. Most people didn't even know what these fruits were. Those who had played a few times were only focused on snatching them. But a veteran player like him would enjoy the twisted, brutal process. Afterward, some people suddenly remembered how dangerous it was to eat all those fruits. The tree roots were like a giant mother taking revenge for her fruit, lashing out at them. When this was just a regular game, some people had died here at least 50 times. The crowded mass of people who were climbing earlier quickly ran away. Lee Jong-soo also stood up, wanting to flee, but Kang Jin Hyuk put his hands in his pockets and called him back. Thinking of giving up, he gritted his teeth and replied, "Of course not. I don't want to die here like this." Kang Jin Hyuk said calmly, "What a shame, because the real reward for this event can only be obtained once all the fruits are eaten." Lee Jong-soo didn't quite believe him and asked, "Are you serious?" Kang Jin Hyuk replied, "If I were lying, why would I still be standing here?" Lee Jong-soo was swayed. He had noticed earlier that Jin Hyuk hadn't moved to grab any fruit. He had been wondering why. Even though he didn't know the details, this seemed like a golden opportunity to use this idiot. Seeing that he had agreed, Kang Jin Hyuk explained the plan. Now, both of us have to go in together. If we go one by one, we'll be easy targets. So we need to charge from opposite sides at the same time to distract the greed tree. He warned him, remember this, if either of us hesitates, we're both dead. Lee Jong-soo replied, don't worry, I've played this game many times too. He shouted, then immediately sprinted toward the tree, while Lee Jong-soo stood still, gloating. What an idiot. Who would actually trust your word? Go ahead and be the bait. Contrary to his expectations, Kang Jin Hyuk was glad the guy hadn't changed a bit, because the one acting as the bait was actually him, the guy standing further away from the tree. The branches stretched out like living souls, attacking and wrapping him into a cocoon. Only then did Lee Jong-soo panic and cry for help. But why would he save him? If he hadn't been so arrogant, thinking he was smart and wanting to stay back while making someone else the bait, he wouldn't be dying. The tree tightened its grip, leaving only his eyes exposed. Lee Jong-soo screamed, I don't want to die. Kang Jin Hyuk kindly offered him a suggestion. If you have any problems, take them to court with your team of lawyers. Farewell, you piece of trash. Next up, I need to dodge the tree's attacks. He had memorized the attack pattern and sequence of the tree, so dodging was a piece of cake. When two branches collided, the greedy tree's core would finally be exposed. This felt exactly like what he had experienced in the game during this stage. Finding the precise angle of the attacks and manipulating the attacks to his advantage was the tricky part. Kang Jin Hyuk bent down and picked up a broken tree branch. This was an event mode, so he wouldn't gain any experience points. At best, he'd only earn a spot on the Hall of Fame. The greedy tree greedily used its blood-sucking vine skill, sending countless vines swarming toward him. Even as a veteran player, he couldn't dodge all of them with this many coming at him. However, with the broken branch in his hand, he swiped at them to deflect the vine's attack trajectory. There was nothing to fear. This was something he had done over and over, dozens of times back then. While deflecting the vines, he kept moving forward and was finally about to reach the tree's trunk. From inside the trunk, a swarm of sleeping butterflies flew out. They sprayed sleeping powder at their opponent as a self-defense mechanism. Kang Jin Hyuk covered his nose with one hand. To complete this mission, he had to get past them without inhaling the sleeping powder. That was easy enough, just hold his breath. After a few more steps, he lunged forward, climbed the tree, and Kang Jin Hyuk used the branch to stab deep into the trunk. He split it in two and grabbed the greedy tree's core. The system popped up a notification. Congratulations, you are the first person to defeat the greedy tree. He jumped down to the base of the tree, gasping for air. It was worth all those hours he spent researching it. Only now was he grateful for what he had done in the past. The system announced that the achievement would be recorded in the Hall of Fame tomorrow. Please enter your name here. Kang Jin Hyuk knew right away that this trash game would ask for his personal information. He asked if he could keep all his information anonymous. He didn't want to make his personal details public at all. If he were found out to be a former top-ranked player, it would be a huge hassle. But it seemed the system wouldn't fully accept that. It set his name to unknown, his face would be blurred, and his voice would be altered. Since he couldn't change anything anyway, he figured, whatever. More importantly, he had gutted the greedy tree and obtained the wood crystal. While eating a fruit only increases strength, agility, and magic by 3 points, this crystal gave a whopping 12 points. Since you get 3 points per level, this crystal was worth 4 level ups. Considering the 50 floors ahead, this was incredibly useful. There was no item more powerful than this. After consuming it, Kang Jin Hyuk opened the system to check its effects. The stats appeared. Level 1, Strength 5, Agility 6, Vitality 7, Magic 5, Skill Points 12, Job none, Ultimate Skill none, Skills none. Just level 1, but with 12 skill points. He was truly the strongest level 1. Only an hour later, the news that the first greedy tree had been defeated hit the internet. The notification said the video would be posted in 10 minutes. Immediately, netizens exploded. This is insane. How pro do you have to be to take that thing down? Some even cursed the system, calling it, he's a former top-ranked player, and even he said that tree couldn't be beaten with just some flashy footwork. Beyond the initial comments, the rest didn't believe it. They said Kang Jin Hyuk got lucky or cheated. But the moment the video was uploaded, the doubtful comments vanished. The whole crowd that was talking smack before was completely silenced. There were many comments, but in general, they were all filled with awe. Damn it, Kang Jin Hyuk thought after taking a shower at home and reading the comments on the forums. On his main account, many people knew he was a streamer. Because he was immersed in this game all day, they made tempting offers, like 10 billion won, offering to pay whatever he wanted. After all, billions of won was a lot of money. He had lived such a hard life just to have food to eat, paying his rent late, starving for days just to buy one meal to stream with. If these offers had come yesterday, he would have been overjoyed and agreed immediately. But now, he had no intention of sharing his knowledge with anyone, not even for 10 billion won. The most important thing right now wasn't money, but exclusive information about this game. After all, when it was just a game, he had countless lives to experiment with. But once it became reality, he only had one life. The moment the game opened, mana from the Tower of Trials flooded into Seoul. It didn't cause any obvious effects at first, but there was one major change. Items outside the tower became holy relics, but they were all fake. To put it bluntly, they were knockoffs, because the legendary holy relics were inside the tower. According to online information, the area near the National Museum of Korea had the most copies. The National Museum of Korea was considered a treasure chest with countless holy relics inside. The problem was, he wasn't the only one eyeing the copies. Unlike the greedy tree, which appeared regularly at 7 locations around Seoul, there was only one national museum. People would be coming from all over for the holy relics. And among them, there would definitely be some top-tier players. Pushing the door open, the air inside was much quieter than he expected. He was wondering why no one had arrived yet when he smelled something burnt. A charred body was already there. As expected, someone had come first. The times had changed, and he thought others would adapt, but the gap between expectations and reality was much wider. Only one day in, and people had already become so reckless. The thing they were aiming for must be the holy relic. Kept inside the medieval section, it was the holy relic that everyone coming here wanted to get their hands on. It contained the great map of the Eastern lands. Of course, he wasn't just focused on the map of Korea. The great map was now imbued with magical energy, containing information about the Tower of Trials. This was why everyone wanted to acquire it. It would show the locations of mazes and ruins, while explaining the items found there. Although it only provided information up to the 10th floor, it was more than enough to spark a light in people's hearts. While they were all obsessed with it, they would miss the incredibly important holy relics hidden under the mud. Sure enough, inside was an extremely chaotic scene. A group of people were using force and shouting to snatch the map from one another. A muscular man walked in and shouted for everyone to be quiet. "Anyone who moves dies by my hand." The people bickering found it laughable. A man shouted back, "Nonsense. Nobody here is scared of some empty threats like that. Try moving a toe, and I'll crush your skull right now." The muscular man flexed, growing so large his shirt ripped apart. Using his unique skill, he transformed his arms into steel and slammed them together to intimidate the group. They were shocked he already had a skill this quickly. He didn't make things hard for them. He just declared the map was his. Before the others could leave, an old man walked up, hands clasped behind his back. "Yours? I'm afraid I can't agree with that." The muscular guy turned to him and barked, "Hey, are you crazy, old man?" The old man replied calmly, "My name isn't old man. It's Min Jung-gu. The name means to live in harmony with plants and flowers." This only made the brute angrier. He had no interest in the name of this damn old man. "Do I look like I care about harmony? Check my mood and get lost, or I'll snap your wrinkled neck like a chicken's." The old man shook his head. "So young, yet so foul-mouthed. Tell me, which is faster, you snapping my neck or me turning you into ash?" A flame flickered at the tip of his finger. With a soft word, the fire consumed the guy, leaving only his agonizing screams echoing through the air. A short-haired girl in a school uniform emerged from behind him, exclaiming, "Fire magic is amazing. I'm so glad I decided to team up with you." Seeing her, Min Jung-gu grunted and asked if she had retrieved the items. He left the task to her and turned to leave. Lee Ju-ji gently set something on the ground. It was a statue of a beast with human legs and the face of a dog. "This guy is enough. If anyone gets in our way, it'll take care of them." The dog spirit grew to a massive size. Lee Ju-ji stood with her arms crossed, glaring at the remaining people. "From now on, anyone who moves will be treated as an enemy. Clear enough? Or should I let it chew your heads off?" She then flashed a cute, innocent smile at the group and asked, "Let's cooperate, okay?" The others could only curse under their breath, helpless. Seeing how many strong guys were already there, they decided to throw down their weapons and surrender. "I'll give up the map and everything else. Just take it." Lee Ju-ji clasped her hands together with a sweet, adorable smile and thanked them. Before she could reach out to pick them up, footsteps echoed. Kang Jin Hyuk walked over to a piece of paper and began to complain. "Look at the mess you've made of this place." He crouched down to pick up the paper, brushing it off. "Don't you guys have any respect for history? At least this one isn't torn." Lee Ju-ji's expression changed instantly. She flipped moods faster than a pancake. She glared at him. "Hey, you carefree guy. Do you think I'm joking around here?" She immediately ordered the dog spirit to grab him. It charged forward with a long spear, but Kang Jin Hyuk stood still, flicking his hand to deflect it. The spear left a long trench in the floor. The onlookers were stunned. Are you kidding me? How did he just do that? Not only did he not dodge, but his hand was perfectly fine. They had no idea what Kang Jin Hyuk's current stats were. They gaped at his performance. He looked at Lee Ju-ji and asked, "What will you do now? Your little puppy just lost its only weapon." Lee Ju-ji grabbed her bag. She pulled out several more bull-headed and horse-faced statues. Who said that? I have plenty more. Summoning, replica of Anubis's divine relics. Massive, dark, dog-like statues surrounded Lee Ju-ji. Let's see if you can still smile now. Kang Jin Hyuk nodded. Not bad. This girl can summon 5 statues at once with such a small amount of mana. She's no amateur. It seems she and the old man were already using magic. It appeared more people had survived the newbie phase than he thought. Hearing his judgment, Lee Ju-ji asked, "Fair. How fair is fair?" Kang Jin Hyuk held his hand up to his chest. Fair. More like somewhere between not bad and okay. Right about here, Lee Ju-ji was annoyed and huffed twice, acting cool. Who do you think you are? Kang Jin Hyuk let out an "oh" sound. Then let me show you the difference between you and me. He held up the drawing he just picked up, and the system notified him. Mana transferred. Summoning, ruler of the mountains, the pine forest tiger. A massive, giant tiger stepped out from the painting and stood beside Kang Jin Hyuk. He stroked its head carelessly. A stray dog dares to bare its fangs at the lord of the forest? Go, wipe them out. Instantly, in a flash, the tiger lunged, tearing through and destroying all the Anubis statues Lee Ju-ji had summoned. Though she had heard of many ways to control artifacts, she had never heard of this one. The sheer power of this magic made her feel like her skin was being torn apart. Knowing she couldn't win, Lee Ju-ji sat down on the ground in defeat. She thought she had an ace up her sleeve, but who knew someone would be even more powerful? Kang Jin Hyuk put his hands in his pockets. He walked toward her and said, "Hand it over." Lee Ju-ji clutched her jacket. "What do you mean?" Seeing she wouldn't cooperate and was playing dumb, he crouched down to look her in the eye. The mask of Tutankhamun. I know you can't hide it. She wasn't willing to give it up. It's useless in Korea. Anyway, why do you even need it? Kang Jin Hyuk didn't want to play nice, so he waved his hand, signaling the tiger. Lee Ju-ji immediately shouted, "Fine. I'll give it to you, okay?" That was perfect. To others, it might be useless, but with this, he would get the second artifact soon. Lee Ju-ji wondered, are you aiming for the great map of the Eastern Lands? He suddenly remembered the map. He almost forgot about it. He patted the tiger and told it to keep guard and not let anyone pass. Preparations are complete. Now, time to go get the strongest skill in the tower. Challenge accepted. When Kang Jin Hyuk arrived, the old man, Min Jung-gu, was already there. Seeing him, he couldn't understand why the girl, Lee Ju-ji, let this happen. Who was this kid, and how did he get up here? Did he actually defeat Lee Ju-ji to reach this point? Kang Jin Hyuk stood beside him, stroking his chin. I think this is a level 1 barrier. Min Jung-gu replied, so you know about this, huh? He touched the barrier and got shocked. He pulled his hand back. He had never seen anything like this before. Neither spells nor physical attacks worked on it. If he had known, he wouldn't have been standing there waiting. Kang Jin Hyuk placed his hand on the barrier and said he had a way to break it. But there's a condition. You have to continuously use fire magic to weaken this defensive wall. You must use your magic until I go inside and bring out the necessary relics. Kang Jin Hyuk explained that he couldn't maintain the magic to weaken the barrier for a long time. You don't have to believe me, but this is the only way I'll let you keep the map. Besides, I need something else anyway. Min Jung-gu knew the worst-case scenario. All his hard work would go to waste. But he couldn't just stand there until morning and walk away empty-handed. He finally asked, You promise you'll give me the map? Upon getting a firm answer, he decided to trust him just this once. The moment he cast magic on the barrier, Kang Jin Hyuk bolted inside. He shouted to hurry up. Kang Jin Hyuk would certainly do his best, but naturally, in his own way. Unlike the lower floors, it seemed few people had been here, so everything was still neat and fully stocked except for the sword, of course. There are marks of the Qianlong Emperor here. Someone has already come and gone. He was certain that person had set up the barrier. That guy had a plan. He left after getting what he wanted, but he didn't even know that what he took was just a tier 2 relic. After searching for a while, he found what he needed, the copper coin of Tang Bohu. It was his innate unique skill, the final piece to create his most powerful ability. The remaining materials were the Persian sacrificial mold and the right eye of the Tutankhamun mask. He placed the eye onto the mold, causing the 2 relics to react. A notification only appeared when 2 compatible relics met. Kang Jin Hyuk tore the copper coin away. He had been waiting for the notification, which required him to pay a suitable price if he wanted to continue. When Kang Jin Hyuk paid enough money for the copper coin of Tang Bohu as the system required, all 3 relics reacted successfully. helping him obtain the relic. Eye of Truth. With it, he could see others' stat windows and know if they were telling the truth or lying. Aside from this eye, he also came here for another reason. That was to complete the system's hidden quest. By successfully combining the 3 relics to create a relic higher than S rank, he met the conditions to complete the mission. The system popped up a notification congratulating him on receiving the unique skill, Fusion. This skill allowed him to copy and store the exclusive skills of other players. He could copy and store countless skills in this world and use them to create a stronger set of skills. That was the weapon to make him the strongest in this Tower of Trials. However, the conditions to copy a skill would change based on the difficulty of the skill being copied. At this moment, Min Jung-gu outside the barrier shouted at him, "If you're done, hurry up." He didn't think he could hold on much longer. Hearing the old man's voice, Kang Jin Hyuk looked out, pondering, "Let's see, what do I need to copy that skill?" He stared intently at the old man. The system immediately issued the order. The copying condition was, Min Jung-gu had always hidden his true feelings behind a mask. Make him reveal his true emotions. Reading that, he smirked and thought, in other words, I just need to piss him off, right? He turned and told the old man he could stop using his skill now, because from the start, what you were doing was useless. Actually, just speaking Latin would have broken the barrier, so you didn't contribute at all to breaking it. When he rushed in, he had spoken Latin and didn't need the old man's firepower at all. Next, he walked over to the map. He already knew all the information about the tower, so the map containing information only up to the 10th floor was useless. But that didn't mean he would obediently hand it over. He could use it to drive the old man crazy. If others could get info up to the 10th floor through this map, the chance of someone surpassing him would be higher. If so, the only way to ensure his position was to eliminate that possibility. Seeing him holding a lighter, Min Jung-gu was extremely impatient. When the fire rose and consumed the map, the old man was truly furious. His face red. He screamed, "You son of a bitch! I have to kill you. I have to mince you to feel better. Damn you." These loving insults of his allowed him to successfully copy the old man's elemental fire skill. This skill was copied and stored in the world's memory, helping him control fire, and his favorability with the element would increase. At this point, Min Jung-gu still didn't understand what was happening. He wanted to control fire. To make him pay for this action, Kang Jin Hyuk directly activated level 1 elemental fire. The old man realized the skill was identical to his own, but compared to him, his own felt like a toddler's. It seems this brat isn't ordinary at all. Come to think of it, why would someone ordinary say they don't need a map? Happy with his first successful copy, which wasn't bad, he leaned over and said, "Old man, if you want to climb the tower leisurely, then listen carefully to what I'm about to say." He would contact the old man later. In the meantime, he wanted him and that girl downstairs to go level up. Kang Jin Hyuk stretched, summarizing that including himself, there were already 4 veterans who had appeared at the National Museum of Korea. He also understood why they wanted to reduce their own risk factors, especially since this world had turned into the Tower of Trials. After glancing at his stats one more time, Kang Jin Hyuk thought to himself, I'm so cool. Currently, he had a few pawns in his hand, but the road was still long. First, he had to collect the necessary skills. Because he only had 1 life, it was impossible to have every skill. However, he would snag all the delicious and most important ones. On the way back, his stomach growled, protesting and demanding food. At times like these, a bowl of beef noodle soup would be beyond incredible. He stopped at a diner and sat at a table. Food wasn't served yet, but he saw everyone in the diner focus on the TV screen showing the news. At least 23 people had died and 50 were injured at the National Museum of Korea. The number was still rising. Not only in Korea but in other countries, it was the same. Just as he thought, players all over the world had begun to act to prepare for the climb. A video of him at the museum was also shown, but his face was blurred. Yet, many people still recognized him. The government had also begun to investigate this mysterious tower and established a new organization called the Awakened Association. It consisted of individuals possessing special abilities. The commander-in-chief of the newly established Awakened Association was Han Sang-jin. He stated on TV that the reason he was there was to recruit more members who had awakened their abilities. Individual levels may vary, but the government guarantees a salary of up to $60 million per year for anyone who secures a Tier 7 official government position. At the same time, they extended an invitation to the person in the broadcast, promising them anything they desired if they joined his team. The crowd in the cafe buzzed with excitement, wondering who he was, but they couldn't help but feel envious. That kind of offer is enough to change a person's entire life. Kang Jin Hyuk thought to himself, but for the person in that video, it was different. It turns out they were targeting him. But no matter how tempting the offer might be, he wouldn't join them. In this world, The value of one outstanding individual far outweighs 100 average people combined. Han Sang-jin understood this, which is why he made such an offer to recruit him. He guessed that if he was chosen as a commander, he must possess some kind of skill. Otherwise, it must be because he has a lot of experience with the Trial Tower. He hoped he had a good skill that would make his copying ability much more interesting. Tonight at 7 o'clock, the Trial Tower will open. As it opens, the crowd begins to enter. Most people still can't believe this is real. As for Kang Jin Hyuk, he mused that this place was exactly the same as before. To celebrate entering the tower, each member is gifted 100 coins. Coins are the currency used inside the tower. Players can upload videos recording their achievements. Players receive 100 coins for every 10,000 views. However, depending on each player's status, there are surcharges. The live streaming function can only be used when facing bosses to reach the next floor. Any player caught manipulating views or using other forms of cheating will be penalized. This serves as a bridge between those who want to climb the tower and those who just want to keep living outside. Viewers will choose players with better opportunities to showcase their skills on higher floors, thereby increasing their view counts. The more famous a person is, the more coins they receive. Everyone rushed to get to the Goblin Cave. If you find a good spot, farming is easy. If you want to have fun, it's every person for themselves. Everyone wants to clear the stage as soon as possible and try to get ahead of others. Kang Jin Hyuk knew this place inside out, so making coins would be easy. However, he didn't plan to upload videos right away. He could use videos to earn coins, but at the same time, sharing all the information he knew would be a huge disadvantage. So, he decided that the first thing he needed to do was something no one had ever done before. Recalling when the Trial Tower was just a trash game, back when he was pushing up to the 30th floor, he suddenly couldn't advance any further. To reach floor 31, he had to go back down to lower levels to search for hidden secrets. This forced him to rely on his past experience and retrace every single step he had taken. Finally, he found the answer in an abandoned ruin. The answer was that his character hadn't been perfect from the start. Although it was heartbreaking, he accepted it, gave up all his previous time and effort, and deleted his character, then started over from scratch. After remembering this, he headed toward a maze called the Labyrinth. This maze is unique due to its complexity and countless different types of traps designed to keep people out. The key to clearing the 30th floor was to build a foundation and find the key located within this maze. Never did he think that after 6 years, he would have to go through this again. Just thinking about it made him pale. Even though he hated this place, he had to go in. Inside, while he was reminiscing, he realized a group of people were already there. When he asked who they were, the girl in the pink shirt beamed and replied that they were looking for a place to farm but decided to come here before the maze closed. 10 minutes ago, they had a gut feeling that following him would lead to something, and they discovered he could open the maze without a key. Furthermore, they figured that if a Tier 1 player could enter, it wouldn't be too dangerous, so they followed him. One of them asked the girl in the pink shirt, "Do you think he'll be nice enough to share the items with us?" She casually replied, "Of course not. We just need to let him rest in peace in there, and that's it." At this moment, she stood in front of Kang Jin Hyuk, looking cute and harmless, and offered to join forces, saying, "People say the more the merrier, right?" It seemed they were targeting him because they thought they had the numbers. This girl in pink must be the leader. To be sure, while Park Ha-na was introducing herself, he activated his Eye of Truth. This girl's stats appeared. She already had 3 skills: communication, fast walk, and low-level recovery. With the communication skill, she had the ability to befriend and get close to people she just met very naturally. This skill is special because it can erase any awkwardness between 2 parties. The condition to copy it is to spend at least 240 hours with Park Ha-na. However, after those 240 hours, no one is allowed to be near him while he is with Park Ha-na. The rest of the group introduced their names and levels to him one by one. Most of them were new players on the first floor or hadn't played at all. Because he wanted to copy Park Ha-na's skill to be useful for the other floors, he imitated her, smiled brightly, and introduced himself. "My name is Kang Jin Hyuk." He said it just to be polite. It was crystal clear that this group intended to betray him. So what was the point of remembering their names? Park Ha-na affectionately hugged his arm, called him Appa sweetly, and asked how far he had gotten in the Trial Tower. Park Ha-na used her communication skill, draped her arm over his shoulder, and her hand gently stroked his arm. Kang Jin Hyuk put his hand on her shoulder and pushed her away. "Don't cling to me. I just play as far as I can." So that's how this skill works. If he hadn't known beforehand, he would have been completely charmed. Park Ha-na didn't understand why her skill wasn't working, but she still smiled sweetly, and with a cutesy voice, asked him, "Can you tell me about the maze's features and what kind of monsters appear in there?" Kang Jin Hyuk replied, "That's not hard. This maze will change its layout after a certain amount of time. As soon as he said that, the ground shook, and the group had to dodge repeatedly. If they hadn't, they would have been crushed by the shifting maze. As soon as the movement stopped, the group realized they had lost one person. They still couldn't believe. There was a maze like this on the first floor. They thought that, aside from the ruins, every place would be the same. Kang Jin Hyuk brushed the dust off his clothes and asked, "Haven't you guys been through a maze before? The terrain shifted at least once? Why are you so surprised? Who in their right mind would be crazy enough to go through something like this?" Park Ha-na felt this place was far too dangerous for level 1 explorers and wanted to leave immediately. She turned to a girl named Hee-min in their group. She told her to use a navigation skill. The brown-haired girl, Hee-min, replied with tears in her eyes, terrified. Because the maze shifted, the skill has been cancelled. In other words, they were trapped. Kang Jin Hyuk understood the situation perfectly. He had been wondering why these people were so confident charging in here. Hearing them bicker, it was obvious they only relied on basic positioning skills. These newbies clearly knew nothing. They thought entering the maze was as easy as going to the market. How absurd. But now, it was almost time for that thing to appear. After arguing with her companions, Park Han-na dropped her sweet, lovely act and barked at him. "You. What do you mean the maze changed? Why didn't you tell us something so important sooner? Walls were flying everywhere, and we're covered in bruises trying to dodge them. We almost died because of you." One of the guys in the group chimed in. That's right, he knew everything from the start. Kang Jin Hyuk let out a long sigh. He looked at them as if they were complete lunatics. He spoke coldly. "Did I ever ask you guys to follow me? You all said you wanted to join me voluntarily, right? I didn't force or drag anyone in here, did I?" Unable to win the argument, the guys in the group started cursing. "You son of a BTH. We're stuck here because of you. I hated you the moment I laid eyes on you." Since they were already at a dead end, they decided to show their true, hostile colors. Before they could keep shouting, a battle axe flew in and struck one of the guys down. A minotaur roared. It appeared right in front of them. The group thought they were done for, but Kang Jin Hyuk lunged from behind, dodging the axe strike from the monster. He successfully triggered a hidden stat, distance. This stat allows one to close the power gap against stronger opponents and increase it against weaker ones. For every 3 points in this stat, it narrows the power gap by 1 level when facing stronger enemies. Kang Jin Hyuk leaped up, used the bull's horns as a springboard to push it away, and landed gracefully. After countless trials and errors, this was the best method he had found. It would make him stronger even while still at level 1. The bull opened its mouth, roared, and charged, but he dodged it again. His distance stat increased by 0.05. His body had already memorized the monster's attack patterns, so dodging was as easy as pie. Every time he jumped to dodge, he gained more distance stats. The people in Park Hana's group watched him toy with the giant bull like a matador, and they were stunned speechless. They had been trying to pick a fight with someone this terrifying. Even Park Hana, upon seeing the bull, realized her previous plan. To steal, kills, and loot was truly insane. The bull swung its axe, but couldn't even touch a hair on him. It panted, furious, staring right at him. He looked at the bull, intentionally provoking it. "Too slow. If you just keep swinging like that, when will you ever hit me?" Naturally, the bull went berserk. It poured all its strength into an axe attack. Kang Jin Hyuk dodged, but intentionally let the blade graze his skin. To get stronger quickly, one just needs to risk their life. No risk, no reward. Every time he was nearly hit, the system notified him, "You have narrowly dodged a fatal blow. Your distance stat has increased by 1. Getting a stat point for just a few drops of blood wasn't bad at all, though one wrong step would be deadly. Having farmed this much, that should be enough. Thinking it was time to end this, he glanced over and saw the other survivors trying to follow the wall to escape. He jumped over to them and said darkly, "Where do you think you're going? If you want to raise your stats, you should do the same thing. You just need to dodge its attacks to get the hidden stat. It sounds simple enough, right? Give it a try. We should share the good fortune, right?" Of course, he would save a portion for them. The bull chased him right to where they were standing and swung its axe. The whole group stood frozen in terror. Kang Jin Hyuk managed to pull Park Hana away. After all, he still wanted to copy her skill. Aside from them, only Jang Cheol-sik survived by hiding in a corner. The rest were turned into mincemeat by the bull's axe. Kang Jin Hyuk put his hands in his pockets and tutted twice. "Geez, why are you just standing there? You should have dodged or backed away. Shouldn't you, little calf?" Just as the bull was about to attack, Kang Jin Hyuk waved his hand. "Bye-bye, see you later." The walls in the maze shifted, forming a new path that blocked the group and the Minotaur, leaving the furious beast behind. Park Ha-na and Jang Cheol-sik were panting, absolutely terrified. Both of them had almost died, and their companions were all gone. Park Hana asked, "Did we lose it? It won't chase us anymore, right?" Before Sik could answer, Kang Jin Hyuk explained that the Minotaur was attracted by the luminescent powder from the moth that he had touched earlier, so it would definitely keep chasing them. Naturally, he did it on purpose to farm stats. He bent down to pick up a knife someone had dropped, pointing it at the two of them. Every time the maze changes, we get a little breather, and when that calf comes back, we'll go play with it again. It's super efficient, isn't it? Park Ha-na couldn't even imagine it. Then how much longer do we have to do this? Kang Jin Hyuk held up one finger. Until we leave the maze. To be exact, 1 month. Upon hearing they had to stay in this living hell for another 30 days, the two struggled to stand up. They wanted to find another way. If they weren't with him, they wouldn't be attacked by that monster. Kang Jin Hyuk nodded in agreement. That's true. Which way are you planning to go? If you just wander around blindly, it'll be even more dangerous. Hearing his question, the two froze. Aside from that monster, the maze was constantly shifting. Even without the monster, they couldn't get out, let alone with it changing so quickly. Park Ha-na swallowed hard and asked softly, "So do you know where the exit is, Mr. Kang Jin Hyuk?" Kang Jin Hyuk rubbed the edge of the blade and replied, "I already told you. I know this maze better than anyone else. Obviously, I know where the exit is." In other words, those two have no other choice. Park Ha-na isn't very willing, but it is what it is we're heading out to. Before she could finish, he shouted, Hey. Nothing in this world is free. Got it? You want to eat without working? That only happens in your dreams. Cough up all the coins you two have. What did you even come here for?" They really had no choice but to follow him, even though they looked so reluctant. While they were busy in the labyrinth, the Hall of Fame was buzzing with activity. A video titled Trial Tower Floor 1, Fastest Goblin Dungeon Clear was trending among the residents outside the tower. People were saying, "This player is insane." Some even commented, "Is he serious about soloing for 15 hours straight? If it were me, I would have peed my pants." The video jumped to the #1 spot. The entire forum was buzzing about this player. It was Ma Young-gwan, though in reality, it wasn't just him. It was a group of friends who took down the goblins together. Then, they cleverly edited the footage. Just from the views alone, the group had probably earned 1,000 coins. Amidst the cheers of his friends, Myung-gwan felt pretty smug. This was everyone's hard work. Thanks, guys. Suddenly, a comment appeared on the video from a user named The Mediator. It said, 15 hours and you call that short? I know someone who cleared it in 5 hours. The group just mocked him, saying the guy was talking nonsense. Anyone can say anything behind a screen. Regardless, there are always countless haters, so why bother? Shortly after, a new video was uploaded with the title, I am the first person in the world to successfully upgrade an item to +10. Without a doubt, this video shot up to the top spot. It pushed Myung-gwan's video down to second place. The views were skyrocketing, and the comments were flooded with disbelief. The success rate for upgrading this item was equivalent to 18.14 million to the power of 10. 10 minutes earlier, in the labyrinth, Kang Jin Hyuk was wearing a ruthless expression, like a sweatshop boss. Exploit the labor. Hey, pay attention. Don't just stand there like idiots. Get back to work. We need to collect 10 bundles of moss for beds and wood for the fire, so there's plenty to do. Sik replied, Fine, I'm going. Okay? This guy was truly detestable. After stripping them of all their coins and using them as errand boys, he sent the other two off to find moss and wood. Kang Jin Hai began trading items. His current coin balance had reached 5,000. So first, he had to handle these coins. A tarot magic card, a fragment of an old bronze key, and a piece of a wooden cart. 10 luck-based upgrade scrolls. All this only cost 550 coins because these were trash items no one wanted, but if used correctly, they would become incredibly important. When he combined the card, the key fragment, and the cart piece, he would obtain the incomplete version of the fortune spinner, belonging to the goddess Fortuna. His luck would be maximized for 10 minutes. However, because it was incomplete, the range of use was limited, and it was a one-time item. He reached out and spun the wheel hard. In an instant, his luck was maxed out. Next, he used the luck-based upgrade scroll on his knife. The success rate for the upgrade was 0.000012%. Talk about a terrible rate. But if luck were boosted to the extreme, the success rate would be 100%. He decided to dump every upgrade attempt into this knife. The system notification popped up. You have received Old Knife plus 10 max. At the same time, because he was the first person in the entire Korean server to create a plus 10 upgraded item, he received an additional 5,000 coins. This achievement would be recorded in the Hall of Fame. That was exactly why Ma Young-gwan's video dropped to second place. After so long, he finally had a weapon worth using. Happy, he slashed the air with some skillful moves to test it out. 10 days slipped by. However, for Park Ha-na and Jang Chael-sik, it felt like an eternity in hell. The two of them huddled by the fire in a state of extreme anxiety. Everything here was terrible. The beds were made of straw. There was nothing to eat but moss and mushrooms, and that crazy minotaur kept showing up. If the labyrinth didn't shift constantly, they would have died a long time ago. And on top of that, there was that godlike guy who took everything in stride. The two of them were scared to the point of depression while he was still snoring away soundly. If this continued, they really would die. Once that guy finished using them, he would just dump them. Park Ha-na resorted to posting anonymously on the web to ask for help, but the people outside the tower didn't have any bright ideas. One person told them, "Why don't you just sit still? It's obvious you can't do anything." Another said, "Stop making trouble. One look at those pale faces and I can tell you're newbies." Park Ha-na asked if anyone had any information on that person, but unfortunately, all videos related to those who had played the trial tower before had been blocked. From YouTube to personal blogs, even videos on their phones had vanished, as if they'd all been hacked. Park Ha-na clutched her head in helplessness. She couldn't believe that she had sought help from those idiots outside the tower. "Quiet. Have you guys told the boss about the situation here?" Wilson asked. The people outside the tower replied, "Wilson is looking into it. This labyrinth has no public info, so the guys from Wujavan need at least 3 weeks to reach the two of you." This meant she had to endure this for at least another 3 weeks. It had already been 10 days. 3 more weeks would make it exactly a month. And the way that guy spoke, would they even be alive by then? There was no information at all. She sat with her legs crossed, staring at the back of that detestable Kang Jin Hyuk. "I'm thinking, if we kill that bastard who is sleeping right there and hole up in the room we found earlier, waiting until the boss arrives, maybe we could escape." The problem was, how to kill him. No sooner said than done. Jang Chael-sik immediately picked up a rock. While he's sleeping like that, it's the perfect chance, right? Do it now. Don't let it go cold. No matter how strong he is, if he gets hit in the head, who could survive that? He held the rock high, ready to smash it down on him. But Park Ha-na reached out to stop him, whispering, "His reflexes are godlike. Even if we confront him or ambush him, we don't have a chance of winning. He'll just wake up right as you're about to strike and counterattack." Jang Chael-sik heard her and got cold feet, but they couldn't keep suffering like this forever. Park Ha-na reached into her pocket. Her older brother was a member of Wujavan and had given her something to prepare for dangerous situations. That something was the stinger of a giant zucchini wasp. A single drop of this poison was enough to since I've already taken care of those 100 dwarves, I have to finish the job properly in a way that won't put us in danger. When Kang Jin Hyuk woke up, Jang Chael-sik and Park Ha-na had already prepared food, if you could even call it that. It was just some mushrooms and moss served on a plate made of rat bones, and a fork made of wood. Seeing his reaction, Park Ha-na snapped, "What more do you expect? There's nothing else edible around here. If you want something better, go hunt some rats or butterflies yourself. We're in this situation, and you're still being picky?" Kang Jin Hyuk didn't complain anymore. He just told Park Ha-na to hand him the water bottle and give Jang Chael-sik some more mushrooms. Jang Chael-sik shoveled a few pieces onto his plate. "I can't believe you actually like this disgusting stuff. Help yourself." Park Ha-na handed him the bottle. She thought to herself, "I can't believe I have to serve him like this." The people watching the Hall of Fame channel were witnessing everything through Park Ha-na's perspective. They were getting pretty excited, constantly telling him to eat up, calling it a death-by-eating challenge. Park Ha-na was secretly gloating, too. She watched him pick up the mushrooms and start eating. But suddenly, the plate of mushrooms fell and splattered all over the ground. It wasn't Kang Jin Hyuk, but Jang Chael-sik, who suddenly sprayed a mouthful of black blood. Streams of it erupted from his throat. He struggled, clutching his neck as he collapsed to the ground. Stupid fools. Did they really think I'd eat the food they gave me? They're the idiots, not me. When he'd asked for more food earlier, while their backs were turned, he'd swapped their portions. He pulled up his system interface and glanced at her. You should know that secret broadcasting is considered cheating. The broadcast function is only permitted when fighting boss monsters, blocking the path to the next floor. Any player caught manipulating views or using other forms of cheating will receive a corresponding penalty. He opened the system and selected Report Cheating. The system prompted him, if no wrongdoing is detected, the reporter will be penalized. Do you still wish to proceed with the report? Ignoring her screams for proof, he calmly clicked yes. You should see the look on your face while you're broadcasting. Are you done yet? I honestly expected more from you, Park Ha-na. Just as he finished his report, a red warning circle appeared around her. The apprehension was complete. Her anonymous status was stripped away, and even those who had just been watching her stream were forcibly blocked from watching any videos for a month. As for the penalty for the violating player, it was a grim fate indeed. Before she could even process the punishment, that giant bull monster came looking for them. Park Ha-na immediately suffered a temporary lapse in memory. She completely forgot she had just tried to kill Kang Jin Hyuk and hid behind him. You're going to fight it, right? Tell me which way to run. Hurry, it's coming. Kang Jin Hyuk didn't turn around. Park Ha-na, you really have no shame, do you? You were just trying to poison me. Why on earth would I tell you anything? Park Ha-na turned pale, stammering. She had just assumed it was the natural order of things, because ever since they met, that's how he had always acted. Unfortunately for her, he no longer had a reason to. The system displayed the conditions for copying Park Ha-na's skill and notified him. He had met all the requirements to successfully copy the communication skill, so he didn't need her alive anymore. Wait, Park Ha-na screamed. You'll regret this. My boss is from Will Raven. As she spoke, the Minotaur slammed its fist onto the floor, smashing the ground where they were standing and sending her flying away. Kang Jin Hyuk looked at the person huddled on the ground and said, "Watch carefully from there."
So you know exactly who you should be more afraid of between me and that ridiculous bull.
With that, he charged forward with his blade, slashing across the beast's head. Still lacking, but at least that did some damage. Not a total waste of effort. He closed the distance with the monster. He knew he couldn't kill it, so he just needed to dodge and survive. Kang Jin Hyuk unleashed a fire element attack to burn it. While the bull was distracted, he leaped behind it and delivered a kick that forced it to its knees. He stood behind it, watching it kneel. Don't go crazy on me now. If you tense up your muscles like that, the meat will be too tough to chew. He said that on purpose, waiting for the moment it would use its trump card. Just as he predicted, the system popped up a notification. Minotaur, Guardian of the Labyrinth, has activated the level 10 Berserk status. For the next 5 minutes, its attack power, attack speed, and axe-swinging speed will increase by 30%. Its intelligence temporarily increased, allowing it to speak the opponent's language. The bull roared, echoing throughout the dungeon. You human filth! I will crush you and scatter the remains of your flesh throughout this dungeon so that you can never trespass here again. Kang Jin Hyuk stood before the massive monster with his blade. It seemed his mana proficiency had increased since before. He held his sword up in a stance and signaled it to come. Whenever the beast swung its weapon, Kang Jin Hyuk stopped dodging and met it head-on with his blade. Kang Jin Hyuk actually enjoyed the process of confronting this monster. Before, he had hated having to start over from the beginning, even though he had come so far. He had felt helpless against the reality that nothing would change. Whether in real life or in the game, everything was as difficult as hell. However, after dying countless times in that trashy game, he finally felt a response from this world. It was as if the world had been created just for him. After exchanging blows multiple times, his distance stat kept climbing. You're just putting on a show, human. In the end, you still can't leave a scratch on me. As soon as it finished speaking, it was silenced. Its buff duration had ended. Berserk is a skill that allows for the release of ultimate power for 5 minutes. However, after the duration ends, the user is immobilized for 24 hours. Kang Jin Hyuk didn't attack or do anything to it. Instead, he turned around to check his distance points. They had reached 57. In terms of levels, that was a 19-level gap. He had 20 days remaining. At this rate, he'd reach his goal of 100 points soon enough. Seeing the crazed bull frozen in place, Park Ha-na asked if it was over. Kang Jin Hyuk smiled brightly and replied, "It only stopped because the Berserk effect wore off. If you wait another day, it'll start chasing us again. We still have 20 days left. No need to be in such a rush." 20 days later, after dodging the continuous kicks from Minotaur's feet, he received an additional 0.01 years of distance points. With exactly 100 points, enough to meet his target, he lunged forward and delivered a brutal uppercut. He knocked the bull backward, then stepped on its horns. Goodbye, Black Bull. After dealing with the monster, he turned to look at Park Ha-na. From now on, I'm officially hiring you as an intern for Go & Company. You seem to lack ambition. Not interested. Seeing his expression shift, Park Ha-na immediately became eager. I'm interested. Please, let me in. I wanted to be recruited by this company for a long time. Seeing how enthusiastic the candidate was, Kang Jin Hyuk proceeded with the interview, asking her what she could contribute to the company in the future. Park Ha-na replied that her unique skill was negotiation, and she believed that skill would be useful for the company's future projects. Kang Jin Hyuk stepped closer, staring right into her face. I'm going to make an announcement. The first candidate for Go & Company is unqualified. Seeing his deathly gaze, Park Ha-na panicked, desperately trying to think of anything else. She fell to her knees and hugged his legs. I'll give you Abraham's ring. My brother traded Korean ginseng with someone in China to get it. Please, at least let me keep my life. Abraham's ring was one of the best items obtainable on the first floor. The user would gain increased movement speed, magic resistance, and the ability to block monster mana. Even though she was terrified, Kang Jin Hyuk still activated his Eye of Truth to check her reliability. He waited for the system's notification. Only when it confirmed her words were true did he believe the ring was in Will Raven's hands. He placed a hand on her shoulder. Congratulations, Park Ha-na, on becoming an intern at Going Company. He then informed her about the benefits and duties. The benefit was that the company didn't pay interns. The main duty was that whenever he called, she had to be there, whether it was 3 a.m. or in the middle of Jeju Island. Naturally, a contract was required. If she ran away after leaving the dungeon, where would he find the ring? Park Ha-na thought she would have to write a contract and sign it on paper, but Kang Jin Hyuk opened the world's memory. He combined his negotiation skill with his fire elemental skill to imprint a soul seal. A bright blue flame glowed on his hand. Kang Jin Hyuk used his other hand to hold Park Ha-na's shoulder firmly. It's going to get hot. Welcome to Going Company, intern. The soul seal was burned onto Park Ha-na's face. With this mark, she had to obey every order from the caster. Any action meant to harm the caster was forbidden. Failure to comply would cause the marked person agonizing pain throughout their body. After being forced into a slave contract with an emerging capitalist, the dungeon finally opened. Seeing the light after being trapped for a month, Park Ha-na collapsed onto the grass to breathe. The system announced, "You have successfully cleared the first floor dungeon for the first time. The clear will be broadcast on the Hall of Fame. Each player will receive 5,000 coins." Park Ha-na teared up, joyfully accepting the coins. So this was the result of all her struggles. Kang Jin Hyuk walked over and called out, "Intern." Since she was busy and excited to receive her reward, she enthusiastically replied, "Yes, boss." Unexpectedly, Kang Jin Hyuk held out his hand. "Hand it all over to me." A single sentence from the boss sent Park Ha-na from heaven to hell. Ignoring the sobbing intern, Kang Jin Hyuk tallied his current total, 10,000 coins. At this point, he was definitely the richest person around. After the looting, he ordered Park Ha-na to retrieve Abraham's ring and bring it to him in 3 days. Hearing her say 3 days was too short, Kang Jin Hyuk immediately activated the soul seal, shortening the deadline to 2 days. Park Ha-na, with a handprint branded on her face, weakly replied, "Yes, I will do my best to get it." As the two passed a shopping center, they heard the news that Gudagon would represent South Korea in the boss raid 1 week later. Everyone in Gudagon knew they were currently members of the #1 guild in South Korea. Since America, Europe, and Japan were struggling, expectations for them were quite high. It had only been a month, and they were already preparing to attack the third-floor boss. Even he wasn't in that much of a rush. Kang Jin Hyuk wondered how much that guy would regret it when he met that boss. He understood that everyone was impatient to grab resources in the tower as quickly as possible, but the fixed time for each floor was 90 days. In other words, there was no need to rush to the second floor yet. Not to mention the third floor, his strength wasn't enough, and the difficulty spike was huge. The moment you step into that world, the pressure of the difficulty is immense. If humanity falls, you can't just restart like a game. The first thing to do was go home, take a shower, and gather information. He wanted to see what had happened over the past month. To get quality information in a society full of useless and false news, he needed people he could trust. A reliable source he had known for a long time, none other than his friends from his gaming days in Trial Tower. A few years ago, a boy wearing a bumblebee hoodie, real name Lee Tae-min, and a girl wearing gloves and a pink puffy jacket, real name Yu Jong-ah, met in real life at a cafe. One was a seemingly obedient boy, and the other was a slightly eccentric girl. Even he, as their leader in that game, never imagined their first meeting would be like this. Kang Jin Hyuk activated the Eye of Truth to check their stats. As he suspected, Lee Tae-min had acquired a unique skill. It was Emperor Machine, a unique skill specialized for large-scale battles. Other than the fact that it consumed a massive amount of mana when used, the skill was flawless. Yu Jong-ah also possessed a unique skill, Extreme Taekwondo, a skill specialized for close-quarters combat. Given their similar levels, he guessed that the two had been farming monsters together. The condition to copy was for all 3 of them to reach the 20th floor. Seeing him silent for a moment, Lee Tae-min spoke up. "Hey, it's your turn." Kang Jin Hyuk blinked, introduced himself, and declared his nickname as Kang Jin Hyuk. "I'm 27 years old, and I used to be a streamer on BGTV." Hearing that, Lee Tae-min immediately said that if he was a streamer, he used to watch him all the time. However, he had stopped watching for a while now. Seeing him hesitate, he waved his hand. "Come on, just keep talking. It's been ages since we last met in the game, right?" Yu Jong-ah agrees too, so just relax. Both of them seemed pretty easygoing. After dealing with people who were always looking to betray or exploit him, he felt exhausted. But these two, even though he just met them, made him feel at ease. He could comfortably talk to them and ask about everything that had happened outside the labyrinth over the past month. After they told him about the shifts in guilds worldwide and the streaming trends on BG, they mentioned a group called Mai that kidnapped players to run production factories. Lee Tae-min asked him where he'd been for a month. That means you haven't taken the assessment test yet, right? Kang Jin Hyuk took a spoonful of ice cream looking at him, confused. What assessment test? All three of them got into a taxi, and as it started moving, Lee Tae-min explained. The challenge tower just appeared, and people are swarming in like crazy. But from the second floor onwards, the death toll has started to skyrocket. So, South Korea began banning anyone who isn't qualified to pass the assessment from heading up. And once you pass the assessment, they stamp a verification code on your hand. Yoo Jong-ah held out her hand to show him the code. Hearing that, he understood the situation. It seemed Han Sang-jin, the president of the Awaken Association, had successfully found a way to recruit talented people. By using the excuse of minimizing casualties on the second floor, he had convinced everyone. If that association was going to be like that, he would use it to his own advantage. Ever since the assessment was introduced, those who got an F grade wouldn't be allowed to step onto the second floor. However, if a player had high scores, the government and guilds would swarm to recruit them. That's why there are three types of people at the testing area. The first type wants to be in the rankings, no matter if it's a D or E grade. The second type is there to assist those capable of climbing the tower or to report news for the media. The third type are the powerhouses who have already proven themselves to the world. As soon as they show up, the media goes wild. For example, there's Park Ha-na, who survived the labyrinth with her brother, Park Ha-jin, the rising star of Will Raven. Behind those two is Kim Ki-tae from Will Abbey. Gladiators. As soon as the three appeared, cameras flashed constantly, not wanting to miss a single shot. Their bodyguards pushed the crowd to the sides so they could move through as easily as possible. Is this place so crowded because they're holding a concert or something? The arrogant bodyguards shoved people aside. Don't you see people walking here? Move to the side. Keep moving, don't block the path. One guy pointed straight at Kang Jin Hyuk, who was confused. What are you doing? Didn't you hear me say get out of the way? Kang Jin Hyuk, seeing how aggressive the guy was, pointed at himself in confusion. Move out of the way? Why should I? I'm still waiting for my turn. Why are you telling me to move? Park Ha-jin, seeing the bodyguard couldn't handle this guy, stepped up in front. He poked his finger into Kang Jin Hyuk's chest. I don't know what you want, but you're making a big mistake. It's not too late, so back off before I lose my temper. Kang Jin Hyuk hadn't even said anything yet, but the people around were whispering, asking if he was crazy. If he provoked that guy, he was a dead man. Amidst the crowd's murmurs, he realized the jerk in front of him was the brother Park Ha-na kept mentioning. He stared at him, activating his Eye of Truth to check his unique skills. It was Black Death Strike. His other skills were Sprint, Stealth, and Thunder Breath. The condition to copy was, if the friendship level with the target is at maximum, he could copy a unique skill. If the hostility level is at maximum, he could copy any skill he wanted. Seeing the words maximum hostility, his eyes lit up. Wasn't this his specialty? Park Ha-jin, seeing him staring, kept poking his chest. In both these cases, I'm doing this and he doesn't even react. I have a lot of eyes and ears around here. Do you think you'll get away with this? Park Ha-na walked over, wanting to ask her brother what was going on, but before she could finish, she saw the person standing before him. Her face went pale as if she'd seen a ghost. Why did her brother have to provoke this terrifying god? Kang Jin Hyuk grabbed the finger, pointing at him and bent it back. After breaking his finger, Kang Jin Hyuk calmly took out some water and took a sip. Park Ha-jin roared in anger. You bastard! I'm going to mince you. As he lunged, he splashed his half-drunk water into his face and kicked his knee, making Park Ha-jin collapse. The crowd couldn't understand what had just happened. Did he slip, or did he dislocate his joint? Kim Ki-tae stepped forward and said, just leave him. Kang Jin Hyuk activated his Eye of Truth to check his stats, but the system announced a failure. Because the target's level exceeded the allowed limit, the skill was neutralized. This guy must be over level 20, while he was only level 1. Kang Jin Hyuk looked at him. I didn't know this guy had a babysitter. Kim Ki-tae replied, he is indeed a bit troublesome, but since he's useful, I have to put up with it. Is that usefulness, the fact that he's supplying Korean ginseng to China? Don't ask me how I know. That how isn't very important. Why don't you ask a more practical question? For example, how to deal with the side effects of that Korean ginseng. Seeing that this guy knew a lot, Kim Ki-tae immediately activated Black Veil Level 3, creating a barrier where only the two of them stood facing each other inside. In short, he wanted to trade that information for 10 exclusive dungeons from him, But Kim Ki-tae didn't trust that he really knew. Korean ginseng is a famous consumable item known for its amazing ability to restore stamina and mana. However, if eaten raw, the user receives a toxic side effect. Because of this side effect, his guild had struggled quite a bit. He told him that to handle it, he just needed to use 3 items: kerosene essence, moonlight stone, and most importantly, the mandragora root. The first 2 were easy, but he had no idea where to find the tree roots. So, he decided to demand the location as part of their deal. Kang Jin Hyuk asked if he found him more trustworthy now. Kim Ki-tae had no choice but to believe him, since everything he said perfectly matched the intelligence gathered by his guild's scouting team. How could this guy be an AI and know all this? Kim Ki-tae pointed his golden blade right at his face. He accepted the deal, but warned him that if he tried any tricks, he'd regret it. Even with this information, asking for the 10 most valuable dungeons that his guild had monopolized was still a ridiculous price. He wanted to assert his dominance to show him his place, but unexpectedly, Kang Jin Hyuk pulled out his knife and swatted Kim Ki-tae's blade aside. "I think you've got the wrong idea, pal. I'm the one calling the shots here." Outside, Lee Tae-min and Yu Jong-ah stood back to back. As soon as the black veil was deactivated, Kang Jin Hyuk emerged safely. He told the 2 to calm down. Lee Tae-min lunged forward, shouting, "Just give the order. You say the word, and I'll paint this floor red with their blood." He raised both hands, saying it was fine. On the other side, as soon as Kim Ki-tae stepped out from behind the black veil, he just walked away. Park Ha-jin, feeling bitter, called out to him, "Wait, you're just going to let them go like that?" He thought that with one more chance, he could take them down right then and there. Kim Ki-tae was already annoyed, and now he had to deal with this idiot. He grabbed him by the throat and lifted him up. "He is not someone a punk like you can mess with. If you try to act on your own again, I'll make you regret it. You hear me?" Park Ha-jin, gasping for air as his throat was crushed, quickly replied, "Understood." The group turned and left, leaving him on the floor, clutching his throat and coughing uncontrollably. He had no idea what the hell had happened inside that barrier, but it was humiliating to be treated like that. "I'll kill that bastard no matter what." While Park Ha-jin was kneeling on the ground, face flushed red and cursing under his breath, Kang Jin Hyuk met the requirements to activate his copy ability. He chose to copy his breath control skill. With this, he could regulate his own breathing and heart rate. Now, time to take the test. Looking at the leaderboard, he saw Park Ha-na in first place and whistled. "Oh ho, did my company intern eat some ginseng before the test or something? A score of 1,775, that's impressive, almost double the person in second place." Next, it was his turn to enter the testing room. The proctor briefly explained the content of the test. Participants must strike the magic stone. You can use any items or unique skills you have. This test measures your magic power upon impact. Seeing him holding a knife, the proctor asked, "Are you planning to use only your weapon?" Kang Jin Hyuk replied, "That's all I need." He walked over to the largest magic stone in the room. The proctor called out, "Mr. Jin Hyuk, that's a mid-level magic stone. Please, use this low-level one instead." Normal people couldn't even scratch a mid-level stone or higher. Ignoring him, Kang Jin Hyuk started to channel his entire stat pool. It was time to see if all that time struggling in the labyrinth had paid off. Then, with a single swing, he sliced the mid-level magic stone in half. The proctor stood there with his jaw dropped, unable to believe his eyes. Most people who failed couldn't even reach the minimum threshold to register on the stone, but to be strong enough to slice a massive stone like that in two, he'd never seen anything like it. The proctor showed him the results. Magic power measured at 20,895, rank S. The proctor told him to wait a moment so he could report it to his superiors. Kang Jin Hyuk said, "Wait, I'd like you to hold off on that report for a week. I have personal reasons. After a week, you can report whatever you want. I couldn't care less." Seeing the proctor still hesitating, he grabbed his knife to intimidate him. "I've learned many things in life. One of them is that help from afar is no match for immediate danger. You understand, don't you?" Leaving the testing room, he leaned against the wall, waiting for his intern. Park Ha-na saw him and immediately held out the ring. "I'm here to give you what you asked for." Kang Jin Hyuk happily accepted it. "See? I told you we'd make it in time." Seeing him take it and start to walk away, Park Ha-na started bawling. "I kept my promise, so take this thing off me." He just kept walking, waving his hand. "Let's see about that. I'd be an idiot to take it off. I need to see what else it can do first." After leaving the testing site, hearing that he only got an F rank, Lee Tae-min and Yu Jong-ah looked skeptical. They were both certain his rank would be higher than theirs. Kang Jin Hyuk replied, "This is just a temporary rank. I'll retest next week, so we'll see then." He told them not to worry, to just keep climbing the tower and that he'd be in touch. Then he hopped into a car and left. The first test classified players by measuring their magic power. Those who passed would then take the second test. The content was simple. You just had to clear a dungeon inside the trial tower. Since the test had no difficulty limit, most players chose dungeons with low or easy ratings. However, the dungeon he intended to clear was the only ruin on the first floor. Even since the trial tower was first, launched 11 years ago, and even after it appeared in the real world, that place remained a territory no one had ever conquered. It had been a long time since he'd come to this labyrinth castle. Since he was only F rank, he couldn't enter the ruins alone. And even if he weren't F rank, the guild managing the ruins wouldn't just sit by and let him raid it whenever he wanted. So he came up with a plan: sign up as a porter and just walk right in. One of the team members asked him, "What are you doing all the way out here?" Kang Jin Hyuk replied, "If you want to survive, you need a lot of money." The guy grinned. "True that. We're all the same. I'm here to make enough money to support my beautiful wife and kids." Kang Jin Hyuk stayed silent. Characters who say things like that usually die first in stories. Yo Jong sighed, "Those F-rankers, they always need to be extra careful. Even the smallest mistake could cost you your life, and even paramedics wouldn't be able to reach you since machines don't function inside these ruins." After traveling for a while, they finally arrived at the ruins. The conquest mission began. Specifically, they had to defeat the boss and claim the throne in the deepest part of the ruins. The reward was the right to choose a holy relic. While resting with the group, Kang Jin Hyuk received a notification regarding the reward for the first person. The Tower Conquest reward had arrived, unlocking a bonus of 10 points to his luck and adaptability stats. The Heart of Ice was activated. This skill helped him stay calm in difficult situations. His exclusive passive skill had also been triggered. If he saved the rewards granted previously, he could choose the best among the rewards offered. Unlike before, just getting something decent out of thousands of rewards was already great. But now, the so-called concept of probability had become meaningless to him. A beam of magical light illuminated the courtyard, and 50 people appeared. Led by someone in armor, this was the main strike force of the Wibahi Guild. Kang Jin Hyuk activated his Eye of Truth to check the stats of the captain, whose name was Song Jung. Level 14, with a unique skill to reduce item weight. The condition to copy the skill was to gain his loyalty through this conquest. What a hellish condition. However, he found it quite strange. Was this really all the captain of a strike force from a top 10 national guild could do? It was a bit disappointing, but if they didn't get in his way, he was fine with it. They moved along, organizing ranks and teams by level. His group followed behind, guided by a guy with a hood covering his head. "It's going to be pitch black from here on out. Everyone, make sure to stay close behind me. If you get lost, I won't be able to save you." With that said, he activated level 1 illumination. As the light hit the ground, they saw monsters inside the ruins that had been dealt with by the high-level team ahead. They were lying scattered all over. After walking a bit further, the porter team met up with the high-level team. Kang Jin Hyuk took a quick look. It was strange. They had fought all those monsters without a single casualty. Given the combat power he saw from Song Jung-ah earlier, this should have been impossible. As he stood there, staring at the high-level team, someone from his own team walked over and tapped him on the shoulder. "What are you doing? Hurry up and bring the water and ice over here. Leave the rest to us. You go over there and take care of the foreigners." "Oh, right, my bad." He was just a porter, after all. The foreigners mentioned were the people wearing gold armor with a familiar symbol on their sleeves. Looking closely, it was the same as the symbol of the European upper class. There were also people bearing the Guizian symbol. He noticed a rather short person over there. He immediately grabbed a cup of ice water, intending to strike up a conversation. "You've done well. Drink this ice water." The person replied politely, "Thank you." Kang Jin Hyuk also activated his communication skill to make the other party feel a gentle sense of friendliness from him. The short person took off their helmet, and it turned out to be a girl. This person was the youngest daughter of the European noble Laurentia family. She was an all-around player who possessed holy power and could handle both attack and defense. She was capable of using recovery skills to support her allies. She had saved all of Amsterdam from being destroyed by riots. She was one of the most famous players in Europe, the Saintess of Europe, Teresa Laurentia. Now he understood why there were no casualties. With her there, they could indeed dispatch the undead most efficiently. But now that everyone was aiming to climb the tower, why did they choose to conquer these ruins instead of challenging the third-floor boss? His Eye of Truth was activated, thanks to his stats. His luck and adaptability offset the level gap. Teresa Laurentia's level had reached 29, and her unique skill was Blessing of the Star. Furthermore, she had skills like Holy Power Enhancement, Stealth, Hand of Blessing, and Illusion Barrier. The condition to copy the skill was to save this girl from a dangerous situation. With stats like those, she was truly impressive. No wonder so many people were obsessed with her. However, the stat board said she was currently performing a job-related quest. It seemed that was the reason she gave up on fighting the boss. Teresa returned the cup to him and said with a smile, "Thank you." Kang Jin Hyuk replied, "Thank you," thinking that he was the one who should be thanking her, because she had created the opportunity for him to obtain the unique skill of a knight that was rumored to be the most formidable. The problem was how to orchestrate a situation that would put her in danger. Suddenly, the ruins shook. Someone ran over, shouting, "Song Jung-ah, over here, come quickly." By the time Song Jung-ah ran over, casualties had already occurred. Their group had triggered the Guardian Crystal. The ruins' security system had detected the intruders. The sleeping golems would awaken when stimulated from the outside. Once awakened, they would summon guardians to protect the ruins. Song Jung-ah clutched his head. Just leave it alone. How did this happen? Which idiot touched that crystal? Complaining won't help now. It's already awakened. Now we only have 10 minutes left. With our current combat power, facing the guardians is no different than throwing our lives away. At the very least, more than half the people here will die. If we evacuate everyone who can't fight within 10 minutes, maybe we can save them. But it would take so much effort. You just got promoted to captain. How can you let it end like this? He thought quickly, then made a firm decision. We will continue to advance inside. Those beside him immediately protested. They all said he was crazy. The reinforcements hadn't arrived yet, and in no time, the guardians would swarm out from every side. Song Jung-ah shouted, "Shut your mouths and follow me. Quickly, I will take responsibility. We don't need to wait for reinforcements because we have the Teresa Laurentia with us." The solo players following behind didn't see the problem. They felt there was nothing to worry about. There was no way a big guild like Webahi would act without a plan. They just needed to follow the captain's orders. Perhaps the strike team in front had already wiped out all the guardians and was just waiting for them to walk in. Yet, as time ticked away, the ruins' guardians swarmed out from all sides. One of them used its 2 giant fingers to pinch slightly, instantly obliterating a person. The strike team in front, led by Song Jung-ah, had just run out of time. He anxiously announced, "The guardians have appeared. Everyone, get ready to fight." The formation was set. The tanks took the lead. The porters retreated to the back, and everyone moved quickly, readying support buffs for the tanks and the main damage dealers. The main damage dealers activated their skills one by one, along with Song Jung-ah's defensive shield and formation buffs. Li Chun-mi unleashed her war cry skill, and the guardians swarmed out, instantly surrounding the entire party. The solo players in the back couldn't hold out anymore and shouted for backup, but Song Jung-ah ignored them, staying focused on the battle. Before starting, he already knew there would be casualties, and there was nothing he could do about it. Now wasn't the time to worry about them. Compared to the guild members with tactical minds, these uncoordinated solo players weren't worth mentioning. Just as the solo players behind thought they had been abandoned, a pale yellow light flashed forward. Teresa activated her 10 crosses skill, slicing through several guardians. She scanned the area and realized 2 guardians had bypassed the strike team. The non-combatants were in danger. She needed to reach the supply room fast. Teresa's instincts were spot on. Back at the supply room, things were in shambles. The man who had been talking to Kang Jin Hyuk earlier was injured, leaning against the ground, defenseless. "That's it. My life is over," he thought. A guardian saw he wasn't resisting and raised its axe to strike, but Kang Jin Hyuk stepped in with a blade to block it. He slashed repeatedly at the monster, standing between the porter and the guardian. "What are you talking about? Didn't I say we'd all survive and get out of here together?" The ruined guardian saw him blocking the way and shifted its target toward him, its hand reaching out to grab him. But Kang Jin Hyuk dodged and activated his fire element skill, counterattacking and burning it to pieces. He figured someone else would come to deliver the final blow. He needed to get used to this fire element skill, so he couldn't kill it just yet. But it was unbelievable that the group ahead dared to wake the guardians in this brutal ruin. This wouldn't benefit anyone. So, who did it? When Teresa came sprinting over to help, the sight she saw was Kang Jin Hyuk holding a blade with a devious expression, while another porter sat trembling on the ground in fear. With a burst of speed, she picked him up and shielded the porter behind her. "I thought you were a good person, but I never expected you to be the type to use a blade to threaten someone who can't even fight back. So, you were the one who woke the guardians. I'm arresting you." Kang Jin Hyuk had just played the hero, and instead of a reward, he got falsely accused. Kang Jin Hyuk pointed at his own dumbfounded face and asked, "What did you say?" Teresa didn't waste words and attacked directly to apprehend him. "Don't resist. I don't want to hurt you. You can explain yourself at the association." Kang Jin Hyuk dodged her strikes repeatedly, shouting that it was a misunderstanding. But Teresa wouldn't listen. The girl said she didn't want to hurt him, but every strike she threw was thunderous. It seemed like she was too fired up to even hear a word he said. Since that was the case, he wouldn't hold back. When she raised her shield to strike again, he leaned aside, tripped her, and pushed Teresa right into a pit. Kang Jin Hyuk sat cross-legged beside her, holding his blade to her throat. In this position, she finally agreed to listen. I wasn't the one who woke the Guardians. If I had done that, you would have been killed by me right here. Everything happened so fast. The person who had been saved finally came to his senses and shouted, Teresa, Mr. Kang Jin Hyuk. Why are you two fighting? Mr. Kang Jin Hyuk is the one who saved me. Now it was the Saintess's turn to be embarrassed. Once the person she saved turned away, she hurriedly bowed 90 degrees, apologizing repeatedly. I am sincerely sorry. I am truly sorry. I just did something completely unnecessary. Kang Jin Hyuk waved his hand, telling her he didn't take it to heart. Anyone would have misunderstood. The two continued forward to reunite with the group. Teresa asked curiously, Your name is Kang Jin Hyuk, right? Why did you hide your identity? Kang Jin Hyuk replied that he was just like her. She joined the Zion Guild as a cover while actually on a mission to obtain the item Oath of St. Peter, and he was secretly looking for his own item. Teresa froze upon hearing that how could he possibly know these things. Kang Jin Hyuk continued, Besides, I'm well versed in everything about these ruins. With my current skills, I believe I can rely on you. And another thing, the items we both want are in the same area. So, what do you think? Can I accompany you? When they reunited with the group, and Teresa announced she would be going on her own, Song Jung-ah disagreed. No way. Are you crazy? We need to pool our strength and move forward together. You think you can just wander off on your own? Teresa argued back, saying he already had a map to the storage point, and they already knew the tactics, so whether she stayed or left didn't really matter. Besides, the original agreement between the two sides was that they could move independently before the boss fight. Song Jung-ah didn't want to agree because the situation had changed, but since the deal was already made, she had to accept it and instructed her to regroup with them at the edge of the ruin. Teresa was incredibly grateful and said she wanted to choose a porter to assist her. Song Jung-ah, overwhelmed by everything, told her to do whatever she wanted, as long as she promised to come back. When Teresa went to the porters to make her pick, everyone thought she was bound to head into danger, so they looked everywhere except into her eyes, fearing they would be dragged along. Kang Jin Hyuk raised his hand, volunteering. Immediately, his colleagues pressed him down, whispering, If you go, you're definitely going to die. Nothing is more valuable than your life. Even if she's beautiful, you only have one life. Listen to us, kid. Given the atmosphere, how else was he supposed to get her attention? He had to take the risk. Kang Jin Hyuk, under the dumbfounded gaze of everyone, began to deliver a cringy speech. My lady, do you feel a burning desire when you look at a strapping young man like me? As for me, this moment is the time for me to burn with the love of my life. Even if I have to pay with my life, I am willing. After he finished speaking, the people around him were absolutely speechless. With expressions like they had just stepped in dung, they watched him walk away with Teresa, successfully splitting from the group to find the items they were searching for. Teresa told him, Look, the Oath of St. Peter is inside that red coffin, and there's a pack of zombies guarding it. We'll need to break the barrier to get to it. Before they could make a move on the coffin, the system issued a red alert. Warning. The Lord of the Fallen Corridor is tracking you. There was no doubt. This was a warning from the boss. It usually wouldn't care about other players, but now, its focus was entirely on him. Teresa asked if this meant the boss was targeting both of them. He replied confidently, No, it's focusing on me. This guy was incredibly full of himself, but she still wondered. Since he claimed to know everything about this place, what was she supposed to do now? Following his instructions, Teresa leaped from above into the middle of the zombie horde and activated her level 5 Battle Saint skill. All of her stats would receive a boost of 3 for 10 minutes. Her task was simple: draw the zombies' attention. All she had to do was unleash her holy power. The zombies recoiled in terror. Teresa's holy power, amplified to level 5, radiated like a miniature sun, forcing the undead to constantly retreat. They were panicked, as if they were being burned alive. Wherever she moved, they backed away. Now is our chance to advance. Kang Jin Hyuk jumped down, stomping on the heads of the zombies. Since most of the zombies were distracted by Teresa, he could delegate the task to her without accidentally leveling up himself. Then, a wave of dark red death energy, far more powerful than before, surged forth. The relic's Grim Reaper, a high lich, appeared a monster draped in black cloth over a skeletal frame, wielding a red and black staff. Aside from the high lich, a headless knight charged at him. Kang Jin Hyuk leaned back, dodging the strike. I didn't expect to run into a headless knight here. It seemed things had changed since he brought Teresa along. The high lich's black light could easily obliterate the headless knight, and even the flying or crawling zombies were likely to get caught in the crossfire. Even a level 3 barrier would be pulverized by that dark energy. Therefore, he intentionally danced around the coffin's barrier to bait the High Lich's attacks. As long as the attacks didn't hit him, they would be useful elsewhere. After dodging a few strikes, the coffin's barrier was shattered by the black light, destroying the level 5 energy field. Kang Jin Hyuk tore the headless knight apart, while on Teresa's side, she quickly handled the rest of the enemy horde. Only a wandering skeleton remained. Without him needing to lift a finger, she swung her sword, splitting the skeleton in half vertically. Someone walked over, stepping on the High Lich's head, and headed toward him. Found you. There was only one person who could predict the monster's behavior, so he was pretty sure this guy would show up. Long time no see. You must have missed me, right? Kang Jin Hyuk looked at him and asked, "Who the hell are you?" He activated Eye of Truth again, using his luck and adaptability stats to compensate for the level gap. The status window showed that this newcomer was Chun Du-sung, a level 29 swordsman whose unique skill was Sword Saint. The condition to copy the skill was to defeat him in a sword duel, aiming to shatter Chun Du-sung's belief that he was the peerless master of the blade. The sharp sword engraved with the name Gan Long that this guy was holding was the relic stolen from the National Museum of Korea before he arrived. Recalling the time when the Tower of Trials was still a game, there was a guy he had defeated once who then kept challenging him incessantly, regardless of where he was or what he was doing. Kang Jin Hyuk asked him, "Are you that creepy stalker?" Chun Du-sung was furious just thinking about the fact that he didn't recognize him just because the Tower of Trials had become reality. "Is that all you are in his eyes?" Kang Jin Hyuk covered his face and said, "Oh, I remember now." He just couldn't believe this guy had been following him since they were in the game. Chun Du-sung pointed his sword at his face. He wanted to challenge him again. "This time will be different. We're both starting from zero now. I won't let you leave me behind anymore." He wouldn't stop him if he wanted to fight. In fact, he wanted to defeat him to copy the skill, but this wasn't the right place. His teammates wouldn't just sit back and watch if they fought. Seeing his teammate, Teresa, Chun Du-sung thought she was quite annoying, but he wouldn't let anyone interfere. He activated his level 5 battlefield skill. Instantly, the two of them vanished from Teresa's sight. Having said goodbye to her for a moment, he raised his sword into a defensive stance. Nobody is going to interrupt us now. Once again, he called for a duel while activating his opponent's skill. All his stats would increase by 10%, while Kang Jin Hyuk's stats would decrease by 10%. He had been caught by this guy's battlefield and opponent's skills. The situation had become unfavorable. Coincidentally, when falling into a disadvantageous situation, the special condition of his fusion skill would trigger. When the situation becomes disadvantageous, for fulfilling the original copying condition, the copying condition is modified. The skill copy is activated without needing to meet the original requirement. Of course, he chose to copy the guy's unique skill. The Sword Saint skill would increase his sword mastery stat by 200%. His body would automatically execute the most effective sword strikes, and his senses would also be enhanced. For Chun Du-sung, the thing he hated most was being ignored like air. Seeing him just standing there without paying any attention, he lunged forward and swung his sword. Kang Jin Hyuk used his dagger to block the blow. "Clang! You bastard! What are you trying to do? What's with your mid-tier combat skill set? Are you trying to fight me with just that dagger?" He calmly blocked the strike and replied with a smile, "This much is enough. Swordsmanship is actually pretty fun, isn't it?" Every time he opened his mouth, he drove others crazy. Chun Du-sung activated his skill, the soul-chasing spirit blade, to exchange a few blows with him. Neither of them had taken damage yet, but the floor had already been sliced into 2 long gashes by the guy. Kang Jin Hyuk dodged and asked if he was being a bit excessive, using spiritual energy from his sword to fight a novice swordsman like him. Chun Du-sung screamed as he swung, raising his other hand to give him the middle finger. "Like hell, you're a novice." He wasn't a novice, but if he used his blade to block that spiritual energy, it would break. In that case, he had to use the Ghost Soul Orb he'd looted from the High Lich earlier and fuse Sword Saint with. The Ghost Soul Orb to create the Earth Sword, something capable of countering the spiritual energy from the guy's blade. A blinding purple light erupted. The system announced that he had obtained the Earth Sword. This sword increased sword mastery by 500%. This was the necessary skill to receive the Ghost Sword title. He activated both the Earth Sword and the Dark Moon, but that wasn't the full extent of this skill. He still didn't have enough mana to use it exactly as he wanted. Consequently, the dagger in his hand felt like a living thing, controlling his movements. The absurd power radiating from the blade made Chun Du-sung break into a cold sweat. He was supposed to be in the most ideal spot to use his 2 mid-tier skills, which should have completely outclassed that punk inside the game. He had received "You have died" notifications repeatedly. Even after coming out to reality, he tried everything to defeat him just once, but it was still no use. Realizing this, Chun Du-sung found it unacceptable. He lunged forward, slashing wildly, but Kang Jin Hyuk was being controlled by the dagger as well. He executed a few sword strikes that blew away his opponent's spiritual power. "You just blew away my spiritual power?" he asked. "I've fought people much faster than you, and they use things even stronger than your sword, so you're really nothing." Then they clashed again. But this time, he was the attacker, and the other guy barely held on for a few seconds before his sword was knocked away and embedded in the ground. "Looks like I win, though I've lost count of how many times this is." He didn't remember, but the other guy remembered everything. 138 times. A frustrated Chun Do-sung sat on the ground and told him to just finish it. Kang Jin Hyuk brushed off his shoulders. "Looks like we're heading for 139 next time. You need to understand that the tower isn't a place for games. This is a place where even high rankers can die if they drop their guard. That's why we need as many players as possible. The more, the better. Especially when they're as strong as you." The truth was, it took 60 days to copy a skill from the same person, so he couldn't kill him yet. Besides, he didn't need to go looking for this guy to copy his skills. The guy would just come to challenge him anyway, serving up his skills on a silver platter. He shook Chun Do-sung's hand and activated his communication skill to build affinity. Chun turned away and declared, "I lost this time. But remember, the results won't be the same next time." Then, he deactivated the combat zone. Chun Do-sung turned around and asked him, "Oh, by the way, I still don't know your real name." Kang Jin Hyuk didn't answer but retorted, "Our relationship isn't at that level yet, right? Why the hell are you asking?" The other guy wasn't too persistent. If he didn't know the name, he'd just call him by his in-game nickname. His nickname, thinking of that nickname that made people unable to look him in the eye, he immediately shouted, "Wait," but it was too late. Chun Do-sung opened his mouth and said, "Shitstain." Teresa, standing nearby, also went blank and repeated, "Shitstain." At the same time, outside, Song Jung-ah and her companions were still struggling to deal with the tricky monsters. They thought they had cleared out a few, but no, suddenly, a group of guards appeared out of nowhere. There was also someone right above them, a high-level vampire. He bowed politely and introduced himself as Velos, a loyal servant to Alice von Ataraxia, the owner of these ruins. A second ago, he was polite, but the next, he bared his sharp fangs with a sinister smile. Song Jung-ah broke into a cold sweat and asked, annoyed, "What is your goal? You must have some purpose to show your face here." Velos acted arrogant, unfazed even with a sword pressed to his neck, and offered a deal. He gave Song Jung-ah two choices, but it sounded more like a demand. 1. Quietly follow him. 2. Become his hostage and his lunch. As he spoke, Velos cast Blood Frenzy. He restrained everyone present and brought them back to his territory. Meanwhile, Teresa and Kang Jin Hyuk had obtained the Ice Tear and the Soul Stone. Kang Jin Hyuk looked at the Ice Tear in his hand, feeling it over and over. He thought to himself, "I can't believe it. This thing is so hard to find, yet I actually got it. Luck really is better than skill." Along with Teresa's holy power, his stats had also snuck in an increase of 12 points. Just then, the Saintess suddenly received a message that made her look extremely panicked. It said, the master of the Saint a monastery had sent an invitation, stating that if she wanted to rescue the strike team, she should come to the deep room in the ruins. If she accepted, the monsters and traps leading to that room would be disabled. Upon reading the part about the strike team being captured, Teresa's expression shifted. She said sadly that she needed to go. Even if she could only save one person, she wouldn't hesitate. Though she said she wouldn't hesitate, she immediately felt something was wrong. She wondered if she could actually defeat Alice von Ataraxia. What would happen if she became her toy, just like she wanted? Teresa sighed with regret, thinking that if she had gone with them, this might not have happened. The beautiful girl's laments reached the ears of Chun Do-sung, but he didn't like to meddle in other people's business, so he just ignored her and said his goodbyes before leaving. He couldn't help but speak up. An annoyed Chun Do-sung glared at Kang Jin Hyuk with anger and said, "If you find yourself in a tough spot when making a decision, then take my advice. That bastard over there has zero integrity and is selfish as hell. That's one of the many reasons I keep challenging him to duels." Damn, that guy was giving advice while simultaneously talking behind his back. Chun Do-sung was clearly fuming, but he continued, "But I am quite certain of one thing. The only person in this world who can defeat Alice von Ataraxia right now is that jerk." Teresa heard this and smiled to herself. She didn't doubt him and immediately stepped forward to take Kang Jin Hyuk's hand, proposing they form a party. Kang Jin Hyuk hesitated, still acting tough. "My fees aren't cheap. Are you sure?" Teresa didn't lack money. She replied instantly, promising to give him as much coin as possible as long as he helped her defeat Alice von Ataraxia. Well, that sounds perfect. Naturally, he agreed immediately, and right after that, they both headed to the deepest room in the monastery. Just standing before the door, The amount of spiritual power radiating from inside made one's hair stand on end. Kang Jin Hyuk reassured Teresa, "Don't be afraid. In battle, the strongest doesn't always win." As the door opened, he reminded her that no matter what happened inside, she just needed to place absolute trust in him. What a sweet talker. A smooth move. That would make anyone swoon. As the gates opened, the boss greeted them with a tired expression. "You finally arrived. I've been waiting until I'm exhausted." Kang Jin Hyuk couldn't be bothered to reply. He was only focused on whether his people were still safe before using his Hawkeye skill to investigate. Let's see which damn idiot woke those guardians up. Oh, there are the footprints. So it was that bastard Park Ha-jin. Once I get out of here, I'll deal with him later. Without waiting for them to ask, Alice von Ataraxia eagerly explained why she had invited them. It was because of the scent radiating from Kang Jin Hyuk. She thought it was just body odor at first. But no, she realized it was the sweetest scent she had ever smelled, something completely different from anyone else. Alice von Ataraxia spoke with barely contained excitement, acting like some kind of creep. Kang Jin Hyuk was genuinely creeped out. Why is this woman talking about the scent of my blood? She didn't say anything like that before. She seems bothered by my scent. Alice von Ataraxia took the trouble to explain that she was a sipper, so he could live for at least 65 years. No need to be afraid. 65 years just thinking about it was sickening. It's no different than being stuck with this hag for the rest of my life with a straw poked straight into my neck. Kang Jin Hyuk refused point blank, but before he could finish, he was hit by a laser blast that grazed his cheek. "I didn't ask for your opinion. You have no right to speak here," Alice von Ataraxia shouted, rising up in anger. Seeing his ally nearly get killed, Teresa spoke up to check on him. Kang Jin Hyuk looked dark, told her he was fine, and then turned to fiercely rebuke Alice von Ataraxia. Once that was done, he offered her something even sweeter than his blood. Hearing there was something better than a meal, she was curious and asked back. But she was still half skeptical. "Even if you offer me anything, I won't change my mind." Ignoring her refusal, Kang Jin Hyuk tried to finish his point. "Are you sure about that? What if I offered to grant you your freedom?" A second ago, she was adamant, but now she flipped her attitude faster than a pancake. She asked blankly, "Freedom, you say?" The vampires next to her started getting rowdy at the mention of freedom, getting ready to tear their prey apart. They puffed out their chests and barked, "How dare you speak like that? You insolent human! I'll tear you to shreds." Before their master could speak, her subordinates started running their mouths. Alice von Ataraxia signaled them to be quiet and questioned Kang Jin Hyuk. This was it. He immediately set his plan into motion. He pulled out a mask, put it on, and began to mumble. "My name is Kang Jin Hyuk. As an incarnation of a demon human in the tower, I will liberate you from this place." It sounded plausible enough. Demon humans are those who have abandoned their humanity for money, hatred, or even their own beliefs. Demon humans go out of their way to stop other players. While climbing the tower, they sometimes even side with the monsters in the dungeons or ruins. Kang Jin Hyuk continued, "I have contacted the temple on the 27th floor. Your presence and the way to bypass the ruins' protective barrier, that is what they told me." Teresa, standing behind him, was bewildered. What the hell is going on? Why is he suddenly acting like a demon human? And what is this temple that has them trembling? On the other hand, even though Kang Jin Hyuk knew about the temple, Alice von Ataraxia still didn't trust him because anyone could claim they could solve a problem that no one else could. "Moreover, you seem a bit too smooth-talking for my taste. I don't trust you. You have such sweet blood, what a pity. Die." Alice von Ataraxia, after hearing Kang Jin Hyuk's nonsense, curled her lips. She stood up and activated her blood spear to attack her prey. Kang Jin Hyuk stood there without moving an inch. Teresa, behind him, immediately rushed forward to intercept with all her might. Kang Jin Hyuk, hide behind me. I will use my holy power to block them. She dodged attacks while protecting her ally. Seeing this, Alice von Ataraxia couldn't help but laugh out loud, yet she sounded spiteful afterward. "Ha ha ha, seeing you put all your effort just to block these few attacks is hilarious, but I hate holy power. It looks indescribably nauseating. I'll blow you all away." Despite the threat, Teresa remained overly confident, placing absolute trust in Kang Jin Hyuk, who was standing behind her. But unexpectedly, the person you trust most can be the one to backstab you unexpectedly. A blade from behind pierced through Teresa, and its owner was none other than Kang Jin Hyuk. The girl was so stunned she couldn't say a word, but she still tried to grab her ally to question him. She sobbed, using her last bit of strength to whisper, "You said you had a plan. Is this your plan? Plan? What kind of plan are you talking about now?" Kang Jin Hyuk replied by directly slashing her a few more times, which greatly satisfied Alice von Ataraxia. Amusement lit up her face. Kang Jin Hyuk knew his opportunity had arrived. He took Abraham's ring out from his person and said, To trick the barrier imprisoning you, Alice, I have prepared a 7-star magic spell. If I seal your soul into this ring, the barrier will be temporarily tricked. The magic circle will disappear permanently after 1 minute. The magic will activate once you agree. The decision is yours. What will you do now? Alice von Ataraxia seemed to be wavering. But to be safe, before stepping into the magic circle, she didn't forget to remind her confidant. Velos, if he acts suspiciously, eliminate him and destroy the magic circle immediately. Although she had taken precautions, she didn't like agreeing to a spell she had never seen before. Yet, having been imprisoned here for so long, she decided to go all in this time. Alice von Ataraxia slowly stepped into the magic circle that Kang Jin Hyuk had prepared. She asked him one last time if she could trust him. Kang Jin Hyuk calmly knelt down and replied by gently lifting her finger. Simultaneously, he activated his level 1 persuasion skill to increase her favorability. It seemed Alice von Ataraxia had opened her heart. I, Alice von Ataraxia, accept the soul sealing. She spoke, and then the ring immediately fulfilled its duty, absorbing Alice's soul inside. Once completely absorbed, Alice felt it wasn't bad at all. She thought it would be stifling, but it turned out to be surprisingly comfortable. Once everything was done, Kang Jin Hyuk could finally breathe a sigh of relief. At this moment, the Blessing of the Stars skill activated. Teresa suddenly scrambled up from under his feet. Kang Jin Hyuk turned and gave her a tender smile. "Welcome back," he said. It turned out Teresa could revive once, as long as the death didn't occur. So, his ultimate was on a 240-hour cooldown. No wonder he went so hard earlier. He planned this out from the start. He just didn't bother telling the person actually involved. Alice, still trapped in the ring, realized she was the one who had actually been played. Furious, she ordered Velos to skewer this lying scumbag immediately. His subordinate gritted his teeth, annoyed. "I've got enough on my plate as it is, and everything ends up in my hands. I told you not to trust him, but did you listen? And now you're crying for help? What a pain," Velos muttered. He immediately triggered his blood explosion skill to attack. Crimson, storm-like gusts of wind surged forward like a tidal wave, but Kang Jin Hyuk wasn't about to back down. He instantly countered with a fire element skill. The two were evenly matched, a real clash of equals. Neither was willing to yield. And while those two titans were busy brawling, Teresa took the chance to rescue the hostages. They clashed for a while without reaching a conclusion. Velos couldn't believe a mere human could withstand his magic. He had to take a few seconds to regain his composure. Seeing this, Kang Jin Hyuk kindly explained that their magic and flames were polar opposites. He added that Velos had a misunderstanding the moment his master was sealed into that ring. He had already lost. Everything was exactly as he had predicted. Kang Jin Hyuk immediately activated the unique skill of his Earth Sword. He utterly defeated Velos's Dark Sword soul and the lackeys trailing behind him. Watching this scene, Song Jung-ah couldn't help but gape in astonishment. He even blurted out, "Teresa, who the hell is that guy?" She froze for a moment, thinking that since the stranger was wearing a mask, he probably didn't want his identity revealed. So, she told Song Jung-ah that she didn't know him and had just met him on the way there. Once that was settled, she turned toward Kang Jin Hyuk as he approached, suddenly shedding tears as she thanked him for helping her save everyone. Kang Jin Hyuk was stunned for a few seconds, but he immediately composed himself. That very expression of gratitude had satisfied the condition he needed. He had saved Teresa's life and successfully copied the Blessing of the Stars skill. Having gotten what he needed, Kang Jin Hyuk quickly urged her, still sobbing over there, to grab the holy relic so they could clear out. But before they could even get a good look at what was there, Song Jung-ah popped out of nowhere, blocking their path. "Wait, I'm the raid team leader. All items from this conquest belong to Huobana." Not letting the guy ramble on, Kang Jin Hyuk asked back with a cold, disgusted voice. "I saved your life, and now you're demanding a cut of the relic's rewards?" Song Jung-ah tried to explain that they would offer him something else instead, money or anything else that could satisfy him. Oh, so Song Jung-ah wanted to regain some face for his raid team, even though he'd been taken hostage. If he could still secure the holy relics, he might be able to restore his reputation. Seeing the guy actually seemed sincere, Kang Jin Hyuk agreed to the trade but didn't forget to warn him. "Don't come crying to me if you regret it later." Song Jung-ah didn't have time to think about the consequences. He hurriedly grabbed the holy relic with a greedy look on his face. But immediately, karma struck. A bolt of electricity surged through him, sending him reeling backward. It was a curse hidden inside Merlin's staff. It was a holy relic that could only be safely obtained if Alice were skewered. Since she was stuck in the ring, touching it naturally led to dire consequences. Song Jung-ah had no idea what the hell was happening, screaming, "What the hell is this?" Teresa just stood there, stunned and speechless. She was frozen solid. Kang Jin Hyuk had to walk over and nudge her along. "Stop staring at this junk. Just ignore him." A few hours later, At the entrance to the trial tower, crowds of reporters and journalists were swarming the area, waiting for the people who cleared the tower to emerge. They were quite skeptical, because experts had said the conquest would take at least 3 weeks, yet they kept waiting, clinging to any shred of information. Still, they say waiting is always a form of happiness, regardless of whether it's early or late. And at that very moment, the notification that the Starfall Corridor relic had been conquered was quickly broadcast. Department head Kim Tae-chun of the Awakened Association hadn't even finished the cigarette he just lit before he dropped it in shock. The survivors of the conquest began to file out one by one. Countless camera flashes and shutter clicks illuminated the area. Everyone kept chanting the name of Hwabana, congratulating them on their achievement. But the surprise was still to come. The thing that left them stunned was the completely bald head of Song Jung-ah. Not even an eyebrow was left. Everyone assumed he had fought so hard that all his hair had fallen out. Some were even moved to tears, wondering what kind of hell he had been through inside. However, before they could overthink it, Teresa stepped forward with a radiant smile and happily announced that Song Jung-ah was not the one who conquered the relic. She then pointed toward Kang Jin Hyuk, introducing him as the one who had actually done it, and that they were merely spectators who witnessed his performance. Once the crowd heard the news, they went wild. By the next day, a series of reports about the masked man started appearing all over the news, filled with flowery language. He knew this would cause a stir, but it had gone way beyond Kang Jin Hyuk's expectations. He was slurping down some hot ramen, thinking to himself, "Smart move, me. Good thing I wore a mask otherwise, this dump would have been packed with people ages ago." After finishing his ramen, Kang Jin Hyuk suddenly remembered Alice inside the ring, so he pulled her out to mess with her. Alice still thought she was the queen of that monastery, so she kept shouting, "How dare you stuff me in that bag? It was dark and smelled awful. Do you know who I am, you cretin?" Hearing that hag threaten him, Kang Jin Hyuk's expression shifted, turning extremely sinister, and he began shaking the necklace with all his might. Alice still wouldn't yield, bringing up her grudge and ordering him to stop. In this situation, it was clear who had the upper hand. Kang Jin Hyuk was definitely going to see this through to the end. He couldn't let this go. He was having a blast, playing with the vampire's misery, ignoring all of Alice's screaming, pleading, or requests for mercy. That jerk kept shaking her around for 3 whole hours after he was done, and then, with that arrogant tone of his, Kang Jin Hyuk ordered, "Stop crying and come out, Alice." After being stuck in that bag for days, she finally got out, and the first thing she shouted was a vow to wash away this humiliation. "I will make you suffer 1,000 times the humiliation I—" But wait, before she could even finish, she realized something was off. She instinctively pointed at herself and screamed, "What the hell is this?" Kang Jin Hyuk put on an innocent face, acting like he had no idea, saying he had transformed part of her during the sealing process. So, she was now a mini version of Alice and couldn't even use 1% of her true power. Seriously, turning someone into that's just plain cruel. But anyway, even at 1% power, she was still much stronger than your average vampire. Alice's heart broke, and tears streamed down her face. She sobbed uncontrollably into her hands. "Boo-hoo, I can't accept this. This isn't the freedom I wanted." To make her stop crying, Kang Jin Hyuk cut her off, promising to help her get the freedom she actually wanted. "Alice von Ataraxia, if you help me, I will destroy those who betrayed you and help you reclaim your position as the head of the Ataraxia family." A few hours after the video of Kang Jin Hyuk clearing the boss was uploaded to the Hall of Fame, public opinion exploded once again. The raid that everyone thought would end in failure had turned around completely. The appearance of the masked man brought a fresh wave of change, and thank goodness it wasn't a heat wave. Countless comments were praising him. Even the park department liked and subscribed, which just goes to show how hot it really was. Right at this moment, Kang Jin Hyuk stood right in front of a famous guild. The exclusive scandals and corruption of the big guilds weren't his problem, but whether they dared to try and take him out was a different question. Of course, Kang Jin Hyuk wouldn't let that happen, and for guys like them, he was going to wipe them all out. Putting on his mask, Kang Jin Hyuk charged into the top floor of the Will Raven building all by himself, where the chairman, Shin Jeon-soo, was acting all high and mighty, punishing Park Ha-jin. Because he failed to eliminate his opponent in the ruins, the chairman shouted and kicked the jerk in the stomach. "The reputation of our guild is being dragged through the mud and nearly destroyed, all because you couldn't teach that brat who humiliated us a lesson, you useless jerk." But unfortunately for the old man who had just finished abusing his employee, he was about to get a taste of his own medicine from Kang Jin Hyuk. Park Ha-jin saw his rival arrive and scrambled to seize the moment, thinking it was a perfect opportunity to restore his own honor in front of the chairman. But oh, how heartbreaking. Park Ha-jin was nothing but a mosquito. A single hit from Kang Jin Hyuk sent him flying out the door. Kang Jin Hyuk sat confidently in the chair, totally relaxed, not even bothering to pay attention to the man losing his mind. Preparing to skewer him, Shinji Onsu got bloodthirsty, activated his swift sword, and lunged straight at him to strike. Kang Jin Hyuk just kept sitting there. But with just a single go piece, he snapped the opponent's sword in two. Shinji Onsu stood there with a blank, stupid look, wondering, a go piece? How? Then he opened his trap to interrogate him. Did you come here for revenge just because I tried to kill you? You destroyed this whole place just for that. What the hell, man? You tried to kill someone, and then you asked that? You deserve to be punched. Even though he was the chairman, Shinji Onsu kept getting served a beating instead of dinner. It didn't work, so he switched to threats. We have 50 high-ranking members away because they're climbing the tower. If you dare to touch me, they will hunt you down to the ends of the earth. Blood will never stop flowing. Hatred leads to more hatred. Unless one side chooses to forgive, the cycle of reincarnation will never end. Listening to his logic, Kang Jin Hyuk felt embarrassed for him. Well then, let's just end this right here. I'll be the one taking revenge, and you guys can forgive me. He said it, then promptly sent him off to meet his ancestors in the blink of an eye. Park Ha-jin, who had been knocked away meters earlier, was still lying there like a statue, totally passed out, not daring to make a sound. Kang Jin Hyuk temporarily spared him because of the intern, his little sister, Park Ha-na, who had helped him out quite a bit. Before leaving, Kang Jin Hyuk suddenly noticed the gatekeeper playing dead, so he told him to stand up and present his profile right there and then. The guy heard that and hurriedly stood at attention, putting on a super serious face. Kim Hyung-gu, 26 years old. I'm responsible for managing the guild's general affairs. My major at Stanford University was computer science and accounting. You can trust me to handle everything. That seemed pretty impressive, way more than an 11-year gaming veteran like himself. And plus, he looked decent enough. Not wanting to waste a booming guild, Kang Jin Hyuk decided to hand over the guild leader position to this guy. Kim Hyung-gu was so startled he nearly fell over. He said he was the leader, but in reality, he was just making him responsible for keeping up the guild's image. Kim Hyung-gu couldn't quite accept it yet. But if I become the leader, no one will follow me. He pointed at his own dorky face and yelled. But Kang Jin Hyuk had already calculated that, as if anyone would agree to let some secretary who didn't know how to fight suddenly jump into the top position. He told him not to worry, that other people would deal with the dissenters. And immediately, every single member of the guild, regardless of who they were or where they were eating, sleeping, or hunting monsters, received a summons to appear at the headquarters top floor. What the hell? Why an emergency meeting when we're busy as hell like this? One guy was busy farming monsters and cursed after reading the news. However, a few hours later, they all had to scramble to gather there. As soon as they reached the building, they were hit with the sight of the chairman's dead body lying motionless, and the headquarters was in ruins. And that wasn't all. The person sitting in the chairman's chair right now was Kim Hyung-gu, which shocked the living daylights out of everyone. The A-rank players of the guild saw this and immediately tried to grab him to tell them exactly what happened. Kim Hyung-gu only dared to mutter. Someone was entrusted with the leader position, for him to understand. But this guy was still being an idiot. After seeing Alice's tiny figure next to him, he blurted out 2 words, "This brat." Alice immediately flew into a rage. "Who are you calling a brat?" she said, and then proceeded to show that jerk a lesson. Kang Jin Hyuk watched from below. Watching this whole mess gives me such a headache. I told them to just manage things. Why do they have to make such a damn fuss? Right on cue, he got a message from the Awaken Association confirming that Kang Jin Hyuk's test results were ready. He rushed over immediately to pick up his certificate. It's been about 2 months since the tower appeared. The world order has shifted, and people are slowly getting used to it. Meanwhile, the news has been buzzing about the masked man. It's drawn so much attention because a ruin that an entire guild couldn't handle was conquered by just one person. At this point, only 2 people know the masked man's true identity. Kim, the leader of the Porter Squad, who happily agreed to keep it secret, and finally, Teresa, who also promised to take the secret to her grave. Kang Jin Hyuk felt relieved enough to move forward. All the conditions have been met, nothing is holding him back anymore. It's finally time for him to seize everything at the Awakened Association. Kang Jin Hyuk got his Awakened certificate, allowing him to farm monsters freely. He's just hiding his true power, so he's technically ranked as an F rank. While there, he ran into 2 of his friends. When they found out he was the leader of Raven, they were overjoyed. After catching up, Kang Jin Hyuk was fuming and turned to chew Alice out for blowing up the building just because she was called a kid. She's lived for nearly 1,000 years, so she couldn't stand being provoked like that. She wasn't having it either, baring her fangs and snapping back, acting all indignant. "Nobody talks to me like that." Kang Jin Hyuk was utterly exhausted and had no idea what kind of creature she was. He gave up on arguing and told her to come along with him to hunt, After getting yelled at and then being told to hunt with Alice, he grumbled, "Do it yourself. Do you not have arms or legs?" Kang Jin Hyuk didn't say much else and dragged the brat along. Since he was about to hunt a bunch of monsters, he needed someone to back him up. Whoa, there are still hunting grounds left. Alice was pretty excited, since other guilds had already snatched up all the prime dungeons, leaving nothing else behind. Well, that's what everyone else thought, but of course, that's not how Kang Jin Hyuk sees it. He knows the tower inside and out. On the first floor of the Trial Tower, there's the Moon Lake, famous for having the best scenery in the whole tower. Ironically, nobody visits it anymore. There are 12 statues here, and among them, one is special. It doesn't just add a touch of majesty to the lake, it's the key to entering a hidden dungeon. Countless people have noticed the slot on the statue. Some thought it was for coins, others said it was for a key. However, no one ever figured out how to open that statue because the key to this mechanism isn't a normal physical key, it's moonlight. Kang Jin Hyuk skillfully used his hand to guide the moonlight into the slot, adjusting the angle so it perfectly aligned with the sequence engraved on the statue. Finally, after a few tries, the door leading underground creaked open. Following Kang Jin Hyuk, Alice couldn't help but gasp. I never expected a place like this to be inside the tower. It had been so long since she'd felt that sense of freedom she had long forgotten. Alice reached out to feel the rushing water, feeling strangely at peace. Kang Jin Hyuk stood behind her with a sly look. If he dared to speak up and tease her, she'd deny it, but since she accepted his contract, she shyly admitted that he was a leader worth trusting. Kang Jin Hyuk then headed down into the basement, activating his Blessing of the Stars skill to channel holy power. He cast Frostbite to boost his magic to 18, making it much easier to keep Alice in check. Looking at her bewildered expression, a bold idea crossed his mind. He wondered what the creatures inside the tower actually think about the players, and if Alice even realizes that she's just a piece of game data. Curious about the nature of her kind, Kang Jin Hyuk asked Alice about his doubts. But for some reason, whatever he said just glitched out like a scratched film, scaring the life out of her. It turned out that all information regarding the tower is blocked. It can't be revealed to the species born inside the tower. As they went deeper, Alice suddenly felt something emerging. Giant, supersized beetles came crawling out from the darkness. That's why people call this place a monster spawning ground. Seeing these disgusting creatures, Alice was shaking so hard she forgot she was a vampire. Kang Jin Hyuk yelled for her to step back while he immediately attacked with his fire fist and the Blessing of the Stars. Just when he thought it would be easy, the monster's physical resistance suddenly shot up by 30%. Even though Alice was terrified and felt like she'd been dragged on a roller coaster, she had to, on her own volition, of course, force herself to step in and wipe out the pests. She unleashed her blood seal, turning the whole area into a sea of blood. Kang Jin Hyuk took the chance to close the distance, letting go of his previous restraints. Now, he officially joined the fray, activating his Death Venom sword to show them what a real nightmare is. "All of you, come at me," Kang Jin Hyuk shouted with a devilish smirk. At the same time, at the Olympus Guild headquarters, representatives of the top guilds were gathered to discuss the war. Titan Guild representative Patrick was the first to speak. As everyone already knows, the 8th raid to reach the 4th floor has failed. Out of 19 raid teams with a total of 100 people, only 9 returned. And the boss on the 3rd floor isn't even that outstanding. However, we have to find a way to take out those 100,000 statues it commands. Damn it, it sounds like the tomb of the first emperor of Qin, doesn't it? The Zunghua Guild representative, Tenwei, interrupted. Even though we have holy artifacts with reflection skills in hand, we still failed. We can't break through their defensive formation. It's as thick as a legion. Then, one by one, representatives from other guilds joined the discussion. Along with Olympus Guild representative Maria, Teresa was also there. These people started arguing back and forth, blaming each other, and almost came to blows. Just as a fight was about to break out, Titan Guild representative Patrick stepped in to stop the chaos. "Yesterday, we received an offer from the Demonkin. They said they would support us if we agreed to their conditions." Hearing the word Demonkin, everyone's hatred flared up instantly. No one wanted to team up with those globally wanted criminals. As they were bickering, a voice from the depths of the underworld suddenly echoed. "What did you say about that trash? You're hurting our feelings." Oh, so it's a demonoid. He had somehow teleported right there. As soon as he saw him, Baek Jin Ho flipped a table in a fit of rage, ready to send the guy to his grave. Tenwei joined in, raising his sword and pointing it forward, ready to strike. "That's exactly what I wanted to hear." Baek Jin Ho. The two who were just arguing loudly were now on the same front, preparing to send this demonoid back to his ancestors. Faced with death, the demonoid didn't tremble at all. He calmly used the fact that he could destroy the 3rd floor boss as an excuse to lure them into joining him. At first, everyone talked a big game, but after seeing his unique skill, Black Moon Gravekeeper, activated, they changed their minds faster than flipping a pancake. A series of mobile skeletons were summoned, tens of thousands of them forming a formidable army. Realizing he was a necromancer, and seeing his staff of greed, crafted from 99 different materials, their attitudes completely shifted, on the condition that this wouldn't go public. The representatives felt it was worth the risk. Maria still disagreed, continuously voicing her protest. Teresa, standing to the side, thought they had all truly lost their minds. She suddenly remembered that if Kang Jin Hyuk were here, they wouldn't be in this situation. Just as she was wondering what to do, Teresa received a video call request from outside. It was none other than Kang Jin Hyuk. Speak of the devil, and he appears. Like a drowning person grabbing a life buoy, Teresa immediately picked up. What the hell is going on here? Kang Jin Hyuk. He suddenly exclaimed upon seeing the chaotic scene in front of him. The demonoid wasn't about to take it, cursing him harshly. Who the hell are you? Why don't you show your face instead of hiding behind that boring screen? Show my face? Fine, I'll show it. Kang Jin Hyuk didn't fear anyone. Upon seeing the person before them, the representatives were startled and stopped all their actions. Kang Jin Hyuk, the one who had single-handedly cleared the first-floor ruins. They looked at each other and whispered, "That's the super rookie every guild in the world wants to recruit. The one they've been searching for." Yet, he was standing right in front of them. They gritted their teeth, thrilled by his sudden appearance. The demonoid spoke up, breaking the tense atmosphere with a sarcastic question. "Do you even know that this boss hunt is completely different from the last one? This guy was even showing off. What could you possibly be unable to do with this many soldiers? Even the people here had to admit that." Kang Jin Hyuk acted surprised. "Oh, really?" Then he delivered a line that made the guy want to find a hole to crawl into. "There is no way you can pull that off with just a fake staff." Hit where it hurt, the guy jumped in shock. Kang Jin Hyuk immediately let the representatives see the fake face of that bastard. He said, "Holy Spear and Holy Oil, it's obvious you used these two items to create it." While explaining, Kang Jin Hyuk pointed out the evidence. The Staff of Greed had a ruby embedded beneath the skull, and there was no way to create a real staff just 3 floors in. Furthermore, those small fry outside couldn't even last half a day in a raid, let alone fight. He asserted firmly that the bastard clearly intended to abandon them after pocketing the coins or items. While they were confused and in the dark, caught off guard by his accusation, the demonoid immediately flipped, cursing him for being arrogant and saying he would regret not accepting his offer, and that next time he would surely teach him a lesson. He didn't forget to look menacing by saying bye-bye with a 360-degree backflip, "I'll be watching you." When that bastard and his skeleton army vanished, everyone was left bewildered, asking each other what to do now. Kang Jin Hyuk didn't waste the opportunity, cutting in and telling them to leave it to him, no need to ally with the demonoid. He could handle it all by himself. This single statement immediately left the big shots stunned. After all, they were opportunists. Regardless of whether he succeeded or not, the first thing they did was start begging to recruit the guy every guild wanted to have. However, Kang Jin Hyuk's answer was a firm no. "No need to pay me anything. Just block off the boss area so no one else can enter. I alone am enough." It sounded totally ridiculous. Tenwei was curious and asked for the reason. The more he talked, the more suspicious it seemed. Kang Jin Hyuk scratched his head, shyly saying some sickening words. "I'm just doing what needs to be done. Everything for the people I consider my most precious teammates." He tried hard not to laugh like a dog. Teresa was extremely embarrassed, while Baek Jin Ho hit his nerve and laughed loudly. "Absolutely wonderful. This is true comradeship." The man, in the name of the guild representative, couldn't say anything more. "You make me see myself in you." How cheesy. Thankfully, the atmosphere seemed better now. Kang Jin Hyuk said his goodbyes, preparing for his one-of-a-kind hunt. But who knew that behind the mask of a super rookie, a girl was being exploited like a slave, handling the monsters in the distance all by herself. Just as predicted, Alice couldn't help but scream for fairness because he dared to make her do all the work like a maid. Luckily, Kang Jin Hyuk still had a bit of humanity left, intending to buy her some mana supplements to recover. He just didn't expect that his own blood would be the best mana of all. Once Alice was done drinking, she stopped complaining. She obediently jumped down into the bottomless pit with Kang Jin Hyuk, even though Alice had tried to stop him since they didn't know the depth. But Kang Jin Hyuk was extremely confident because he had been there hundreds of times and knew exactly how deep it was. He landed safely below, then used fire magic to light up the area. Alice looked at the monsters surrounding them and asked quietly, "Did we come to the wrong place?" "Wrong? How is it wrong?" Kang Jin Hyuk replied nonchalantly, "It's the right place." Then he looked forward, facing the massive thing sitting right there. "Insects this size aren't enough to kill me. Why don't you show yourself, you stray dog wandering the Anubis desert?" This giant statue right here was peaceful until you came along and insulted it. Kang Jin Hyuk immediately fired back, having prepared for this in advance. He kept provoking the dog, eager to see the mutt lose its temper. Alice stepped forward to block him. This guy is dangerous. I'll hold him off. You need to get out of here. Who would have thought she'd actually worry about him? Kang Jin Hyuk suddenly smirked, then pushed her behind him. Alice told him not to act so recklessly or he'd die young. Kang Jin Hyuk didn't care. He kept running his mouth, preparing to put on a masterclass performance to show her who he really was. Anubis, watching this spectacle, flew into a rage and immediately activated his skill. Anubis's judgment. Answer me. Did that vampire woman reveal my secrets to you? The first question appeared. Kang Jin Hyuk looked at the bastard with a blank expression. He knew exactly how this skill worked whenever he faced Anubis. The judgment technique would trigger once he answered all 3 questions, and the condition to copy it was to make this dog lose his patience and destroy the vessel containing his consciousness. Kang Jin Hyuk figured if he successfully pissed him off, he would gain the power to answer the most powerful question in the world. So if he answered as he pleased, it didn't matter if his answers were right or wrong. Kang Jin Hyuk was very cooperative, answering all 3 questions in a row, until he met the conditions to trigger the technique. He was immediately immobilized for 1 minute, and all his stats dropped by 50%. Now, I need an agent to judge you in my stead. Anubis spoke up. After scanning the insects for a while, he chose a giant black mantis that looked like a lump of coal, introducing it as the warrior to judge him. Then he asked something absolutely infuriating. What do you think of this mighty warrior of mine? Alice looked at the mantis and couldn't help but say, what an ugly, soulless piece of junk. Kang Jin Hyuk pulled a mini music player out of his pocket, a device that played his signature track and couldn't be destroyed until the song ended to clap back. Anubis thought the guy had been scared stupid by his terrifying warrior, or why else would he be playing music at a time like this? Kang Jin Hyuk closed his eyes. While parrying the mantis's attacks, he answered the dog's confusion. It's nothing special. I'm just enjoying the music, you idiot. That was a critical hit that directly enraged the boss, because Kang Jin Hyuk had brought music because he had researched and tested it hundreds of times to find the rhythm that perfectly mimicked the giant mantis's attack patterns. All he had to do was flow with the rhythm to parry like a conductor. Anubis realized the opponent was dodging the attacks in perfect rhythm, and it definitely wasn't just luck. 1 minute passed. Kang Jin Hyuk was drenched in sweat. Now that he was completely free from the seal, he could use his skills and finishers. Kang Jin Hyuk immediately activated Grave Shadow Sword, slashing wildly at the mantis. Even though it was being minced, that insect was no joke. It even had the ability to regenerate its wounds. Talk about overpowered. But its opponent wasn't just standing there either. Kang Jin Hyuk didn't stop, hacking and slashing continuously, giving it no time to rest. It resurrected, died, then resurrected again. It was exhausting. Seeing this, Alice's expression shifted. You'd think she felt sorry for the mantis, but no, the girl suddenly wore a wicked smile. She thought to herself, I never expected this guy to be this strong. That means he might actually be able to help me get my revenge. She watched the fight with delight. Kang Jin Hyuk paused for a moment. Anubis saw this and quickly urged his warrior to attack. But he didn't know that a warrior chosen by a god usually has immense pride. Any move that could completely shatter the will of a warrior who thought he would always win was an insult and a provocation. Kang Jin Hyuk, with a devious look on his face, walked over and sat on the mantis's head in a mocking way. The insect, insulted to the core, stood up, said something, made a throat-slitting gesture, and ended up committing suicide right in front of Anubis. Just like that, it was over. Anubis's face crumpled like a sour lemon. He had no idea what the hell just happened. The mantis was gone, leaving Kang Jin Hyuk the grimoire containing ice magic. Thanks to it, he received the freeze skill. The benefits of being the only one to receive a reward really are something. No wonder the big guilds fight over all the profitable towers. What an unexpected reward. Anubis was furious, gritting his teeth as he admitted, you are no ordinary human, but using that toy to attack is just ridiculous. Fighting you? You don't even dare to face me directly. What are you rambling about? You're sitting on the 42nd floor, yet you're not even that impressive. Hearing Kang Jin Hyuk's retort, Anubis couldn't help but feel skeptical and curious. You know that only my consciousness exists here, right? Then why come here to challenge me? Kang Jin Hyuk laughed like he hit the jackpot. Reason? Do I need a reason? I just find it fun. That answer directly caused Anubis to lose his mind. Fun? You say it's fun? How does a mere human like you dare to use me for your entertainment, you insolent brat? The roar had barely faded before the royal Vespoid was activated. It was an ancient species of bee that could summon countless giant insects. Anubis had lost control, his mind clouded with rage. He screamed at his soldiers to kill that insolent human immediately. Kang Jin Hyuk didn't show a hint of fear, combining the fire element with the Cloud So P version of freeze, fusing them together to create solar flare to counter. It was an AA rank skill, compressing mana before exploding it like a tornado. A single sweep would turn everything in its path into dust. Anubis was indescribably bitter. He changed his plan and activated the targeted object skill on the wasp in front of him, turning them into immortal creatures that constantly multiplied. This was it exactly as he had planned. He had prepared for this earlier. Kang Jin Hyuk pulled out a giantization pill, which increased an object's size tenfold, and fed it to those bees. Luckily, he was feeding the bees, or else, if he had fed it to a person, things would have gotten messy. Without stopping, he jumped onto the head of one of them and lured them all into one spot. Next, Kang Jin Hyuk created an unidentified cube from the items he bought earlier to trap them inside. He tossed in a fire element, and boom, it turned into a miniature cell where they tore each other apart. Now, Kang Jin Hyuk just had to sit back and enjoy the results. It's easy mode. The more monsters that spawn, the more EXP he gains. They're the most efficient photocopiers ever. Anubis was absolutely losing his mind. He couldn't believe the guy in front of him was so formidable that he had everything planned out in such detail. Enraged, he wiped out that swarm of bees. He couldn't let some freeloader just reap the EXP. Anubis hopped around like he'd been bitten by an ant. He kept shrieking and cursing, threatening that he'd better hold on to his pathetic life and climb to the top of the rankings. By then, he punished the little brat. Once he finished his rant, the desert mutt completely vanished, and the Anubis container was destroyed too. Kang Jin Hyuk successfully hacked the skill. Opponent's Judgment, a top-tier skill. The only catch is that if you violate the rules and use it twice on the same target, you'll have to face the wrath of the ancient Egyptian gods. As it happens, he just received a notification that the gods have started to take notice of him. Some of them are even acting hostile. Kang Jin Hyuk sighed and muttered to himself, cursing the narrow-minded gods in this place. Alice, who had been standing in the corner, was still dizzy because she had no clue what the hell just happened. She had only just sat down, but Kang Jin Hyuk kicked her out because he had a video call. Talk about being unreasonable. On the other end of the line was Chun Do-sung. With a murderous look on his face, he furiously started interrogating Kang Jin Hyuk about what backwater hole he was hiding in. As if I didn't know where you were. From him, he learned that the Awakened Association would be hosting a tournament in 24 hours. Every player ranked AA or higher is expected to participate. After saying that, Chun Do-sung requested that he join the tournament so they could have a proper match. What a crazy fanboy, chasing him all the way here just to ask for a fight. With his schedule so packed he was practically bursting, Kang Jin Hyuk naturally refused immediately. Time is money, after all. No, you can't refuse. Chun Do-sung insisted firmly, then pulled out a black market ticket he'd just swiped to use as a trade. Hearing about a black market ticket, Kang Jin Hyuk's eyes lit up like high beams. According to Chun Do-sung, unlike item shops where players trade with coins, the black market is a secret auction house for members, people who have received invitations to bid on items with cash. Just as he needed more items to devour the third-floor boss, who knows? He might find something cool there. But even with the ticket, Kang Jin Hyuk still didn't agree. However, Chun Do-sung kept pushing and started talking about the winner's reward. The winner gets two choices, either a replica of an item from the South Korean National Museum or the right to challenge a player who didn't participate in the tournament and choose their own opponent. Hearing that, Kang Jin Hyuk snapped. Something felt off. He shouted in Chun Do-sung's face, this time in front of everyone. I'm going to beat you to a pulp. He could talk all the trash he wanted, but in the end, the guy still had to drag himself to the tournament to participate, albeit reluctantly. While bored, watching the guys below showing off, Kang Jin Hyuk posted his video to a newly created channel. It immediately went viral, making a fortune because the video featured the guy himself, Kang Jin Hyuk, Teresa, and top-tier rankers from major guilds. Since the scene of the demon's appearance had been cut, no one criticized the guilds or picked fights with them. What would they even gain from that? Countless praising comments flooded in. His personality is so cool, badass. Taking down the boss solo is insane, etc. The netizen reaction was exactly as predicted. The masked player in the story made everyone curious. Standing tall in front of the major guild leaders and declaring that he would solo the boss naturally, the atmosphere was hotter than ever. Roughly counting by views, 50 million is a massive number. Every 10,000 views equals 100 coins, so 50 million is 500,000 coins. After subtracting the 90% fee, that fee is more of a rip-off than Loan Shark and Kang. Jin Hyuk could take home about 50,000 coins, but honestly, that's enough for him to splurge. He even thought about buying a castle and becoming a tycoon, but the guys below were still fighting pointlessly. Kang Jin Hyuk yawned, bored, waiting for this godforsaken tournament to end. They were all players ranked. AA, and above. The Awakened Association opened it up with an unedited live stream so the public could see just how strong and reliable the players were. In other words, this was a way to calm the tension that was stretched thin and boost the association's credibility after several failed attempts to conquer the third-floor boss. Finally, after a long, time-wasting fight, the winner emerged. Naturally, it was none other than Chun Du-sung. With confidence to spare, before the MC could even finish stating the winner's rights, Chun Du-sung interrupted to choose his next opponent. Everyone thought he'd pick some guild leader, but surprisingly, he stood in the middle of the arena and pointed straight at the stands. To the audience's confusion, the sword tip happened to be pointing toward Black Cloud Guild representative Hongdio Pyo and AAA ranker Dong Jo Hyun. It made him think he was being challenged, so he got ready to step up. Dong Jo Hyun almost made a fool of himself, but fortunately, Hongdio Pyo stopped him in time. Chun Du-sung remained frozen. Kang Jin Hyuk had to step up. His appearance, however, caused the silent stadium to erupt in chaos. People quickly looked up his info, but, oh well, all they saw was an ordinary F-rank player. As soon as he jumped into the arena, Kang Jin Hyuk looked incredibly tired. "I'm begging you, if you lose this time, just stop being so loud, okay? People should learn when to give up." They had barely met, but this guy was already pushing everyone's buttons. Just one word, diligent, was enough to make Chun Du-sung. "Son went absolutely berserk, training so hard that I haven't stopped for a single second just to keep up with you. If you want this ticket, give it everything you've got." After saying that, he impatiently jumped into a fighting stance, ignoring his opponent's weary sigh. "Here we go again. Well, since I'm already here." Kang Jin Hyuk decided to teach this annoying tail a lesson, and after a series of loud bangs, clangs, and chaos, the entire arena and the roof were blown away, leaving behind a scene of absolute ruin. A tattered, battered Chun Du-sung managed to wheeze out one final question. "Just how many skills do you even have?" As he collapsed flat on the ground, Kang Jin Hyuk rushed over not to help him up, but to snatch the black market card before flashing a devious smirk. He promised to put it to good use. Meanwhile, everyone in the stands watched him with a mix of awe and terror, buzzing with endless whispers. When Kang Jin Hyuk ran into some familiar faces, he put on a show of greeting the old man and the young girl from the museum earlier. They looked terrified upon seeing him, but had to play along and greet him obediently. He even threatened the schoolgirl to hand over her phone number. He forced her into it, making the poor girl panic, yet she still had to voluntarily hand it over. He thought that was the end of it and he could head back, but the real trouble was only just beginning. The arrogant Dong Jo Hyun from Black Cloud suddenly jumped down with a heavy thud, acting friendly and offering a handshake, saying he hoped they could get along. Kang Jin Hyuk immediately activated his truth-seeing eye to scan him. The guy had the unique skill, Giant's Violence, and to copy it, he needed to grasp the guy's hidden intent. Figuring out his true intent took some brainpower, but more importantly, how the hell does the system always manage to judge what the other person is planning? It was more than just a typical program. Standing there, facing Dong Jo Hyun's handshake and his flimsy excuses about wanting to be friends, Kang Jin Hyuk saw right through him. That fake, sugary smile was hiding deep-seated insecurity and resentment. A crowd of reporters swarmed in as if they had been waiting there all along. With his hand extended, the representative of the Black Cloud Guild wore a look of fake anticipation for the reporters. They wanted to show everyone how their super rookie could dominate the winner and pull all the attention toward them. Their intentions were as clear as day, and Kang Jin Hyuk saw right through them. He easily hacked Giant's hand into his own collection. It's a skill that allows the user to massively boost their hand strength, letting the wielder handle items 10 times larger than normal. Back when it was just a regular game, there weren't many players, so the chances to copy skills were extremely limited. But the times have changed. Now that the game has become reality, those powers that others struggle so hard to obtain, we're now waiting obediently for him to just come and take them. With the opponent's ultimate skill in his pocket, Kang Jin Hyuk began his counterattack. He ripped into the guy with insults that left him speechless, then knocked him out with the very same move. Dong Jo Hyun thought he was outclassed, but he was wrong. He was suddenly restrained by Anubis' judgment, followed by a bone-snapping handbrake that echoed loudly, finishing with Jin Hyuk's sinister smile. He delivered a lethal punch straight to his gut, then glanced down with a look of superiority. "You like playing colleagues so much? Since when were we ever close enough to act all friendly?" In the end, Dong Jo Hyun lay flat on his back, foaming at the mouth and unable to move a muscle. Seeing his star pupil, whom he trained so hard, get tossed aside, Hongdio Pyo flew into a rage, rushing over to start a fight. But before throwing hands, he had to say a few words to make it feel like a martial arts movie. "Do you have any idea how much effort I spent getting him to where he is today? And you dared to treat Dong Jo Hyun like a piece of garbage?" Ignoring the guy's rambling, What Kang Jin Hyuk cared about was the condition to copy the exclusive skill. He needed to break Hong Duk Pyo's pride to get Blood Demon Chi. He needed a clear plan because the guy wasn't exactly a pushover. Jin Hyuk spoke up, advising Hong Pyo to hold back for a second and stop the fighting to talk things through. But the guy wasn't listening at all. He was going insane. How could he be expected to calm down? Replying to the guy's "Are you scared?" remark, he boasted that he just hadn't planned on sending the guild leader to the sidelines with his underlings yet. What could be more humiliating than that? "You cowardly piece of trash, what are you blathering about?" Hong Pyo screamed as he charged in with his Blood Demon Ki at max level. Facing it head-on, Jin Hyuk didn't hold back either. He activated Solar Flare level 2, boosting his stats by 99 points, closing the 3-3 level gap. He easily blocked the attack. Hong Pyo was furious. He was a Vanguard commander who had cleared veteran boss on the second floor of the Trial Tower, yet he was being countered by an F-rank nobody. Just as he was about to unleash his next move, his opponent stopped. Jin Hyuk activated Reconciliation, whispering some sweet words that made the guy feel better. In a tournament where the whole public is watching like this, you should show them a more reliable side of yourself, don't you think? It was unclear if Hong Pyo actually listened, but just then, Supreme Commander Han Sang-jin of the Awakened Association appeared. Seeing someone else, Hong Pyo immediately started snitching, but Hong Pyo wasn't a child who just believed everything. The commander stepped in, telling him to calm down. This isn't a performance. In a competition, injuries are inevitable. After saying that, he completely ignored Hong Pyo and turned to greet Kang Jin Hyuk warmly. Even more surprisingly, he bowed with genuine respect, leaving the entire crowd absolutely shocked. It turned out that before coming here, he had rechecked the results of his test and realized that the investigation agency had pressured the system, which caused the error in his rank. Mr. Jin Hyuk, congratulations on being recognized as the 16th S-rank player in South Korea. Han Sang-jin bowed 90 degrees, expressing his sincere apologies for the association's oversight in giving him an undeserved rank. This news instantly made the stands explode. A new S-rank had appeared out of nowhere, making the media scramble to report the news. Hong Pyo stood nearby, drenched in cold sweat, silently cursing. What the hell is going on? This tournament was supposed to be. This should have been the Black Cloud Guild's big moment. So why did it completely flop? He was determined to save this disaster at any cost. And just like that, Hong Pyo grabbed a passing reporter, trying to lure him in with a scoop about the Black Cloud Guild's third-floor boss raid plan. He wanted to show off, but the reporter didn't even care. Instead, he took off running toward Kang Jin Hyuk as fast as he could, saying, "If you have time later, let's connect." Hong Pyo collapsed right there. He could only turn around and walk away. His pride had been completely trampled. Kang Jin Hyuk didn't even have to lift a finger to gain the unique skill, Blood Demon Chi. News of the 16th S-rank player exploded across the media. The public's reaction was exactly as Kang Jin Hyuk had predicted. On top of that, he was even given a first-class ticket to Las Vegas. So that's why everyone wants to reach the top rank. The treatment was on another level. Kang Jin Hyuk sat in a comfortable chair, enjoying the luxury, and couldn't help but sigh in relief. Plus, he even got gourmet snacks served right to him. It was something he hadn't experienced in 11 years. As he was enjoying his drink, Alice suddenly complained, grumbling about the person in front of them, saying he had a strange smell. His blood gives off such an unpleasant, stifling scent. I will absolutely never drink that foul-smelling blood. As he was enjoying the moment, he was interrupted. Kang Jin Hyuk scolded her, telling her not to judge people by their appearance like that. Alice retorted angrily, "I'm not joking. That man is no good." Realizing she seemed serious, he paid a little more attention and used his eye of truth to check. Oh boy, he shouldn't have looked. Once he did, he realized it really did stink. This handsome guy was actually a necromancer from the Demon-Human Association. If he wanted to copy his skills, he would need to gain his trust. And the condition for that was joining the Demon-Human Association. Looking at that face and how naturally he was acting, it was truly unbelievable. Speak of the devil, and he appears. The blonde guy suddenly blurted out a sound and turned around, acting surprised. Are you Kang Jin Hyuk? The S-rank player who was recently recognized in South Korea? Kang Jin Hyuk knew clearly that this wasn't a coincidence. This jerk was on the same flight because he was targeting him. Since he was recognized as S-rank, it wasn't just the main guilds that were keeping an eye on him. He knew that, but he played along to see what this guy was up to. The blonde guy took out a business card. He introduced himself as Alex Judro and invited him to have a drink to kill some time, pulling out a bottle of high-end vintage liquor. The guy told him everything about himself, from how well his business was doing to how he overcame obstacles when the Tower of Trials appeared. After that, He pivoted to his goal, revealing that he came to South Korea to expand his awakening division. He said that since his friend, the masked man named Kang Jin Hyuk, was planning to raid the third-floor boss, things had become quite chaotic. Kang Jin Hyuk sipped his drink while listening to the guy make up stories, finding it quite amusing. He acted friendly, pretending to know the masked man, never realizing the real one was sitting right in front of him. Then, after a while, his goal was revealed. Alex Judro invited him to join their raid on the third-floor boss. Since S-rank players have the right to operate independently, no one dared to touch him. Kang Jin Hyuk remained silent. In this situation, since Kang Jin Hyuk had declared he would raid it alone, the main guilds would try to strictly control entry to the third-floor boss room. After thinking for a moment, he decided to turn down the offer. Alex Judro refused to give up. He took out a bottle of potion with a scheming look, introducing it as an elixir, a medicine that could cure even incurable diseases or even a broken heart. Kang Jin Hyuk held it in his hand, acting blank as if he were easily swayed, and started getting greedy. Alex Judro continued to sweet-talk him, acting as if he were giving him the bottle as a deposit. All you have to do is sign this contract. With his eyes, Kang Jin Hyuk immediately realized it was a demon-human contract. It looked like any other normal contract, but once you break the contract, a hidden death curse would be triggered. Of course, the solution was very simple. You just don't sign it, and there's nothing to worry about. Kang Jin Hyuk refused to sign, using the excuse that he didn't want to provoke the main guilds. Alex Judro didn't push any further. The guy reached out to take the bottle back, but Kang Jin Hyuk didn't give it back. What's in his hand is his, so don't even think about taking it back. He smiled slightly and replied to his opponent, although I'm a cautious type, I'm also quite ambitious. Anything I want, I must take it for myself. Alex Judro was robbed in broad daylight and couldn't do anything about it. He could only threaten Kang Jin Hyuk, saying he would make him pay for this. But he shouldn't have brought that up, because it was laughable. Kang Jin Hyuk directly exposed his lies. The shameful people at the Olympus conference thought Kang Jin Hyuk was on their side, so why was he mocking him? If you behave, I might reveal a few things about that Kang Jin Hyuk guy. Alex Judro was steaming with rage. He could only swallow his anger. Kang Jin Hyuk landed in Las Vegas safely without losing a single hair. Seeing the luxurious city in front of her, Alice couldn't help but say, "Not bad, I guess." Walking beside her, Kang Jin Hyuk whispered, telling her to stay quiet and not cause any trouble, or he would throw her back into that pitch-black ring. This was considered a reward because she had discovered the demon human on the plane. To prepare for his upcoming plan, he quickly summoned memories of the fusion world, the Eye of Truth skill, and his blood demon chi. He created the Gluttonous Eye skill, which could see an opponent's status window and read their thoughts. Alice thought she was going into a huge casino in front of them, but no. The place they arrived at was a tiny, obscure gambling den. The only difference was that magic was allowed there. Before entering, they witnessed customers being stripped of all their money through deception by players using skills. Even though they reported it to the floor manager, they only received a beating and a cold, harsh response. You're already using skills, so stop yapping. Anyone who gets swindled is just an idiot. Kang Jin Hyuk heard it, and he had to admit the guy wasn't wrong. Alice, who was just moping around about how bored she was a minute ago, now had eyes sparkling like stars, finding everything so interesting. Kang Jin Hyuk carried her over to the drink counter. He told the server to make her whatever she wanted, then wandered off on his own to chase some quick cash. Kang Jin Hyuk started things off with a high-stakes game of cards. He immediately used the skill he hacked from Anubis to seal his opponent's abilities, then went all in with $5 million, walking away with a massive payout. But of course, these losers, who just had their pockets cleaned, started making a scene, accusing him of cheating and calling for security to drag him off for an interrogation. Yeah, right, in your dreams. Kang Jin Hyuk stood up, repeating to the guy the same line he heard earlier. Around here, any idiot who gets swindled is just an idiot. As he said that, he gave them a taste of some basic hand-to-hand combat. Alice, on the side, couldn't care less. She was calmly enjoying her drink. The shop managers, meanwhile, were panicking. Because their guild leader still hadn't arrived, the manager was like a cat on a hot tin roof, pacing back and forth. He looked at the wreckage in front of him and thought something felt wrong. Even if this area was illegal, what kind of madman would actually pull something like this? The tension was reaching a breaking point. The guy next to him kept calling out for the manager, which only made him angrier. But as soon as he saw the report saying the man in front of him was Kang Jin Hyuk, the player just officially ranked as an S-class, his attitude did a complete 180. Even in the United States, there were fewer than 30 S-class players. If the man in front of him started a riot, his little hideout would be wiped off the map. Thinking that, he immediately ordered his underlings to stand down, then knelt in terror to apologize. He had been in the middle of a good fight, so Kang Jin Hyuk frowned, annoyed. Why the sudden apology? Finally realized you messed with someone of a higher rank. Huh. He then started tallying up the amount he was owed. Beyond the money he'd won fair and square, he added on compensation for emotional distress, and damages from the violence, and blah blah blah. Long story short, $10 million. The guy turned pale the moment he heard 10 million. But to keep his casino safe, he had to grit his teeth and hand the money over. Kang Jin Hyuk smirked with satisfaction. This was just enough to participate in the item auction. He was ready, and the timing was perfect. A moment later, a car from the auction organizers arrived to pick him up. From inside the car, you couldn't see anything outside. It seemed the location of the auction was top secret. Just that alone made it worth looking forward to. The moment they reached the gate, Alice started whining to be let out. Once she was released, she was thrilled. There were so many prying eyes here, so Kang Jin Hyuk didn't forget to warn her not to cause any trouble inside. The venue looked incredibly formal, and the chatter about the items made people feel overwhelmed. Rumor had it that this auction would feature the dragonfish heart. Everything was happening because of the Tower of Trials appearing, and because of the frequency of mana, or whatever it was, treasures that had been lost since ancient times were appearing once again. While everyone was excited, Alice suddenly covered her mouth and started retching. She looked disgusted. Oh, so right in front of them were that damned ghost man Alex Judro and his master, Julius Cedric. They seemed to be here because they were still salty about Kang Jin Hyuk messing with them earlier. Looking at that blonde guy's face, you could tell he'd been beaten to a pulp. Since he failed his mission and even had the elixir stolen, Kang Jin Hyuk immediately activated his greedy eye to scan Julius Cedric. 58 years old, level 30, necromancer. Unique skill, guardian of the Bala Pyramid. Just as expected, this old man had exceptional abilities, and his unique power allowed him to create synergy with other necromancers. With just a little bit of mana, he could summon a whole army of spiritual beasts. It was truly the kind of power everyone wanted. But, surprise, surprise, old man. The condition to copy his skill was to complete a dark magic course from Julius Cedric with an A+ grade. What a ridiculously absurd condition. He'd worry about that later. This system must be insane. First, Kang Jin Hyuk had to poke at the old man's pain point a little. He smiled, approached them gently, and started spewing nonsense just to be petty. Thanks to your student, I got my hands on something very precious, and I had a very pleasant flight, too. Julius Cedric didn't pay him much mind. He went straight to the point. Thanks to your student, I've acquired something incredibly valuable, plus I had a very pleasant flight. Julius Cedric barely paid him any mind, cutting straight to the point. He wanted to know things about Kang Jin Hyuk, but Kang Jin Hyuk loved making things difficult for others, so he just walked away. He ignored the old man's threats. He wasn't afraid. He brushed off that fake skull and said, "Talk to you later." Alice saw that and got all pumped up, asking to personally finish off those stinky guys. Kang Jin Hyuk didn't want to invite trouble to a place that was so hard to reach, so he stopped her immediately. A while later, under everyone's anticipation, the 175th black market auction began. The first item was a piece of meteorite that fell in Arizona, USA, with a starting price of $100,000. At the moment, there wasn't a single skilled craftsman who could process this meteorite. In other words, no one currently knew how to use the thing at all. Kang Jin Hyuk thought to himself that this was the perfect chance to buy it at a bargain price. He went for it and bid $300,000, looking triumphant. He thought he'd snag the meteorite for a steal, but out of nowhere, a $1 million bid from the old man, Julius Cedric, slapped him in the face. And it wasn't just the meteorite. Every single item he tried to buy, the old man snapped up. Kang Jin Hyuk had planned to trick him into buying a ton of stuff to drain his treasury, but he hadn't accounted for the fact that the old guy was several times richer than him. Next up was an item for the real high rollers, the primordial chessboard. Alex Judro saw his master still wanted to play, and when he tried to intervene, he got scolded. "You idiot. If that guy can easily get what he wants, what do you expect me to do?" Even though he was a bit hurt, his finances were still more than enough, so he had to buy it to exchange it for information on Kang Jin Hyuk. Kang Jin Hyuk seemed very interested in this item and kept bidding. Acting desperate, he drove the price up to $8 million, but faced with that sky-high bid, he had no choice but to bite the bullet. His face darkened as he countered with $10 million, but the old man wasn't stopping. He excitedly pushed it to $30 million, sending the entire crowd into an uproar. $10 million is the absolute limit of your funds, isn't it? I know exactly what you're after. If you want this item, come over here and crawl at my feet, he shouted gleefully at Kang Jin Hyuk. Watching the item he needed being snatched away, Kang Jin Hyuk was utterly devastated, hanging his head as he desperately racked his brain for a countermove. But at the very last second, right before the announcement, Alice suddenly stood up and bid $100 million. The old man was so shocked his jaw could have hit the floor. He kept pushing, but he was bound to lose this one. Alice sealed the deal with a massive bid of 200 million, leaving the host. Even the host had to demand proof of funds. Proof? She didn't have liquid cash, but her vault was overflowing with treasure. Alice dumped a pile of gold and jewels right in front of them. It was blinding just to look at. That crown that tumbled out alone was worth 500 million. Truly, that's the royal family for you. Only then did Julius Cedric realize that this girl was the real, formidable opponent, and on top of that, she was acting under Kang Jin Hyuk's command. This was bad. An enemy even more troublesome than Kang Jin Hyuk had appeared. The tides had turned, and they couldn't win this. They played dirty, executing Plan B. A suicide bombing, no. An ambush on the entire building, throwing everything into chaos. They turned everyone there into sacrificial pawns, using them as raw material to refine their dark magic. Cries of despair and pleas for help. My head feels like it's splitting. Help me. The echoes rang out everywhere. Standing before these two insane master and apprentice, Kang Jin Hyuk couldn't take it anymore and decided to make his move. You've crossed the line, you disgusting scum, he spat out in anger. The necromancer, who had been holding back until now, finally had his chance to vent. He summoned several zombies that looked absolutely grotesque. Seeing his opponent still putting up a fight, he brought up the day he was humiliated like a dog on the plane. Your execution order is set, so there's no reason for me to hold back anymore. With that, he unleashed his ultimate move. This guy was such a waste of space if you're going to fight. Just fight. He kept running his mouth, even asking about Alice's whereabouts. Since he asked, Kang Jin Hyuk replied with a smirk, saying she hated disgusting things, so she had already run off. He said that, but in reality, she had to release the materials because it was hard for him to maintain mana in the current situation. The Hellfire kept attacking. If this dragged on, a drawn-out battle wasn't the answer, so he needed to end it as quickly as possible. But that was easier said than done. Even after using the Mirror Tomb, the opponent was still as persistent as a leech and even stronger than before. After observing for a while, Kang Jin Hyuk finally realized he intended to use this method to stall for time. As long as he absorbed more life force, he would keep summoning more monsters and lead his opponent around, draining their mana. This was the standard strategy for a necromancer. However, Kang Jin Hyuk wasn't going to let him have his way. He used the scales of Newbie's skill to neutralize the attacks, combined with Solar Flare to burn every single corpse to a crisp. Even though Alex Judro had studied his enemy's skills thoroughly during the martial arts tournament, he never expected there were still many things he didn't know. He intended to scatter the zombies and attack before the beams of light could fully converge, but as luck would have it, those zombies couldn't even budge an inch before they were wiped out by Kang Jin Hyuk's ultimate technique. After the massive explosion, Alex Judro lay sprawled on the ground, shrieking in horror. No way, my precious babies. Seeing the scene before him, Kang Jin Hyuk calmly mocked him. Look at what has become of your babies. Alex Judro realized he had lost and tried to use a smoke bomb to escape, but he ended up getting stabbed in the back instead, causing all this trouble, and now you're trying to bail. I'll show you how I'm going to tear you apart. In the next half hour, your lungs will slowly fill with blood. And while your lungs are drowning in blood, you'll suffocate and kick the bucket. I heard that besides burning to death, suffocation is the most painful way to go. Kang Jin Hyuk approached, radiating a murderous aura. As he drew his knife, he added a bonus. He might let him live if he told him the information about the demon-human hybrids. Seeing the miracle drug in his opponent's hand, Alex Judro thought he was actually going to be saved. He crawled up, trying to speak, but he couldn't get a word out. He tried to write it down, but Kang Jin Hyuk stopped him. Now he realized this guy didn't want him to live. Kang Jin Hyuk feigned sympathy, as if the guy were already paralyzed. If you don't want to talk, then my hands are tied. I don't need this anymore. You can keep it, and do me a favor, try to die slowly and painfully, okay? You trashy bastard. Ignoring the disgusting necromancer, his attention was drawn to the pile of items scattered across the floor. Thinking he could craft a fairly large storage bag from these materials, Kang Jin Hyuk glanced around to see if anyone was watching and then sneakily combined them to create a massive spatial cube. Just as he was doing his shady business, someone called out to him from behind. He was so startled by his own guilt that he blurted out he had no intention of taking those items for free. The host saw this and waved his hand, indicating it wasn't necessary. He thanked Kang Jin Hyuk for saving him and his son from certain death, saying it was nothing. For the first time, seeing such an admirable sight, he felt quite moved. But since the man said he didn't need money, he didn't bother paying and wasting time. He just left without another word, as if losing even a second would cost him a fortune. At the third floor of the Trial Tower, the Church of Hatred. It was an ancient stone church built in Western architectural style, located deep in the forest, surrounded by gloom and swirling mist everywhere. Inside, scattered with many fragments, A figure was hiding behind a wooden door riddled with arrows. That person's eyes turned red, looking furious. Suddenly, they kicked the door away and shouted irritably, "Damn it! Why are all the traps here so complicated?" Melina walked ahead, slightly punched, rubbing her forehead with her left hand, complaining, "Do we really have to go this deep every single time?" Li Chao, walking behind her, replied, "Stop complaining, Melina. Because of that stupid Alex, I've been in a foul mood already." She turned back, annoyed. She glared at him in frustration, her mood clearly sour, then suddenly pressed a blade against his throat. With a cold, sharp gaze, she hissed, "So, I'm supposed to care about your mood now, am I?" Li Chao, clearly annoyed, retorted, "Watch your mouth. If you don't want to die, you'd better show some respect." A voice echoed from behind them, cutting them off. "That's enough, you two." They both stopped arguing and turned to see who it was. The figure wore a cloak adorned with an inverted cross emblem and text emblazoned over it. He wore a long-nosed, creepy white mask. His red eyes made him look even more terrifying. He wondered aloud if they hadn't been partners who had faced life and death together for over 15 years. He stared at them intensely and continued, "Is it impossible for you two to meet without fighting? Does your food not taste good unless you're bickering?" His remark made them both wince in annoyance, and they turned away in opposite directions. In the church hall, Melina and Li Chao sat in separate rows, focusing on Lancelot. "The reason I've summoned you here is because of the appearance of a special individual named Kang Jin Hyuk." Melina rested her arms on the seat, smugly remarking, "Seems like this Kang Jin Hyuk guy has played this game before, too. Even so, his skills probably aren't any better than the average amateur players, right?" Lancelot stood with his hands behind his back, his voice chilling as he warned, "Don't be so sure. He might have already conquered floors even higher than we have." Melina scoffed, curling her lip in contempt. "The top leadership conquering the 20th floor of the tower is already insane enough. How could he possibly do better?" Li Taemin seemed to agree with Melina's sentiment. "I agree. That theory sounds a bit far-fetched." She crossed her arms, glancing toward him as he calmly presented his own argument. "To avoid the surveillance of the international police, we chose the Trial Tower, a less popular virtual reality game. Even so, we know quite a bit about this tower." She quickly chirped in, "Exactly. What other guys would have such a specific reason to choose this?" She relaxed, looking up toward the ceiling. Sighing, she muttered, "Even if they're bored and looking for trouble. Unless they're complete psychopaths." Melina stared at the ceiling, bored. There's no way anyone would stick around in such a brutal game without a motive. Lancelot stood still, annoyed, thinking, neither of them is taking this seriously, but they sure do understand each other well. We cannot underestimate this Kang Jin Hyuk. He clasped his hands, beginning to weave a spell. Surrounded by black smoke, he resolved, "I must eliminate every possible threat." He coldly ordered, "You two, go follow Cedric." With that, he vanished into a cloud of black mist, leaving behind the command, "Help him, and do not fail this time." Melina and Li Chao stood up and headed for the door, confidently replying, "That old man is really overthinking it." In a luxurious house, a girl with long, flowing black hair was taking a stance. She prepared to attack Li Taemin, who was wearing a red helmet. He was tense, his pupils wavering with worry as he glanced toward the side. Yu Jong-ah unleashed a powerful high kick that he couldn't block. He gritted his teeth, raising his arms to shield himself, but couldn't withstand the impact. He tumbled to the right, his protective gear scattering everywhere. She asked with concern, "Are you okay?" He tremblingly gave a thumbs up to show he was fine. Hearing footsteps, he signaled for her to come closer, saying, "Nuna, look at this." Yu Jong-ah, who was busy drying her hair, walked over, confused. Li Tae-min pointed at the tablet screen, disbelievingly saying, "I've been watching for a while now. This guy is not normal at all." On the tablet screen, a headline read, "Conquering the boss of the 3rd floor of the Trial Tower." Today's video will be the first ever to reveal how to conquer this boss. She sat down on the sofa, picked up the remote, turned on the TV, and sarcastically said, "He's just doing it for clout like the others, isn't he?" As he tucked his keyboard into his bag, he looked at her and agreed. That could be the case. But I have a feeling there's something very special about him. Yu Jong-ah looked at the TV and said, "This is the Wood Spirit's Temple, inside the 3rd floor boss room." Li Taemin replied, "That's right. Back then, this place was pretty famous. If you answered the 3 questions given by the Wood Spirit correctly, the reward was an item that boosts your stats." His expression changed slightly, sweat beading on his forehead. He hesitated, saying, "But the real problem is that the Wood Spirit's questions are extremely difficult." The wind blew hard, making the Wood Spirit's branches sway and kicking up a cloud of dust. The guy in the white mask and white coat stood silently, watching the Wood Spirit, who was closing his eyes. On the TV, a comment from Dried Rations Are the Future appeared. I heard the third floor boss room is being controlled so that On Noon can't conquer it. Then came a comment from Twitch Stream King. Here is a guide on how to sneak in. Guys, ha ha ha. Just then, a comment from Eat Everything popped up. Just cosplay as On Noon, bro. Ha ha ha. The wood spirit opened his eyes, looking amused as he said, "It's been a long time since someone made it this far." He asked mockingly, "Is a brat like you here to solve my riddles?" He put both hands into his jacket pockets and coolly replied, "That's right. Give me a question that's actually interesting." The wood spirit looked at him, confidently saying, "Very well. If you answer all three of my questions correctly, I will let you choose one of my maple leaves. But if you get even one wrong..." At that moment, the statues came to life, stepping out from their positions to surround Kang Jin Hyuk. The statues were 100 times larger than him, and each one looked furious, brandishing weapons as if they could strike at any moment. But he wasn't afraid at all. He just stood there, hands in his pockets, waiting for the wood spirit's question. He threatened, "You will be punished." Before he could react, the wood spirit said, "Let's begin. The first question." Suddenly, an image appeared of a dragon diving into the deep sea at incredible speed. He asked, "What is the optimal depth and temperature for the Kyogon sea dragon to thrive?" Lee Tae-min nervously blurted out, "With a question like that, he's definitely going to get it wrong. What kind of impossibly hard question is that?" Yu Jong gritted her teeth in frustration. Who on earth would know that kind of stuff? Kang Jin Hyuk calmly gave his answer. The answer is, depth of 175 meters, temperature of 1.5 degrees. The two siblings, Tae-min and Yu Jong were stunned because his answer had been so instant. Kang Jin Hyuk continued casually. "Next question." The wood spirit was speechless and hesitated. "I haven't even announced the correct answer yet," Kang Jin Hyuk replied impatiently. "I already know the answer. Move on." The entity was angered by his arrogant attitude. He said furiously, "Fine then. The next question won't be so easy." From the TV, the second question rang out. "How do you use the Felieni sponge?" Before he could finish the question, Kang Jin Hyuk replied instantly, "Use low heat to cook the desert salt, sunlight, and the priest holy water, and complete the second-level task carefully over 5 hours." Yu Jong and Lee Tae-min were left completely dumbfounded. "I don't get what you're even answering," the wood spirit said, looking unhappy. "Correct," he replied. This time, the spirit couldn't keep his cool, looking down at him from above with visible confusion. Moving on to the final question, the giant eagle of the Highland sky only mates once a year. When is that? Kang Jin Hyuk slammed his hand onto the bell. Then, pointing at the wood spirit, he answered confidently, "When the first snow falls on the trial tower." The wood spirit burst into a hearty laugh, saying, "Ah ha ha ha. Correct. You're the first person to get all my questions right." Kang Jin Hyuk rubbed his nose, feeling a bit sheepish. That was fun. It's been a long time since I've had a chat about the trial tower. Just then, the chat window exploded, with comments scrolling by rapidly, one after another, all laughing. The spirit returned to his calm state, closed his eyes, and said, "Very well, I shall grant you the maple leaf you desire. Red, yellow, or green, which one do you choose?" Lee Tae-min excitedly gestured as he explained. "The maple leaf wrapped in red flames has the fire attribute. The yellow maple leaf is shaped like a shield, boosting your defensive capabilities. And the green leaf makes you feel like you're riding a light breeze. It boosts your movement speed." Hearing the boy explain the uses of the 3 leaves, Yu Jong asked curiously, "Conquering the third-floor boss is a large-scale battle, you know. If it were me, I'd choose the speed boost leaf. That's the one I'd pick." Kang Jin Hyuk grumbled, "Forget about those mediocre maple leaves. I want something else." Since when had he flown right in front of the wood spirit? He commanded, "Hand over the black leaf you're hiding." Hearing him demand the black maple leaf, the spirit panicked. His pupils trembled and sweat poured down like rain as he stammered, "How do you know about the black leaf?" Lee Tae-min and Yu Jong looked at each other and said in unison, "A black leaf?" The spirit tried to stay calm. "Please, I can't give you that. How about this? If you choose the red leaf, I'll give you the yellow one too." As maple leaves fell in the wind, the wood spirit feigned pity, trying to persuade him. "Isn't that a bit much?" Kang Jin Hyuk looked disappointed, pretending to turn away as he mocked him. "A prestigious and great wood spirit like yourself promised that if I answered all the questions correctly, you'd give me the leaf I wanted." He sighed and continued, "Yet now you're trying to weasel out of it." Suddenly, he whipped around, face cold, eyes glaring at the wood spirit. "Enough rambling. Bring me the black leaf I want." With one hand in his pocket and the other extended, he asked viciously, "You wouldn't want to tarnish the reputation of a wood spirit, would you?" He slowly cornered the spirit. "What if the manager of this place found out? I'm forcing you to hand over the black maple leaf." The wood spirit screamed in pain. "Ha, ha, damn it." He He slowly began to disappear. The system screen popped up with a notification. Reward delivered as promised by the wood spirit. As he vanished, a black maple leaf appeared and flew toward Kang Jin Hyuk. A new notification appeared, black maple leaf acquired. 1,280 leaves. When he obtained the black maple leaf, the screen displayed its info and effects. Black maple leaf, rank A. Effect. When used on a weapon or piece of armor, it grants a special performance. Corruption attribute. Upon being attacked, it deals extra damage every 3 minutes, equivalent to 1% of the target's total vitality. The wielder takes no damage. The corruption effect only affects the enemy. He thought, satisfied. Nice. The final piece is ready. Yu Jong-ah looked at the leaf in his hand and said, satisfied. Now, let's get going. Before he could leave, 2 statues lunged at him. He drew his weapon, a short blue sword, and said confidently, just need to take care of these guys and I'm done. One guy tapped his companion's shoulder. Hey, did you hear? The other asked curiously, waiting for him to continue. Kang Jin Hyuk has started conquering the 3rd floor boss room on his own. The guy gossiped, and the other looked quite surprised. Oh, sooner than I thought. What the other guy was worried about was, now we're just stuck here, waiting for time to run out so we can go home. The other soldier replied boredly, but from the beginning, what's the point of guarding this place? Who's crazy enough to come here anyway? We're only doing it because we were forced to. Whatever they tell us, we just do it. These were 2 soldiers assigned to guard the entrance of the mission area. The other guy was sure of it. They must have calculated everything before doing this, right? Just chill. Considering every little thing like that won't get you anywhere, right? The 2 were so busy chatting that they didn't notice the situation around them. Now, looking back, they wondered where their other teammates had gone. There was nothing left but weapons on the ground and a lingering dark aura. The 2 panicked and asked each other, where did everyone go? At the same time, beneath their feet, 2 black circles formed from smoke. From within the circles, thin threads suddenly reached out, wrapping tightly around their legs. One of them tried to struggle, but the circle widened, and more threads emerged, engulfing his entire body. A voice spoke up, keep absorbing and accumulating vitality. I still need more. Even if it's just one person, there's no more time to stagnate. A group of people wearing hooded cloaks stood there. They were the ones behind the scene. The guy had been swallowed by the darkness. Only his arm remained, trying to struggle. Their leader was none other than the demon man, Julius Cedric. He walked coldly toward the gate. That brat has already started. At the same time, inside the gate, a fierce wind blew, sweeping away yellow leaves. The scene was incredibly desolate. The protagonist, Kang Jin Hyuk, had just sliced the head off a clay statue blocking his path. He was cold and decisive, his sword still crackling with magic power. On the stream screen, a barrage of notifications and viewer comments popped up. Master Level Classification Center. The more I watch, the more goosebumps I get. Can he really conquer the boss? Another comment from Kwang. Ho, Twitch, of course. I've been watching since this guy started live streaming. Just trust him, D998. Seems like he won't be able to conquer this boss. Overall, you can just tell by looking. The protagonist ignored those comments and continued into the house. Eventually, he got annoyed and warned those viewers. Believe it or not, it's up to you. But I'm in a very bad mood right now, so please stop yapping. Comments popped up again. Big buy. Wait, is he talking to us? Gaddis. Could he really be saying that to the viewers? Just because he's in a bad mood. Calm and confident, not salty. That's right. He also knew that if he looked down on his viewers, his follower count would drop. Seeing how pitifully dense they were, Kang Jin Hyuk decided to just lay it out straight. If they like what they see, they stay. If not, they can take a hike. Usually, streamers suck up to their viewers to get more followers, so his attitude left them all stunned. They stare at their phones in disbelief. But if you've been following this no-way concept from the start, only those who truly vibe with it join the fandom. The man looked at his streaming phone, shocked at first, then let out a helpless laugh. What is this kid doing? The protagonist's attitude clearly caused a wave in the chat. He's so cold. What is this? A no-way concept. What a walnut brain. Dude, why pick such a rigid concept? The Twitch streaming king usually isn't like this. I should be annoyed, but for some reason, I'm not. What is this? Am I losing my mind? Even the coffin dance is starting to look fun. Ignoring the chaotic chat, Kang Jin Hyuk pushed toward the next gate. Suddenly, an explosion nearby caught his attention, and a piece of paper appeared in his hand. The content was blurred, so we'll just have to wait and see what happens next. Kang Jin Hyuk flared with caution, dashed toward the explosion, and thought, there's someone else here? Immediately after, he decided to cut the stream. That's it for the live stream today. This comment sent the chat into a frenzy. 998. What are you saying? Why are you stopping now? Twitch streaming king, don't you see the viewer count is skyrocketing? You started it, you have to finish it. We've got over 1 million viewers. Man, this is insane. At least tell us when you're going to stream again. Ignoring their whining, the screen simply displayed, live stream ended. Even though the stream was off, Kang Jin Hyuk stayed behind to scout. Two armies were charging at each other with immense intensity. The black-robed mages simultaneously raised their hands, summoning circular magic seals. The battle was chaotic, with all sorts of monsters joining the fray. With blood-red eyes, the terracotta soldiers weren't backing down, each clutching a long axe with a fierce gaze. The battle between the skeleton demons and the terracotta soldiers erupted. They clashed, hacking at each other. The skeleton demons lived up to their name as endless, walking bones. The terracotta soldiers were just as intense, taking on the whole mob. It was a brutal fight. High up on the cliff, a figure quietly appeared. Watching from above, Kang Jin Hyuk silently evaluated them. So, you skeletons are having quite a fight, huh? With all that calcium-rich bone, it looks like you're gaining the upper hand. With one clean slash, the terracotta soldiers were decapitated. The skeleton mages maintained the formation, and the tide was turning against them. Good, keep attacking. Use that momentum to wipe them out. Before the arrogant skeleton mage could finish his sentence, a rock from nowhere flew in and smashed into his mouth. Under attack, they scrambled to find the enemy. The attack is coming from afar. Put up the shield. They raised their magic barriers to block the strike. Where are they attacking from? One of them finally spotted the attacker. He shouted, "Over there, the one in the mask." Kang Jin Hyuk waved his hand, and another blast hit them. Seeing it was just the protagonist, they ordered, "It's only one guy. Take him down." The skeleton archers immediately drew their bows. Arrows flew, tearing through the wind. Kang Jin Hyuk, unfazed, quickly blended Quada soldiers to dodge the volley. He then raised a hand to summon something. A flash of light activated the Guardian Star, and instantly, light enveloped the demons, freezing them in place. By the time the mages realized it, it was too late. Damn it. That's divine power. We can't control it. They were forced to stand still and take the hit. After locking onto an armored, ironclad minotaur, Kang Jin Hyuk cast his spell. Focusing on mind control, the minotaur turned and swept through the surrounding demons. The mages shrieked and fled in terror. In the face of the crisis, one mage reported, "Master Cedric, the third outpost has fallen." Julius Cedric glared at the situation. Gritting his teeth, he replied, "I can see that without you telling me." Kang Jin Hyuk focused on his strategy. "The 4 outposts I set up are for controlling the undead monsters effectively." In his head, the map of the skeleton army's formation appeared. Outpost 3 was crossed out, leaving 3 left. Now, if Outpost 1 is also destroyed, the connection network will snap. The links in their formation will become scattered, and their command system will collapse. Kang Jin Hyuk flew back and forth, breathing fire to provoke the demons below. "Over here. This way." A rock monster took a face full of fire. On top of that, it was mocked for being too slow. "Can you even catch me?" That rock creature was a combat-type moai statue. Offended by the insult, it immediately chased after the protagonist for revenge. A mage noticed something wrong and pointed at the moai statue. "That kid is running this way." Another one screamed, "What are you doing? Block him." Before they could move, Kang Jin Hyuk appeared behind them, grabbed their shoulders, and said kindly, "Forget it." High in the air, the naked moai statue leaped up, preparing to land on their heads. Below, the terracotta soldiers looked up, admiring its giant naked backside, while the two mages broke into a cold sweat. By their ears, a voice echoed, "You can't stop it." The moai statue landed. Underneath, they were crushed into paste. A pathetic scream rang out. "Ah." A mage panicked and reported to Julius Cedric, "Master, the first outpost has been breached. If this keeps up, we'll be surrounded." He roared in anger. "I know, you idiot." This time, he couldn't help but scream in frustration. "What kind of grudge do you have against us? Why do you always ruin everything for us?" The system announced, Pyramid Guardian activated. Julius Cedric summoned magic from his staff. It looked like he had truly lost his temper. His subordinates warned, "Master Cedric, if you use that skill now, you won't have enough mana left to fight the boss." But his anger had boiled over, and nothing could stop him. "Shut your mouth." Julius Cedric stood there, radiating killing intent. He ordered, "Use all your strength to kill him. Protectors, awaken now." They emerged one by one from the magic circle Julius Cedric had just summoned. They were ferocious, battle-hungry mummies. A subordinate by his side asked nervously, "Are you all right, sir? Summoning the protectors seems to have drained a lot of your mana." Julius Cedric clutched his staff, crouched down, and replied weakly, "Perhaps I overexerted myself." His eyes turned vicious. He glanced at the subordinate and said, "Come closer." The subordinate approached, and Julius Cedric suddenly grabbed his shoulder, leaving him terrified. Sir Cedric, violent mana surged from the palm of Julius Cedric's hand onto the man's shoulder. He stared at it in confusion, and then his vitality was drained dry. The man withered away. After absorbing the life force of that fool, Julius Cedric's mana had partially recovered. His eyes flashed with cruelty. Be obedient. Resisting will only prolong your suffering. Kang Jin Hyuk, watching from above, cursed. The old lunatic. Did he really just absorb his own man? After being devoured, the magician named Cedric wait. Only his clothes and waistband remained. Julius, Cedric said refreshingly. Very good. This is enough. His eyes turned bright red, and mana radiated from within. He gloomily asked the protagonist, kept you waiting, didn't I? Let's start again, shall we? Around him now were thousands of mummies. They looked horrifying. Some were even headless. They stared with their empty red eyes, staring fixedly at their prey, preparing for an incredibly brutal battle. The mummy warriors followed Julius Cedric's orders and moved toward their opponent. Cedric laughed gloatingly. Ha! How about that? That's my strongest army, he continued, boasting loudly. My mummy warriors can use their hardened cloth bandages like steel with ease. At the same time, the mummies concentrated their strength and unleashed the bandages from their bodies. They stretched out and tightly bound the statues. Julius Cedric smugly flexed that his mummies were equipped with both defensive and offensive skills. They are the strongest immortal army. Kang Jin Hyuk struggled to dodge their relentless attacks. Seeing this, Cedric cried out excitedly, I should have saved them to deal with the third-floor boss, but if I kill you here, I can still make excuses, right? He shook his staff triumphantly, flicking his tongue like he was high on something. Die, you masked bastard. Looking at the chaotic scene below, Melina raised an eyebrow and remarked, Oh my. She carefully observed Kang Jin Hyuk's every move, then whispered to herself, that masked guy is braver than I thought. It's been a long time since I've seen Cedric this angry. Li Chao agreed silently. Initially, the idea of taking down his stronghold was fine, but if he doesn't escape after this, it's truly stupid. It seems he miscalculated the gap in power between him and his opponent. Li Chao said seriously. He probably only saw the skeletons and death knights, so he thought he could handle it. He silently judged that it was a huge mistake. Cedric's unique skill is much more troublesome than those things. After speaking, Li Chao pushed up his glasses with his index finger, looking cool, then calmly replied, Things have turned out this way. There's no need for us to add fuel to the fire. Melina, beside him, looked at him with a disdainful expression, thinking, You really have a distinct style when you speak, don't you? Suddenly distracted by the scene below, Melina blurted out, She looked confused. What are they doing? By now, the scene below was extremely chaotic. Kang Jin Hyuk struggled to dodge the enemy's attacks when he suddenly paused. In that moment, memories from that time flooded back. The image of Laurentia Quan, the Shadow Emperor, standing there stroking his chin, his gaze sweeping over Kang Jin Hyuk in scrutiny. Your sword is sharp and powerful, but you are putting too much strength into it, causing the power to disperse. That is your flaw. Then, he lifted a rope with his hand and said in a deep voice, Watch this rope closely. Laurentia Quan's steady voice echoed in his ears. A true master is one who, despite using the same amount of power, can still unleash force from within the body. Then, he whipped the rope, making it undulate in the air, flowing softly like a breeze that enveloped the space and then, at the right moment, snapping it with great force. Kang Jin Hyuk stood silently watching him demonstrate, his eyes filled with admiration. The sunlight shone on Laurentia Quan's weary face, his deep eyes seeming to contain the entire universe. He tilted his chin toward Kang Jin Hyuk and spoke, Try applying it to your soul-chasing sword. Returning to the present, Kang Jin Hyuk remembered his teachings and executed the technique that Laurentia Quan had taught him. And so, a part of the soul-chasing sword dance was recreated. A sword streak cut deep into the ground, severing the bandages on the mummy soldiers. Kang Jin Hyuk focused all his strength, pointing his sharp sword toward his opponent. At this moment, the system signaled that the proficiency of the soul-chasing sword skill had increased significantly. Julius Cedric was caught off guard by the powerful inner force of Kang Jin Hyuk. He exclaimed in shock, A mana vortex, so strong it's pulling everything around it. In front of him, under Kang Jin Hyuk's control, the vortex grew stronger, sweeping away everything in its path. At the same time, Kang Jin Hyuk summoned two more soul-chasing sword dance techniques, the fifth form, soul-chasing heaven annihilation. The vortex exploded, creating slashes. Anything caught in this mana vortex was left in pieces. Returning to Julius Cedric, who struggled to hold on so he wouldn't be exhausted by his opponent's ultimate move. At the same time, the system chimed again, secondary shield activated. A powerful vortex closed in on Cedric. The fire in his head erupted, his eyes burning with hatred. This brat, the Trial Tower, has only been a reality for less than half a year. How on earth does he have such horrifying power? It seemed the outcome was clear. Julius Cedric could no longer hold on. The power of the vortex was too strong. The skull on his staff began to crack. Boom! The skull in his hand shattered. He screamed in terror at the destructive power of the vortex. Julius Cedric couldn't react in time and was suddenly blown away with a scream that reached the heavens. The aftermath of the battle was absolute devastation, thick with choking dust. Julius Cedric lay crumpled on the ground amidst a pile of corpses, his body trembling, yet he clawed his way up, desperate to survive at any cost. I have to get out of here. There's no way I can win this fight. With that thought, he snarled ferociously, "You bastards! Stop that kid! Protect me! As you command." Kang Jin Hyuk calmly stepped up behind his round, pathetic backside and whispered coldly, "What's the matter? You're acting exactly like your disciple." He sneered with arrogant confidence, running away in such a pathetic state the moment you're about to lose. Then again, I guess he learned it from you, didn't he? Julius trembled and whipped his head around. "What are you? Are you really Kang Jin Hyuk?" He stared in shock, trying to imagine the face behind the mask. Kang Jin Hyuk smirked. "Give my regards to your disciple, will you?" Julius Cedric's face turned deathly pale, sweat pouring down his forehead. "HRRJ." A shrill, pathetic groan escaped the old man's throat as he stared in wide-eyed horror at his opponent's next move. Kang Jin Hyuk triumphantly declared, "You must be lonely all by yourself. I'm sending this old man to keep you company." Julius Cedric was wretchedly engulfed in his magical fire. The flames roared, spreading rapidly across the old man's body. Kang Jin Hyuk suddenly snapped his fingers, and instantly, the life force was drained from the old man's soldiers. Their bodies shattered and crumbled into ash. His remaining henchmen looked around in panic, shouting, "Whoa! What's happening to the summoned spirit beasts?" They realized in terror. Could it be that Lord Julius Cedric has been? Ah! High-pitched screams echoed as they were hopelessly surrounded by Kang Jin Hyuk's troops. After the battle, Kang Jin Hyuk walked home calmly, muttering happily to himself. Suddenly, gaining the soul-hunting heaven annihilation skill at this level was a bit of a struggle. "I hope I didn't overdo it," the system chimed in. Purchased 4 intermediate mana recovery potions. He held the potions up high with a satisfied smile. "Still, if I hadn't come here, the losses might have been even worse." He muttered to himself, "Guess I'll keep pushing a bit more." Suddenly, Kang Jin Hyuk spotted something on the ground and exclaimed, "Oh, the shield flew all the way over here. I used to use shields like this all the time." He kicked the shield up onto his shoulder, whispering, "So nostalgic." Without skipping a beat, Kang Jin Hyuk held up the shield, his sharp eyes locked on what lay ahead. He looked up and called out, "Take a look at these moving stone statues in front of us." He murmured, "Are you guys ready?" The statues stomped their feet into the ground with arrogant, threatening force. They were none other than the guardians of Jalam, one of the 4 heavenly kings. Kang Jin Hyuk raised his guard, ready to strike. The 4 heavenly kings charged fiercely, teeth gnashing, launching brutal, heavy attacks. Yet, Kang Jin Hyuk wasn't intimidated. He skillfully used his shield to block every single blow. "Attack all you want," he said calmly. "I actually like you guys because you're the quiet type." Then, Kang Jin Hyuk braced his stance to steady his center of gravity. He lunged forward. His strikes released flashes of pink and purple light, slender, yet possessing immense destructive power. Kang Jin Hyuk glared at his opponent and muttered, "Hand over the key already. I'm exhausted." At that moment, the 4 heavenly kings seemed a little intimidated by that overwhelming presence. They lined up to block Kang Jin Hyuk's advance. Facing this situation, he was briefly taken aback. What is this? Since when did this happen? At the same time, a statue headed straight for the stone Tower of Enlightenment. The lotus-shaped key in its hand began to emit a strange energy. The statue's face contorted like a monkey eating a chili pepper, struggling to hold back the key's power. A system notification popped up. The main hall key is reacting. Kang Jin Hyuk watched the scene unfold with a hint of surprise. In the blink of an eye, a new notification appeared. The entity on the other side of the gate has answered the call. Simultaneously, the lotus in the statue's hand grew massive. Powerful energy gathered around it. Kang Jin Hyuk marveled to himself. This guy has more spirit than I thought. Just then, the lotus flared with a powerful, blinding light. Then, massive golden hands slammed into the ground, creating a violent tremor. Kang Jin Hyuk clicked his tongue. "You even called in your senior already?" A figure appeared before his eyes. The system notified him. The thousand-armed Guanyin monster has appeared. The monster spoke. "It has been a very long time since the 4 heavenly kings have summoned me like this. It curled its lip in disdain. To think someone could make it this far and threaten the key in the stone tower. Kang Jin Hyuk stood below, mocking. Nothing too impressive. I'm just going to wipe out this floor's boss. The thousand-armed Guanyin seemed amused by his arrogance. You're actually worth the effort. I can't say the same for the others, but I do admire your audacity. Kang Jin Hyuk charged forward step by step, whispering, You think I'm joking? Let's get this over with. I'm tired as hell here. The monster, acting like a chatty teenager, continued, I wanted to play a little game of Q&A with you, but I suppose you're not interested, are you? At the same time, Kang Jin Hyuk leaped high into the air, asserting firmly, I have no interest in talking to stone statues. The monster moved its hands into a combat stance. Still trying to preach, it added, Time is the most magnificent gift of creation, you ignorant creature. Its eyes flared with murderous rage. It aimed its weapons directly at its opponent, saying, So, enjoy it while you can. The thousand-armed Guanyin added, Because when the time comes to die, you'll surely remember these moments. Kang Jin Hyuk raised his shield high, blocking his face, staying deathly silent. The monster smirked, amused. It unleashed a powerful blow at Kang Jin Hyuk. Even though he dodged it with agility, the shockwave from the attack was immense, shaking the entire ground. Cracks began to appear on the shield in Kang Jin Hyuk's hands. He thought worriedly, As expected, the power is terrifying. If I just try to endure, my body will be drained of all energy. But I have to hold on. There's only one chance. The monster grinned, clearly delighted. Oh, you managed to block my spiritual strike. Then it roared loudly. I'm getting more interested by the second. It charged straight toward Kang Jin Hyuk with lightning speed. Seeing this, he immediately took a defensive stance. The system notification flashed, Icebind skill activated. He unleashed a flurry of attacks like a fierce storm. Kang Jin Hyuk stood tall and unyielding in the heat of battle. Explosions rocked the area around him, sending debris flying everywhere. At the same time, the monster tore through the air with a single strike, facing off against the thick, swirling dust. It hissed with rage, You little brat. The monster glared with murderous intent and muttered, So, you're using that filthy Western trickery. Then, it erupted in anger, launching powerful attacks. The monster's thousand-armed Guanyin hands easily snatched Kang Jin Hyuk's shield. Holding it in its grip, it sneered disdainfully, You ignorant creature, child's play. Suddenly, the thousand-armed Guanyin realized one of its arms had been injured. Furious, it roared at Kang Jin Hyuk, You damn brat, playing these cat-and-mouse games again. At that same moment, another strike pierced its arm. The monster growled in annoyance, What do you think you're doing? Poison doesn't work on me. Kang Jin Hyuk clenched his fist and replied, That's not poison. It's blood demon energy. Once you're wounded, the injury will only keep spreading. The thousand-armed Guanyin was incensed, scoffing, I don't care. Those petty tricks won't affect me. It sliced off its own arm and calmly declared, At most, I've just lost one arm. What impact could that possibly have? Kang Jin Hyuk casually kicked the monster's severed arm and replied, That's right. Losing one arm won't kill you. I know this method won't work. I've already tried it once before. After all, he calmly took the blue gem from the arm and added, But let me tell you something. I've already gotten exactly what I wanted. The thousand-armed Guanyin looked startled. Had he been aiming for the arm with the jewel from the very beginning? Kang Jin Hyuk raised his voice. This is all your own fault. For underestimating a single arm, he placed the gem into his book. The system immediately displayed a notification. Successfully combined the Fenton Duchy Grimoire and the thousand-armed Guanyin's jewel. The grimoire suddenly flashed, emitting a brilliant blue aura. It successfully upgraded into the grimoire of Les Mistin, belonging to the Golden Dawn Society. Rank S. The system displayed the information, Rarity S. Content. A copy of the grimoire recorded by the great King Solomon, an artifact detailing the 72 demons of Solomon. It is designed to push magical power to its absolute limit. Because the demonic power is not fully comprehensive, the maximum growth of this ability will be limited. Kang Jin Hyuk thought, This is enough. His eyes blazed with intense fighting spirit. He then activated the Gluttony Eye skill. Kang Jin Hyuk wondered about his next move. At the same time, the system displayed information. Name, Thousand-Armed Guanyin, also known as Thousand-Armed Guanyin. Gender, unknown. Age, unknown. Power level, unknown. Stats, agility, life, mana. Profession, none. Unique skills, mandala. Skill list, hidden due to lower level. Skill, Thousand Eyes. The thousand-armed Guanyin tilted its head in confusion, wondering what kind of game he was playing. Little did it know, Kang Jin Hyuk had already activated the skill conditions. Copy condition. The thousand-armed Guanyin deeply despises Western magic. Within a 5-minute time limit, use Icebind magic to humiliate your opponent and create a sculpture that is both massive and perfect. Furthermore, the system added, during the execution of the copy condition, you must wear a disguise and play appropriate music. Kang Jin Hyuk was puzzled. Ugh, what kind of ridiculous condition is this? Kang Jin Hyuk couldn't help but exclaim, wait, did I read that right? Playing music while sculpting and wearing a disguise on top of that? He scolded the system in his heart. This system is getting crazier by the day. However, he figured he could put up with some weirdness for now. Kang Jin Hyuk poked at the system interface, muttering to himself like a lunatic. Fine. I can do this. It's for the benefits, after all. Profits come first. The thousand-armed Guanyin was completely lost and asked, what are you suddenly doing? Kang Jin Hyuk summoned a speaker and replied, no matter how strange the requirements are, you can't give up. From the 25th floor downwards, this is the only floor that has a mandala. Seeing him ignore it, the monster roared, you little brat, what are you doing? Suddenly, the speaker blasted soothing music, as if he were at a hair salon. Kang Jin Hyuk waved his hand and said, do me a favor from now on, don't ask any questions. Then, he let down his silky, shampoo commercial quality hair and added, because I hate this crap as much as you do. The monster was now furious at this mocking attitude. It snapped and shrieked, you dare to mock me right in front of my face. The monster began to channel its power for a technique. Simultaneously, the system signaled, thousand-armed Guanyin has activated mandala. Its many hands immediately grabbed weapons, taking a stance and readying for an attack. The thousand-armed Guanyin charged forward, shouting, I will make you taste the suffering of 1,000,000 cycles of reincarnation. Kang Jin Hyuk didn't flinch and quickly countered every strike. The system flash, Ice Glacier Bind activated. A massive ice block was summoned, piercing straight toward the opponent. It stood tall, blocking every one of the thousand-armed Guanyin's powerful blows. Kang Jin Hyuk marveled. This upgraded version of Icebind really is something else. It's absolutely top tier. Seeing its attacks being blocked so easily, the monster was so angry that the veins on its face were bulging. Witnessing the intense battle, Melina murmured, I can't believe it. She was confused, wondering, why on earth is he playing music while fighting the thousand-armed Guanyin? Has he lost his mind? And to think he's casting ice magic so perfectly, too. It was truly unbelievable. Watching the battle, Melina continued to ponder, what's with that wig? Anyway, it looks like a wig. Sold in the item shop, or is it a hidden holy relic? Li Chao, standing to the side, remained silent. Suddenly, he stood up and thought to himself, that guy is truly unpredictable. That brat, Arnon, finished off Cedric and now he's turned to face the thousand-armed Guanyin. Melina turned to him, surprised. You're standing up? Li Chao continued to assess the situation. The overwhelming power the thousand-armed Guanyin is showing, usually, you'd only see this level of strength after clearing the 10th floor. As expected of the floor 3 boss, he looked serious as he contemplated. But the brat facing it head-on, he has already surpassed the limits of a human being. Melina wondered, do you think the two of us can win if we rush in? Li Chao thought for a moment and replied bluntly, it'll be tough. Hearing that, Melina turned away. Forget it then, Li. Just the two of us won't be enough. We need support from the leadership, at the very least. Before she could finish, Li Chao cut her off. No. If we say that, the status we've worked so hard to build up until today will all collapse. Melina asked irritably, then what should we do? Are you planning to sacrifice your life just to maintain that status, Li? Li Chao pulled out a dark purple-black gem and answered flatly, perhaps it's time to use this. Only then could Melina smile confidently. At that same moment, Kang Jin Hyuk suddenly sensed a strange aura behind him. He spun around and thought to himself, oh, so the demon tribe didn't just send Cedric after all. Kang Jin Hyuk was caught off guard, and an attack from the thousand-armed Guanyin grazed him. Kang Jin Hyuk was startled, his face contorting in pain. The monster roared angrily, where are you looking, human? Simultaneously, the system displayed a notification, fire element activated. Kang Jin Hyuk lowered his center of gravity, gathered fire energy in his palm, and growled, sorry about that. At that moment, a book appeared with blue energy. Kang Jin Hyuk continued, I need to clear my thoughts, so I haven't been able to focus. In the blink of an eye, another notification appeared. Icebound prison activated. Kang Jin Hyuk unleashed a series of brutal attacks and said in a serious tone, thanks to that, I'm feeling a bit tense now. Meanwhile, the thousand-armed Guanyin was no slouch, roaring as it lunged forward. Kang Jin Hyuk steadily blocked every strike. As he unleashed his techniques, the collisions created massive shockwaves. The thousand-armed Guanyin hissed, fool. At that moment, the system displayed a notification. Thousand-armed Guanyin has activated Heavenly Net. A barrier instantly enveloped the entire area, allowing the monster to strike freely. It sneered, "All you know how to do is defend." Then, the thousand-armed Guanyin shouted confidently, "Where did that confidence of yours go?" It raised its arms and unleashed attacks with blistering speed. The blows constantly hit the barrier and bounced back, creating an extremely dangerous trap. This was the Heaven and Earth Infinity technique. Kang Jin Hyuk calmly gathered energy to activate Icebound Prison. Then, a sturdy layer of ice encased the area around him, easily ensuring his safety while standing in the middle of this dangerous formation. Seeing this, the thousand-armed Guanyin felt irritated and hissed. Futile resistance. Its hand began to crush something. A split second later, it launched a fierce attack toward its opponent. The system displayed a notification. Thousand-armed Guanyin has activated 10,000 striking spears. The monster's eyes flared with rage, aiming its weapon straight at Kang Jin Hyuk, shouting, "Namo Avalo Kaiti Svera." A barrage of attacks was unleashed. Debris flew from the powerful shockwaves. The thousand-armed Guanyin smirked craftily, but suddenly a voice made it freeze. "You said this parlor trick wouldn't work a second time, didn't you?" Kang Jin Hyuk had broken through the perimeter from below. He muttered, "Quite effective, I'd say." Kang Jin Hyuk raised his hand to activate his skill. Before it could even take shape, the thousand-armed Guanyin was already getting beaten up. Under the effect of the ice prison, the monster screamed in pain. "Ag." After taking control of the situation, Kang Jin Hyuk asked lightly, "Do you know how heartbroken I am to hear you say you don't like ice magic?" Looking at the monster trapped in the ice cage, he couldn't help but sneer mockingly. "You've been cultivated to this level and you still have such foolish prejudices." After that, Kang Jin Hyuk raised his hand to summon a technique glowing with blue energy. A massive ice arm instantly appeared. Kang Jin Hyuk smugly said, "With that self-obsessed delusion of yours, I had no choice but to provoke you." The thousand-armed Guanyin could only stutter. You, it shrieked angrily. "Damn human. I will throw you into the infinite hell. I will make you taste suffering. I'll make you reincarnate as an insect thousands and thousands of times." The ice cage began to crack. The system displayed a notification. Condition met. A golden flower-shaped symbol appeared. The notification continued. Successfully copied unique skill, Mandala S. Specifically, Mandala S rank. Any player who comprehends Buddhist teachings can use this unique skill. It can imbue a special power onto weapons. Furthermore, through cultivating heart methods, you can use this skill to partially predict the opponent's attack trajectory. The newly copied skill has been saved to world memory. A voice echoed, "Don't waste your efforts." At that moment, Kang Jin Hyuk's fake hair fluttered in the wind. Then, it landed in front of him. Seeing his opponent manifest a halo, the monster was shocked and questioned loudly, "How? How can you have that skill?" At that moment, the system displayed, "Mandala activated." Kang Jin Hyuk stood tall, emitting an incredibly powerful aura. The thousand-armed Guanyin hissed, "How can a human like you manifest the mandala that took me eternal eons to create?" Kang Jin Hyuk smirked, "I'll make good use of this mandala." He unleashed a finishing blow and ended it with, "Now, get lost." The ice arm surged forward, flying toward the still-stunned monster, and pierced the thousand-armed Guanyin's stomach. With a powerful blow, the monster's eyes bulged in agony. In a flash, the golden-plated arms began to crumble, and then the entire monster's body shattered. After defeating the thousand-armed Guanyin, the system kept displaying, "You have leveled up." Standing amidst the ruins, he reached out to grab the key. The system displayed a notification. "You have acquired the statue key." Description: you can summon the area's boss regardless of current progress, but it can only be used on the 3rd floor. Kang Jin Hyuk stood up, rubbed his shoulder, and sighed. "This guy gave me quite a hard time. Even harder than when I was playing the game." He thought to himself, "First Cedric, now the Guanyin, this is a bit too much." He began to slowly walk down. The system displays some information. Kang Jin Hyuk, male, 27 years old, level 21. Strength 16, Agility 16, Vitality 16, Magic 71, Perception 100, Luck 10. Unused skill points 6. The current job is nothing. Unique skills: Dead End Sword Fusion and Blessing of the Star Anubis. Level 5 Fire Element skill. He approaches the screen to make selections, calculating in his head that he must use skill points to boost his magic stat. The system immediately shows his magic has increased from 71 to 77. Once finished, Kang Jin Hyuk stretches wearily. He can finally catch his breath. "I really need to find a book that provides magic. Why am I always so low on it?" Suddenly, he remembers something that makes him quite excited. Oh right, there's another annoying matter. Everything around them is pitch black. The trial tower's environment is quite unique. The temperature drops sharply at night, and the aggression and attack power of the monsters skyrocket. So, when night falls, most players leave the tower or stop hunting and find a safe area. Kang Jin Hyuk is no exception. He chooses a spot in the forest to build a fire and cook. The flames roast the large shrimp evenly as the system displays information. This is grilled shrimp, a rare, giant species that can only be caught in the river near the temple on the third floor of the trial tower. Once it's grilled, Kang Jin Hyuk slowly removes his mask. He takes a bite of the shrimp, his face filled with satisfaction. It's been so long since I tasted this flavor. You could find this anywhere else but here. I'll have to invest in more cooking skills later. Suddenly, footsteps approach from afar, and an arrogant voice rings out, "Oh my, that smells so good." The orange-haired girl says excitedly, "We have to stay here tonight, too. Let's sit together until sunrise, okay?" The guy beside her pouts in annoyance. "We were supposed to get out of here before dark, but we didn't make it in time." Kang Jin Hyuk quietly observes them and nods in agreement. "Sure, have a seat. Might as well stay out of the cold." The two look at each other with meaningful glances, as if they had achieved their goal. They quickly sit down, and the girl happily replies, "Thank you. I'm Melina." The man sitting next to her also introduces himself. "I'm Li Chao Xin." With a cold tone, he says, "You two must have had a rough time, right? Hardly worth mentioning, it's freezing out here." With a show of kindness, he quickly offers them a portion of the food he has. "I've got plenty of food left. Would you two like some?" A bowl of plump, fragrant shrimp is offered right to them. Melina's mouth waters uncontrollably. But with Li Chao Xin's kind-hearted nature, he doesn't hesitate to kick her bowl away. "Thanks for the offer. But we've been warned to be careful. Don't touch food given by strangers, especially those who never show their eyes." Kang Jin Hyuk understands the implication in Li Chao Xin's words. He sets the food down gently and asks in a serious tone, "So you're worried because I'm wearing a mask? This mask is a hot trend lately." Li Chao Xin arrogantly retorts, "Isn't that just an excuse? You must be hiding something, which is why you're wearing a mask, right?" Kang Jin Hyuk smirks. "Hiding something, you say? If you two feel uncomfortable, I can take it off. We all need to keep warm anyway." Hearing this, Melina and Li Chao Xin are both extremely surprised. Melina is stunned, her eyes widening. "Really?" Kang Jin Hyuk confirms sternly, "Of course. But just taking it off is a bit boring. Let's play a game." Melina and Li Chao Xin are a bit surprised, both saying, "A game." Kang Jin Hyuk speaks mysteriously. It seems like both sides are quite curious about each other. "We will take turns asking and answering 3 questions each. If you two answer all my questions, I will remove my mask immediately." Li Chaozhen calculates in his head. Just answering questions means even if he lies, it shouldn't be a problem. After all, there's no way the guy can tell the truth from a lie. I don't know what his scheme is, but we've got nothing to lose. Melina and Li Chao Xin share a dangerous look, and Li Chao Xin nods to agree. With consent from both sides, she doesn't waste time and quickly flips a coin. "All right, let's use this coin to decide who goes first." I call heads. Right after, Melina opens her hand, and the coin is heads. She smirks playfully. "Great, we'll ask first." Seeing the coin emitting a purple aura, Kang Jin Hyuk sneers inwardly. This magic trick is Caligula's coin. If you target someone and infuse magic into the coin, you can control the opponent's thoughts for 5 minutes. Melina thinks calmly. If I ask for his name or organization, he probably won't answer. "So, is there anyone with you here?" Kang Jin Hyuk's mouth curls up. "That's a practical question. Trying to determine the number of people. Huh." He replies slowly, without hiding anything. "I came here alone. My turn." Kang Jin Hyuk asks in a serious voice, "You two seem to be targeting the boss as well, so why just sit back and watch? You two saw it clearly when I kicked it, didn't you?" Melina answers vaguely, "We were waiting for the right moment to enter the temple. That place is notoriously dangerous, so we need to be cautious." Before he could finish, she impatiently cuts him off. "Our turn. Masked guy, what is your reason for climbing the trial tower? Money, fame, things like that." Kang Jin Hyuk starts to realize they might compromise if he agrees to their terms. He still replies calmly while grilling food. "What I want, I'm not sure. If I say I want something, can you two provide it?" Melina says arrogantly, "Of course. As long as you want it, we can give you more than you think." Kang Jin Hyuk begins to speak seriously. "Then I'll ask my last question. If you two answer this question, I will take off my mask as promised." Melina says coldly, "Fine, ask away. What is the last question you want to ask?" His voice is firm. He nonchalantly picks up a burning stick and points it at the two of them, exuding a very dangerous aura. "Does the Noble Association really think that just 2 of you are enough to go up against me?" Hearing that question, Melina's smile becomes cunning. She sneers, "So you already knew our identity. Even just looking at you, I could tell, masked man. This mask is already incredibly powerful. After all, I handled 1,000 armed Guanyin by myself. But that was pushing it, wasn't it? You must have weakened quite a bit, right? She lunged at him instantly with a sneer. Honestly, you weren't even worth both of us. This alone is more than enough. Melina flicked the coin toward Kang Jin Hyuk. She expected a massive strike, but after waiting for a good while, nothing happened. Melina gasped in disbelief. What the? Why isn't it working? Is it broken? Beside her, Li Chao urged. What are you doing, Melina? Kang Jin Hyuk stood up leisurely and spoke. Caligula's coin is still in perfect condition. You just can't channel your mana into it. His gaze turned deadly. Kang Jin Hyuk had activated Anubis's judgment, reducing all stats by 50%, and restricted the use of unique skills and other abilities for 1 minute. Li Chao was terrified, panicking as he shouted. He saw right through us. Melina, Plan B. Use your skills, she replied with a deathly pale face. I can't, none of my skills are working. Kang Jin Hyuk remained calm. He gently placed the food at the nearby shrine and said, It's all falling apart into chaos, isn't it? As he set the 8 offerings down, the system announced the shrine's gods. We're very pleased with his devotion. 2 towering wooden pillars emerged, and the system notified him that the targets for Anubis's judgment had been selected. The 2 pillars, wreathed in green and red energy, pointed straight at Li Chao. You have been designated to face the Heaven General. You have been designated to face the Earth General. Watching this terrifying sight, Melina stuttered and trembled. How is this possible? I never heard there was something like this here. Looking at the 2 guardian spirits, the Heaven General and the Earth General, Li Chao realized in horror that he had used that food as an offering to awaken the guardians. Was that food not just for eating? Kang Jin Hyuk returned to the campfire to warm up. He sat back, crossing his legs as if watching a play, and couldn't help but chime in. Man, I'm exhausted. You 2 had better not move around recklessly. You're not going anywhere anyway. At that moment, the system displayed that the Earth General had activated his skill, Total Lockdown. Instantly, they were enveloped in lethal, hellish flames. Everything was on the line now. He was 1 foot in the grave. In his desperation, Li Chao charged at him, screaming like a madman. If you just die, these damn things will disappear, right? Die. He reached out to use his skill to attack Kang Jin Hyuk, but the man just indifferently remarked, I told you not to move. Instantly, the hand of the Heaven General appeared from behind him and snatched him up, leaving him wide-eyed in terror. The system warned, Heaven General has activated judgment. 100 lashes. A devastating blow slammed down. The inevitable had happened. He had been crushed by the Heaven General's hand. He lay flattened on the ground, wailing in agony. Just as he thought 1 hit was enough, the god continued to beat him to a pulp. Melina stood to the side, drained of all color. Damn it. I told you we should have run from the start. Just when it seemed it wasn't over, Kang Jin Hyuk ordered a stop. The Heaven General's hand froze. He stepped forward from behind, his eyes radiating a murderous intent. Since we've somewhat met now, let's have a little chat, shall we? The system displayed that he was activating the gluttonous eye, but immediately, it warned, failure. Skill activation disabled due to level difference. His eyes glowed red like a hawk's, but he still couldn't see through Melina. He sighed. Well, looks like my luck stat isn't working. Fine then, he asked loudly. I hope you'll answer everything I'm about to ask honestly. Melina couldn't help but tremble at the sight of Li Chao lying broken in the crater, covered in blood. She replied shakily. What do you want to know? Jin Hyuk said coldly. I know your demons. I've heard plenty about that. But I still don't know your motives. If humanity doesn't climb this tower, we go extinct. So why are you trying to stop the players? She stammered, unable to find the words. Suddenly, a loud scream rang out. Don't. Shut your mouth, Melina. It was Li Chao's voice. He was writhing on the ground, warning her not to tell him anything. Melina looked at him, paralyzed with fear. Before he could even catch his breath, the hand of the Heaven General lunged straight at Li Chao. Still oblivious, he stubbornly warned, Don't ever. He was instantly crushed by that massive stone hand. Watching it all, Melina could only cry out in terror. She collapsed, her face deathly pale. Kang Jin Hyuk smirked with contempt. Loyalty is admirable, sure, but you have to know when and where to show it. Listen close, my rule is to never spare those who want to kill me. But if you give me useful information, I might just spare your life. Hearing Kang Jin Hyuk's temptation, Melina looked back, trembling as she spoke. You'll spare my life? He summoned his sword and replied decisively. Of course. Is the insider info valuable? Yes, but it's not worth more than your life. Melina's eyes widened at the sight of the blade, and she hurriedly answered. I don't know the exact name of the person who sent us to kill you, but we call him Lancelot. She knelt down, recounting and describing him. A hooded man with a mark on his forehead and an icy gaze. She slowly reported. Besides him, there are 11 other executives, but we don't know much about them because I'm in the assassination squad. Kang Jin Hyuk quickly triggered the system. It again displayed that the gluttonous eye was active. The system confirmed that Melina was telling the truth. He prompted her firmly, "Keep going." Melina didn't dare to delay and continued. The executive said that if we collect all 12 cursed artifacts, then even if humanity goes extinct, we can survive and we'll receive a massive reward. Other than that, I really don't know anything else. That's everything I know. The system notified him that Melina was telling the truth. He thought to himself, looks like that's all I'm going to get out of her. Lancelot and the 12 cursed artifacts, he asked. I see. So they're even crazier than I thought, huh? He wore an intrigued smile. So the demon's true goal is to summon the Demon King. With a savage grin and cold, sharp eyes, the Demon King who possessed massive dragon-like wings loomed in his thoughts. He mused silently. Besides, what's this about them surviving even if humanity goes extinct? I'll need to factor that into my plans from now on. Shaking off his thoughts, Kang Jin Hyuk softened his tone. Thanks for giving me such useful information. You've been a huge help. A truly genuine-sounding thank you came from him. Melina was genuinely relieved and happy. She asked softly, so, I can go now, right? Without hesitation, he replied calmly, no. She gasped, mouth agape. But you said you let me live. You promised if I told you everything I knew, you let me go. Kang Jin Hyuk stepped closer. Don't worry. I'll keep my promise, you pest. But only after you sign this contract. Melina, confused and fearful, asked. A contract? A blue light manifested in Kang Jin Hyuk's hand. The system notified. Activating the contract of suffering. The light shot from his hand toward her. He didn't forget to explain. From now on, you will obey everything I say. She was completely overwhelmed. Wait, hold on. This is worse than dying 100 times over. Just to stay alive, she squeezed her eyes shut, accepting it under duress. The next morning, in the forest, Kang Jin Hyuk continued his journey. He posted on the system notification board. I won't be live streaming the third floor boss raid. I'll upload the video later if you want to watch it. As he swiped away the system screen, he muttered, they must be pretty pissed since I said I'd stream it but didn't. Kang Jin Hyuk walked slowly ahead as a village gradually came into view. His spirits lifted. Let's get this started, shall we? He pulled out the key of stone and checked the system notification. Key of stone is reacting. A pink light erupted, and a massive spatial gate appeared. The summoning portal caused such a stir that birds scattered in every direction. As the gate began to widen, the system notified, third floor boss is responding to your summon. Suddenly, many giant stone generals slowly emerged from the portal. An imposing army appeared before him. A powerful, thunderous voice challenged, WHO dares disturb my rest? Kang Jin Hyuk stared straight at him with glowing, cold red eyes. He was activating his greedy eye to see through him. The system warned, luck and adaptation stats are ineffective due to level gap. This guy was the third floor boss, Muhan. A powerful aura emitted from him as his stats appeared. Name, Muhan. Gender, unknown. Age, unknown. Level, 105. Strength, 72. Agility, 101. Stamina, 79. Magic, 93. Karma, 128. Unique ability, Heartless Legion. Skills, Level 17 in Active Life, Level 15 Overwhelming Command, Level 14 Weakness Detection, Level 14 Military Tactics. The system added more. Copy condition. Cannot copy unique ability or two skills due to level gap. Muhan boasted arrogantly while sitting atop a giant general. Many humans have challenged my legion, but you are the first to use a key to summon me. The giant general with burning eyes, along with thousands of Muhan's stone warriors, glared directly at Kang Jin Hyuk. He wondered, but where is your legion? Unfazed, he smirked and replied, my legion is. At that moment, the system popped up, summoning the first chessboard. Immediately, a blue light flashed as a chessboard appeared beneath Kang Jin Hyuk's feet, activating the first chessboard. A giant chessboard replaced the battlefield. The system notified, summoning 2,851 magic-imbued chess pieces. With a wave of his hand, the pieces jumped into position. Muhan sneered, amused. What a unique idea. Sure, with these, you might be considered a one-man army, but what can you actually do with these tiny things? Kang Jin Hyuk firmly prompted, just wait, I'm not done yet. He ordered the system to bring out the pills, using 2,851 massive potions on the 2,851 magic chess pieces. The notification finished, and the pills flew straight into the pieces. Thanks to the potion's effect, Kang Jin Hyuk's tiny chess pieces quickly transformed into real warriors. Seeing this marvel, Muhan smirked. I have to admit, you're different from the humans who came before. He stood proudly amidst his thousands of warriors and laughed. Standing beside him were 2,851 giant warriors. Elsewhere, an old man was hunched over, busy fixing chess pieces. The one crafting these was Mr. Min Jung-gu. He let out a sigh and complained to Lee Ju-ji, how many more do we have to make? My joints are killing me. Park Ha-na beside him was just as exhausted. She looked a bit annoyed. At least give us a number so we know when this will end. Min Jung-gu, with his sunken face, sighed in agreement. True, this is exactly like elder abuse. Park Ha-na was puzzled. Why are we being forced to make these all of a sudden? A short-haired girl was infusing magic into the pieces. Lee Ju-ji warily answered the question. Sister, uncle, we don't have time to complain. The system appeared with a notification activating mana integration. Lee Ju-ji whispered. We have to make at least over 2,000 of these. The old man patted his aching back. Why is my life so miserable? Lee Ju-ji was also helpless. If we offend that little devil Kang Jin Hyuk, he'll kill us. Holding a chess piece in her hand, Lee Ju-ji continued seriously. Since it's come to this, it's best we show him we're on his side, and we need to hurry. She quickly gathered all the enchanted chess pieces into a box. Back there, Kang Jin Hyuk was in the midst of the chessboard battle with Muhan. He laughed scornfully. You admit it? With that, he grabbed a spear and quickly mounted his horse, ready to attack. He mocked the recognition coming from a boss, who's only a third-floor boss acting like he's on the ninth heaven. Not worth a damn. Continuing his show of contempt, he sat on his chess piece warhorse and charged straight at Muhan. He looked truly majestic. Muhan couldn't believe his ears and asked back, What did you just say? He glared at him and arrogantly retorted, I said, Are you really that full of yourself just because you beat a few weaklings? This is exactly why you're stuck on the fourth floor forever. Because you aren't strong enough to go any higher. You know, the boss of each floor in the trial tower acts as both the floor's guardian and its influencer. They can also climb the tower to gain power, just like a player. The floors here are endless. You need immense power to even think about ascending. Yet, this Muhan guy was still stuck on the third floor, basically at the bottom of the social ladder. He smirked and let out a mocking laugh. What a shameless guy. His face is as thick as a city wall. Do you really think I can't reach the fourth floor because I'm not strong enough? Kang Jin Hyuk was speechless. That's right, you're just a newbie. Always trapped on the third floor. Just quit already. Muhan replied proudly, Fine, keep rambling if you want. Provoking his opponent like this must have been part of his plan too. Muhan's eyes were now filled with a fiery rage, radiating from everywhere. He gritted his teeth. However, let me show you the difference between heaven and earth in our power and prove that my superior strategy no one can break. Muhan's words were set in stone. He commanded, First squad, advance. All the stone statue generals followed his order, marching forward. Kang Jin Hyuk thought to himself, 1,000 vanguard troops, he must be trying to test my counterattack capabilities. He wasn't one to sit still either, quickly raising his cavalry lance toward the sky. The system announced, chessboard ability activated. All pieces on the board gained 30% increased attack and defense. A surge of powerful magic flowed directly into Jin Hyuk's pieces. Jin Hyuk calculated his moves carefully. Good strategy, move to the second and third rows. All frontline pieces form a defensive formation. Everyone, advance on my command. The system chimed in, Good. Infantry activating armor plating. The chess pieces immediately set up their defense. Jin Hyuk shouted, Hold the line. Following Kang Jin Hyuk's command, the first row of soldiers used their heavy shields to form the tightest defensive line possible, refusing to back down. And they would not let any enemy piece pass. A fierce and intense battle broke out. Kang Jin Hyuk displayed his command prowess, holding his ground until the very end. After stabilizing his position, he began his counterattack. Rooks, fire. The rook pieces immediately fired arrows toward the enemy generals. The system announced, Rooks activating arrow rain. 1,000 enemy troops attacking were suddenly met with arrows raining down on them so quickly they couldn't dodge. The arrows struck deep into the enemy troops, shattering them to pieces. The system continued, bishops activating fire magic. Upon receiving the order, the bishop pieces activated their fire elemental skills, launching a fire attack at the enemy. Muhan's soldiers burst into flames, unable to escape the devastating power of the fire, leaving the opponent terrified. Muhan was absolutely furious, his teeth grinding in rage. He wiped out my 1,000 vanguards. Not bad. Muhan immediately ordered the second and third squads to advance with a wave of his hand. The army quickly obeyed. The second and third stone statue squads aggressively marched toward Kang Jin Hyuk, while 100 cavalry pieces attacked the enemy's flank. The formations on both sides were quite strange, as Kang Jin Hyuk was among his own cavalry pieces, directing them. Meanwhile, Muhan chose to stay put at the king piece to observe the battle carefully. The system announced, Knights activating formation. Collision damage increased by 200%. Thanks to this, Kang Jin Hyuk's knight pieces all leveled up, making them even more powerful in battle. Jin Hyuk was valiantly riding his piece, charging forward to lead the way. He roared heroically, "We will shatter the enemy in an instant." With his confidence and determination, the enemy was completely overwhelmed, unable to dodge the strikes from him and his pieces. The enemy troops were shattered instantly. On the other side, Muhan frowned and thought, he's a pretty good commander. Offense and defense are perfectly balanced without a single opening. Ordering at the right moment, Kang Jin Hyuk was still shouting commands below. Muhan looked at the cavalry units, feeling confused. However, that gap on his flank, what is that? It seems almost too good to be true, like a poison apple. The system warned, Muhan is activating weakness detection. The system reminded, 1. All pieces on the chessboard stop if the piece wearing the crown is destroyed. 2. Only the king or queen can wear the crown. 3. All stats of the king or queen increase by 100% in matches where no crown is worn. Looking at the system notice, he had discovered the weakness in Kang Jin Hyuk's army and quickly came to a conclusion. So, I just need to destroy the king piece, and it will be easy to wipe them out. As if he had understood the problem, he laughed savagely like a madman. How bold! I was just wondering why he would make such a stupid mistake that even an idiot wouldn't commit, but it turns out that wasn't the case. He's daring me to step inside. A girl gently stepped out. She stood there with her arms crossed, looking frustrated and helpless within Kang Jin Hyuk's formation. The white-haired girl was chosen as the queen, wearing the crown. Muhan just sat there, ordering his troops, laughing as if he was about to win. Scouts, advance. Looking back, Kang Jin Hyuk calculated silently. Their manpower is about 3,000, occupying 15 square meters. I know he will aim for my base the moment he sees an opening, and it was exactly as he thought. While he was advancing toward Muhan, his generals had also pulled back to head toward the queen through the gap. Kang Jin Hyuk immediately ordered, "Ignore them. The defense of the enemy is already weaker than my 3,000 troops." Muhan thought dangerously. I knew very well that this was a trap to lure me into attacking the king by intentionally creating a hole in the defense. The chess pieces were still fighting fiercely and aggressively. Thanks to Muhan's management, he withdrew 3,000 troops to move closer to his queen, and Kang Jin Hyuk also easily pushed forward, quickly closing in on Muhan. The pieces were raining fire directly onto the enemy. Muhan's army of generals was taking heavy damage. They were being hit without missing a beat, one general after another falling, with stone pieces flying everywhere. After a fierce effort, they managed to close in on Queen Alice von Ataraxia's forces, surrounding her. Muhan laughed manically. He thought victory was within reach, that it was all over. But strangely, Queen Alice showed no fear even when surrounded. Instead, she glared at the enemy with cold, piercing eyes. Her warhorses charged forward with unstoppable momentum toward Muhan. A warrior clad in armor as massive as a mountain saw the cavalry coming. Muhan arrogantly said to Kang Jin Hyuk, "So, you actually made it this far? With so few troops, it's honestly impressive." Ignoring the enemy's mockery, Kang Jin Hyuk sat on his horse, gripping his spear, ready for battle. He smirked. "Why do you keep rambling? I know full well you intentionally opened a path for me." Muhan startled, thinking, he knows this is a trap. Waving his hand forward, Muhan calmly replied, "Whatever. You entrusted the crown to such a sickly little girl, and rushed all the way here with just that many troops. I don't expect anything from you anymore." Suddenly, a bright light erupted, surrounding Muhan. His power became astonishing. A swirling 8-trigram circle appeared in his palm, filled with internal energy. He spoke firmly, "Let me end this right here." Muhan summoned 2 statues named Varajaxa and David. Those statues were 10 times larger than Kang Jin Hyuk's cavalry. They looked down at the tiny army beneath their feet with disdain. They couldn't help but scoff. Are there no decent ones among this trash? David stroked his chin, eyeing his prey as if examining it, and commented, "I don't even see a single one with perfect body proportions." Not sure what he saw, the Floor 3 boss looked shocked, his expression hardening as he cursed, "Are you insane, you damn dog?" Turns out, in this hopeless situation, Kang Jin Hyuk still wore an incredibly confident smile. This confidence made Muhan bitter. Why are you still smiling in a situation like this? Recalling a few minutes earlier, the annoying vampire, Alice, said to him, "Are you really going to be fine on your own?" Riding on his horse, Kang Jin Hyuk teased her. "What? Are you worried about me, Alice von Ataraxia?" Alice replied, annoyed, Of course. There's a reason that guy became the floor 3 boss. Kang Jin Hyuk was left speechless. This is the first time I've heard you praise an AI that much. Are you saying he's stronger than you? Alice puffed up in anger, pointing her finger and questioning. How dare you? You dare compare a noble creature of the night like me to that pile of rocks? Gritting her teeth in rage, she turned away. If I wasn't trapped in that cramped place, I would have. She stopped, wondering why she was even arguing about it. Kang Jin Hyuk asked one last time to be sure. So, does that mean I can rely on you for everything here? Without much thought, she replied immediately. Obviously. Even in my current state, 10,000 of those rockheads would be as easy as a walk in the park. Back in reality, a legion of stone soldiers charged toward her, yet she remained composed. Kang Jin Hyuk smiled excitedly, saying with a firm tone, I'm certain someone is going to be furious because of what you just said. Alice used her left hand to activate the system. A notification appeared. Alice is activating Blood Spear. As soon as she finished, a series of blood arrows surrounded her. Alice swatted at her clothes, annoyed, and shouted, How dare you filthy, puny insects lay a hand on my head. Instantly, the blood spears followed her command, flying toward the Stone Legion and shattering them to pieces. Layer after layer of Muhan's army fell like crumbling rocks, debris flying everywhere. In a flash, only a few remained. They looked up toward where Alice was hovering. She was forming a massive fireball. The system notified, Alice is activating Blood Orb. She showed clear boredom toward these pests, murmuring, Die. She threw the Blood Orb directly down. A massive explosion obliterated everything nearby. After finishing off the vermin, Alice landed lightly on the ashes. Alice turned away, sulking. Seeing that terrifying power, Muhan was shocked and blurted out, How can such a sickly little girl possess such immense power? Holding his spear, Kang Jin Hyuk said mockingly, Your biggest mistake was letting me get this close. Are you sure your vanguard can actually defeat a queen? The system displayed a notification. Activating Blackleaf's blood chi, reacting to the blood chi. He slammed his iron spear violently onto that black leaf. A notification appeared, New attribute acquired, Mental Collapse. Continuously inflicts damage. The target being attacked will be unable to distinguish friend from foe. He threw his spear with the momentum of his horse, hitting the bullseye in one shot. Thousands of purple streaks spread across Muhan's legion. Each stone soldier's eyes turned deep purple. Even the statue Ataraxia trembled uncontrollably. He seemed to lose consciousness, muttering, I never liked them from the start. The statue David looked on with no idea what was happening. Ataraxia was officially being controlled. He roared, I can't stand that muscle-bound pretty boy. Saying that, he immediately smashed David's face in with one hand. Shattering David's face, Muhan stood beneath the massive robot. He was now forced to watch his own soldiers slaughter each other, unable to do anything. A feeling of indescribable helplessness. His soldiers, his tactics, he couldn't believe they had all been destroyed by a single human. Muhan's face turned deep purple with boundless fear. While he was still in disbelief, Kang Jin Hyuk appeared right behind him and spoke up. Hey, you demon, don't freak out like that. You'll look weak. A system notification appeared, activating Ice Bind. A massive statue stood up behind him. Muhan was blocked and panicked, trying to defend. How? This is impossible. Kang Jin Hyuk immediately created an ice bow. To prepare for a long-range attack, he provoked him. Where are you going? Muhan hurriedly fled, not forgetting to order his robot. Stop him. Stop that bastard. As soon as he finished speaking, the robot used its steel arm to punch violently into his formation. The horses neighed in pain one by one, falling under the robot's sharp blade. The system notified, activating Mandala. Kang Jin Hyuk stood, watching the robot wreak havoc. He brandished something like a golden double-headed spear, sneering, I despise your habit of leaving everything to your subordinates whenever you're cornered. It was the same old routine. The system notification popped up. The ice chains and the mandala were resonating with each other. Excited, he combined his bow with his ice and that golden spear. He drew the bow, aiming confidently while waiting for the perfect moment, muttering, Checkmate. He pulled the ice string taut. He fired the golden spear. All the power gathered into this final strike was so intense that it pierced right through that massive monster, driving straight into the floor 3 boss. A massive boom shook the heavens. Now that Muhan was officially toast, heading to the afterlife. A blinding, massive burst of light exploded across the sky. The system announced that the floor 3 boss, Muhan, had been defeated. Alice beamed with pride at her master. The system then announced that the 4th floor of the Tower of Trials was opening. Lee Juji and Park Han-na cheered in joy as their hard work finally paid off. The system reminded them, time remaining to conquer the next floor, 89 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Everyone watching the screen breathed a sigh of relief at the Tower of Trial's third floor. Now, Kang Jin Hyuk was just casually scratching his cheek, with the boss's defeated subordinates exploding behind him. The system screen displayed the latest news. Floor 3 of the Tower of Trials successfully conquered. Standing proudly before the battlefield, the glory belonged to Kang Jin Hyuk. He walked away with a cocky stride. The system chimed repeatedly, "You have leveled up. You have leveled up." He looked at the screen, muttering, "Just dumping all my stat points into magic should do it." Kang Jin Hyuk kept tapping the level up button, his eyes darting toward where the treasure chest sat, waiting for him. His heart raced with anticipation. Time to claim the loot. Kang Jin Hyuk paused, thinking. The treasure you get after killing a boss can be distinguished by color. The 7 colors of the 7 stones ranked by rarity, starting from red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and finally, the highest, violet. The items he received from floors below 10 were all red, the lowest grade. He felt confused. But an orange chest appeared? How? He guessed it must be the effect of the Monopoly board, helping him maximize his rewards when soloing. His eyes lit up like car headlights, and he couldn't stop grinning in satisfaction. He quickly unboxed the chest, and a pile of items flew out before him. The system announced in turn, "You have received a pink diamond. You have received a priority pass. You have received soft rice. You have received natural water. You have received a replica chest. You have received a fire-breathing fingernail." He couldn't hide his surprise. He exclaimed, "Whoa, this is intense." Glancing to the side of the chest, he saw something carved like a sun automatically floating out. He thought to himself, the Eclipse Stone. The Monopoly board's effect is seriously insane. He was so delighted that his face twisted into a devious grin. With this, once I clear the 4th floor, I'll definitely score big. Just you wait, vampire. Alice, standing beside him, couldn't hide her judgmental look. She felt helpless. I'll never get used to that look on his face, she thought, sighing before offering a wry smile. You really are like rotten wood that can't be carved. Inside a formal meeting room, the guild leader and others were gathered. The silence in the room was unbearable. Everyone had their arms crossed, looking away. Patrick was clutching his head in frustration, wondering what he just witnessed. He actually succeeded, and he soloed it. Baek Jin-ho was also stunned by the news. He burst into laughter. This is the birth of a hero right there. Maria, sitting nearby, breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, we gained 90 days to clear the next floor. We have to prepare very, very carefully. The young man, Tenwei, seemed to go mad with rage. Thank goodness? Did you just say thank goodness? Tenwei slammed his hand on the table, shouting, You idiot! Do you think these kinds of attacks do us any favors? He's going to steal all the views. Teresa Laurentia, sitting beside him, arched a brow, confused. Hold on, what are you even saying? She retorted indignantly, pointing outside. Because the attacks kept failing, we were almost forced to shake hands with those demons. But now, thanks to him, humanity has an extra 90 days without having to beg those guys for anything. Teresa lectured him to bring him to his senses. How can you say that? About the person who helped us when we were at our wits' end? She turned to the others, uncomfortable. Sister Maria, Lord Baek Jin-ho, say something, Teresa pleaded. Yet, the two she called out couldn't utter a single word to her. A gloomy atmosphere engulfed the meeting room. Teresa asked, disappointed, Are you all serious right now? Do you all think like Tenwei? Say something. Tenwei just ignored her, showing no interest. Teresa was truly speechless. Not knowing what else to say and disappointed in these people, her face darkened as she made a decision. Fine, have it your way. From today on, I am withdrawing from these meetings. Maria's eyes widened in shock. Teresa, what are you saying? Think about it. Do you know how much effort I put in to bring you to this position? Patrick said coldly. This meeting isn't something you can just join or leave whenever you want. This is a top-tier organization. We only allow the most talented people in to save humanity. He hardened his voice. If you walk out now, you'll never be allowed back in. Do you really believe in that guy that much? Ignoring his warning, Teresa gripped the doorknob, forcing the heavy wooden door open. She stepped outside and said confidently, with a determined tone, walking straight ahead, I have to trust him with my life. Elsewhere, Kang Jin Hyuk was comfortably taking a stroll along the beach, as if shedding all his stress. He muttered to himself, I'm exhausted, I've got a mountain of money now. Should I try checking into some luxury hotel? Suddenly, his phone rang. It was a call from Yu Jong-ah. He quickly answered, Hello? Yu Jong-ah, did you just call? Sorry, I was in the tower, so I couldn't pick up. Before he could finish his sentence, his sister's voice came through trembling, filled with pain. Brother Grandpa isn't waking up anymore. Kang Jin Hyuk's expression turned serious as he asked, Where are you? It was known that Yu Jong-ah, the Atomic Fist, was the granddaughter of Yu Cheon-young, the legendary martial artist who stood at the pinnacle of the Korean martial arts world. This was the first time he had seen someone as strong, cheerful, and optimistic as Yu Jong-ah in such a state. After arriving at the address she gave him, Kang Jin Hyuk held her. Tears rolled down her cheeks as she sobbed like a child, calling out. Brother, he was bewildered to see her like this. Kang Jin Hyuk tried to calm her down. Please, stop crying. Tell me what happened. Can you do that? Yu Jong-ah took a deep breath to steady herself and replied, I think this all started not long after. The trial tower appeared. Do you remember the riots in Incheon? He paused for a moment, suddenly recalling. Oh, that time with Park Ha-na and the labyrinth, he answered softly and slowly. I saw it on the news. The girl sadly continued, my grandfather was there too, even though he wasn't awakened. That very riot succeeded in subduing the monsters, but afterward, because he was so severely wounded that day, he could never fully recover. She gazed toward the elderly man now lying unconscious on the hospital bed, her heart aching. And recently, his condition has gotten even worse. Kang Jin Hyuk looked closely at the old man and thought to himself, so this is Yu Chan-young, the man once called the strongest in South Korea. The old man now lay motionless. His hands were hooked up to IV drips, and purple veins covered his body as if he were suffering from a strange, poisonous disease. The system displayed his status window. Yu Cheon-young, gender, male, age, 75, level, 5, stats, strength, 25, agility, 50, stamina, 38, mana, 7, immortality, 103 points, available points, 0, class, none, skills, none, unique status, critical. He possesses level 13 Heavenly Sword Art and level 12 Refusal to Retreat. The system continued to display copy condition. Yu Cheon-young is near death. If you save his life, you will be able to copy one of his skills. Jin Hyuk's eyes blazed with fire. He smirked internally. Is he really someone who never entered the tower? Just then, the doctor walked in and asked, Yu Jong-ah, what's going on? You suddenly left just to bring some guy known only for fighting here. Then, those guys turned their attention toward him. I don't know why you're here, but even an S-rank awakened can't do anything about this. A top doctor standing by the door remarked. The blue-haired guy leading them was an A-rank healer named Heo Ji-soo. Kang Jin Hyuk didn't back down. He stared the guy right in the face. The doctor, seething with anger, retorted eloquently, I've known Yu Jong-ah for a long time. I only came to see if there was anything I could do. Hearing him explain, he looked down at the old man and mocked. Oh, I almost misunderstood. I was so anxious when I heard that famous Kang Jin Hyuk might get involved in the healing field. Yu Jong-ah, standing nearby, found it insufferable and had to jump in. You think I was so desperate that I just brought anyone here? Everyone taking care of him is a top expert, but why is there no sign of him getting better? Heo Ji-soo just calmly pushed his glasses up, wiped his mouth, and slowly explained, We are doing our absolute best. We are running out of time to research every single ailment caused by the trial tower, especially with current medical knowledge. He waved his hand and said, I really hope you understand that we are doing everything we can. A tense atmosphere crept into the conversation. Everyone fell silent, not saying a word. Yu Jong-ah looked visibly disappointed, and she sadly voiced, I'm sorry. I let my emotions get the better of me. Suddenly, the system triggered a notification. Greedy Eye, activating. Seeing him step forward, Yu Jong-ah blankly called out, Jin Hyuk, let's go. Let the doctors focus on the treatment. Calling again and getting no answer, she repeated his name, Jin Hyuk. Because of the greedy eye, his eyes turned a blood red like a monster's. He gritted his teeth in fury. Seeing the inner thoughts of these healing doctors, their intentions were truly malicious and irresponsible. Why is a combat class guy here? Damn it. We're making a fortune right now. He's not here to get in our way. Is he? What a pain. How much longer do we have to pretend to treat this old man? Kang Jin Hyuk was genuinely livid inside. Look at these blood-sucking leeches. The clueless doctor continued to speak nonchalantly to the two. It seems the senior sword technique is clashing with the tower's mana, which has caused this comatose state. Heo Ji-soo pretended to be thinking of a treatment method. I really want to test a treatment method involving magic stones. We are conducting a lot of research, but that material is very expensive. Yu Jong-ah raised her voice. You quack. Don't worry about the money. Even if I have to sell the dojo, I will provide it for you, as long as he can recover. Kang Jin Hyuk was fuming with rage at hearing that guy deceive the girl. Hearing her resolute words, the doctor wore a satisfied smile. Thank you very much, miss. But he was struck dumb when Kang Jin Hyuk started speaking. What kind of nonsense are you feeding her to scam her? You scumbag, he shouted directly at the doctor. That Hyo Su. The two colleagues with the doctor also ran over and barked at him. What did you say? Scamming? Are you insulting us? Dr. Hyo Su was sweating bullets. He adjusted his glasses and said in a trembling voice, "This is terrible. Even if you are the lady's guest, you can't just say whatever you want." Kang Jin Hyuk's greedy eye heard the honest thoughts of that doctor. What is this? Is he trying to bait me? Even if we were really discovered, he couldn't possibly know about those 7 borrowed accounts and that Bitcoin wallet, right? Even if he were a saint, he couldn't know. Kang Jin Hyuk poked the bastard with all the information he had gathered. Look at that. 7 borrowed accounts and a Bitcoin wallet. What have you been doing? The doctor was caught red-handed and jolted in shock, as if his heart might stop at any moment. Yu Jong, standing beside them, vaguely realized the problem. She clenched her fists and said, what do you mean? Borrowed accounts? The doctor hurriedly defended himself. That's a bald-faced lie. Do you have any proof? Don't just go around accusing us like that. But his true thoughts had already been fully exposed by his greedy eye. He panicked, thinking, what the hell is wrong with this guy? How much does he know? Damn it, does he even know about our connection with the Black Cloud Guild and a tower resident? Hearing this, Kang Jin Hyuk was completely shocked, not expecting the situation to be this serious. He steadied his heart. Wait, what? A connection with the Black Cloud Guild and a tower resident? He was stunned, thinking, a resident of the tower has made contact with humans. The air in the hospital room was now hanging by a thread. Everyone stood in silence. A resident of the tower has made contact with humans. The atmosphere in the infirmary was currently hanging by a thread, and everyone remained silent. Standing in the hospital room, Kang Jin Hyuk was speechless, never expecting that Hong Dio Pio would actually strike a deal with one of those residents. In the eyes of those residents, humanity is just a group of invaders threatening their tower who knows what they're thinking. Suddenly, the old man's heart rate monitor beeped frantically. His mouth spewed black blood, soaking his collar. It seemed his condition was becoming critical. Yu Jong screamed in panic at the sight. Grandfather, even the doctor, Hyo Su, was caught off guard, though one would expect a healer to rush in to save the patient. But being the spineless fraud he was, he put all his strength into his legs and tried to run away like a dog with its tail between its legs. But Kang Jin Hyuk wouldn't let him get away with it. Kang Jin Hyuk blocked the door with his foot, forcing it shut. He growled, "Where do you think you're running off to? Running like that really makes you look guilty, doesn't it?" Tears streamed down Yu Jong-ah's face as if she had been holding it in for a long time. She gritted her teeth and told him, "If anything happens to my grandfather, don't you dare think you'll make it out of here alive." Kang Jin Hyuk spoke up firmly. "Calm down, Yu Jong-ah." He turned his gaze toward Yu Cheon-young, who was convulsing on the hospital bed. "Healing your grandfather has to be our priority." That fake doctor, finding an excuse to defend himself, stuttered and shouted, "He's right. I was just about to go get the medicine. Why are you acting like this all of a sudden? It's thanks to us that Yu Cheon-young's condition has even gotten this bad." Standing before the old man, Kang Jin Hyuk felt helpless. He let out a sigh. "Even now that you've been caught, you're still spouting nonsense." Kang Jin Hyuk kicked him as soon as he finished speaking. She didn't hesitate to jump high into the air. Her eyes were burning red. As if ready to vent all her frustration, she kicked the quack straight in the face with such force that his features distorted. This was just the first punishment he would receive. Standing before the convulsing old man, Kang Jin Hyuk quickly analyzed the situation. Epilepsy. No, it's a severe case of magical power blockage. An ordinary person would have been dead long ago. He resolved within himself, I cannot let him die. He pulled something from his inventory that made the quack scream in terror. That's a miracle elixir. It was indeed a miracle elixir in his hand. He sneered with contempt. Looks like you aren't completely blind. Huh? Know what this is? In his heart, he thought, I was planning to use this only when absolutely necessary. But given my long friendship with Yu Jong-ah, plus the fact that I can't miss the chance to copy skills from a heavyweight like Yu Cheon-young, how could I pass that up? The sound of the elixir bottle opening echoed. He grinned creepily, then took that glowing blue liquid. He poured it directly onto the dying Yu Cheon-young. The system announced, the miracle elixir is being absorbed. The old man's veins turned a light ocean blue before finally fading into the healthy skin tone of a normal human. He had risen from the dead. He let out a sigh of relief. Yu Jong-ah happily called out, Grandfather. She couldn't contain her joy and sobbed like a child. The system displayed a notification, condition satisfied. You have successfully copied the Heavenly Flower Art. The system described the new skill, Heavenly Flower Art, as an S-rank technique developed by Yu Cheon-young. It can absorb magical power from the air. When used, it increases mana recovery speed by 30%. Furthermore, just by learning it, one can regain a youthful appearance. The fake doctor outside sneered, thinking, no way did he actually cure the old man. He stood up trembling and whispered to his cronies, "We have to run, now." Thinking he had narrowly escaped death, a foot suddenly sent him flying back into the room. It was Kang Jin Hyuk, he asked coldly. "Running away, you piece of trash?" His attack terrified the cronies. Kang Jin Hyuk raised an eyebrow and set a condition. "You and I are going to have a little chat." With that, he kicked the fake doctor into the storage room. Looking pitiful, the doctor whimpered. "What are you going to do to me? Are you going to kill me?" Kang Jin Hyuk replied lazily. "No, I don't kill people just because they swindled some money. If you return every cent you stole, I'll let you go." Hato Jisoo was suspicious of such insane words from Kang Jin Hyuk. "You'll let me go if I pay back all the money?" Kang Jin Hyuk smiled lightly. "Right. Not a bad deal, is it? I'll even put in a good word for you with Yu Jong-ah, so you don't have to worry about her." The doctor was skeptical. He's planning to settle this easily? Something is suspicious. But Kang Jin Hyuk had heard every one of those thoughts. He cracked his knuckles, threatened him with a deathly glare. "Well, are you tired of living?" Yu Jong-ah, sitting by her grandfather's bed, suddenly got a notification on her phone. 3,635,000 won has been transferred to your account. On the way to the hospital gate, the sound of frantic footsteps echoed endlessly. The quack was using every ounce of his energy to bolt. In his head, he happily thought, "I'm alive, I'm alive, I'm alive." On the rooftop, Kang Jin Hyuk was watching the guy scurry away like a stray dog. Even though he was letting him go, his mood was very calm. Tiny Alice, sitting on his shoulder, was surprised and blurted out, "You really let him go that easily? You're not acting like yourself." He shrugged. "Not really, Alice. Follow him. See who he meets." Alice crossed her legs and asked, "Are you letting him go for another reason?" He nodded excitedly. "Of course. You wouldn't get anything useful out of a trashy guy like him, but using him to find out where his organization's base is, that's much better." He gave the order. "If you understand, then go. Don't lose his trail." She jumped off his shoulder. Then, with a friendly smile, she said, "Understood. Mission starting." Kang Jin Hyuk turned to watch the vampire's back fly away under the sunset, secretly smiling. "She sure is eager, isn't she?" At Yu Cheon-young's special clinic, he instructed Yu Jong, "Hey, give us a little time, all right. Need to check if the elixir has been absorbed." Yu Jong agreed immediately. "Okay, sure. Just call me when you're done," she said, heading outside and carefully pulling the door shut. Now, Kang Jin Hyuk sat by the hospital bed, looking at the old man and gently saying, "Everyone's gone now." The old man looked as if he were sleeping peacefully. He suddenly opened his eyes and spoke up. "So you knew? I thought I had hidden it quite well." He then sat up as if nothing had happened, mumbling to himself. "Is my breathing that irregular, then?" Kang Jin Hyuk gave a slight smile. "No, not at all. It was actually perfect, Mr. Yu Cheon-young." With a serious expression, he said, "I apologize. I didn't mean to keep anything from you." Kang Jin Hyuk laughed sheepishly and replied, "It's all right. Please, go on. I completely understand. Why would you be so guarded? A stranger appears out of nowhere and cures a disease no one else could fix. If I were in your shoes, I'd be just as cautious, sir." Hearing those words, Yu Cheon-young burst into laughter and said, "How do you know what people are thinking so well? You read my mind perfectly." Before he could add anything else, Kang Jin Hyuk offered a friendly smile. "I'm just glad to see you're doing so well," he said gently. "Yu Jong-ah was so worried about you. She even called me, even though she's not the type to ask for help, Mr. Yu Chan-young." As if realizing something, he replied, "So you're a friend of my granddaughter, then?" Not wasting any more time, Kang Jin Hyuk cut straight to the point. "Sir, there is something I really want to ask you." Yu Chan-young clenched his fist, resolute, and said, "You are my savior, after all. If it's something I can answer, I will tell you everything." Reassured by this, Jin Hyuk asked, "What exactly happened during that dungeon break?" The old man placed a hand over the long scar on his chest. The sight of that massive scar was enough to make anyone shudder. It was the fatal wound he had sustained during that jailbreak. He fell silent for a moment before slowly saying, "When it happened, I was on my way to a meeting." He recalled the scene from that day. Yu Chan-young was sitting in his car. He looked up with a face full of dread, staring at the sky. How could something like that even exist here? A rift in space, glowing with purple light, was surrounded by chaotic, unstable lightning. Monsters poured out from the crack in massive numbers. It wasn't just any monster, a horde of disgusting, mutated spiders came crawling down the street. A police officer was trying to protect the citizens, but he was struggling because he couldn't get his gun out. A spider lunged at him. The officer cursed, "Damn it, my gun is jammed." Before he could even finish his sentence, the spider opened its mouth wide, ready to send him to the afterlife. It was a hair-thin margin between life and death. Luckily, Yu Qianyang lunged from his car and kicked the spider away. It was a brutal strike. He saved the officer's life, landing on his feet in the perfect combat stance of a martial arts master. The ground around him shattered. Yu Qianyang shouted to the officer, "You, go evacuate the civilians. I'll handle this thing." The officer, grateful for the help, hurried away. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a pair of feet landed gracefully atop the pile of rubble from the collapsed buildings on the street. He laughed mockingly. "Looks like even among these outsiders, there's someone worth a damn." "Fine, then." A mysterious stranger whose identity was unknown gave a wicked smile. His eyes glowed intensely as he spoke in a playful tone. "Let's have some fun, shall we?" Amidst the open gate, thousands of spider monsters swarmed out. Yu Qianyang used every ounce of his strength to hold them back. He took them out one by one, his hands stained with their blood. After a long fight, sweat was dripping down his forehead. He frowned, thinking to himself, "I can deal with a few of these monsters, no problem." But just as he thought that, from the distance, the sound of rhythmic footsteps accompanied by the scraping of a sword on the ground grew closer. Sensing the danger, he became alert. Startled, he looked up just in time, but the stranger had already leaped into the air. In that split second of life and death, his body seemed to freeze, leaving Yu Qianyang completely helpless. He couldn't even touch the guy. Without hesitation, the stranger plunged his sword deep into the old man's chest, a precise and lethal blow. The sudden attack left him in agony, causing him to collapse. After the strike, the assassin walked past him nonchalantly, leaving him to scream in pain. Damn it, blood poured from his mouth and his wound, uncontrollable. He had been in a coma ever since. Back in the present, in the hospital room, he calmly recalled everything. "Those were my last memories. I have never seen anyone use a sword that quickly." The raspy recount from a man who had returned from the brink of death made Kang Jin Hyuk realize the gravity of the situation. He pondered deeply in his head, long hair and Eastern attire. If he was telling the truth, it meant the martial arts sect that dominated the 21st floor had finally begun. They're making moves that are impossible to predict now. He stroked his chin, lost in thought. Those bastards are the type who would do absolutely anything to get what they want. Even when I was playing the game, they gave me so much trouble. What could they be plotting that they'd need to infiltrate reality like this? Kang Jin Hyuk firmly told him, "The person who attacked you is one of the tower's residents." He looked surprised. "A resident of the tower?" Jin Hyuk continued in a low voice. "I never imagined they would dare to escape the tower like this. Things are much more complicated than I thought." As he listened, he turned his head to look at his granddaughter, who had fallen asleep from exhaustion. He suspiciously ventured a guess. "You said you've known Yu Jong-ah for a long time now, didn't you?" Without hesitation, Jin Hyuk quickly nodded in confirmation. "Yes, that's right. It's been quite a while." Hearing that answer, Yu Qianyang let out a sigh of relief. What a relief that is. Then, he laughed heartily. "You should hold a wedding ceremony with my granddaughter right away." Kang Jin Hyuk was speechless, trying to explain, "Sir, Yu Jong-ah and I don't have that kind of relationship." Letting out a breath, Yu Qianyang shared his thoughts. "There is one thing I'm sure of. As I get older, there is one thing that gets better, whether I want it to or not, my ability to judge people." His gaze became more resolute than ever. They say if you really want to understand something, you have to dedicate at least 10,000 hours to it. I don't think that's wrong. Kang Jin Hyuk's weary face became very visible. A system notification chimed, reminding him, total game time, 50,125 hours. The old man fell silent again and continued. Just a few months after the tower appeared, the people who started acting the most arrogant were the Awakeners. Unlike those so-called experts, Yu Qianyang is incredibly determined, but there's something different about you. How should I put this? It's as if you've been through constant tempering. I can see that you already know the bitter taste of both victory and defeat. After so many trials, and seeing how you've grown by overcoming them, Kang Jin Hyuk felt embarrassed. "You're too kind, sir." The truth was, Kang Jin Hyuk had spent over 50,000 hours playing this tower climbing game, but he didn't want to reveal that. He didn't expect this. The old man crossed his arms, looking very pleased and happy. "You're very humble, but you can't hide it. That composure just radiates from you, boy." The old man clutched his chest, looking solemn. "But regardless, I still want to repay my benefactor. Is there anything you want?" Suddenly, a thought popped into Kang Jin Hyuk's head. Help a favor from the most powerful martial arts family in South Korea. His face was hard to describe as he stammered, "Anything I want, literally anything." The old man nodded confidently with a loud laugh. "Don't worry, just say it." Just as he left, Yu Jong-ah woke up. She stood outside the door, bewildered, and asked, "Sir, how is he? Is he okay?" Facing her worried expression, Kang Jin Hyuk nodded slightly, bringing good news. The herbal medicine has taken effect. In a few days, he'll be completely recovered. Yu Jong-ah breathed a sigh of relief. Overjoyed. That's such a relief. How can I ever repay you? Kang Jin Hyuk gave a dangerous smile. It's nothing. Yu Jong-ah, his gaze toward her was full of cold detachment. That old man had already shown more than enough gratitude. Yu Jong-ah looked at him, stunned. Inside the room, the elder Yu Chon-young was happy, until his heart broke. Kang Jin Hyuk's recent request made him die inside for a moment. Tears couldn't help but fall uncontrollably. He couldn't believe it. He actually requested that from me. Meanwhile, the elevator was going up to the 101st floor. Kang Jin Hyuk happily wandered around the room, looking out the window at the spectacular view. It made his heart swell with emotion. Money is great, of course, especially when you're in some luxurious place and tasting the local cuisine is a given. He quickly used the landline to call the front desk. In a second, the line answered, "Room service, how can I help you?" Very quickly, a lavish meal was brought out and spread before him. Kang Jin Hyuk enjoyed a bite of steak while sipping on some expensive wine. He felt an extreme sense of pleasure and couldn't help but exclaim, "This tastes heavenly. It's like it's melting in my mouth." It tasted so good he was practically in bliss. He closed his eyes and sighed. This is amazing. Just a few months ago, the only thing I could afford to eat was instant ramen. Alice lay lazily on the sofa, muttering, "You look like you're eating quite well." Hearing that, Kang Jin Hyuk pouted. "People have even paid to watch me eat, you know." Right then, the TV was airing a news report. The reporter cheerfully announced, "In this segment, exploring the trials, we've invited an expert on tower climbing. And today's guest is," she gestured, "an awakener from the strongest guild in South Korea, Dangun, Mr. Kang Jin-hyuk. Please give him a round of applause." After they were both seated, the MC asked solemnly, "In your opinion, sir, what is the key to climbing the tower?" Mr. Kang Jin-hyuk. Kang Jin-hyuk answered professionally, "The most important thing for climbing the tower, first and foremost, is strength. There are two ways to get stronger in the tower. First, you must become stronger actually. There are two ways to get stronger in this tower. The first way and the most fundamental one that everyone knows is to raise your level and your skills." A bit curious, the MC quickly responded, "Oh, I see. And what is the second way?" Kang Jin-hyuk smiled as he revealed, "It's the coins." Over there, Alice was still lounging upside down on the sofa, watching the show. The MC exclaimed in surprise, "You mean the currency that can only be used inside the tower?" Kang Jin-hyuk nodded, confirming, "Yes. Being able to buy better items, and even better ones, is one of the best ways to become a tower climber," he continued. "If the dollar is the main currency that keeps the earth spinning until now, then from now on, coins will be the primary currency." Alice glanced at him. Back and forth, he had already polished off the plate. She thought to herself, "He eats fast." Seeing him turn to leave without a word, the girl asked curiously, "Kang Jin Hyuk, where are you going?" He replied tiredly, "Going to get some rest." On the TV, Kang Jin-hyuk was still enthusiastic. "Thanks to Kang Jin Hyuk, the fourth floor is now open. But I hear no one has entered it yet." Alice's smile was incredibly eerie as she followed him with her eyes, having already snatched the bottle of wine into her hands. On the screen, the host continued the dialogue. "Can you explain why that is?" He smiled awkwardly, explaining, "It's because of the privilege for clearing the third floor. The person who cleared the third floor has the privilege of being the first to enter the fourth floor." Pointing at the screen, Kang Jin-hyuk said coldly, "The fourth floor is a special dungeon with over 100 large-scale waves. The way to clear this floor is to capture the base, hold the grounds, and defend it until the end." Looking at the screen, he added seriously, "The problem here is, if all the players who entered fail to defend the base, the entire fourth floor will be locked for 20 days. The host's eyes went wide with surprise. "Oh my. So people won't be able to enter it for a whole 20 days. The guest nodded slightly, confirming, "Yes, if the floors aren't cleared within 90 days, there's a very high chance a catastrophe will occur. So, even Kang Jin Hyuk can't recklessly enter." The female MC started to panic. "Is it true that if it's not cleared within 90 days, humanity will go extinct?" Kang Jin-hyuk continued his explanation, "I believe the tower system holds absolute power in enforcing the laws in this world." At this point, Kang Jin Hyuk had reached the bathroom. He slowly opened the door and walked in. The audio from the TV was still playing. Kang Jin-hyuk's voice continued, "It can be said that it can even ignore the laws of causality. So, it is highly likely that humanity could face extinction." Standing in the bathroom, hearing these insane words, Kang Jin Hyuk's face darkened in thought. After the interview, out in the parking lot, the MC and Kang Jin-hyuk were chatting. "You're really taking a month off?" Being flirted with by a pretty girl holding his arm, Kang Jin-hyuk replied nonchalantly, "Of course, I'm certain. Even if I take a month out of these 90 days, That's enough time to prepare for the tower raid. Glancing at the beautiful host, he suddenly tried to flirt. How about we go somewhere fun this month? The female MC giggled at that, thinking it sounded fun. As soon as he settled into the car, a sudden notification made him jump. The content of the notification read, "Attention all players, Kang Jin Hyuk has declared the start of the 4th floor raid. We ask that all players wishing to advance to the 4th floor be prepared. The first wave will begin in 8 hours." Reading those lines, Kang Jin Hyuk's blood began to boil like a raging bull. He hit the gas, speeding as fast as possible, not forgetting to shout orders to his team to gather all awakened individuals immediately. Because he was driving so recklessly, the female MC screamed in terror. His teammates were confused, commenting one after another. "What the hell is going on? Boss, do we even have a plan? Everyone, assemble the emergency task force. What do you mean what's going on? Damn it, round up every awakened person right now. Even if they have to hold their bathroom breaks, drag them here. We are screwed." Kang Jin Hyuk gritted his teeth so hard they clicked, veins bulging on his face, because in his heart, he knew there were only 8 hours left and absolutely nothing was prepared. He screamed, "What the hell were you thinking, Kang Jin Hyuk?" After sending the provocation, Jin Hyuk had taken a long, peaceful nap. Kang Jin Hyuk woke up, sat up, and stretched for a moment. He muttered, "Slept like the dead, I suppose." The system displayed a notification. Time remaining until the first wave begins, 01, 37 to 51. At the 4th floor of the trial tower, these 100 waves included both regular and special monsters. There were only 2 ways to stop them. Either erect thousands of defensive formations as optimally as possible, or choose a location that could be effectively defended as a base. For regular players, that was the way to go. Kang's footsteps. Jin Hyuk stepped powerfully out of the portal. The system announced, "You are the first to enter the 4th floor of the trial tower. Other players will be permitted to enter the 4th floor in 20 minutes. Glancing around the place where he had just arrived, he shook his head in disappointment. This place is still as bleak as ever. Gliding past piles of rubble, he reminded himself, 20 minutes isn't exactly a lot of time. I've got to move fast. At this moment, right in front of him was the Sangam Stadium. After a few steps to scout the area, the system popped up a notification. Using facility priority ticket. Immediately after, it announced, Sangam World Cup Stadium has been selected as your base. Kang Jin Hyuk walked around, performing a few actions. The system displayed, sowing seeds, using solar seeds, using natural spring water. Planting speed increased by 20%. After covering the ground with seeds across the stadium, he muttered, "All prepped and ready. Time to head back." Outside at the starting point of the 4th floor, people were gathering in large numbers. At this moment, Kang Jin Hyuk sat up high, observing each person carefully and making his judgments. Most of the major guilds were participating. Suddenly, a loud call rang out, "Hey, Mr. Jin Hyuk." He was startled and looked down to see the arrival of Yu Jong-ah and Lee Tae-min. Following that was a sweet voice calling out, "Teresa." She waved at him gently, seeing Teresa appear. Both Lee Tae-min and Yu Jong-ah were left wide-mouthed. They said in unison, "No way." Teresa stood there, frozen solid like a statue. Kang Jin Hyuk jumped down, lowering his voice to explain, "Don't be so surprised. I'm the one who called her here. Sorry for calling everyone so suddenly. Everything happened so fast, I didn't have time to explain." Lee Tae-min waved his hand, replying, "No, it's fine. Naturally, when you call, we'll come." Teresa also laughed, relieved, "I don't mind at all, since I didn't have anything else to do anyway. And honestly, being with you is much better." Upon saying this, her ears and face flushed as red as a tomato. Hearing her say that, all 3 of them laughed at Teresa's innocent reply. The gathering of the 4 of them was enough to make the crowd whisper, "Oh my god, look, that's Yu Jong-ah and Lee Tae-min." The blonde guy's eyes rounded in awe. And beside them is Teresa. "I'm subscribed to her YouTube channel. I can't believe I'm seeing her in person." The guy with black hair pointed, continuing, "The person next to them is Kang Jin Hyuk. He's the top rising star in South Korea. Even though the team is small, this squad is absolutely insane." Kang Jin Hyuk asked excitedly, "Is that everyone?" Yu Jong-ah raised an eyebrow, confused by the question. "Yeah, but will just this many people really be okay? The number of monsters in the waves on this floor is terrifying." Lee Tae-min scratched his cheek, embarrassed, and said, "My summoning control rank isn't very high either, so this is going to be tough." Kang Jin Hyuk, though feeling helpless, was also incredibly pumped. "It's only fun if it's tough. I had a reason for choosing that stadium as our base, you know." Everyone suddenly panicked at his decision. Yu Jong-ah clutched her head and shrieked, "The stadium? You don't mean the Sangam Stadium, right? Please tell me you don't." The two of them were in so much agony they looked like they might cry. Lee Tae-min sweated profusely, trying his best to explain. We need at least 100 people to defend something that huge. Yu Jong-ah nodded repeatedly, agreeing with what Lee Tae-min said. She started acting up, questioning him. What do you mean fun? What are you thinking? This isn't just a game anymore. If we die here, it's really over. Just by looking at his face, I know he's back to his usual tricks again. Ignoring Yu Jong-ah's shouting, Jin Hyuk just grinned widely at the misery of his teammates. Teresa stood in the middle watching the argument, not understanding a thing, her head turning left and right like she was watching a tennis match. Is that what you call a reverse strategy? Do you get it? Teresa asked shyly. Mr. Jin Hyuk, you look like a total pervert right now. A moment later, they gradually headed inside the stadium. Kang Jin Hyuk calmly comforted them. Don't be so tense. A place like a stadium is. That's the perfect spot for an ambush. A piercing, terrified scream echoed out. That might be true for you, but it's a different story for us. Inside, Teresa looked at him, full of curiosity. Jin Hyuk, can I ask you something? She looked at him. He nodded. What is it? She shyly held out her hand, 5 fingers spread. I heard we need at least 5 people to defend this base. She glanced around at everyone and raised her voice. But as you know, there are only 4 of us here, right? Lee Tae-min nodded in agreement. Now that I think about it, she has a point. Kang Jin Hyuk shrugged and answered nonchalantly. Don't worry about that. The last person will be here soon. As soon as he finished speaking, that person flew in with immense, terrifying power. He landed, panting like a beast, and shouted in a rage, Kang Jin Hyuk. The one who appeared was Chun Do-sung. He drew his sword. I'll slice you into 100 pieces. I'm going to kill you, you bastard. Recalling the scene from earlier, Do-sung was pouring his heart and soul into training in a remote mountain range when suddenly, a system notification popped up with a message from Kang Jin Hyuk. He ordered, within 1 hour, get to the starting point on the 4th floor right now. Reading those lines, he sneered with disdain, his face twisted in annoyance. How ridiculous. Just because he says so, I have to go. I haven't even finished training yet. Still not seeing a reply from him. Jin Hyuk continued to lay out conditions. If you come now, I'll fight you without using my left hand and right leg. Annoyed by his text messages, Do-sung ignored them and kept swinging his sword even harder. In his head, he could still hear those taunts so arrogant, shallow, and childish. If I fall for it this time, I'd be dancing in the palm of his hand. Still determined to hook Do-sung, Kang Jin Hyuk kept pushing. Fine. I'll even keep my eyes closed. Reading these lines, his teeth involuntarily ground together with a harsh crunch. Do-sung tried to calm himself, enduring the insult. I will use this rage to fuel my future revenge. Another message arrived. Scared. Just 2 words, but it was enough to make Jin Hyuk seem incredibly infuriating. This provocation triggered the beast inside Do-sung. His eyes blazed with fire. I will kill him. Returning to the present, Chun Do-sung gripped his sword and charged forward with a growl. You bastard! I have to kill you. Smoke and sparks flew everywhere. The situation was so terrifying that the others had to step back several meters. But Kang Jin Hyuk remained calm, greeting him nonchalantly. You're here? Come on over. Seeing the sword in Do-sung's hand, he smirked with interest. An elemental sword, an item that helps cover a warrior's weaknesses in long battles by channeling elemental power into the weapon. I knew he'd use that. Why is he so easy to predict? His anger hadn't subsided. Do-sung's eyes were dark and deadly. He growled. You asked if I was scared. I'll show you right now. Immediately, he swung his sword high with a fierce roar. Am I scared or not? It seemed like the impact of that strike would shatter the entire place. But Kang Jin Hyuk casually provoked him. Showing off is fine, but do you really intend to fight me with that incomplete sword? Seriously? Hearing that, Chun Do-sung gritted his teeth in frustration. What are you trying to say? Kang Jin Hyuk shrugged lazily and explained. Exactly what I said. An elemental sword isn't bad at all, but it needs to be complete to unleash its full power. Looking at his sword, he paused, silent. From a distance, he arrogantly lured him. Coincidentally, in the random box on this floor, there is an item that can complete that elemental sword. You need primordial fire, don't you? Chun Do-sung snapped. He shouted, Quit the nonsense. A random box is just that random. Who knows what you'll get? Kang Jin Hyuk excitedly explained, Don't you know I love taking weird shortcuts? If you join this defense mission, I'll give it to you. Let's make a deal. Once it's complete, we'll fight. Chun Do-sung was left deep in thought by Jin Hyuk's words. He was silent. Kang Jin Hyuk softly asked, What do you think? After a moment of silence, Do-sung sheathed his sword, a move that showed he had compromised. Do-sung turned and walked away, not forgetting to warn him. The thing that comes out of that random box better be that item. Hearing that, Kang Jin Hyuk wore a satisfied smile. At that moment, a system notification appeared. A 5-person squad had been formed. The minimum number of members to defend a base had been met. Walking at the head of the group, Teresa turned to look at Yu-sung with a worried expression. She frowned and asked, Jin Hyuk, is it really safe to be on the same team as Chun Do-sung like this? Jin Hyuk. Kang Jin Hyuk nodded, confirming he won't stab us in the back until he gets what he wants. Despite the sight of Chun Do-sung walking behind them with bloodshot eyes and rage radiating from him, he firmly explained he might look like that. But in reality, he's surprisingly pure. Pure? Yeah, right, she thought. Suddenly, remembering something, Yu Jong-ah reported, Oh, right, I almost forgot. Mr. Kang Jin Hyuk, take this. Saying that, she quickly handed him a pile of treasures. It was the twin dragon swords. Taking them from her hands, he felt incredibly satisfied. He knew the item from the past already had enough mana to challenge even divine artifacts thanks to the Tower of Trials. But actually holding it was even better. Yu Jong-ah happily explained, The old man told me to give this to you. He really treasures this. How did you get it? Kang Jin Hyuk confidently replied, He really likes my personality. Opening the item, he fiddled with the sword. There was even a note attached that said dowry. Seeing that, he could only hold his head in helplessness. This old man is so stubborn with his jokes. Walking into the middle of the stadium, he announced loudly to everyone, We're here. This is our base. Yu Jong-ah complained, We have to defend this huge place with only 5 people. Chun Do-sung, standing nearby, was also speechless. You really are the most thoughtless person ever. He was met with a wave of criticism. I've got it all planned out, so don't worry, Jin Hyuk said with a pout. A cocky voice suddenly echoed from somewhere, leaving me wondering. Who let the AI pick this stadium as a base? So it's you guys? A group of strange-looking youths blocked the path, their eyes fixed on the swords in their hands. He stood in silent contemplation. That crest, the leader of the group asked arrogantly. So, you're the famous Kang Jin Hyuk, huh? The atmosphere remained tense. The group of strangers stepped closer to Kang Jin Hyuk's team, sizing them up. Finally, Kang Jin Hyuk recognized the symbol. No doubt about it, he was a member of the Mirim faction from the 21st floor. He gazed at them, thinking silently, the Black Pattern Association and now the Three Emperors faction. So, the rumors about tower residents expanding their influence outside the tower were true. A thug in the group raised his blade and threatened them. Our boss is asking if you're Kang Jin Hyuk, he barked. He raised his voice to respond. That's right. That's me. The leader, looking as disheveled as a beggar, began to introduce himself cheerfully. The name's Namgung Hyan. Before he could finish, he showed his utter contempt. I've got no time for this. If you're going to introduce yourself, don't bother. I've already heard about how pathetic and stupid that Namgung family is. Visible annoyance flickered across Jin Hyuk's face. Being insulted like that was enough to make him change his expression. What did you just say? Worried that something might happen, Teresa, still confused, asked anxiously, Jin Hyuk, what's wrong? What's the Namgung family? Do you two know each other? The corner of his mouth curled slightly. Yeah, we know each other. Drawing on his experience from climbing the tower, a wealth of information flooded Kang Jin Hyuk's mind. The Namgung family was one of the noble clans within the tower. They specialized in trials in the Murim world on the 21st floor. Although they were all highly trained elites, they were infamous for their toxic, arrogant behavior. Namgung Hyun roared, You little bastard. Kang Jin Hyuk, unfazed, mockingly mimicked his tone. You little bastard, do you even know who I am? I'll wipe out your whole clan and every one of your relatives. For insulting the Namgung family, he finished. Yu Jong-ah brushed her hands off and scoffed, save the barking. I'm tired of talking to C-list villains like you. The leader was shaking with rage. Jin Hyuk continued nonchalantly. But does the Namgung family have anything worth protecting? Like pride? Without the name, you're nothing at all. The more Namgung Hyun heard, the more furious he became, grinding his teeth. I don't know how you know about us. He suddenly erupted, screaming like a stuck pig. You damn scumbag. How dare you insult the Namgung family? At that moment, the system recorded information about him. Name, Namgung Hyun male, 22 years old, level 68. Strength, 36. Agility, 48. Gravity, 37. Magic, 35. Inner energy, 85. He was currently holding 8 stat points. His class was Swordsman. His unique skill was Sword Soul Unity. Other skills included Infinite Steps level 11, Sword King form level 14, and Spirit Slaying Sword Strike level 12. The system immediately introduced the copy function. You have encountered a resident from Murim. Other residents accompanying him are hiding within the Three Emperors faction. You can copy one of his skills if you find all of them. This information set Kang Jin Hyuk thinking. There are other residents here besides Namgung Hyun. If they're just here to cause trouble, this seems a bit overkill. Teresa said timidly. Kang Jin Hyuk, what should we do? Kang Jin Hyuk remained silent, deep in his own interesting calculations. Whatever their goal is, I just need to copy his skill. Yu Jong-ah signaled that it was time to fight. Namgung Hyun wasn't going to be outdone. He ordered aggressively, cut off these bastards' hands and feet for me. The situation turned tense. Kang Jin Hyuk's team immediately fell into their battle formations. Lee Min tried to focus on his specialty but didn't forget to talk to Yu Jong-ah. I'll take the left side. Yu Jong-ah was fired up. Finally, it's time to get moving. As they started, Lee Min activated Mechanical King. The system announced the summoning of heavy mechanical weaponry and tanks. Yu Jong-ah's eyes turned deep red, and she quickly activated Refusal to Retreat. The system reminded them, as long as you do not retreat, damage taken is reduced by 15%. Teresa also quickly chose her battle position. She said coldly, then I'll handle the rear. Chun Du-sung had some questions for Jin Hyuk before they engaged. Every time I meet you, I think of this, but you really live without caring about the consequences at all, don't you? Jin Hyuk glanced back helplessly. I need 3 minutes. Can you stall them that long? Chun Du-sung frowned. 3 minutes? He looked around. A guy was rushing toward him. Du-sung said firmly, no need. I'll take care of them all myself. His confident response was no surprise to anyone, as he was always that cocky. Teresa activated 2 skills, Sanctuary and War Hymn. The system popped up. All stats increased by 5 points for 10 minutes. Yu Jong-ah exclaimed excitedly. Awesome. A loud shout accompanied a barrage of rockets aimed at Jin Hyuk's group. Eat this, you bastards. Thousands of rockets launched quickly. An explosion erupted all around. Yu Jong-ah knocked a few of them down like grass. Teresa was just as energized, who would have expected such terrifying power. They stared in shock, exclaiming, that's insane. Those guys are incredibly strong. After using his wide-area attack, Du-sung had taken out almost all of them. He glanced over and muttered, looks like this place isn't just full of pests after all. At that moment, Namgung Hyun rushed toward him, and they fought fiercely. A sword strike landed directly on Du-sung's shoulder. Seeing him sink to the ground, Namgung Hyun was extremely excited. Good reflexes. It looks like you've used a sword before, but it's just reckless swinging without any foundation. I'll show you what a true swordsman from a noble family looks like. With that, he violently drew his sword. He used the Sword King form and charged frantically at Du-sung. He swung his blade wildly, making it very difficult for him to defend. Chun Du-sung grimaced, blocking his strikes. He's so heavy compared to the Three Emperors faction, he's on a completely different level. Just as he was about to exhaust his stamina, Teresa fortunately provided support. Seeing this, Jin Hyuk quickly praised her. Great timing, Teresa. Jin Hyuk signaled with his hand. 3 minutes are up, time to switch. He waved his hand, telling them to clear out. He gently activated his fire element, and a circle of flame quickly encircled Namgung Hyun. The guy scowled and shouted, don't think these cheap tricks will be enough to let you get your way. Jin Hyuk leaped high into the air, catching Namgung Hyun by surprise. Seeing this attack position, Namgung Hyun sneered with disdain. You fool. You've cornered yourself. I'm going to run you through, but he couldn't stay smug for long. He was caught off guard when Jin Hyuk used ice to freeze his feet in place. Kang Jin Hyuk launched his attack while taunting him. Usually, people don't tend to look back at where they've just been, but you really should check again. Kang Jin Hyuk was activating the Solar Flare Strike, pouring all his energy into it. He struck directly at Namgung Hyun, scaring the living daylights out of him. With his life hanging by a thread, his men arrived just in time to save his pathetic hide. The stranger used the 10-slash technique to deflect the attack and save Namgung Hyun. Seeing someone interfere, Jin Hyuk's face hardened. He stood guard in front of Namgung Hyun. The stranger stood by, raised his voice, and exclaimed, I didn't expect to find someone like this here. Perhaps. Namgung Hyun wouldn't have been able to handle him alone. A voice called out, Big Brother. Namgung Hyun was overjoyed that his life had been spared. With his rescue team now on the scene, the atmosphere grew incredibly tense. Everyone stood there, silently watching one another. Wambo Gunaka stroked his chin, full of excitement. I didn't expect to find someone outside the tower with so much internal energy. Tang Soha nodded in agreement. That's right. He's the first one, isn't he? Kang Jin Hyuk felt satisfied. He smirked with amusement. Finally, they had all come out. The system quickly sent a notification. You have discovered all residents of the 3 Imperial Guilds. You have completed the requirements. You have successfully copied the Infinite Fusion Set and the Sword Tomb. You have obtained the skill, Ghost Sword King Tomb. The Ghost Sword King Tomb has an S-rank acquisition difficulty. When used, movement speed increases by 70%, and it can be used as an offensive technique. By focusing mana into his feet, looking at the rewards he had reaped, Jin Hyuk felt deeply satisfied. All right. Wambo Gunaka turned to his subordinate, asking with concern, Hyun, are you okay? Struggling to stand up through the pain, he replied with difficulty, I'm fine. Tang Soha, standing behind them, whispered to her companions, this is the first time I've seen Hyun caught off guard like that. But it's kinda cute, isn't it? The guard standing next to her nodded in agreement. It seemed like his time had passed. This remark struck right at Namgung Hyun's pride. He turned red with anger and shouted, I could have handled it by myself. Who asked you guys to jump in? Tang Soha ignored him, standing behind him with a scornful look. Wambo Gunaka stepped up, patted his shoulder, and explained, we don't doubt your skills, kid. But don't forget, the king's order wasn't to kill it, was to reconcile. Tang Soha nodded in agreement. She raised her voice, reminding him, Wambo Gunaka is right. If you intend to come with us, there's no need to fight. Namgung Hyun still felt bitter and unconvinced. I know that already, but that bastard already knew we came from that tower. The whole group panicked, looking toward Kang Jin Hyuk. He was lazily picking at his ear, acting innocent. They went pale, completely stunned. What? He already knew? Is that for real? Namgung Hyun insisted once more. Why would I lie about something like this? He worked himself into a rage, refusing to back down. He gripped his sword, ready to strike. Fine, reconcile if you want. But at the very least, I have to kill that bastard. I don't like him. Wambo Gunaka immediately blocked his blade. He hardened his face and stopped him. Hyun, I understand your anger, but we have to go now. Hyun was surprised by that reaction. Huh. Suddenly, a member of his team quickly reported. There's a wave of zombies coming from the right. They'll be here in 3 minutes. Seeing his opponents constantly bickering, Kang Jin Hyuk felt quite annoyed. Hey, this stadium is ours. Go find somewhere else. Wambo Gunaka looked at him with icy eyes and replied, even if you told us to, we wouldn't want a piece of garbage like this place. We already have our own base. It's far more magnificent than this place. It's like a work of architecture. Go ahead and hold your ground. Once the first wave of monsters is over, we'll be back. With that, he quickly ordered his team to move to their base and build a stronghold. All of you, move. Namgung Hyun received the order to leave, but he didn't forget to glare sharply at Kang Jin Hyuk. Consider yourself lucky. I won't let my guard down next time. Yu Jong suddenly let out a sigh of relief when she saw them leave. Wait, it hasn't even started yet and I've already drained my internal energy. We have to conserve our stamina as much as we can. Lee Tae-min also spoke up to urge him. We have to go prepare, too. The supermarket might be a suitable location because it's ideal for a long-term siege. The walls are high, and furthermore, there is plenty of food inside. But it has a fatal flaw. Jin Hyuk smirked. Yeah, let's go. The first wave of zombies appeared, to the panic of everyone else. The camera drones flying in the sky were also running at full capacity. Looking at the images on the screen, Lee Tae-min also looked quite concerned. Can we really stop this zombie horde on our own? Yu Jong-ah was just as uneasy. She asked Jin Hyuk with intense focus. You didn't choose this place for the thrill like you did before, did you? Kang Jin Hyuk answered confidently. Don't worry. These things are much more useful than they look. Looking up at the massive sunseed tree behind him, Teresa gazed at it with a bewildered look. I have never seen such a giant tree protecting a tower before. He pointed up calmly and explained, Now, I'll explain the plan. Everyone, come over here. Pointing to the flag in the middle of the field, he said, the goal of this defense. This base is to prevent the zombies from stealing the flag. I placed the flag in the middle of the stadium so we could keep a clear eye on it. Then he pointed to the ground. This stadium has large gates in 4 directions, and I have placed one of those trees at every entrance, he said with a confident expression. As long as those trees remain safe, we won't just be able to protect the base, but we can also aim for the most kills reward by utilizing this massive battlefield. Everyone, including Lee Tae-min, was wide-eyed with astonishment. Those trees are really that strong? Then what are we supposed to do? Kang Jin Hyuk explained lazily. The trees will kill most of the zombies from the waves, but they need about a minute to recharge their energy. Chun Du-sung stood in a corner with his arms crossed. So, you mean we have to stop the zombies during that time, right? Turning to look into the distance, Chun Du-sung said seriously, then I'll handle the west side. Kang Jin Hyuk couldn't resist teasing him. Don't push yourself too hard and end up getting bitten by a zombie. Chun Du-sung looked annoyed. You really think a few zombies are going to be able to take me down? Kang Jin Hyuk shook his head in resignation. You said the exact same thing earlier, and look at you. The Murim team beat you to a pulp. All you're good at is running your mouth. Ignoring him, Chun Du-sung waved his hand and turned away confidently. That was different. Kang Jin Hyuk quickly gave instructions. Lee Tae-min, you're in charge of staying at the center to monitor the situation and provide support when needed. Remember to use the drone to expand our vision. He excitedly confirmed, got it. Leave it to me. Yu Jong, Ah, and Teresa also took on their roles. Then I'll take care of the north. I'll handle the south gate. Kang Jin Hyuk could finally rest easy with this arrangement. He marched forward. All right, everyone, get to your positions. Stepping forward a bit, Jin Hyuk glanced at the treasure sword he had hidden in his pocket, filled with anticipation. Finally, he could test this blade out. Lee Tae-min had finished setting up the observation point, and Kang Jin Hyuk received a system notification. The first wave of monsters was beginning. Lee Tae-min shouted the alert, "They're coming." All the members braced themselves for combat, their faces tense as strings. Immediately after, all the zombies began pouring in from the entrance. They swarmed in like starving tigers. The system announced that the sunflower had begun activating its solar flare. The petals that Jin Hyuk had planted began to bloom, and from within the center, a massive, super-powered flame erupted with infinite destructive force. Fire spread across the entire area. Each flower unleashed flames at the enemy violently. Every single zombie screamed in agony as they were incinerated. They were wiped out in seconds. Yu Jong-ah winced, dodging the blast. This firepower, even a normal defensive tower couldn't compare to this. After burning through a massive amount of zombies, the sunflowers began retracting their petals to recharge. The surviving zombies quickly counterattacked. Yu Jong-ah was startled by their persistence. Kang Jin Hyuk excitedly drew his two divine swords and shouted, "The real fight starts now. Try to hold on for one more minute." Teresa and Kang Jin Hyuk looked at each other and nodded slightly. In that moment, seeing his confident smile, Teresa felt a strange sense of being moved and safe. She closed her eyes happily, remembering how Jin Hyuk was always standing there in every moment of danger. And every time, we always overcome our struggles by trusting each other. I'm just doing what needs to be done. For the people I consider my precious teammates. Opening her eyes, the aura of power erupted from her. Her fighting spirit was limitless. She was determined with all her will. So this time, I will put all my trust in you, Kang Jin Hyuk. The man collapsed flat on the ground after being stabbed. The first wave of monsters was over. The second wave would begin in 3 hours. The people on this side breathed a sigh of relief. That was only the first wave, and it was ridiculously hard. The other replied, "No need to push yourself too hard." The screen displayed the remaining time, 2 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. The Dan Gun Guild Song Jung-ah smiled confidently. "As long as I keep thinking about items and experience points, we'll be fine. If things go south, we can just run for it." The other person replied, "Fair enough." A broadcast was showing highlights from every base to gain coverage. Song Jung-ah rubbed his chin, deep in thought. The Three Emperors Guild took the supermarket. They're using defensive towers as support to protect the narrow entrance. The young man beside him chimed in. "They're pretty good, actually." He pointed at the screen. "Look at this. There's a team that captured the stadium, but there are only 5 of them." Song Jung-ah scrambled over in a panic. "Only 5 people at that enormous stadium. Let me see." He muttered, "No way." Just then, the flower launched a massive, terrifyingly powerful blast. How can a plant be this strong? Stop looking at the plants. Look at this. These guys are strong like monsters. Even with so few people, they aren't being pushed back at all. The girl on the side commented, "Lee Tae-min, Yu Jong-ah, and even the S-rank, Kang Jin Hyuk. That team is full of famous rookie prodigies." Song Jung-ah suddenly frowned, tense. Wait, his jaw dropped in surprise. Lady Teresa is there too. He recalled the time before when she had gently asked, "Are you okay?" Song Jung-ah's face flushed red. On another note, the shouting from the crowd below intensified. "Hey, everyone go vote for this video right now. Damn it, this guy is geeking out over Teresa again. Someone hold him back." The young man was still screaming, "Teresa is the best. Go." A glowing orb floated in the palm of Kang Jin Hyuk as he measured the solar energy. "What is that?" someone asked. At this moment, 1,800 solar energy points had been collected. Kang Jin Hyuk replied smugly, "That's what you get for killing zombies, and we needed to upgrade the plant towers." Teresa Laurentia breathed a sigh of relief. "Then we'll get stronger, right?" Kang Jin Hyuk replied, "Of course. Pea shooter times 2, energy required, 600. Snow pea times 1, energy required, 350. Walnut times 1, energy required, 250. Chomper times 1, energy required, 600. Teresa Laurentia said, "Plant a pea shooter at the east and south gates." Lee Tae-min chimed in, 1 snow pea at the center. The guy behind them added coldly, and one walnut on the west side. Kang Jin Hyuk looked at the seeds in his hand, thinking, what about the chomper? Yu Jong-ah called out from afar. We just need to plant them, right? He let out a tired sigh. No, if we use the normal method, we won't be able to grow them in time. Wait a second, I'll explain it to you. We need a special type of fertilizer to make them grow rapidly. Kang Jin Hyuk stood in the middle, continuously casting spells. A little bit of Highland Baron cow dung for each. The final fallen leaf, Pantelis gray worm dung. The plant sprouts were trembling. They were licking their lips, craving the sweetness they had never tasted in their lives. As the bags were tossed down, Yu Jong-ah grabbed a shovel and scooped up some fertilizer, grinning mischievously. All right, grow up fast. Will you? Lee Taemin watched, horrified. Sister, do you think he's lost his mind? Yu Junhwa glanced at him, looking exhausted. Who on earth kisses and sends hearts to a tree? She said. What could have happened to him to make him like this? Jin Hyuk gritted his teeth in annoyance, thinking. Facing a guy like that, Teresa Zhu Laurentia backed away, terrified. You're acting like a total creep, Jin Hyuk. Kang Jin Hyuk calmly explained, if you all use this fertilizer, they'll grow instantly. Take good care of these plants until the next wave of monsters. All right? Lee Tae-min pinched his nose. God, it stinks. Teresa asked, where are you going? Kang Jin Hyuk chuckled. Just going to clean up a little mess. Teresa was confused. Clean up? What do you mean? He walked off alone, glancing at the group causing a ruckus over there. He thought to himself, they're all frantically hoarding supplies from the battlefield. They must be preparing for a long, drawn-out war. He turned on his heel, scoffing, idiots. You're just wasting your time. Only the weak need to prepare for a long war. He stopped in front of a massive building. Kang Jin Hyuk winced, dusting off the debris. It's been a long time, 8 years, I think. These cobwebs haven't changed a bit. He looked out from the building's window, smiling with satisfaction. The view hasn't changed either. He reached out and pulled the curtains shut. An old golden mirror was revealed. Still the same, he gently reached out a finger to check. As his finger touched the mirror's surface, a ring of light flashed. In another location, a group was discussing something. This was an old shop. A hand reached out, and then Kang Jin Hyuk appeared like a god. The glass door shattered under a powerful force. Nam Gung Hyun roared in anger. You won't get away with this, you bastard. Tang So-ha, chewing on a snack, said, I usually never agree with you, but I think you're right this time, she added nonchalantly. Even if we really need to bolster our forces, there's no reason to recruit someone so uncontrollable, right? Nam Gung Hyun turned to her in surprise. What's wrong with you? You never agree with me. The young man on the side remained silent, thinking to himself, we've been secretly contacting so many people outside, but none of them realized our identity unlike him. How could he possibly know? Maybe it would be best to get rid of him, like Hugh said. Just then, a scream rang out, startling everyone. Someone turned back and asked, what's happening? A young man ran in, breathless. From the storage room, a massive flower appeared through the thick smoke. A cool voice echoed, I brought a housewarming gift, but as you can see, my cute little plant is a bit hungry. Kang Jin Hyuk stepped out with a wicked grin, and unfortunately, it ate all the food you kept in the storage room. Everyone screamed in panic. Kang Jin Hyuk, how did you get in here? One shouted in rage. Whatever you're planning, stop it right now. Kang Jin Hyuk asked, why should I stop? The man yelled, you madman, do you have any idea what you're doing? He cupped his ear, pretending not to hear. What was that? Did you say the queen? All three were stunned, their eyes wide and mouths agape. You know about the queen. The crowd around them was bewildered. What's the queen? Kang Jin Hyuk explained. The one who appears when a base with over 200 people defending it is destroyed before the third wave of monsters. The ruler of the fourth floor, the matriarch, or the queen. Right. He added calmly, I was actually wondering how to gather enough people. He looked down, smiling. But luckily, you guys set up your base right here. Tang So-ha pulled out her gear, preparing to fight. But even if everyone here joined forces, the queen was invincible. Why would someone who knew that still try to summon her? Kang Jin Hyuk smiled mysteriously. Because 100 waves of zombies are a pain in the ass. The group asked, a pain in the ass? He touched the plant, then shouted, let's just get this place destroyed, shall we? Nam Gung Hyun watched in agony. You coward. You talk big, do you have the guts to stay and fight? He screamed, come back and fight me. But there was no one left, only a crazed plant. He had abandoned the destroyed supermarket base. The group was shocked. What was that tremor? Lee Tae-min looked at the surveillance monitor. Huh? The supermarket, it's been destroyed? Teresa Zhu Laurentia was surprised. The supermarket. You mean the base that the Three Emperors Guild established when we fought them earlier? Yu Jong-ah said. No way could this be related to Jin Hyuk Appa. The person next to her replied, I have a bad feeling about this. A unique event has occurred. We, weak humans, a mysterious creature opened its red eyes wide. Punishment. The master of the fourth floor, Pendaril, is beginning to stir. The system rang for everyone, a red notification appearing, indicating an urgent development. It stated, the master of the fourth floor, Pendaril, is on her way to punish the weak. After reading the notification, Yu Jong-ah was still confused. She spoke up loudly, the master of the fourth floor? What the hell does that even mean? The player next to her, Lee Tae-min, couldn't believe what he was seeing either. He opened his eyes wide, sweat dripping down his face as he lamented. No way. Weren't we just supposed to block the zombie waves? If it was that easy, why even call it tower climbing? Oh, God. She didn't want to accept reality. Both of them were completely desperate. While Yu Jong-ah was pulling her hair out, Lee Tae-min had completely collapsed. Unlike the two of them, Chun Do-sung was trying to stay calm. He knew full well that this was all Kang Jin Hyuk's doing, so he cursed inwardly. Kang Jin Hyuk, what are you planning now? Switching scenes to Kang Jin Hyuk. He was walking toward the top of the building, moving without hesitation toward the railing, where one slip meant certain death. Standing at the top, looking down there was nothing but ruined buildings and skyscrapers collapsed, with smoke and dust swirling everywhere. It looked like a battlefield in hell. Yet, this was the perfect spot in the eyes of Kang Jin Hyuk, he said with satisfaction. This seems like a good spot. After selecting the right location, he took out the items he had looted, as if he were about to perform something important. This item I got from defeating the third floor boss. Truly, a boss item is different. It looks so high-end. From its shape in his hand, one could tell that it was the Eclipse Stone. The description. A divine object for rituals that can eclipse the sun, bringing darkness and weakening all types of light-based elements. Skills used in this area gain 50% more power, and skills using the dark element are enhanced by 100%, the deciding factor. Kang Jin Hyuk crushed the Eclipse Stone. It was time to use it. As it shattered in his hand, the stone unleashed its power, flowing out like golden magic. The Eclipse Stone is activating. It was just a small fragment, but once activated, it creates a tremendous surge of power. The moon began to cover the sun, light fading away. The sky grew darker and darker until the moon completely eclipsed the sun. The scene turned pitch black. The zombies below surged up in another wave. It looked like the end of the world. Those tough zombies charged forward to attack. Meanwhile, Kang Jin Hyuk activated his skill, buffing dark element skills by 100%. As the skill fully kicked in, the zombies started to writhe in agony. They began convulsing, not understanding why their bodies were failing them. With just a single slash, a bald zombie exploded. Their bodies swelled up. Gritting their teeth in pain, they were torn apart under the reddish glow of the eclipse. Waves of zombies shrieked in agony. They were in such agony that they started tearing each other apart, a literal self-destruct sequence. Kang Jin Hyuk's skill had been activated, and this made Teresa Zhu Laurentia. Laurentia suddenly jumped in shock. She felt her own power fading because it was weakening the light element skills of everyone there by 50%. Only Lee Tae-min noticed her abnormality. He asked with concern, "What's wrong?" Teresa Zhu Laurentia, his words made. Chun Do-sung turned his head to check the situation. Looking at her hand, which was losing its power, she realized she was indeed getting weaker. So, after Taemin's question, she replied with doubt, "This is impossible. My divine power has suddenly been weakened by half." The scene shifts to Queen Pendaril. As she enhanced her dark element skills, by 100%, she was confused, not knowing why her power had been boosted. She didn't really care why it increased, though. But the queen felt personally insulted. She flew into a rage, raised her claws, and charged forward with intense momentum. Insolent human. The boss of the fourth floor was staring directly at your location. Kang Jin Hyuk's system notified him that the boss of the fourth floor had declared an all-out attack on the base. Jin Hyuk wasn't worried in the slightest. He stood on the rooftop, leisurely tapping the screen in front of him, satisfied with what he had just created. So, it turns out he was setting up a video camera. It was shaped like an eye, floating in the sky. Kang Jin Hyuk smirked and said, "I suppose it's time to upload that, isn't it?" Contrary to Kang Jin Hyuk's expectations, the hunters had been hopeful, but once they realized a boss was heading their way, everyone ran for their lives. This is insane. I never heard about a boss on the fourth floor. Get out of here before those vicious bastards kill us all. And now this wave is ending too. While running, Wangu spoke to his senior. "But sir, if we don't clear this floor, it will be locked for 20 days. We shouldn't run away. We should help." About to die and still preaching? What an idiot. Seeing his teammate harboring such naive thoughts, Songjung Ah yelled, "Shut the hell up. Let's just survive first." A new video was updated. Kang Jin Hyuk officially went live with the title, "The Destruction of the Supermarket Base, the Appearance of a Mysterious Boss." People rushed in to watch the live stream and spam comments. "Don't do this, man. Wait, what is that tree?" The netizens voiced their questions. "Wow, so everything ended up like this because of that big guild? You mean they couldn't even withstand a wave of zombies? I heard over 200 people joined that guild, and the result is them waking up a boss? Disgusting. Need better Wi-Fi." Others chimed in, "Seriously, disgusting." A new video update the live stream had already hit the top 10 most watched list with a sizzling hot headline. A special event had been triggered. Viewership climbed, followed by even more comments. A keyboard warrior commented, praising him. At least those people survived because Kang Jin Hyuk drew the boss's attention to himself. The Royal Knight cheered aloud. All hail Jin Hyuk. David Ashu was a bit worried. 5 people defeating a boss, can they really do it? Borrowing a nice sword, he said. I'm not sure about the others, but Kang Jin Hyuk is one of the S rankers in Korea. There's no way he doesn't have a chance, right? Those words everyone was waiting for. Where did Kang Jin Hyuk go? I really want to see him fight. Not just the spectators. Even the 4 people in the middle of the fight were watching his stream. Yu Jong-ah was so surprised he blurted out, "Wait, how the hell did he find time to upload a video?" Lee Tae-min was also incredibly stunned by the view count. "This is no joke, sir. I thought we were far apart." But it turned out Jin Hyuk had headed toward them. Yu Jong-ah couldn't hide her frustration and scolded him. "But sir, it feels like you've gone too far, don't you think?" Tae-min sounded resentful. "Why did you lure them to this base?" Despite the nagging from the others, Jin Hyuk still wore that nonchalant expression on his face. It was so punchable. "If it were me, I would have landed a few hits by now instead of live streaming." While Kang Jin Hyuk was there, Teresa Laurentia also wanted to clear up her own thoughts. She asked him, "The second wave hasn't even started yet, but you aren't the one who destroyed the supermarket base, are you?" Not knowing the answer, Jin Hyuk answered vaguely, "I'm wondering about that myself. I'm not even sure who it was." Not convinced by his power, Chun Do-sung said, "Whether you destroyed that supermarket or not, I don't care about useless things like that." Without beating around the bush, right in front of everyone, Chun Do-sung got straight to the point and asked Jin Hyuk, "But do you have a way to beat the queen?" "Don't worry about that, because I'm the protagonist here." After Jin Hyuk cornered Chun Do-sung with that answer, he replied gently, "There is a way to win." Hearing his response, Chun Do-sung crossed his arms and said strictly, "I'm glad to see you didn't just rush in without a plan." "So, what is the plan?" After Chun Do-sung finished his sentence, Kang Jin Hyuk pointed his finger straight ahead. That's right, he was pointing right at Chun Do-sung, taking him completely by surprise. Without hesitation, he stated flatly that he would be the most important part of this plan. Poor guy, he's being led around like a bull on a ring again, falling right into his trap. Upon hearing the answer, Do-sung started to panic. Cold sweat broke out on his face, his expression twisted in disbelief after the devastation caused by the recent eclipse. The zombie horde hadn't thinned out at all. Thousands, tens of thousands of zombies were rushing toward them, and standing behind those mindless monsters was a massive figure. Dark and oozing with murderous intent, the leader was none other than Queen Pendariel. She controlled the zombie army to attack, her feet touching the ground. Her power enveloped her body. Pendariel looked at the weak humans with contempt as she approached their group. She extended her long, savage claws with a fierce aura. Pendariel could clearly feel a great power threatening her from within that area. Desiring to crush the strong, she reached out with her hideous hand. "Those humans are mine," she hissed. "A woman in love truly is something else. Once she wants something, she wants it all for herself." Pendariel advanced on the 5 of them. Being the boss of the 4th floor, how could she lose to a bunch of mortals? She commanded the zombies and roared, "Die." Queen Pendariel's eyes, with their red pupils, dilated as she unleashed her skill. Each word she spoke sounded like she wanted to swallow her prey whole. Punish them. As soon as the queen spoke, the petty zombies surged forward in a massive wave. They charged forward mindlessly. Truly, they were brainless, and it was obvious just by looking at them, they didn't even need to show it off. Acting so foolishly. Instead of walking, they crawled like spiders, looking no different from the disabled running for their lives. Teresa looked ahead and saw the brainless horde, thick as black ants. Worried, she screamed in panic, "They're coming. Everyone, retreat." As soon as they got the warning, a barrage of gunfire rained down on the zombies. While shooting, those inside worried for Teresa. "Careful, sis. Damn it, these zombies are different." They tried to defend themselves, but it barely made a scratch. They immediately used their most advanced weapons, a flamethrower sunflower aimed at the brainless horde. Everyone braced themselves. Keep using everything you have to hold them off. After that, Sunflower fired. A massive explosion created a huge shockwave. It sent the zombies climbing the walls flying away. Some were blown to smithereens, turning the place into a graveyard. While her forces were being decimated, Pandariel remained calm. She took gentle steps forward, carrying waves of dark power with her. She called out to the humans, completely unfazed. Despite her forces dwindling, she remained confident, declaring that they were stupid. It was a fitting thing to say, because these brainless creatures didn't fear death, rushing in like moths to a flame. Walking behind the powerful, the one who hides is the true master. She had prepared for the upcoming hunt. Besides thinking they were stupid, she also considered them weak. She finished speaking and marched straight ahead. She swung a powerful punch at the flaming sunflower. As soon as she landed the hit, the flower withered. That's the strength of a boss for you. Wanting to assert ownership over the territory, Pandariel growled with murderous intent. This is my home. If that's the case, I think you hunters are a bit mistaken to occupy land that already belongs to someone. Just as she asserted that this place was her turf, she stepped inside and was suddenly shocked by the scene before her. It made her freeze for 5 seconds. Inside, 4 people were encased in a large block of ice. This made Pandariel suspicious. What is this? The young woman was shocked, stunned, and caught off guard. Inside that large ice block, one could see the figures of Yujong and Li Tai-min lying motionless, like bears in long hibernation, completely oblivious to the world. Beside the two of them were 2 others, bearing very familiar faces. Yes, that's right, it was Chun Du-sung and Teresa. They were also silent, without a single movement, even after the defensive wall was broken. Queen Pandariel thought she had won, but what lay before her was a large ice block protecting them. It was massive and sturdy, standing tall in the middle of the castle. Just as Queen Pandariel was frozen by everything before her, suddenly, a purple orb rolled onto the ground. It rolled toward her, completely capturing her attention, making her stare intently. Slowly, she picked up that purple gem from the ground. Pandariel stared at it without blinking, though she never blinked anyway, being a zombie. The object was small and shiny, like a pearl. Shaped like a shuttle, it rested in her hand. After observing it for a while, Pandariel didn't understand what it was or why it appeared here. Cutting back to a moment ago, the time when Kang Jin Hyuk and Chun Du-sung were discussing the plan to attack the queen. Right after hearing Jin Hyuk's plan, Du-sung gritted his teeth in anger. Damn you, Kang Jin Hyuk. I swear you won't have a peaceful death. It wasn't even a big deal. Turns out our boy Jin Hyuk was just shaking down Daddy Du-sung for money. Whether for the plan or his own reasons, Jin Hyuk had taken it immediately. You have received 100,000 coins from Chun Du-sung. After milking Daddy for money, Yu Jong-ah smiled victoriously, saying, who else could be as rich as you? Can't help it. Jin Hyuk hated spending his own money, so using his coins would be a waste. Chun Du-sung was furious at being exploited, and Teresa had to be by his side to soothe him. Not knowing what rare item he was buying, he chose the S-rank option. Just like that, over 100,000 of Du-sung's coins flew into the void. Poor guy, led around like a bull. After completing part of the plan using Daddy's money, a smug Kang Jin Hyuk spoke up. From now on, all of us will be bait. Chun Du-sung, fuming, rolled up his sleeves, ready to fight. Bait? Are you kidding me? While they were arguing, the shop system chimed in with a thank you. We sincerely thank you for your purchase. Just as he finished speaking, realizing he sounded a bit off, Kang Jin Hyuk corrected himself. Let me correct that. Calling it bait sounds a bit weird. He held up an item, a purple crystal, shaped like the one the Demon Queen was holding, and said that everyone would actually be a landmine trap. As the scene shifts back to reality, the purple crystal in Queen Pandariel's hand begins to glow. Is it finally taking effect? Did the zombies fall into the blast trap? Pandariel still doesn't get it, clutching the crystal even as it emits a blinding, intensified light. Or is the maiden's heart just admiring the beauty? Don't be fooled if things go south, you're dead meat. A brilliant light explodes, illuminating the entire area. Pandariel's eyes widen in disbelief. Kang Jin Hyuk's system chimes, activating ice chains. A massive explosion is triggered. Everything nearby is devastated. That was the skill, Brilliant Eye's prison. After the blast, the entire landscape is encased in frost. The castle walls sprout jagged spikes like a new suit of armor. Those mindless zombies are frozen solid, all due to their leader's failure. Because she's frozen into a stone-cold mummy too. Queen Pandariel stands perfectly still, struggling to use her own power. She tries to thaw her body. The ice gradually melts from her feet up, forcing her to gasp, cold. Immediately after, Pandariel activates Black Death. Her dark magic shatters the ice around her, showing just how immense her power really is. Queen Pandariel is furious. Someone dared to invade her territory and wreak havoc. She targets Teresa first, barking, "Get out of here." That was her ruthless warning. Seething with rage, Pendariel charges at Teresa, who is still in hibernation. A zombie named Kai, unaware of his place, tries to intervene. Daring to attack a giant ice block all alone, Kai. She's a boss, she's just being overly confident in her own abilities. Pendariel attacks the ice block, but it doesn't even budge. Teresa remains fast asleep inside. The attack fails, and she's even countered, sent flying backward by the recoil. She screams in pain. In the distance, Kang Jin Hyuk activates Light Breath. It's what sent the attacker flying, and Boss Pendariel is no exception. Right then, he dashes forward from his position, preparing for the next strike. Kang Jin Hyuk activates Ghost Sword King's footwork. He looks down, a satisfied grin on his face. It seems she has completely fallen for the trap he laid out. That smile grows even more sinister. Who knows what he's plotting? But this time, I've surrounded you all by myself. There's no escape for you, kid. To be continued, Zombie Queen Pendariel. Seeing Kang Jin Hai head toward the sunset, she panics. He's coming for my base. Realizing she's fallen into his trap, she feels helpless. Pendariel screams in despair. Her wail echoes as she turns to chase Kang Jin Hyuk, trying to stop him from reaching her base. A woman appears inside a wooden mirror, wearing tattered white rags. Her fingernails are long, curved, and incredibly sharp. That is Pendariel, Mother of Death, the Queen. Her entire body emits a toxic aura, and her poisonous attacks are lethal. The Floor 4 boss is overwhelmingly strong in every stat except for her IQ. However, the key to Floor 4 is protecting the base. This is true for the players too. Images of zombies flicker by, they look truly repulsive. They've killed so many people. Skulls are piled into mounds. And speaking of zombies, someone leaps down from a building. If the Queen is at the stadium, it means her base is left completely unguarded. The person who jumped down is Kang Jin Hyuk. He turns to look back at the Queen, who is hot on his heels. The Queen leaps down, furious. She looks so ferocious and repulsive it's hard to stand, he thinks. She discovered it sooner than I expected. Looking closely at her face, her eyes are burning red with bloodshot veins, truly a sight to behold. He smirks, turning back to say, "Still, you're too late. With this much distance between us, I got plenty of time." Before his eyes is a ruined city where humans are slaughtering each other just to survive. Almost everyone has turned into a zombie. He is horrified by the scene before him. Everyone looks like they're starving to death. They're all aggressive, running around in chaos, and equally disgusting. A flash of light appears on a rooftop. A loud noise rings out. He turns around, gripping two swords in his hands. His gaze is firm, burning with hope. Activating. Sword Tomb. Activating. Blessing of the Stars. Both swords carry different energies. His eyes sharpen as he pulls his sword-wielding hand back, staring fiercely. He zips past many zombies. Slashes appear in an instant. A whole row of zombies collapses. After cutting through them, he stops in his tracks. He grinds his teeth, thinking, "This place is just as disgusting as always. I'll finish this quickly." He glares ahead, lost in thought. No matter how you look at it, that thing should be appearing soon. He looks straight ahead at the mounds of skulls. Right in the middle is a flag planted firmly. He stares in shock. That flag. He jumps up, sword raised, and slashes down. He hears a sound. Closing his eyes, he senses an echo in his ear. He detects something, eyes darting in a different direction. With his two sharp swords, he deflects a burst of light. Just as he thought, it's here. A loud boom sounds. He has to dodge an attack from something. Two red-hot iron rods looking searingly painful and terrifying. Someone threw that at him. The voice of that someone echoes, target acquired. The one who attacked him is the guardian protecting the Queen's flag. Its name is Butcher. The Butcher is massive and terrifying, with two different heads and an arm that serves as a specialized weapon. Laughter erupts. Bwahaha. Meat, meat. Kang Jin Hyuk doesn't flinch, raising his two swords and charging forward with a confident smile. "So, how should I deal with you?" The Butcher holds his giant scissors, his face dripping with contempt. Kang Jin Hyuk stands his ground, ready to fight. Glaring at him, the Butcher opens his massive, giant scissors, pointing the blades at Kang Jin Hyuk, laughing, "Bwahaha." He stands his ground, not yet countering. One might think Kang Jin Hyuk would be cut in half by the Butcher's scissors, but he uses his swords, blocking the Butcher's blades easily. His two swords are stopping the shears, and Kang Jin Hyuk leaps away. Neither sword was cut by the blades. The Butcher is shocked, gasping. It didn't cut. Kang Jin Hyuk has leaped high into the air, surrounded by bright red flames. He replies to the Butcher, "It's not some pathetic blade like yours, you know." Kang Jin Hyuk smiled as he watched the Butcher activate his fire attribute, then dove straight down from the sky. Clenching his fist, Kang Jin Hyuk struck straight down at the butcher's head. The butcher let out a painful scream. His head caught fire the moment the blow landed. The flames spread across the butcher's entire head. In agony, the butcher dropped his scissors and raised his hands to put out the fire on his face. Kang Jin Hyuk landed on the ground with ease. Kang Jin Hyuk approached and retrieved his two swords, thinking to himself, the speed of its recovery alone is truly mythical. Kang Jin Hyuk raised his sword, ready to strike again. The butcher was still in pain, frantically trying to put out the fire, looking truly miserable. Kang Jin Hyuk thought, still, this is more than enough to ruin its vision. Kang Jin Hyuk leaped up and unleashed a flurry of slashes, all of which struck the butcher squarely. The butcher shrieked in pain. The butcher gritted his teeth, glared at Kang Jin Hyuk, and shouted, I won't die just from something like that. Just then, Kang Jin Hyuk appeared behind the butcher's back and struck silently. The butcher suddenly sensed something, turned around, and looked on in terror, but it was already too late. Kang Jin Hyuk had buried his sword into the butcher's body. He smirked, activating Mandala. Kang Jin Hyuk gripped his sword tightly and said, You will. The butcher gritted his teeth in pain, head bowed. A burst of light erupted within the abandoned city. A sphere of light appeared. The system announced, Level up. You have acquired the scissors infused with resentful spirits. Kang Jin Hyuk smiled faintly. That's my 31st victory. The butcher's scissors now belong to him. Kang Jin Hyuk turned his eyes toward the flag amidst the piles of skulls. Time to wrap things up, I suppose. He walked step by step toward the flag. Walking over the piles of skulls looked terrifying. Just as he was about to pull the flag out, Kang Jin Hyuk glanced back. Huh? Look at that. Anubis is manifesting his presence. They want to make a deal with you, acting as the representative of the Egyptian myth world. He looked at the system window, smiling to himself. This fake named Anubis. This is... An image of a person appeared. Kang Jin Hyuk thought, Anubis? I thought he'd be hiding for a while after the little lesson I taught him on the first floor. How interesting. Kang Jin Hyuk looked up and shouted, I'm listening. Anubis was up above, roaring gloomily. He looked up, listless, and said, What? Angry already? He reached out to grab the flag's pole. Kang Jin Hyuk continued, Do you want me to pull this out? Anubis looked down, clearly flustered. He wants you to calm down. The system continued. He says the Egyptian gods want to see this battle come to a proper end. He stood tall right next to the flag, his hand still gripping the pole tightly. From the perspective of the rulers on the higher floors of the tower, it was hard to accept that the fourth floor was being cleared without a proper fight against the boss, right? It was simply because he didn't like this shameless person. Kang Jin Hyuk spoke up. Why should I accept this proposal? Kang Jin Hyuk grabbed the flag. If I just pull this flag out, I win anyway. Anubis growled, glaring at him. The system announced. Anubis proposes a covenant. Kang Jin Hyuk glanced at the system window and blurted out, A peace treaty? He touched his chin, smiling as he said, You guys are pretty generous, aren't you? Back over here, the queen returned. She was diving straight down from the sky. The queen landed on the ground with brute force. The ground shattered. The queen landed in a very stable stance, her red hair fluttering in the wind. Her claws dug into the earth. The queen's eyes drifted elsewhere, looking pensive and stunned, unable to say a word. She was standing right in front of the pile of skulls. It was also where the flag was planted. The queen exclaimed in shock, Why hasn't the flag been touched yet? He stood in the distance and spoke up. You're wondering why I didn't just pull the flag out, aren't you? The queen slowly stood up and advanced toward the pile of skulls. Over here, Kang Jin Hyuk held the scissors and the steel shield in his hands. He continued, It's because someone kept insisting that I fight you. I already received a deposit, so I can't pull the flag out until I defeat you. The queen turned around in shock and asked, Deposit? Kang Jin Hyuk raised his hand to pull up the steel shield. Yeah, that deposit. He held up the scissors he had just acquired and snapped them open. He carried the scissors on his shoulder and laughed. And it's not just that, I even got paid in advance. The queen summoned her sword and grabbed it. The queen gripped the sword tightly with both hands. You'll regret this. The queen's eyes burned with resentment. He looked at the queen without a hint of fear. Activating Blessing of the Stars, he placed the scissors on his shoulder. Light attribute skills were weakened by 50% due to the Eclipse Stone effect. The queen dragged her sword along the ground and advanced toward him. He stood watching the queen, thinking, Even though my stats have indeed been boosted to the max, they are still short of what's needed to kill her. The scene was chaotic. The queen started moving faster. The surrounding stones kept launching toward him. The queen appeared right behind him, incredibly and unnaturally fast. The queen held her sword high, preparing to strike straight down. He was shocked to see the queen move that fast. He wasn't afraid, glancing back. The queen slashed straight down. Her strike shook the entire building in front of them. The wall shattered. He had dodged the queen's blow with ease. The queen stood there, stunned, unable to say anything. He had dodged the queen's attack. He activated Mandala. He had blocked that blow with the scissors he had just acquired. The queen was shocked. You blocked it? He smiled faintly, eyes fixed on the queen. The queen raised a hand to her face and said, "Why won't you just disappear? You should be disappearing." The queen was furious. Her hair fanned out, sharp as swords, and she screamed, "Disappear." Her hair followed the momentum of the wind, launching straight toward him. He continuously dodged the queen's attacks. The system announced, activating Ghost Sword. Movement speed increased by 70%. He easily dodged all of the queen's attacks. He exhaled. Ice Breath. Activating Ice Shackles. He unleashed his attack toward the queen. The queen was shocked, her teeth gritted in rage, as she was frozen by his technique. He leaped high, gripping his blazing shears. He pointed the blades toward the queen. Refusing to yield, she strained to shatter the ice around her. His strike made her scream in pain. He swung the blades without hesitation. A massive sound echoed out, and the queen suddenly transformed into a giant, her size, becoming far larger than it was initially. Her eyes radiated cruelty. "I won't just die like this." He took a defensive stance and muttered, "I know. This is nowhere near enough." The queen gripped her sword tightly, let out a roar, and lunged straight at him. She slashed her poisonous blade down with fierce intensity. He stood his ground, watching her attack. He was activating his ice shackles, a technique that froze the air, obscuring her vision. The queen gritted her teeth in frustration, pained as the ice invaded her eyes. She reached up to tear the layer of ice off, but he smiled coldly and dodged her attack with ease. He gripped the two handles of the sword formed from Butcher's giant shears. He swung it horizontally across the queen's body. His strike caused the layer of ice on the queen's eyes to shatter. She opened her mouth and let out a loud scream. Staring him down, she spat, "You infuriating human." He leaped up, blocking her attack with his blade, and said, "A mistake." His eyes turned fierce, staring directly into hers. He soared upward, still holding the weapon. Below, the queen looked up, lifting her poisonous sword and spinning it. He was activating the Death Requiem. The queen drove her poisonous blade deep into the ground, preparing her move. He leaped down with his weapon in hand. Anubis stood in the distance, looking down, secretly watching the whole scene unfold from back when he made the deal with him. Anubis was feeling quite smug. After defeating the queen, he landed and reached out, holding his hand high. Anubis had offered the Jackal's Tooth as a stake. It was an item that could increase movement speed by 10% and attack power by 30%. Kang Jin Hyuk looked at the system notification and chuckled. "Anubis, you're quite generous, aren't you?" He continued, "Still, this is a bit too little. I'll agree to this match if you add one condition." Anubis, curious, wondered what that condition could be. Looking at Anubis, he reached out and said, "Nothing special. There's a B-grade item called the White Bracelet. Give that to me." The White Bracelet is an item mainly used for healing purposes. It's actually quite common, easily obtainable from the 10th floor onwards. In the eyes of Anubis on this 42nd floor, that thing was nothing more than worthless trash. System. Anubis has agreed to your condition. You have received the Jackal's Tooth and the White Bracelet. You aren't allowed to back out before the match between you and the queen ends. He reached out and accepted the White Bracelet and the Jackal's Tooth. They floated up together. Kang Jin Hyuk gripped the two items, grinning widely. Anubis just stood there, tilting his head, not understanding what was happening. The system chimed, combining White Bracelet, Jackal's Tooth, and the shears with the spirit of hatred. Both the bracelet and the tooth merged into the shears as one. He beamed when he saw the item before him. This was the result of the bargain between him and Anubis. Back in reality, Kang Jin Hyuk was still fighting the queen. He lunged down, holding the upgraded shears in his hand. Combination, successful. Scythe of Causality. Difficulty, unmeasurable. Description, a holy relic of a great god. Possesses the power of an absolute judgment. Can kill anything that cannot be killed. Slice anything that cannot be sliced. The shears, upgraded by the two items, became even more formidable than before. Kang Jin Hyuk arrogantly swung the purple glowing shears toward the queen and smiled faintly. The queen, seeing this, was stunned, a hint of panic flashing across her face. She looked up, her eyes wide, mouth agape, staring at him. System. Intervention in progress. Due to the appearance of a holy relic that should not exist on the 4th floor, due to the item debuff effect, this item can only be used once. Kang Jin Hyuk chuckled to himself. I guess artifacts that defy the laws of heaven can only be used once. Huh. He gripped the blade, which now looked like a scythe glowing with purple light. He smiled and thought. But once he shouted. More than enough. The queen stood, rooted to the ground, shocked. Watching her, the queen gripped her poisonous sword tightly. She suddenly sensed something strange, trembling, breaking into a cold sweat. Danger. She sensed danger. She quickly yanked the poisonous sword out of the ground. No way to dodge. The queen clutched her sword, gritting her teeth as she stared at him, stunned and gasped. Kang Jin Hyuk held the massive, purple-glowing scythe and swung it high, pointing the tip straight at the queen. He didn't hesitate any longer. He slashed the scythe downward with immense force. Both of them were clashing fiercely, neither willing to yield. A massive tremor was created, yet the queen's poisonous sword couldn't hold out any longer. The blade shattered into pieces under the pressure and the sheer power of his strike with that scythe. His attack sliced across the queen's shoulder, a fatal blow. The queen winced in pain, gritting her teeth. He, meanwhile, smiled, as the power of the scythe made Kang Jin Hyuk feel very excited, and at the same time, he was on the verge of defeating her. Anubis was watching the fight, also caught off guard, mouth agape, eyes wide, covered in sweat, astonished. The slash cut deeper and deeper, a long wound running across the queen's body. The queen was defeated before she dissolved. The queen appeared in a room, an image of her as a young child, shedding tears, hugging a skull tightly. The queen looked truly pitiful. The queen stood before a door. The door slowly opened before her eyes. Returning to reality, the queen's eyes widened in shock. There's no mistake. She was so attached to her current life that she shuddered. He silently muttered, "That bastard Hyuk you. Besides hiding, what else can he do? But you're much stronger." The queen's body gradually began to dissipate. Tears were still falling from the corners of her eyes. Kang Jin Hyuk spoke up, "Goodbye." And just like that, the fourth-floor boss, Pendariel, was defeated. System notifications popped up one after another. Level up. Level up. Level up. Kang Jin Hyuk walked out proudly into the sunlight. He carried his own aura, leaving behind a scene of ruined, dilapidated houses, and the last few strands of red hair from that girl gradually dissipated into the wind. The system notification chimed, "You have successfully defended the base." Sunlight filtered through, illuminating the debris scattered around. The scene was still littered with chunks of glittering blue ice, reflecting the sunlight in a dazzling display. The system notifications continued. Each team member will receive one grade A random box. After the battle, everyone was completely exhausted. They were drained, struggling just to stand. Cough. Around them, the melted ice had turned everything into a watery mess. Cough, cough. Teresa Laurentia, still coughing from inhaling water, was soaked through. She smiled warily, her eyes glistening. "Kang Jin Hyuk, we did it." It felt like she had just cheated death. She struggled to pull herself out of the meltwater. Cough. Cough. Teresa Laurentia looked up toward the blue sky, sighing in relief. "We actually made it elsewhere." A TV inside a restaurant was playing the news. Every day on TV, two anchors were heatedly discussing a topic. The audio blared from the screen. "The fourth floor has only been open for 24 hours, the reporter said, clearly excited. "I still can't believe it. Everyone thought it would take at least 20 days to defend the base from 100 waves of zombies." The door chime rang. "It seems we've finally witnessed the true power of an S-rank individual." "Impressive, isn't it?" Inside the restaurant, Lee Ju-ji and Yu Jong-ah were waiting. When they saw Kang Jin Hyuk walk in, they waved him over. "Over here. Over here. You're here." Jin Hyuk gave a sheepish, polite smile. "Sorry for being late. I had to go pick someone up." Yu Jong-ah asked curiously, "Oh, who is it?" Following behind Jin Hyuk was a small figure wearing doll-like shoes. Alice von Ataraxia walked in with a haughty air, her eyes scanning the restaurant and the banquet hall. How tacky. The other two immediately recognized the person with Jin Hyuk. "Oh, isn't that Alice? The one we met before?" Alice approached the group. Her physique was vastly different from the other three. Standing next to her, Jin Hyuk looked like a father with his child. While Yu Jong-ah and Alice von Ataraxia were greeting each other, Jin Hyuk quickly explained his reason for bringing her along. "I brought her because she's also a member of our guild, the Veterans Guild." Confusion was written all over Lee Tae-min's face. "The Veterans Guild? What kind of name is that?" Jin Hyuk looked at Yu Jong-ah and asked, "What about Teresa?" Yu Jong-ah replied, "Teresa said she'd be here in about an hour, so we're starting without her. She said she had some work to finish." Jin Hyuk's eyes shifted, noticing something. Seeing his cold-faced friend had also come, Jin Hyuk put on a smirk that couldn't be more suspicious. "I thought you wouldn't show up, yet here you are." That handsome guy replied coldly, "I'm only here for the secret method regarding the random rewards you promised me." Jin Hyuk walked over to his handsome friend and patted his shoulder. Fine, I'll tell you. Don't be so stiff, let's have a drink." The door chime rang again as a group of 4 Lee Ju-ji, Park Ha-na, Oh Min-jung, and Kim Hyung walked in. Lee Ju-ji held her phone in her hand, announcing loudly, we're here too." The four of them bowed in unison. They spoke loudly, drawing the attention of other guests. "Congratulations on clearing the fourth floor, Director." Kang Jin Hyuk stood with his arms crossed, smiling proudly. "Thanks, guys." Then, Jin Hyuk turned back to Alice, signaling with a crafty look. "Eat whatever you want tonight. She's paying. Consider it a celebration for clearing the fourth floor." Alice von Ataraxia calmly took out her wallet and pulled out 2 gold coins. Everyone cheered. Jay said with a spoiled tone, "Thank you." The table was spread with crispy, aromatic fried chicken and overflowing mugs of barley soda. Jin Hyuk raised his mug to drink. Gulp, gulp. He finished it in one go. A satisfied sound followed. "Ah." "After one drink, I feel refreshed," Jin Hyuk exclaimed. "This is the life." Alice, sitting next to him, muttered, "Unbelievable." One might think she was judging Jin Hyuk, but she was actually eyeing the food in front of her. She gripped her fork and knife, her face lighting up. Staring at the delicious food, with crumbs still on her lips, Alice's eyes widened. "Unbelievable that I could get all this good food for just 2 coins. She lifted a chicken leg to her mouth, drooling. "I've eaten all kinds of meat before, but the food in this region is on a whole different level." Seeing the chicken Alice held, Jin Hyuk licked his lips and lifted his own fork. Clink! The sound of forks hitting plates rang out. Alice's hair stood on end, her face darkening with rage. She pinned her chicken piece down with her fork, baring her teeth, looking like she feared Kang Jin Hyuk would steal it. It actually made him a bit scared. All right, you keep it." Hearing that, Alice instantly brightened up, biting into the big piece of meat. "Thanks. I won't forget your kindness." Kang Jin Hyuk sighed at her gluttony, feeling helpless. Who would ever believe she's the final boss of the tower? Lee Tae-min, sitting next to the cold, handsome guy, asked timidly, Before all this started, what was your job?" Park Ha-jin held his barley soda, replying coldly. Park Ha-jin sipped his drink and replied thoughtfully, "I used to be a medical student." That answer left Lee Tae-min completely shocked. "No way. Seriously." Clink. The door chime rang as a familiar figure walked in. Teresa rushed in, dressed in a gentle, elegant outfit. She greeted everyone shyly. "Sorry, I'm late." Lee Ju-ji saw her and jumped up excitedly, accidentally wiping her face. Oh Min-jung shouted, "Oh my god, it's actually Teresa in the flesh." Lee Ju-ji's eyes were full of love and admiration. She already had her phone out, making familiar fangirl sounds. "Can I take a picture with you? A selfie, please." Seeing this, Jin Hyuk felt very happy. He recalled memories from when he first cleared a floor. It was just him and 4 computer monitors. Back then, whenever he cleared a trial, he was always alone. He proudly looked at the bustling scene before him. There was innocence, passion, and lively friends. Alice, while eating, looked over with her mouth full and asked, "What are you smiling at?" In the cold night, amid the lively restaurant, Jin Hyuk replied, "Alice, it's just so lively." The party had to end eventually. Everyone returned to their own homes. Jin Hyuk sat in his living room, checking the system. Name, Kang Jin Hyuk. Male, 27 years old. As the system stats popped up, he reviewed them and assessed the situation. Whoa, I went up 3 whole levels. Kang Jin Hyuk was caught by surprise. I used to think my leveling speed was already as fast as it could possibly be. But now, I'm getting stronger at a speed that's just insane compared to before. Kang Jin Hyuk hummed a tune, feeling lighthearted. He felt a thrill of joy. I wonder if the variables appearing now are because the game has truly become reality. Well, it's all good. I'm gaining way more than I'm losing. A transparent box appeared on the table, containing a piece of paper with a seal. All right, let's check the floor for rewards. The system noted, high-level skill enhancement. Kang Jin Hyuk lifted the scroll. I'll upgrade Ice Slash, the one I use the most. The system announced Ice Slash has been upgraded to level 8. The room filled with cold mist drifting through the ventilation fan. Outside, a receptionist hugged himself, shivering. He looked at the manager. Why is it so cold all of a sudden? Did you turn on the AC? Hearing this, the manager barked angrily. What the hell are you talking about? If you're cold, put on a jacket. Don't you dare try to use being sick as an excuse to leave half shift like last time. The employee panicked and scurried away. Kang Jin Hyuk picked at his ear, annoyed by the noise. What's next? He then brought up the selection screen on his system menu. A lucky wheel appeared in the room. The grade or random box was an item based on luck, allowing the player to receive a grade item whenever they spun the wheel. Kang Jin Hyuk reached out and grabbed the lever of the lucky wheel. The wheel began to spin wildly, emitting a loud, chaotic noise. Please press the red button in the center. You are running out of time. Kang Jin Hyuk stood there, waiting with a look of disdain as the countdown ticked down. How boring. If you just let the wheel spin, the countdown timer would start, putting pressure on the player with its ticking and stressful audio. It hinted that great danger was approaching. The wheel's system announced, "Time has expired. Please spin the wheel again." Most people would just press the button right then. But for me, a pro who finds the bug in the game and targets the system's design, Kang Jin Hyuk smirked and pulled the lever again. He kept repeating the action with the lucky wheel. "Time has expired. Please spin the wheel again. Time has expired. Please spin the wheel again." He sat in front of the wheel, repeating the process as sparks showered from the machine. Kang Jin Hyuk was calculating. If I keep spinning the wheel without doing anything else by the 37th spin, he reached out, preparing to hit the red button. The wheel's time limit will be reduced by 99%. A voice rang out, sounding suspicious. "You jerk, no. Kang Jin Hyuk, how on earth can you choose a grade A item? Are you for real?" Park Ha-jin stood by the wheel, questioning him. "Just how many times have you done this trick?" Kang Jin Hyuk smiled. "I used this very method to help Chun Do-sung pick the item he wanted." Park Ha-jin held the red sword in his hand, overjoyed. "I finally beat it. But there was a penalty. The reward would be destroyed after 1 week. If you use this method, you just wait for the other guy to leave." Kang Jin Hyuk chuckled maliciously after finally getting the sword. He seemed really happy with the stats he wanted. "I can't wait to see the look on his face next week." That was something he always kept to himself. La la la. Kang Jin Hyuk pressed the red button one more time. The needle stopped on an image of a pill. The system announced, "You have obtained a grade A body strengthening pill." He took the reward, calculating. "Since I have to use these within a week, this is the best stuff I can use to clear the next floor." And now the final item, the most important one for advancing to the next floor, the 5th floor. Jin Hyuk pulled out a ticket. Use. Entry ticket to the Great Magic Library. The Great Magic Library opened up, revealing a vast, expansive interior. Tens of thousands of books were neatly arranged on the shelves. He walked in, looking relaxed. "It's been a long time. Should I go visit the old man?" He headed deep down a path between the bookshelves, which led into a large room. Inside, someone was sitting there, a professor. He was sitting there studying books under 2 strange lamps. He heard footsteps. Kang Jin Hyuk stepped into the room, and the professor spoke up. Without even turning his head to look, "What the hell is this? I did hear that the 4th floor was cleared, but then you." He took a quill pen, dipped it in ink, and said calmly, "I never expected to have a guest so soon." Now, he finally turned around, greeting him solemnly. "My name is Rick Hennessy, Librarian Rick Hennessy, a high-ranking administrator, the manager of the Great Magic Library of the Tower of Trials." Inside, Kang Jin Hyuk was overjoyed. He thought, "I finally managed to meet a tower administrator for the first time." Kang Jin Hyuk smiled kindly and introduced himself. "My name is Kang Jin Hyuk." Hennessy walked slowly down the stairs as he spoke. "How strange and rare. I really didn't expect someone to reach this place so soon. Even if you made it here, overcoming this library, which is like a giant maze, is quite impressive." Kang Jin Hyuk smiled faintly. "I'm just a very lucky guy." Seeing Kang Jin Hyuk reach for a book, Hennessy didn't stop him, saying calmly, "I don't mind you reading these books, but there's nothing here at your level that you'd be able to read. Kang Jin Hyuk, you need, at the very least, foundational knowledge of ancient languages. Like the way to construct the 6 magic circles written by the great Archmage Telemos of the Empire, right?" Kang Jin Hyuk smiled faintly, turned to Hennessy, and said. Hennessy was slightly surprised by Kang Jin Hyuk's words and asked skeptically, "You know ancient languages?" Kang Jin Hyuk turned his back and said, "I know a lot of people, so I picked up a little bit of everything." Hennessy watched Kang Jin Hyuk's back, falling into deep thought. He must just be a player who just reached the 5th floor, yet he's already learned runes. After a long moment of thought, Hennessy asked hesitantly, "Can I ask you one thing, Kang Jin Hyuk?" Kang Jin Hyuk replied nonchalantly, "Sure, go ahead." Hennessy said, "From the fact that you managed to get all the way here, I already saw that you were very different from other average players, but your background seems like one. Saying it's just special doesn't even cover it," Jin Hyuk said with a smug grin. No sooner had he finished speaking than he activated the judgment of Anubis. "Honestly," Jin Hyuk continued, "the Egyptian gods are backing me right now. That's how I made it this far and why I have so much intel on the tower." Hennessy's expression shifted, as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. He thought, impossible, but that truly is the power of Anubis. Who would have thought they'd already taken an interest in a human? Jin Hyuk saw the look on Hennessy's face and chuckled. "They seem to be quite fond of me. That's why they granted me this power." The system display flickered. No target selected. Judgment of Anubis has been nullified. Hennessy adjusted his robe and remarked, "A person of value deserves a reward to match." As he finished his sentence, Hennessy took off his hat and bowed respectfully. It seems I've been a bit rude to such a high-value guest. I sincerely apologize. Jin Hyuk thought smugly. If Anubis saw this, he'd probably pass out from shock. How pathetic. To make amends, Hennessy summoned rare, valuable books from the library. Hennessy offered, "To make up for my blunder, I will grant you one book from this collection." Jin Hyuk, getting exactly what he wanted, said smugly, "Anything I choose, really." Hennessy replied, "Of course. I want my most esteemed guest to receive a reward befitting his status." After a moment of thought, Jin Hyuk said, "If that's the case, I'll take this one." Hennessy looked quite surprised by Jin Hyuk's choice and asked skeptically, "Are you sure you want that?" "It's a magnificent grimoire, yes, but since it's written in an ancient language, you won't be able to read it, unless you are an expert in ancient linguistics. I, the Black Dragon Macadrian, left these records to document my ascension as an ancient dragon. For tens of thousands of years, I have researched ways to break the laws of this world." Jin Hyuk continued with a smirk, "Blah, blah, it's just a book written by a delusional lizard. I'll take it." Hennessy let out a soft laugh and said, "My apologies. Truly, it's no wonder you were blessed by the gods." Hennessy clapped his hands twice. His form began to fade as he said, "From this moment on, I will be watching over you, Kang Jin Hyuk. I look forward to the day we meet again, player Kang Jin Hyuk." With that, Hennessy vanished completely before Jin Hyuk's eyes. From the perspective of other players, entering the 5th floor was a nightmare. The 5th floor of the trial tower looked like a world that belonged to a fallen civilization. And in that ruined world, a horde of soldiers holding weapons shrieked, "Catch them. We must find the sacrifice." A player on the run from the soldiers panted. "Everything left in this place is just a bunch of lunatics. Fanatics, bloodthirsty maniacs, it feels like a giant asylum." After escaping the tower, the player recounted everything to the public. He insisted that escaping that place was no different from breaking out of an insane asylum. When the reporter heard the stories of what happened inside, she asked, "Fanatical cultists don't sound that terrifying. Why did you choose to run instead of fighting?" The player replied, "At first, I tried to take them down with my skills, but there was another obstacle." The screen displayed malicious comments. "You were scared off just by some fanatical cultists? Lamau, what a coward. Ha ha, what an honest review." The player continued, "It's that you can't use your skills." The reporter looked stunned. "What? You can't use skills?" The player covered his face, held up a return stone, and said, "Since I couldn't even access my inventory, the only choice was to run." Using the return stone from my pocket, after beating around the bush for a bit, the player suddenly changed his tone, turning 360 degrees, and said, "And this is why we are currently offering a 20% discount on return stones for guilds for just 5,000 gold. Laurentia paused the video and cleared her throat. "Take me with you to the 5th floor, Jin Hyuk." Jin Hyuk replied calmly, "No." Laurentia slammed the table in anger. "Why not? I know for a fact you're going to rush into the 5th floor immediately, so I can't let you go alone." Jin Hyuk turned his back on Laurentia, annoyed, thinking, "How stubborn. I wonder why she's suddenly like this." Jin Hyuk stood up, looked at Laurentia coldly, and said, "You can't go. No matter how much you want to come along, I'll find a way to go alone, so just give up." Suddenly, Laurentia grabbed Jin Hyuk's arm. Jin Hyuk was slightly surprised by her action. Laurentia then said, with unexpected seriousness, "Promise me you won't overdo it." Scene transition. Jin Hyuk was sitting in a car, looking at the arm Laurentia had grabbed, and smiled faintly to himself. "Not overdo it, huh?" The system display showed, "A sponsorship gift has been sent from the Kingdom of Caladium." Jin Hyuk looked at the screen, thoughtful. He thought, "Isn't the Kingdom of Caladium the kingdom opposing those hostile factions?" The system display showed, "You have received Scentless." About Scentless, Rarity F. Skill description, will completely erase your body odor and even your aura. Duration, 3 seconds. Every 3 uses, it requires a 24-hour cooldown. Thanks to aid from a high-level force, you have escaped the suppression of the 5th floor. Jin Hyuk looked at the system board and suddenly laughed with amusement. Who would have thought they would break the tower's rules to aid me? It seems they have started approaching players with potential, just like those other factions. I'll make good use of this skill. The system display then showed, "You have entered the 5th floor of the trial tower. You will start from a random location. Skill usage has been locked. You will receive a random F-rank skill. There's only one rule, survive and run. Thanks to possessing Macadrian's ancient grimoire, one of your skills will be freed from this restriction. You can use gluttonous eyes." Jin Hyuk grinned, put the book inside his coat, and thought, "This is why I chose to take this from the Great Magic Library. I'll use this later." At this moment, many other players had also entered the 5th floor of the trial tower. Contrary to Jin Hyuk's smugness and excitement, The other players felt troubled and uncomfortable, complaining, "Damn it, it's so dark here. Why is it so damp?" Kang Jin Hyuk looked at the other players, thinking, "The players who started at the same level as me are starting to show up. I'll leave these rookies behind and move on." The system screen displayed, "You have triggered the summoning scroll." He was caught off guard, thinking, "A summoning scroll." The system screen displayed once more, moving to the summoner's coordinates. Realizing something, Kang Jin Hyuk turned around. He frowned and muttered, "That stubborn girl." Standing before Kang Jin Hyuk was Teresa. She smiled at him and said, "I knew you wouldn't keep your promise. That's why I followed you." Kang Jin Hyuk said annoyedly to Teresa, "Teresa, I clearly told you not to follow me. What the hell were you thinking coming all the way here?" Teresa dusted off her sleeves and replied, "Please don't scold someone who followed you all this way just because she was worried about you." Kang Jin Hyuk covered his face, helpless, thinking, "Ugh, now I have to change my plans. My perfect plan." Suddenly, the group behind them cried out, making Teresa look back. "Hey, look what I have in my pocket." "Oh, I have one too." She reflexively reached into her pocket, pulled out a flashlight, and said to Kang Jin Hyuk, "I got a flashlight. What about you?" Kang Jin Hyuk expressionlessly held up a pen and said, "A pen." Teresa saw this and forced a laugh. "A pen. That's not very useful, is it?" Kang Jin Hyuk extended the pen to reveal its sharp tip. "No, this has its uses." A flame from a lighter flared up. One of the people shouted, "I found a lighter," he exclaimed. "Finally, I can see what's around me." The surrounding people were blinded by the small flame from the lighter. It was so bright in the darkness. Teresa was startled, then realized and said, "Oh, let me turn this on." But before she could turn it on, Kang Jin Hyuk stopped her. The man with the lighter began raising it high to get a better look at their surroundings. He said, "This place looks so run down." He and the three people behind him were holding the lighter high, scouting the area as they walked. Caught up in their conversation, one said, "If it's this dark, how are we supposed to escape?" They were completely unaware that some masked men in the distance were watching them. Those masked men shouted, pointing at the man, "There, the sacrifice." The group turned around in a panic. The masked men, holding torches, charged at them. "What the?" Then one person yelled, "You idiots, blow out the light." The masked group rushed over, shouting, "Get them. Over there. Hurry." Inside the rubble, a hand emerged. Teresa and Kang Jin Hyuk crawled out from there. Teresa tapped his shoulder. Kang Jin Hyuk pointed at the group from earlier and said, "Shouldn't we go save them?" Kang Jin Hyuk replied, "Teresa, since you're already here, no matter what, you have to follow my lead." Teresa looked confused. He continued, "For now, we absolutely cannot reveal our presence unnecessarily. We are far too unprepared to engage in melee combat with them." Teresa looked unconvinced and said, "You underestimate me, don't you, Kang Jin Hyuk? I'm prepared." As she spoke, she rummaged through her pocket and pulled out two glowing blue spheres, saying, "Look, I even brought some for you. These are regression stones. They say they're essential for the 5th floor." He slapped his face, feeling completely helpless. That made her freeze. On the other side, the people being chased were trying their best to hold the door to block the masked men. They pushed against the door and yelled, "At this rate, they're going to get in. The people in the back should retreat. What are you guys doing?" A girl with dark hair held up a regression stone and smiled triumphantly. She wore a dangerous expression, laughing. "What else would I do? Run. See you later, you losers." Suddenly, the stone in her hand cracked and shattered, leaving her frozen. The people pushing the door were also shocked. "It's not working." "What the hell? I brought one too." One person reached in to check and said, "Mine's the same." Then, boom, the door was blown away. The people nearby were sent flying. A large guy was flexing his muscles, gripping his weapon tightly. The weak people inside all turned pale with fear. The big guy, surrounded by smoke and dust, looked even more terrifying. Over by Teresa and Kang Jin Hyuk, the stone in Teresa's hand also cracked and shattered. She said disappointedly, "I can't believe it's a knockoff." Kang Jin Hyuk looked down, helpless, and said, "You believed it just because it was on TV? This world is full of scammers." Teresa was dejected, feeling bored and cheated, saying, "Man, this is so tiring." Suddenly, a loud scream startled her. "Kiak!" Behind her appeared a masked man holding a rope, grinning sinisterly. She was clueless and didn't even realize it, saying, "I guess I really should have followed you." Then, the man stuck out his tongue and looped the rope he prepared around Teresa's neck. She pivoted, grabbed his collar, and flipped him so hard he slammed flat onto the ground. Kang Jin Hyuk turned around and kicked him, sending him flying straight into the ceiling above. The masked men with torches began to appear. They surrounded Kang Jin, Hyuk, and Teresa. The two stood back to back. Teresa said, "Looks like we've been found out, huh?" Kang Jin Hyuk replied, "Looks like it." One of the masked men clasped his hands together and said, "Our god desires sacrifices with holy blood. Together, we shall help the king descend and achieve eternal peace." Kang Jin Hyuk pulled out his pen and clicked it. With one swift motion, the pen pierced the throat of the masked man who had just spoken, making him spew blood. Then, one by one, each of them was attacked by him with just a pen smoothly and quickly. Kang Jin Hyuk stood there, his eyes glowing red, wearing a sinister smile. In his hand was a pen stained with fresh, dripping blood. He said in a dangerous tone, "Anyone else want to continue the sermon?" The remaining masked men began to tremble with fear. One of them suddenly froze, feeling something appear behind him. He trembled as he turned his head. It was the big guy, carrying a massive hammer, staring straight at him. His voice trembled. "El Lord Proxy?" The Proxy raised his massive hand. The masked man trembled in fear, clasped his hands together, and stammered, "No, it's not what I meant, my lord. Please." Kang Jin Hyuk turned back, standing by. Teresa covers her mouth in shock, hands in his pockets. Jin Hyuk laughs and says, "Teresa, surely you've played Pictionary before, right?" As the hulking brute of a cultist lunges at him, the masked man standing before him advances toward Jin Hyuk and Teresa. Jin Hyuk remains calm, nonchalantly pointing at the giant and saying, "If I get caught by that behemoth, that's on me. Make sure he doesn't catch you, Teresa." Beside him, Teresa was so shocked she froze in place. That brute, Proxy, began to swing his massive hammer. As soon as he swung it down and smashed the ground, Teresa had already taken off. Jin Hyuk followed close behind, smiling fearlessly. The scene shifted to another location. In this room, shelves were packed with bottles. Inside, there were two figures in cloaks, one wearing a golden cloak. Much like the ones hunting for sacrifices outside, they were kneeling on the floor with their hands clasped. Another figure, wearing a long purple cloak, stood with his back to the one kneeling. The one standing asked, "How goes the harvest of sacrifices?" The yellow cloak minion bowed his head low to the floor and replied, "My lord, we had no trouble capturing them." The purple cloaked figure laughed sinisterly. "Our god desires more sacrifices. Now that the tower has opened, and so many fools have entered, this is the destined moment. Finally, our great leader shall descend." Suddenly, the yellow cloaked man spoke up, "Master, I think you should take a look at this." On the screen, they saw Proxy chasing after Jin Hyuk and Teresa. The purple cloaked master asked, "What is this?" The man replied, "These are the sacrifices your servant just discovered." Behind the master, another man appeared. The master continued, "This is the first time I've seen Proxy struggle like this. He usually catches these weak sacrifices quite quickly." The other man seemed to recognize him. As an image of Jin Hyuk appeared on the screen, the man caught sight of his face and said, "Kang Jin Hyuk." Hearing that, the master turned around and asked, "You know him?" The man replied, "Yes, I do." On the screen, the footage panned across every corner, showing all the people being hunted by these masked figures and forced into becoming sacrifices all over the place. The man added, "He is the biggest obstacle in our plan." He crossed his hands behind his back, but in his hand, he held a mask with a long, sharp nose, bearing a purple symbol on the forehead. Proxy's hammer came crashing down once again. Thankfully, Teresa jumped in time, narrowly dodging the hammer's terrifying power. The ground beneath him shattered. She gritted her teeth, muttering in frustration. "A giant like him, yet he's this fast? You can't even compare him to those other fanatic zealots." And the protagonist, Kang Jin Hyuk, was struggling just as much, having to dodge the barrage of his attacks. He quickly spoke to Teresa. "For now, we absolutely cannot go head-to-head with that giant." He proposed his strategy, focus on shaking him off first. "By the way, can you lend me that for a second?" Both landed gracefully and began a coordinated movement, then vanished right before Proxy's eyes. That left him completely bewildered. Suddenly, a blinding light flashed in front of him, forcing Proxy to cover his eyes. With his vision obscured, he struggled for a long moment. He quickly lost his patience and slammed his hammer down toward the source of the light. The ground, subjected to such immense force, shattered to pieces. After he struck, the light vanished. Curious, he lifted his hammer, but underneath there were only fragments of a flashlight. On the mezzanine, not far away, Teresa peeked down. She was anxious and terrified, but she kept observing. That thing should buy us enough time to come up with a strategy. Below, Proxy was frantically searching. At this moment, Kang Jin Hyuk sat down on the floor, exhausted. He said seriously, "Listen carefully, Teresa." Her gaze was steady as she met his eyes and replied, "All right." He pointed toward himself. "I'll go distract that giant myself." Teresa gasped in shock. "What? You want to go back to him after we barely managed to escape?" He tried to explain so she would understand. "It's nothing, really. If we want to clear this floor, We'll have to face him sooner or later anyway. Below, Proxy was impatiently searching every corner. Kang Jin Hyuk continued, "While I distract him, you go evacuate the others, okay?" Now they truly had no way to leave, as their precious return stones turned out to be a scam. Kang Jin Hyuk confidently stated, "I'll try to clear the 5th floor as fast as possible, even though things have become a bit complicated." Teresa hung her head, silent. She fell into a spiral of thought, feeling self-reproachful. It was all because she had followed him unnecessarily. After thinking, she agreed, "All right." Seeing her cooperate so well, he felt relieved and offered a smile. Suddenly, Kang Jin Hyuk remembered something and asked for a favor. "Oh, just in case, could you remember this for me?" At this moment, the giant, Proxy, with his massive, scarred feet, kept weaving through the corners in search of sacrifices. Suddenly, a small stone from afar hit him in the head. Kang Jin Hyuk called out to the giant. He was juggling another stone in his hand, saying mockingly, "Your game of tag really sucks, huh?" With that, he sprinted up the stairs. The giant, Proxy, kept chasing him with his hammer. Like that, the two played cat and mouse for quite a distance. Teresa stood tucked away to one side, hiding. She stood perfectly still, sweating bullets. Teresa remembered Kang Jin Hyuk's instructions. "You just need to use this at the right time." At the time, Teresa didn't really understand. At the right time? When is that exactly? Kang Jin Hyuk didn't answer her question directly, only saying, "When the time comes, you'll definitely feel when it's the right moment." Teresa looked around and saw many types of tools. She quickly lunged to pick one for herself. After carefully choosing a weapon for self-defense, she picked up a staff, silently reassuring herself. "Yes, I will definitely know when the time is right." She gripped the staff and ran to find the others, lost in her own thoughts. "Now I have to save the others first." Over here, the protagonist, Kang Jin Hyuk, had led the giant Proxy quite a distance away. He glanced back, silently calculating. Teresa must be far away by now. Suddenly, the system notification appeared. Activating Eye of Greed. At this moment, Kang Jin Hyuk's eyes changed. They became incredibly vicious. As his eyes locked onto that foolish giant, the system brought up an information panel warning about the demolisher. Gender, unknown. Level, unknown. Strength, 100. Agility, 15. Stamina, 30. Mana. Kang Jin Hyuk stared at the notification board, his mind racing. His actions had clearly triggered a violation of the 5th floor's rules. "Lantum is interested in you," the system flashed. "A new sub-rule has been created." As he sprinted away, the entity whispered, "Become my sword. Accept this offer, and you will transcend into a shadow apostle." Lantum, one of the most powerful beings in the entire tower. Much like Alice, Lantum resides on the highest floors. In these reaches, he is feared as the Demon King. And here, borrowing the Demon King's power means sealing away all your skills. If anyone ever dared to find a way to break that seal, they would be marked. The power of a shadow apostle is immense, but the price is becoming the Demon King's puppet for the rest of your life. Most members of the demon cult would probably jump at the chance, but Kang Jin Hyuk just laughed. How could a tiger ever bow down to a dog? He flatly rejected the offer. The system immediately delivered the bad news. Lantum was furious. Suddenly, the giant Proxy froze. His entire body convulsed as he clutched his head in agony. The system chimed again. "You have been cursed by the Demon King for daring to refuse the Demon King's grace." A surge of black magical energy pierced straight into Kang Jin Hyuk, making him gasp and choke out a cry of pain. So, the curse was branded onto his soul. He gritted his teeth, pure rage flashing in his eyes as the system continued. "You will become the target of every demon. This curse will follow you until the day you die." Kang Jin Hyuk clutched his chest, collapsing to the ground, before spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. The blood splattered everywhere. He endured it, hissing through his teeth. "Damn, that hurts." He wiped his mouth, breaking into a cold sweat. But the fanatic followers had already surrounded him. Kang Jin Hyuk looked at them, his voice brimming with defiance. "What? Are you all just going to stand there and stare? Come on, take a swing at me." No sooner had the words left his lips than the mob of fanatics swarmed him like starving tigers. Nearby, the innocent prisoners were being rounded up, trembling in pure terror. One cried out, "Please, I'm sorry, have mercy on us." Someone was being dragged across the floor, their legs kicking wildly. The fanatics had lost all humanity. "Grab that woman. She'll be a sacrifice for our god." Far off, the sound of rapid footsteps echoed. Teresa arrived, staff in hand. She leaped into the air, swinging her weapon at a cultist with perfect precision. One strike was enough to send their leader straight to the afterlife. Teresa turned to the woman she just saved. "Go, help the others." But the girl didn't respond. Paralyzed by absolute terror, she sat huddled in a corner, shivering as she whispered, "It's no use, we're all going to die here. We'll never get out of this place." Teresa looked at her with a gaze filled with empathy. Fear had completely consumed her. Suddenly, a cultist lunged at Teresa with a sickle while her guard was down. But in the nick of time, Teresa reacted. She overpowered the enemy's weapon, turned the tide, and gave him a brutal beating. She sent him flying to the shock of everyone watching. Then, she turned back to the weeping girl. "Don't give up. We are all going to get out of here safe and sound." Teresa's face glowed with the resolve of an angel as she gripped her staff tighter. "Pick up a weapon and stand up. My comrades are already clearing out the 5th floor." But Teresa didn't know that on the other side, Kang Jin Hyuk had been knocked unconscious. The dim-witted giant, Prosi, was currently carrying him over his shoulder toward the dungeons. Inside the dark, dank prison, trapped behind heavy iron bars, the captives were spiraling into despair. "We're doomed," a young man sobbed, lost in regret. "I never should have come to this hellhole. I was just hoping to loot a few items and get out." Irritated by the noise, a guard slammed his sickle against the bars and roared, "Shut your mouths." He threatened them with a dark glare. "If you keep making a scene, we're going to make you suffer." After silencing them, he turned, bowed his head, and reported to someone, "I've silenced them, my lord. Please continue your discussion." Thank you." Suddenly, a mysterious figure in a purple hooded mask asked, "Is this the guy?" "Yes, that's him." Hosenberg, standing beside him, frowned. "First time we've met face to face, huh?" He looked into the cell at the prisoner, Kang Jin Hyuk. Kang Jin Hyuk's eyes remained steady, his face calm and unreadable. He stared right back at them, unfazed. Kang Jin Hyuk sensed the mana it belonged to a human. So, he was working with the 5th floor boss, a demon cultist. Then, the system notification popped up, activating Eye of Greed. His eyes shifted to a blood-red hue. But the system warned him immediately. Status window scan failed. The target is using a high-level mental barrier. Kang Jin Hyuk was genuinely stunned. A mental barrier? An incredibly powerful aura was indeed radiating from him. He quickly reached for a white capsule. "I was saving this for the cult leader, but it looks like I don't have a choice." The system announced, "You have consumed the white capsule. All stats will double for 10 minutes. Adaptability increased from 10 to 20. He snuck his hand beneath his clothes and crushed the capsule. The system chimed again, "Active." Eye of Greed can now pierce the target's defenses. Kang Jin Hyuk stared intensely at the man, scanning him. Information finally flickered into view. Hosenberg, age 41, level 38, strength 19, agility 25, stamina 18, mana 28, corruption 80 points. Available stat points 0. Gold 30,855. Class, Roundtable Knight. Skills, Mental Barrier level 14, Blade of Judgment level 10. Kang Jin Hyuk studied the numbers, his face tightening. A Roundtable Knight? Then he must be one of the demon cult's heavy hitters. Melina had warned him about a powerhouse far stronger than he'd anticipated appearing. A glint of excitement sparked in his eyes. Looking at the opponent's skills, "I really want that mental barrier skill. It could become a key weapon in my resistance against divine power." A crucial piece of information appeared, leaving him stunned. The first condition for copying is to make him reveal his knightly title. Second, act like a total chunibu until you find his title. Once the conditions are met, you can choose to copy anyone's skill. After thinking it over, he rubbed his forehead and muttered, "Which damn lunatic is running this tower system? I'll need at least 6 bottles of booze to get over this shock." Outside, Hosenberg asked impatiently, "Why aren't you saying anything?" Kang Jin Hyuk rubbed his forehead and replied, "Ah, sorry about that." He smirked and continued, "I'm just busy suppressing the darkness within me." After that remark, the atmosphere between the two became awkward and silent. The mysterious masked man asked suspiciously, "Hosenberg, are you sure this is the one you mentioned? His brain seems a bit fried." Hosenberg's face darkened, but he insisted, "I'm certain." The masked man waved his hand, walking away in annoyance. "Even I'm not that bad." "Enjoy your chat, you two." Alice von Ataraxia, hiding in his necklace, laughed her head off as he was treated like a lunatic. Kang Jin Hyuk was also incredibly embarrassed. Sweating, he covered his face with his hand and whispered, "I find this disgusting too, so please just pretend you didn't hear anything." Hosenberg glared at him, annoyed. "It seems you don't grasp the current situation. Do you realize you've been captured and are about to be sacrificed?" Kang Jin Hyuk kept up the act, laughing like a madman while looking up at the ceiling. You think you can contain my destructive madness? How foolish." Hosenberg watched him flailing about in the dungeon, speechless. Hosenberg frowned, wondering, what's wrong with him? Or is he hiding some trump card? Considering the skills he's used so far, that seems more likely. His face darkened as he sneered. I know perfectly well how strong you are, Kang Jin Hyuk, but now that your skills are all sealed, you won't survive in this place. Seeing that he still couldn't fool him, he turned away, lamenting. Why is making a living so hard? Suddenly, someone covered in blood let out a miserable scream. Hosenberg stared at him. Do you hear that? He wanted to use those things to intimidate him. That's the sound of the living sacrifice you'll soon have to participate in. A slow, horrific death that your sanity won't be able to withstand. Hearing that, the others locked in the cell with him trembled in fear. Hosenberg quickly took out a key and held it in front of Kang Jin Hyuk. Then, he started laying out the terms. If you tell me everything you know about Kang Jin Hyuk, I'll give you this key. Kang Jin Hyuk smirked, thinking, the key, huh? He rested his hand on his forehead, acting cooperative. You want to know Kang Jin Hyuk's real name? Well, let's make a deal. Tell me your real name first, and then I'll tell you. Hosenberg was surprised. My real name? But then he thought, he's going to die anyway. He held the mask in his hand. Without any guard, he said, my name is Hosenberg. I am also known as Lancelot. Are you satisfied now? At that moment, the system notification appeared. Success. Copy conditions met. You have successfully copied the skill. Mental barrier. Mental barrier. S rank difficulty achieved. Enhances your mental state. It not only secures your status window, but also helps resist quite a few types of mental attacks. Hosenberg asked seriously, now it's your turn to tell me Kang Jin Hyuk's identity. Kang Jin Hyuk raised a finger, smiled brightly, and said, I'll only say it once, so listen carefully. Keeping his promise, he told him, Kang Jin Hyuk is. After hearing that name, Hosenberg coldly said, so that's it. He quickly threw the key inside to him. He acted noble, saying, I will keep my promise. After achieving his goal, Hosenberg quickly put his mask back on and turned around. He left the dungeon, not forgetting to tell Kang Jin Hyuk, I hope you die quickly. Watching the opponent leave, Kang Jin Hyuk returned to his normal state, simultaneously wearing a satisfied smile. While he wasn't looking, the blonde guy in the same cell noticed the key. He dove for it, grabbed it, and frantically tried to open the door, but a painful truth was quickly discovered. The blonde guy screamed, What the hell? There's no keyhole. How is this possible? It seemed Kang Jin Hyuk had guessed that beforehand, so he just calmly laid down on the ground. Of course they do something like that. Kang Jin Hyuk closed his eyes to rest, thinking to himself, anyway, by now Teresa should have. At that moment, another cell door opened. It was Teresa. She had been thrown violently into the dungeon by a zealot. They kept whispering to each other, This is the first time I've seen a sacrifice fight back so fiercely. The other agreed, I think she must have defeated at least 20 of our guys already. That's a testament to her strength, so the god will be pleased, for sure. Teresa glared at them. She struggled to stand up and asked the others in the cell, Where are the others? But only silence answered her. Suddenly, a voice of accusation rang out in the room, drawing Teresa's attention. It's all your fault. It was the black woman she had saved earlier, angrily kicking a little girl. If you bastards weren't here, it would be better. It's all because of you. Teresa quickly rushed out, standing in front of the little girl. What are you doing? Stop it. The black woman was a bit stunned and then said, You're protecting her just because you don't know anything yet. Teresa asked, What do you mean? The woman pointed at the little girl. The person you're protecting is a tower resident. Instinctively, Teresa looked back. The little girl was crying, tears streaming down her face, her whole body trembling. Then she lowered her head, not explaining anything. The others in the cell also growled. If it weren't for you bastards, the tower wouldn't even exist. The person next to her agreed. That's right. How could I have been imprisoned in a place like this? The black woman seemed to lose her mind, pointing at the little girl and blaming her. So it's all your fault, isn't it? Their faces became distorted and terrifying. Seeing everyone targeting her, the little girl was absolutely horrified. Her eyes widened, hollow and empty. Her frame was thin and pitiful, but the child didn't fight back. She just squeezed her eyes shut. She shrank into a corner, bracing herself to take the beating. Seeing what was happening before her, Teresa couldn't just stand by and watch the little girl get bullied. She immediately grabbed the arm of the dark-skinned woman and earnestly said, It doesn't matter if she's a tower resident or not. Wasn't she captured by the cultists just like us? The little girl suddenly looked up at the person who had stood up to protect her. The whole room fell silent. The dark-skinned woman's arm, which was being gripped tightly, also began to tremble. Teresa glared, warning the rest of the group. After putting everyone in their place, Teresa kindly asked, What is your name? The little girl still sat huddled in the corner, not daring to answer. Teresa maintained her gentle demeanor, comforting her. It's all right. As long as I'm here, no one is going to hurt you. The dark-skinned woman standing nearby broke out into a cold sweat. The little girl didn't look up, her small hands still clutching each other tightly. Seeing Andrea's hesitation, Teresa sat down beside her and smiled brightly, offering praise. That's a beautiful name. Then she introduced herself. I'm Teresa. Her enthusiasm touched Andrea, and the little girl opened up, recounting a painful memory to Teresa. Like every other day, she was carrying a basket on her back, working with everyone else, when suddenly those cultists came to her village. They wore masks and golden-colored wings. They looked very mysterious. They used enchanting words to sway the villagers, saying they would save the entire village if they offered one person as a sacrifice. As she reached this part, Andrea's voice choked up. As soon as the villagers heard this, they immediately said that someone without a father or mother like her should stand up for the benefit of the whole village. Even though the little girl resisted fiercely, they insisted that it was a very sacred duty. And so, what had to happen, happened. Teresa felt pity, hugged the little girl, and stroked her hair to comfort her. So, you must have been very lonely, right, Andrea? Teresa's eyes suddenly filled with empathy, thinking to herself, even though she really is a tower resident, how is she any different from a normal human being? Just then, outside the cell, voices of the guards could be heard arguing. We need to prepare the next group of sacrifices. Have every room pick one kid. One guard was even incredibly excited, poking his head inside to threaten them. If no one is chosen, all of you will get to attend the sacrifice ritual together. You'll be dead for as long as you like, then. Everyone in the room heard this and was terrified. Not again. Someone cried out, hurriedly saying, No, no, I refuse. Suddenly, a girl came up with a malicious idea and glared behind her. Wait, that's it, right? All eyes turned toward Andrea. Pick that brat first. She isn't even a human, is she? With that, they crazily rushed to grab Andrea. Teresa saw this and stood in front of the little girl to stop them. Wait. Stop. Don't be so reckless. They were in a twisted state of mind. Even though Teresa screamed until her voice was hoarse, everyone, calm down. Those people didn't stop. The guard outside, watching this scene, looked very amused. He cheered happily. That's right. Keep struggling. The Lord will be even happier now. In another cell, the guard there was incredibly confused when he asked for a volunteer for the sacrifice, and a hand was raised. It turned out to be the hand of the male protagonist, Kang Jin Hyuk. He said, I volunteer. Does anyone have any objections? Seeing his enthusiasm, his roommates were moved to tears. No, you go ahead first. I get to live. Thank you. Kang Jin Hyuk's hands were quickly tied tightly, and then he and the others were led to the sacrificial altar. On the way, Kang Jin Hyuk spotted a floor drain. He spat out a pill he had been holding in his mouth and waited for a moment when no one was paying attention, then quietly dropped it into the grate. Finally, the pill successfully fell into the water. The guard walking in front felt a strange noise and looked back, but didn't notice anything unusual. Seeing that his plan hadn't been discovered, he wore a satisfied smile, thinking, all the necessary preparations are done. Now, Teresa must have been caught and thrown into the dungeon already, right? And with that personality of hers, she definitely would have volunteered. Kang Jin Hyuk was extremely confident. This is the first time I've carried out a plan like this, but everything is going pretty smoothly. He looked at the system information. Just as he predicted, a hidden quest had been triggered. The hidden quest. Content. These fanatical cultists are taking the lives of others for no reason. They are considered villains. Adaptation stat will increase by 0.1 points for every cultist defeated. The system offered incredibly lucrative rewards. Adaptation stat will increase by 30 points if the cult leader is defeated. Kang Jin Hyuk frowned and licked his lips, thinking to himself, usually, the rewards I get are always an increase in some stat, but why are they giving me adaptation stats? Back to reality. A noisy clamor rose up, drawing his attention to the cultists who were shouting, Oh, hail the Lord, glorious Lord. They chanted in unison, the glory that created the world. Kang Jin Hyuk looked at so many people inside. They really are numerous. Suddenly, a young man even vomited on the spot. He looked over, speechless. It's not that bad here to the point of throwing up, right? A command was heard, bring the next group of sacrifices up. The chains of the heavy door were pulled up. The gate was quickly opened and it landed on the ground, creating a walkway. Beside the sacrifices, there were always burly guards holding weapons, ready to point them at those being sacrificed. They untied them, then constantly urged them to move forward. The cheering continued. Glorious Lord, divine joy. At this moment, Kang Jin Hyuk was scanning the crowd, searching for Teresa. They kept on worshipping their leader. The Lord craved the sacrifices that were trembling with fear. Suddenly, Kang Jin Hyuk's eyes widened in shock, though it wasn't clear what he had seen. A representative stepped forward to host the ceremony. He joyfully asked, What does our Lord love the most in a sacrifice? Everyone, the cultists, answered in unison, A noble sacrifice. A noble sacrifice. He opened his mouth and continued, then look at this. He pointed at Teresa and said, this woman offered to die in place of a complete stranger. What a noble act. Teresa was currently being hung suspended in the air, bleeding from her head, and she had lost consciousness. The host continued his passionate speech, the blood of this woman. This will be the end of this live sacrifice ritual. A noble sacrifice? I've had enough. Kang Jin Hyuk stepped forward forcefully. I was planning to max out my stats before clearing this floor, but he quickly took out a book. The system notified him. Ancient Magic Tome activated, breaking free from the restrictions set by the Floor 5 Lord, releasing everything that was sealed. Kang Jin Hyuk was absolutely furious. He gritted his teeth and cursed, damn it. The system also indicated 9 minutes and 59 seconds remaining. Fire source activated. A flame was launched from Kang Jin Hyuk's palm. The flame pierced through the wall and quickly reached the pill he had spat into the water earlier. The system notified him again. Fire flame pill activated. The cultists felt the ground beneath them shaking as massive flames appeared. The fire spread rapidly. Kang Jin Hyuk stood amidst it. The cultists panicked. What is that? Is that a skill? One of them shouted, that's impossible. By the Lord's command, all skills have been nullified here. Kang Jin Hyuk took out a knife. It was glowing with a purple light. He coolly threw the knife forward. It struck with precision, cutting the chains binding Teresa. Without the chains, Teresa fell freely, and Kang Jin Hyuk timed it perfectly to catch her. Holding the beauty in his arms, he quickly placed his hand on her neck to check on her. Teresa was very weak. He lowered his head, then stood up. He looked at them with pure, fiery rage. Holding another pill in his hand, he cursed. Stat increases. My ass. I don't need any of that anymore. I'm going to kill every last one of you. He quickly popped the pill into his mouth and bit down. The system displayed a notification. Darkness pill activated. A powerful black aura radiated from Kang Jin Hyuk. The system announced darkness barrier activated. The cultists were trying to flee but were surrounded and held back by the black mist. They screamed, this damn thing. We can't see anything. Kang Jin Hyuk looked coldly at their panic. Then he drew his sword and started killing them one by one. Now, his eyes were filled only with death. The system announced again, sword grave activated. Within the thick black smoke, endless, terrifying roars echoed. The cultists were scared, constantly cursing. Damn it, where did he go? A sickle suddenly fell to the ground. One of the cultists was so terrified he knelt down, pleading incessantly. Oh, God of darkness, please answer our prayers. This guy was so stupid that he kept muttering. Oh, Demon King, God, please guide us. The other two stared at him in confusion, then knelt down to pray as well. Suddenly, their eyes widened as they all looked in one direction. Someone was approaching, radiating an immense source of energy. The cultists felt it. It was the energy of the Demon King God. They were overjoyed and jumped up, shouting, you've answered our prayers. Before he could finish his sentence, the protagonist, Kang Jin Hyuk, swiped past him like a gust of wind. He sliced the cultist down instantly. The system quickly displayed a notification. One villain eliminated. Adaptation stat increased by 0.1. The cultist lay dying on the ground, still deluded, calling for the Demon King God. Kang Jin Hyuk coldly slaughtered them one by one. One villain eliminated. Adaptation stat increased by 0.1. His eyes were filled with nothing but death. He coolly swung his sword, cutting them down one by one. The notification rang again. One villain eliminated. Adaptation stat increased by 0.1. Everywhere was shrouded in a thick, gloomy fog. The scene was utterly desolate and tragic. Teresa lay motionless in a corner, her hands still tightly bound by heavy chains. She hadn't fully regained consciousness, and blood was still staining her forehead. Teresa was half awake, hazily recalling what had happened before. She remembered the words of the people in the prison cell. Push that girl, not the other one, forward. Teresa had stood in front of Andrea. Where is the fairness in that? At that moment, Andrea was terrified, huddled in a corner. Andrea was panicking and trembling, hiding tightly behind her. Teresa kept fighting back. She's just a child. But people didn't listen to her warnings. Teresa's attempts to stop them were in vain. They all became agitated, acting crazed as they lunged forward. The kid? What the hell? She's just an NPC. Others spoke up, hand her over. Teresa's feet remained firmly planted, blocking their path. She used her strength to push them back. The other two were no match for her, so they were quickly beaten to a pulp. Teresa gritted her teeth, saying, you guys must think it's easy to take me down since you can't use skills here, right? Don't get it twisted. Her expression hardened, eyes glaring at them. I'm confident I can take all of you down in one go. The dark-skinned woman realized she couldn't defeat her. She struggled to stand up and asked, so, You're volunteering to be the chosen one? Teresa had to protect the girl. She replied decisively, "Yes, you're right. It's me." The dark-skinned woman stood up, wiped the blood from her mouth, and said sarcastically, "Go ahead and act noble. But eventually, you'll just do what everyone else does." Hearing that, Andrea looked at Teresa with concern. She glanced back, and Teresa gave a friendly smile. Andrea's eyes met hers. They stood there, looking at each other for a long time. Teresa smiled brightly, patted the girl's head, and promised, "I'll be back soon." Saying that, Teresa's gaze shifted toward the cultist who had been sneering outside the cell the whole time. He still hadn't sensed the danger, standing outside, drooling and mocking them. What a noble sacrifice. But before he could enjoy it for long, he was beaten up by Teresa, with blood pouring from his mouth. The cultist lay sprawled on the ground, covered in blood. Back to the present, the corpses of the cultists were scattered everywhere. The scene was full of death and gloom in the gray fog. Teresa slowly sat up in the ruins. A familiar voice reached her ears. "You're trying too hard again, aren't you?" Teresa cheered happily, "Jin Hyuk." At that moment, the protagonist, Kang Jin Hyuk, appeared before her. Teresa smiled, eyes crinkling, and said, "I knew you'd come." Seeing her safe and sound, Kang Jin Hyuk offered a rare smile, then quickly broke the chains that were binding Teresa's hands. Once finished, Kang Jin Hyuk looked at the system screen. Adaptation stat achieved in the hidden mission, 23. He thinks to himself, "Now, I just need to take down the cult leader and make our escape." Teresa sits behind him, rubbing her wrists, overjoyed that her shackles have been broken. Suddenly, Teresa remembers something and panics. "Oh, that's right. Jin Hyuk. There's a place we must go to first." Curious, Jin Hyuk agrees, and they quickly head toward another holding cell. They rescue everyone inside. People cheer in delight, crying out that they've been saved. Teresa quickly runs off to find Andrea, who is sitting alone in a corner. Seeing Teresa, Andrea's eyes well up with tears as she calls out, "Sister Teresa." Teresa runs over, happily pulling Andrea into a hug. "Thank heavens, you're okay." Andrea hugs her back, filled with happiness. Kang Jin Hyuk watches the two of them with surprise and asks, "What's going on here?" Teresa looks at the young girl and introduces her. Andrea is a resident of the tower. The cultists dragged her here, trying to force her to convert or join their ranks. Suddenly, the system sends a notification. Time remaining for the effect of the Grimoire of Truth, 0 hours, 2 minutes, 35 seconds. Seeing this, Kang Jin Hyuk looks at the two of them, feeling a bit annoyed. "I can't believe she made me waste 10 precious minutes on that." But suddenly, a glint appears in his eyes. He realizes something. "Wait a minute." Jin Hyuk stares intently at Andrea. If she's a resident of the tower, he then flashes a cryptic smile. He strikes up a conversation with Andrea. "Right?" The little girl looks scared and confused. He asks her seriously, "Why haven't you become a cultist? Every other resident in this tower is obsessed with worshipping that deity." Seeing his blunt approach, Teresa rushes to stop him. "Jin Hyuk." Andrea lowers her head at the question, pondering for a moment before answering firmly, "I don't want to believe that such a thing as a god exists in this world." Andrea's eyes fill with tears as she painfully recounts, "Even my own villagers pushed me away, just because I didn't have parents." Her small hand clenches in anger. If a god truly exists, then they must be the ones who created this living hell. As she speaks, Andrea breaks down into loud, sobbing cries. If this is what a god created, then that thing is nothing good. Kang Jin Hyuk watches her helplessly, then speaks in a gentle voice. "I don't know if saying this will make you feel any better, but you and I are very much alike." As he says this, his voice becomes somber. "I was abandoned in front of an orphanage the moment I was born. I grew up all alone." Andrea hears this, wipes her eyes, and looks up at him. Kang Jin Hyuk keeps his hands in his pockets, his face stoic. Life without parents around is truly difficult. Teresa is stunned. Jin Hyuk is talking about himself. He recalls a painful part of his past, but I still had to keep living. No matter how sad or painful things get, nothing ever changes. Andrea listens to him and feels he's right, but because she is still so young, she remains worried. She whispers, "But the cult leader is still here." Before Andrea can finish, Kang Jin Hyuk cuts in. "Right, the cult leader is still here. How about this?" He smiles and offers a proposal. "I will take down the cult leader for you, so you can continue to survive in a world where that bastard no longer exists." Andrea is deeply moved. Her eyes light up, but she doesn't answer him. Kang Jin Hyuk quickly activates the flame of exile, and a blue fire erupts on his finger. He grins. "In return, become my teammate. Do we have a deal?" Andrea stares at him, eyes wide. But then, she nods in agreement. He then transfers the flame of exile to her. The ritual is completed quickly. "All right." Kang Jin Hyuk pats Andrea's head. "I look forward to working with you from now on." Andrea. Teresa, standing to the side, smiles, but quickly realizes something feels off. Wait a minute, she feels a tinge of jealousy. What about me? He's never done anything like that for me before. Having settled everything, Kang Jin Hyuk turns his back, laughing. Let's go take down that cult leader. Teresa stands behind him, still dazed. The system notification pops up. Grimoire of Truth effect ended. 0 hours, 0 minutes, 0 seconds. All skills sealed. Meanwhile, the mysterious masked man in the purple cloak is in a dark room. He mutters incessantly, wishing for the day his joy spreads everywhere. He wears a twisted smile, holding a jar in his hand. It is engraved with terrifying skulls. My God, he mutters in his delusion. Kang Jin Hyuk leads the other two, explaining as they walk. The cult leader is very different from the other cultists. Even though he can't use skills like we can, he's strong as an ox. Hearing this, Teresa asks anxiously, then, can't you just use that skill you used earlier to defeat him easily? He replies calmly, I was planning on it. Kang Jin Hyuk explains, but the time limit has passed, so I can't use any more skills. Teresa looks at Andrea, worried. I see Kang Jin Hyuk continues. Hand-to-hand combat would be fine, but the divine artifact he possesses is a major risk factor. Teresa asks in surprise, a divine artifact? Kang Jin Hyuk explains. It's called the Detail of Earth. It's an artifact containing a spell capable of killing a target with 100% accuracy. Teresa is still confused. 100% accuracy? Does that mean we can't defeat him? He keeps his hands in his pockets, replying calmly, I'll try to block it. At least it should work once. Kang Jin Hyuk looks up, his expression very serious. It takes a while before it can be used a second time, so your role is the most important one here. Hearing this, Teresa grows more anxious, listening intently to his instructions. You must take him down before he can reactivate that spell. Very quickly, they arrive at their destination. Kang Jin Hyuk stands in front of the control lever. We're here. Are you ready? Teresa and Andrea both look very tense, but they nod, facing what is about to come. Kang Jin Hyuk pulls the lever, not forgetting to remind her. Remember this well. The final control lever is finally activated. The door slowly opens. Kang Jin Hyuk's voice rings out. As long as you remember everything I told you, you will surely be able to see it. What's the right way to open this door? The masked figure was still standing there, back turned toward him. The moment he realized someone had intruded, he spun around to check. The masked man glared at Kang Jin Hyuk and spoke up. To think the culprit who destroyed the ritual would show up here in person, how interesting. Kang Jin Hyuk asked, where is the guy who was with you? The masked man replied, he just left. He said he'd already taken everything he came for. Hearing this, Kang Jin Hyuk felt a surge of rage. He gritted his teeth and thought, that guy is quick on his feet. I wanted to kill him right here. The masked man continued patiently. I don't know how you bypass the divine restrictions to use that skill, but I will definitely track you down and make you pay for causing this catastrophe. Having said that, he tore off his purple cloak, grabbed his weapon, and charged straight at Kang Jin Hyuk. Teresa looked at the weapon in his hand with caution. She analyzed it seriously. That must be the divine artifact Kang Jin Hyuk mentioned. Kang Jin Hyuk dashed forward to dodge. He was struggling against this guy, but he didn't forget to signal Teresa. Now, Teresa. She caught the signal and rushed in quickly. The two coordinated perfectly. Kang Jin Hyuk attacked the masked man from the front. A flash of fire ignited in his eyes, while Teresa relentlessly beat the guy from behind. Their coordinated barrage of attacks left the masked man unable to retaliate. He collapsed to the ground in pain. Seeing his chance, Kang Jin Hyuk ordered Teresa, do it now. Muzzle him, Teresa. She quickly grabbed a piece of cloth she prepared, covered his mouth, and circled behind him to stop him from chanting. Kang Jin Hyuk followed up with an attack. Andrea was incredibly tense, cowering in a corner while watching the two of them. But the masked man wasn't a pushover. He gritted his teeth, bit down hard on the cloth to hold it in place, and used his momentum to toss Teresa aside. With that, the masked man broke free from her restraint. Teresa was sent flying, her face contorting in pain. The masked man clenched his fist, aiming to strike Teresa, but Kang Jin Hyuk caught up to him. The man grinned smugly and started brawling with him. Kang Jin Hyuk glared at him. He quickly gave the masked man a brutal beating. A powerful punch landed squarely on the man's chin, forcing him to clutch his face in agony. Holding the upper hand, Kang Jin Hyuk said confidently, I've beaten guys 10 times stronger than you with my bare hands before. Do you really think you can win a one-on-one fight against me? Teresa, having fallen to the side, sat on the ground and looked at him with admiration. He truly is Kang Jin Hyuk. The masked man wasn't afraid. Instead, he laughed like a madman. Not bad. Very good. You'll make the perfect sacrifice. He hurriedly grabbed the vase and shouted, So, let me sacrifice you first. As soon as he finished speaking, the masked man began chanting frantically, Victoria Telpa. The skulls on the vase began to glow, and a wave of black power erupted from them. The masked man kept laughing like a maniac. Oh, Divine One. Following his shout, countless magical energy. Attacks surged toward Kang Jin Hyuk. Teresa watched with worry. Is that the spell Kang Jin Hyuk warned us about? Kang Jin Hyuk didn't dodge. Instead, he instructed Teresa one last time. Remember this, Teresa. This spell has an incredibly long cooldown. His voice was crystal clear. You have to watch its eyes carefully. You'll be able to predict when it can be activated again. He looked at her and smiled brightly, full of hope, and continued, the rest is up to you. Teresa hadn't fully processed it yet. She looked dazed at his words. But at that moment, the black magical energy slammed into Kang Jin Hyuk, causing him to cough up blood. Teresa froze in horror at the sight. Even Andrea, hiding nearby, gasped in fear. Teresa snapped out of it and ran madly toward Kang Jin Hyuk, screaming, no. Kang Jin Hyuk had stopped breathing and lay still on the ground. The system issued a notification. You have died. The Demon King's curse is fading because you are dead. The masked man was ecstatic. He gloated, what a marvelous sacrifice. The Demon King will surely be pleased. Teresa collapsed beside Kang Jin Hyuk's body, weeping. Wake up. Kang Jin Hyuk, open your eyes. The masked man laughed gleefully. His conscience was utterly twisted. Seeing your teammate die makes you heartbroken, doesn't it? His voice kept echoing, what's the point if there's no suffering? Teresa stood up, tears streaming down her face. She was seething with rage. She stared at the brazen bastard. He had just kicked her away, yet he dared call it a sacrifice. Seeing her easily kicked aside by the masked man, Andrea screamed in panic. Teresa! This drew the masked man's attention. He grinned twistedly, turned to look at Andrea, and his barbaric voice boomed. You're over there, aren't you? This made the little girl hiding in the corner tremble with fear. The masked man quickly approached Andrea. He reached out his hand and said, come here. Andrea was terrified. Suddenly, Teresa jumped up, lunged toward him, and climbed onto his back to attack him from above. She then used all her strength to slam him to the ground. Since he was caught off guard, Teresa succeeded. The masked man was smashed down, creating a loud explosion. Teresa spoke to him coldly, I will never let you take Andrea. With that, she burst into tears. But this guy wasn't easy to take down. Very quickly, he stood back up and arrogantly said, looks like you still haven't learned your lesson, huh? The masked man seemed truly enraged now. He laughed like a savage. Good. Kang Jin Hyuk's body lay cold on the floor, surrounded by fresh blood. Teresa was also beaten to a pulp by the masked man. She gasped for air, exhausted, and tried to sit up. The masked man stood nearby, his muscles bulging, grinning as he surveyed his handiwork. Teresa glared at him, thinking, without skills, it's truly impossible to fight him. While she was lost in thought, the masked man frenziedly charged at her again. He shouted, for the great deity. Facing his fierce attacks, Teresa quickly jumped backward to dodge. She kept retreating, then grabbed a piece of debris from the ground and used it like a weapon, throwing it high into the air. Her shards shattered the lights on the ceiling. The masked man looked up, utterly terrified, not understanding her plan. He sneered with supreme confidence. You think the darkness will save you? How foolish. While he was still distracted, she quickly slipped away into the shadows. Shards of the broken light fixture rained down. Teresa sat in a corner, panting heavily, thinking, okay, now his vision should be restricted. She quickly regained her composure and mapped out her next move. First, I have to get that jar out of his hands. If he activates that spell one more time, I won't stand a chance. The masked man's footsteps drew closer. Teresa felt it, and her pupils widened in pure terror. The masked man lunged forward, smashing through her cover. Thankfully, Teresa managed to scramble away in time. Panicked, she thought, how did he find me so fast? Everything around her was being ruthlessly demolished. Teresa broke out in a cold sweat, glancing back. The masked man chuckled, taunting her. You're fast on your feet, I'll give you that. But finding you is child's play. That golden hair of yours is far too bright, even in the darkness. Teresa instinctively reached up to touch a lock of her hair. In no time, the masked man spotted her golden locks. He grinned wickedly, clutching the jar, and continued. Once I knock you unconscious, I'll go find that brat hiding somewhere nearby. And when you wake up, I'll make sure you watch her get sacrificed to the artifact. He roared, lunging toward her hiding spot. The masked man slammed Teresa into the wall. She rolled repeatedly, dodging his relentless attacks. This only seemed to excite the masked man even more. You're quite the survivor, aren't you? Even better for the great deity. His voice echoed continuously. He threatened, keep running if you want, but it's only a matter of time before I find you. Teresa's arm was already injured by this point. She huddled in a corner, hardly daring to breathe. Clenching her wounded arm to stifle the pain, she thought, I can't waste the precious time Jin Hyuk bought for me. If I go down now, then Andrea will also. She spotted a small shard on the floor, picked it up, and stared at it intensely. Outside, the masked man was hunting through every nook and cranny, muttering, the great deity, endless joy. Suddenly, he spotted her glowing golden hair ahead. His eyes lit up like car headlights. I've changed my mind, he declared. If you agree to become a disciple, I'll spare your life. His voice kept ringing out. That's right. I'll make you the Demon King's Saintess. Why don't you come out already? Hiding in a corner, Andrea trembled, terrified to even move. Suddenly, losing his patience, he charged. If you won't come out, then I'll. But upon reaching the spot, he realized he'd been tricked. It was just a clump of hair Teresa had left behind. Taking advantage of his momentary shock, Teresa lunged out from behind him. She reached for the jar, remembering the sacrifice Jin Hyuk had made. Her hair was nothing compared to that. She had used that sharp shard to cut off her golden locks to lure him into letting his guard down. But just then, he realized what was happening and slowly turned around. His face twisted in alarm. Teresa was equally panicked. He had discovered her in an instant. His reaction time is too fast. Just as he raised his fist to strike, a vase fell from above, blocking his view. It was Andrea, who had pushed it down from above. He clutched his head in pain, gnashing his teeth. You little brat. Thanks to that, Teresa successfully snatched the jar from his hand. The girl's timely help made Teresa. Perfect timing, Andrea. The masked man panicked but quickly regained his composure. So you got it, he said. What are you going to do now? Are you planning to sacrifice yourself or something? Holding the jar, she quickly recalled Kang Jin Hyuk's instructions. In case you need it, memorize this. She remembered Jin Hyuk, emphasizing it at the time. Memorize this, Victoria. What is that? Kang Jin Hyuk had explained. It's a spell in the rune ancient language. When the time is right, use it. Every word burned into her mind. The time, Kang Jin Hyuk had smiled. You'll know when. Holding the jar, she finally realized it. Now was the moment, she quickly chanted. Victoria de Marius. Jin Hyuk had known this would happen. The moment the spell was finished, the skull began to glow. Now it was the masked man's turn to panic. How do you know the rune language? Teresa angrily pointed the jar at him. She said coldly, to do your job for you. That's why. Someone who paved the way taught me. From the mouth of the skull, black rays of light erupted, one after another, attacking the masked man. He screamed in agony, tears streaming down his face. Game over. He shrieked helplessly. Stop. How can this be? Oh, Demon King. Regardless of his desperate cries to his deity, the black energy continued to pierce through him. The system notification appeared. The fifth floor boss has been defeated. Teresa dropped the jar and rushed over to the little girl. Are you hurt anywhere, Andrea? Thankfully, the girl replied, no, I'm okay. Andrea pointed toward Kang Jin Hyuk's body. But Teresa collapsed beside Kang Jin Hyuk, sobbing, I did it, Jin Hyuk. Wake up. I'm so sorry for being so stubborn and following you like this. She cried uncontrollably. I won't do it again. Please just wake up. The system notification appeared again. The Demon King's power has been neutralized. No boss monsters remain, lifting restrictions on skill usage. His fingers twitched slightly. Teresa noticed it immediately. The system continued, activating Blessing of the Stars. Condition. As long as it is not sudden death, you have one resurrection. Cooldown, 240 hours. Kang Jin Hyuk sat bolt upright. Teresa and Andrea were overjoyed. They cheered, Jin Hyuk. He still looked nonchalant, saying, dying sure does hurt, doesn't it? But Kang Jin Hyuk looked over at Teresa and asked, why are you crying again? You were crying back in the labyrinth too. She pouted and gave his chest such a hard punch that he, having just come back from the dead, felt like he was spitting up blood again. I just can't help it. The tears keep falling. Teresa shouted back. Kang Jin Hyuk winced. That still hurts. Teresa panicked. Oh, I'm so sorry. He looked at her new look and asked, but why did you cut your hair? Teresa just pointed at the announcement board. The fifth floor boss had been defeated. She asked Jin Hyuk, why hasn't the notification to open the next floor appeared even though the weekly boss has been defeated? He gestured behind them and explained, the condition to clear the fifth floor is to escape, meaning we just have to pass through that door. He looked down at Andrea and added, but there's something quite interesting here, too. The young girl looked up at him, feeling confused. Kang Jin Hyuk looked at the jar rolling on the ground and continued, that's the position of the fifth floor boss, which can be inherited. Teresa asked, inherited? He quickly picked up the jar. The condition to clear the fifth floor wasn't to defeat the boss monster. Whoever holds this jar in their hands will become the new boss monster. Kang Jin Hyuk leaned down, smiled, and held the jar out toward the young girl. He continued, "And I feel this position should be entrusted to Andrea." The girl stood there, staring at him blankly. Teresa asked in a panic, "What? To Andrea? Why?" She looked quite surprised as well. Kang Jin Hyuk smiled and explained, "Andrea, I promise to let you live in a world where the Pope no longer exists." Having said that, he pushed the jar toward her. Andrea didn't refuse and reached out to take it. He encouraged her, "Now, go live the life you want to live. No one can ever oppress you again." The system reported, the boss position has been inherited. She was growing rapidly due to receiving the boss monster's power. Andrea's entire body was being enveloped by a new surge of strength. Her whole body seemed to have developed. Seeing what was happening before her eyes, Teresa was extremely astonished and called out, "Andrea." Now, the girl had become an incredibly beautiful young woman. She stared at her hands, bewildered. "I've grown up?" Andrea's whole being seemed full of vitality. She quickly knelt down to thank Kang Jin Hyuk. "My name is Andrea. I am the ruler of this desolate land. Every living creature here will submit to you through me." The system quickly sent out information. "Andrea, the master of the 5th floor, has sworn loyalty to you. You are the first person to receive the allegiance of a boss monster. This achievement has been recorded in the Hall of Fame." Kang Jin Hyuk reached out and gently patted her head, saying, "From now on, live a truly happy life, okay?" This moved Andrea so much that she shed tears. Andrea raised her head and gripped one of his arms as if giving a secret signal. Teresa, meanwhile, was still stunned and didn't understand what was going on. Then, Andrea suddenly lunged forward and hugged her tightly. "Sister Teresa, you must remember to come visit me often, okay?" Teresa enthusiastically responded to her affection with a warm pat on the shoulder. Of course, the system also announced, "The 6th floor of the Tower of Trials has opened. Time limit to clear the next floor. 89 days, 23 hours, 58 minutes, and 59 seconds. Because of that, Kang Jin Hyuk and Teresa quickly said their goodbyes to Andrea to head to the next floor. Everyone else received the notification. Takoyaki, the presidents of all the countries must have sent congratulatory messages to Kang Jin Hyuk by now, right? The game's MVP, Byunso. Why is it always Kang Jin Hyuk who wins? Being the MVP is something else. Some were extremely jealous. Look at the couple with him and Teresa. Kang Jin Hyuk must die. One name, looking very cool on a desk covered in toilet paper, said, "Look at him surpassing all the other players. Why? Gong Eon. HVKPAN." He replied, "Well, his hands are surely Kang Jin Hyuk's second life." So, people looked at the information online and didn't stop commenting. "Get lost, you trash. Go die. It's so disgusting. I can't believe it." In such a situation, he's still going around scamming others. At a lavish banquet table, everyone raised their glasses joyfully, saying, "The boss said he'd treat us to beer to celebrate clearing the 5th floor." Choi Yujin commented, "I'm one of the players who survived and made it back from the 5th floor. I thought that apart from dying in that living hell, there was no other possibility. But thanks to player Kang Jin Hyuk, I survived and returned." Just then, in another room, someone was sitting in front of a computer screen, reading all the comments about Kang Jin Hyuk. He even zoomed in. "I am one of the players who survived and made it back from the 5th floor. I thought that apart from dying in that living hell, there was no other possibility. But thanks to player Kang Jin Hyuk, I survived and returned. Truly, thank you." It turned out that person was Chun Do-sung. He looked extremely annoyed, placing his hand on his forehead, feeling a bit jealous. He thought to himself, "Kang Jin Hyuk, you did that on purpose so I couldn't catch up to you, didn't you?" Just then, there was a knock at the door outside. The person said, "Sorry for the intrusion," and then the door was immediately smashed to pieces, leaving Chun Do-sung shocked, not understanding what had happened. Stepping inside was a young man with blonde hair and a sword in his hand. Chun Do-sung angrily asked, "Who are you?" The young man bowed arrogantly and introduced himself. "My name is Gawon." He said haughtily, "How surprising. If this is said to be the residence of someone like Kang Jin Hyuk, it seems a bit small, don't you think? I thought it would be a more luxurious place." Chun Do-sung was confused and gritted his teeth. Kang Jin Hyuk. He immediately thought of the one who had caused all this, the main character, Kang Jin Hyuk. Chun Do-sung was furious and shouted, cursing, "Kang Jin Hyuk, you son of a bee." Then, a loud explosion rang out from the room, making everyone below terrified. In another place, with skyscrapers, Kang Jin Hyuk's ear was itching. He wondered to himself, "What's this? Why is my ear itching so much?" In a luxury handbag store, a powerful hand waved lightly from top to bottom, saying, "From here to there, making the employees in the store terrified. Alice spoke clearly. Wrap it all up. The employee asked, bewildered. What? Everything here? Watching Alice spend money recklessly, Kang Jin Hyuk sighed. Good grief, you're going to cause hyperinflation at this rate. But she just replied nonchalantly that it didn't matter if that guy was an AI. To pay her back for constantly training Andrea, I let Alice enjoy a life based on local culture, even though most of it she just did to spite me. The lifestyle of a boss monster, the posture of a boss monster, the daily routine of a boss monster. She taught Andrea all the basic qualities a leader needs to have. Basically, it was Boss 101. He confidently thought that, surely, she would be useful at some point. He quickly opened his status window. Name, Kang Jin Hyuk. Gender, male. Age, 27. Level, 32. Strength, 20. Agility, 20. Stamina, 20. Magic power, 98. Perception, 100. Luck, 100. Adaptability, 78. Available stat points, 0. Gold, 1,283,288. Class, none. Unique abilities, combined. Swordgrave, Blessing of the Stars, Judgment of the 5th tier Fire Element, and so on and so forth. He chuckled, satisfied. I'm getting stronger faster than I thought. My adaptability even hit 78 after clearing the 5th floor. Players who level up by joining guilds are probably only around level 30, but thanks to my perception stat, there's no way anyone has higher stats than me. And that item I got after clearing the 5th floor, I still can't believe I actually got it. What a surprise. The system notification appeared, World Crossing Mirror Growth Type. Difficulty exceeded the measurement threshold. Description: can travel to any location the owner wishes from the 10th floor downward. Usage time, 90 days. Effect duration, 30 minutes. Locations above the 10th floor can also be reached depending on the player's level. The effective time may also vary. Can bring one person along. Kang Jin Hyuk pulled his phone from his pocket, extremely excited. He thought, looks like I've got a lot of things to prepare. That also meant it was time to change the scene. In a high-rise building, the phone on the desk suddenly rang. Kim Gi-tae happily picked up. Greetings. Sir, what can I do for you today? Kang Jin Hyuk smiled and replied, I've got a job for you. Is anything special happening right now? Kim Gi-tae said, everything is going suspiciously well. He looked down at the report below and continued. You are so famous that there isn't a single news channel not talking about you. The number of people applying to join is skyrocketing. Thanks to you, there are so many that we are actually thinking of closing applications. Kang Jin Hyuk was surprised. That many people? Kim Gi-tae groaned, hundreds every day. But is there something I can help you with? Kang Jin Hyuk continued, I'll send you a list. I want you to buy everything on that list. He was surprised. A list? Kang Jin Hyuk affirmed, yes. And he scheduled a meeting with the Dabu Guild at a very luxurious cafe. Kang Jin Hyuk held a cup of cafe au lait in his hand. The person sitting across from him asked, You've finished resting and recovering, right? This person was the head of the Dabu Guild, Kim Gi-tae. He continued, I've been waiting for your call, player Kang Jin Hyuk. Kang Jin Hyuk leaned to one side and raised a finger. It's been a while, hasn't it? This is the first time we've met since that test, right? The protagonist thought smugly. Having power in my hands feels so good. The short-tempered Kim Gi-tae watched him sitting comfortably in front of him. Kang Jin Hyuk found it amusing that he was being so polite now. Kang Jin Hyuk continued, smiling, My apologies about the ginseng. I was just too busy clearing the tower. Kim Gi-tae grimaced, I understand. Why would I be angry? I'm here, aren't I? Kang Jin Hyuk set the conditions. I'm thinking of changing the terms of our contract, because it feels a bit off. I heard your guild only has about 10 A-rank dungeons on the 3rd floor, right? The other man suppressed his anger and said, That's right. Kang Jin Hyuk held up a finger, smiling. So, give me one. What do you think? Kim Gi-tae gripped his fist so hard his veins popped. So you mean instead of giving you 10 dungeons on the 1st floor, I should give you one A-rank dungeon on the 3rd floor? That's right. Kim Gi-tae pointed at his own face, looking incredibly annoyed. He said, You didn't even bother to give me the potion recipe you promised at the start, but now you're telling me I have to increase your share. Kang Jin Hyuk replied in a completely shameless way. That's right. That is exactly what I am doing. The argument had no end in sight. Kim Gi-tae was furious. He questioned him. Player Kang Jin Hyuk, on what grounds are you making such a request? Kang Jin Hyuk calmly offered his analysis. The increase in inflation, the prices of raw materials and labor costs. Kim Gi-tae grew even angrier. He gritted his teeth and said, We are not a charity organization. I didn't come here to listen to your absurd requests. He slammed his hand on the table in frustration and stood up. It seems I've wasted my time. I'll consider this conversation as if it never happened. Having said that, Kim Gi-tae quickly left, but suddenly, he stopped and took off his glasses. Kang Jin Hyuk added, "The third floor labyrinth, the great temple that your guild owns, all your attempts to conquer it have failed, haven't they?" Kim Gi-tae was stunned. "How do you know about that?" Kang Jin Hyuk said slowly, "I'm a guild leader too. Even if it's not official, if I want to, I can get that kind of information. I heard you've been continuously challenging the Great Temple that you have exclusive rights to, but your reputation in the guild is a disaster because of your repeated failures. If it keeps going like this, your position as leader will be in danger, right?" Seeing his opponent strike his weakness, Kim Gi-tae became even angrier. Kang Jin Hyuk folded his arms and calmly made the offer. "So, I will conquer that labyrinth for you." Kim Gi-tae looked at his opponent with suspicion. In Vienna, Austria, inside a luxurious villa, a concert is coming to an end. Applause erupts and echoes through the room. Alice stands up, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "It was such a beautiful performance. I'm at a loss for words," she says, just as a notification pops up. "You have elevated a masterpiece that influenced an era. The system confirms the quest is complete. Attend 7 concerts. Conditions fulfilled. You have successfully copied the F-rank perfect pitch skill. You have successfully copied the F-rank musical instrument proficiency skill." Alice walks up and whispers something to Kang Jin Hyuk. Alice quickly steps over to a nearby table and calls out to the waiter, "Bring me 2 of your most expensive bottles of wine." Kang Jin Hyuk eats and drinks his fill while thinking, "I should be able to finish everything today and head back to Korea." Alice, sitting next to him, is incredibly excited, eating and drinking heartily. The system pops up a notification: "Dine at a 3-star Michelin restaurant." 7 out of 12, observe a chef preparing food. 3 out of 5, cook 3 different types of dishes. 25 out of 30. Alice curiously tilts her head and asks her contractor, "It's not that I don't like this, but why are we here just resting and having fun?" Kang Jin Hyuk munches on his food and replies, "It's all for a reason. Just enjoy yourself while you can." Alice laughs brightly, "I'm always ready." Floor 6 of the Trial Tower, the Elf Forest. The elf tribe guards the beautiful forest and is very cold toward outsiders. The path to the next floor will open simply. You just need to survive 90 days on the 6th floor. Most players just mark their presence on the 6th floor and leave to level up elsewhere. However, every floor has a purpose, as well as opportunities I can seize. I will prepare thoroughly before heading there. The system notifies, "You have received a video call request." On the other end is Kim Gi-tae. He says, "Ready up. We're gathering at the 3rd floor leveling platform of the Trial Tower." Kang Jin Hyuk puts his hands in his pockets, satisfied. Teleportation magic is pretty convenient. The person next to him is also very happy. "Ha, we're here." The leveling platform is on the 3rd floor of the Trial Tower. This is the most developed and famous facility for a player's first-class advancement. Most people come here to meet the priestesses and change their class. They have no idea that deep beneath this place lies a disgusting dungeon. Behind Kang Jin Hyuk, a voice rings out, "You're here." It's Kim Gi-tae. Kang Jin Hyuk looks up and replies, "You're right on time, Captain Kim." Of course, this is very important. Kim Gi-tae introduces those behind him. These are the members participating in today's conquest. A young man says enthusiastically, "It's such an honor to meet you. I'm the captain of the 2nd conquest team, Lee Young-won." He excitedly steps closer to Kang Jin Hyuk. "I've watched all your YouTube videos." Kang Jin Hyuk looks at the person in front of him, with equal interest, thinking to himself, Lee Young-won is a quite famous captain of the Cheonbu Guild. The other girls also step up in turn. "I'm the main sub-DPS, Ha Yeon-soo. I'm a huge fan." Another girl with curly hair and a strong voice introduces herself. "I am the main healer of the Conquest team. Please, can I get an autograph?" Kim Gi-tae looks at his teammates acting like fangirls fanboys and gets annoyed. "Hey, this isn't a fan meeting." He lets out a long sigh, thinking, even the elite members of our guild are just fans when they stand in front of Kang Jin Hyuk. Whatever, it doesn't matter. Kim Gi-tae steps forward to announce, "Lee Young-won is the captain in name, but I will give full command to the player Kang Jin Hyuk. You can also take everything you find in the dungeon." Kim Gi-tae clenched his fist to encourage him. "But there is one condition. Lead this conquest to success." Kang Jin Hyuk's face turns sly as he thinks, "I was planning to stab him in the back if he tried anything funny, but it seems that won't be necessary." Thinking that, he quickly agrees, "Fine." After things are settled, Kim Gi-tae tells everyone, "Let's meet at the entrance. In 30 minutes, after you finish your preparations." Kang Jin Hyuk is walking up a long staircase. He stands before the class advancement priestess. She says, "You must possess a class to become strong." She reaches out a beautiful arm and asks, "Which path do you pursue?" Kang Jin Hyuk looks at the classes the priestess offers and thinks, I've tried all the popular classes on my alt accounts. The path I want to pursue? Finally, he settles on a choice. Sort them by the least popular ones. After that, Kang Jin Hyuk quickly presses his hand onto the screen. This one is unpopular and very hard to play. He mutters with satisfaction, perfect. Kang Jin Hyuk remembers the time at the museum and in the dungeon. He's very proud of his formation skills, right? Then I have to completely crush him. He excitedly clenches what he is holding. The system notifies, you have accepted the class advancement quest, Formation Master. Kang Jin Hyuk walks out looking very confident. He looks down and sees a large group of people gathering, so he curiously asks, what's going on with them? This group keeps aggressively walking forward, shouting, is Kim Ji-tae of Cheonbu here? This is the Samurai Guild. The Samurai team captain shouts, come talk to us. Kim Ji-tae frowns and says firmly, why are you here again? I told you already. I will not allow you to participate in the Grey Shrine conquest. The Samurai captain's face darkens, and he grinds his teeth. Captain Kim, do you know how many people are disappointed in the Cheonbu Guild because of your consecutive failures? He continues in a mocking tone. Instead of occupying a dungeon that's beyond your capabilities, why don't we conquer it together? For the sake of humanity? Kim Ji-tae is infuriated. Humph. Everyone around them starts whispering, hey, look over there, that's insane. That's the Samurai Guild. They've been developing very fast recently. I heard they are getting strong like crazy with their ability to coordinate groups well and gather information quickly. They can probably conquer the Grey Shrine, right? Seeing the situation getting out of hand, Kim Ji-tae grinds his teeth, thinking, damn, they even have public opinion on their side. This is too much. While Kim Ji-tae is lost in his thoughts, Kang Jin Hyuk steps up from behind. You really are famous, Captain Kim. As things are getting tense, everyone suddenly exclaims, that man is Kang Jin Hyuk from Korea. The samurai captain, upon hearing his name, is visibly intimidated. An S-ranker from Korea, Kang Jin Hyuk? What connection does he have with Cheonbu? Kang Jin Hyuk calmly said to them, I've been listening from the sidelines, but a few things are starting to annoy me. The samurai captain spoke up and asked, what are you talking about? Kang Jin Hyuk asked curiously. You keep yapping about how we're going to fail because we lack strength. His tone turned contemptuous as he continued, but from what I can see, your forces aren't any better off. The samurai captain's face turned red with anger. Another samurai cursed in a rage, you bastard, how dare you? The captain quickly stepped in to stop him. Calm down. He's an S rank. The other guy stopped, but he kept growling under his breath. The samurai captain asked, so, you're saying we lack strength too? Kang Jin Hyuk turned his back on him and waved his hand dismissively. He teased, not just lack, you guys don't even meet the standards. Lee Young-won was stunned to hear him say that to them as well. So, we don't meet the standards either? The samurai captain smirked. Say whatever you want. We possess a power that you guys couldn't even compare to. This caught Kang Jin Hyuk's attention. He asked, power, huh? The captain laughed and said, we do. The samurai captain seemed very proud of this. A true veteran player who has climbed all the way to the 30th floor of the trial tower. Hearing that, Kang Jin Hyuk was slightly surprised. The 30th floor, huh? Everyone around them gasped. Did you hear that? Their side is someone who's actually made it to the 30th floor. No wonder they're getting stronger so fast. The samurai captain continued to act arrogant. We have a ton of exclusive information about the floors of the tower. So, no matter what traps the tower throws at us or what strategies are needed to clear them, we've already got it all prepped. He seemed incredibly excited. He raised his arm, showing his determination. We will use this knowledge to become the first heroes to save humanity from this trial tower. And, of course, if we can get a bit rich along the way, that wouldn't be bad either. After hearing the samurai captain speak, Kang Jin Hyuk activated the system, and a notification appeared. Activating Eye of Greed. His eyes quickly shifted to a blood-red color. The result confirmed that the other party was telling the truth. He thought to himself. So that means, at least for him, this is all true. The Eye of Greed was still active, so he just needed to find the person who stuffed all that nonsense into his head. Thinking this, he quickly scanned his eyes around the room. In just a moment, he found him. Kang Jin Hyuk looked in that direction, surprised. He joyfully blurted out, found you. The person's brief info popped up. Name, Yamano Takeshi. Gender, male. Age, 25. Level, 27. Strength, 16. Agility, 26. Stamina, 23. Magic, 32. Available stat points, 0. Gold, 25,853. Class, Onmyoji. Unique ability, Semi-Foresight, level 6. Skills, False Prophecy, level 5. Gluttony level 5, Apathy level 5, immutable yin-yang, and so on and so forth. His semi-foresight ability is very special. It's the ability to predict half of an event, which can be used to see the upper floors depending on the user's level. Kang Jin Hyuk rubbed his forehead and thought, things are getting more and more interesting. Back in the past, when the samurai group was attacking the levels of the trial tower, Teresa had joined them, and he had helped them with his precognition ability. Oh my god, it's true. The samurai captain once exclaimed in astonishment during a conquest. The trap really didn't trigger. The guy was actually telling the truth. But Teresa was the one who understood best. No one knew that the unique ability he obtained could actually only guess half the story. He had thought, if I keep it hidden and pretend I can see the whole thing, maybe I'll get better treatment. Teresa then used his mental power to profit for himself. No, definitely was the right word. He was also confident in believing that besides, if no one knew it was a lie, how could it be counted as a lie? Back to the present, the guy had no idea that his crazy secret had been seen through by Kang Jin Hyuk. At that moment, Teresa also noticed, but why is he just staring only at me? Kang Jin Hyuk continued to speak to the samurai captain. I don't know who it is, but if you've made it all the way to the 30th floor, you guys must be pretty tough, right? Isn't there absolutely zero information about the floors above the 12th? The samurai captain laughed and continued. You know it, too. Information is the most powerful thing these days, isn't it? Why don't you guys just obediently listen to us? Kim Ji-tae was furious, veins popping on his forehead, and he clenched his fist. Do you think I would go and believe that kind of crap? Before he could finish, Kang Jin Hyuk raised his authoritative hand to cut him off. He turned to the samurai guys and said, You guys should have said so earlier. Why talk for so long? Let's just head in. Kim Ji-tae was extremely surprised. Huh? At this decision, the samurai captain was just as shocked. Huh? But he quickly composed himself and spoke with a provocative tone. Finally, someone who knows how to listen. Yeah, as expected of an S rank. He even slinked past Kim Ji-tae, taunting him, Stop frowning, Captain Kim. Besides, if we clear this place out, your reputation will go up, too. Having said that, they quickly marched inside. Let's go. Kim Ji-tae turned to Kang Jin Hyuk, angrily questioning him. What is this? How could you let them go in with us? Kim Ji-tae wouldn't stop scolding him. If we just let them go in like that, what was all our resistance for? Kang Jin Hyuk still calmly asked, Captain Kim, if I hadn't allowed it, surely, you wouldn't have let them in, right? Kim Ji-tae was furious and was about to lunge at him, but a hand from behind stopped him. Of course, if it were just me, I would have used every possible way to stop them. Kang Jin Hyuk wiggled his finger. That wouldn't be fun. Look at how much they want to play the hero. Shouldn't we at least give them a chance to experience whether it's hard or easy to pretend to be a hero by stealing other people's achievements? Saying that, Kang Jin Hyuk, with a devious face and eyes gleaming, quickly walked away, leaving Kim Ji-tae standing there, still bewildered. What is this guy plotting now? Lee Young-won turned back and asked, Are we heading in now? Captain Kim Ji-tae could only watch them enter with frustration, while the system issued a notification. You have entered the Grey Temple Labyrinth. Once inside, ancient architecture appeared, and dim lights quickly flickered on, illuminating the path as they gazed at the petrified statues. The Samurai Guild members kept whispering, Look over there. Those are the players who tried to clear this labyrinth before. The statues were lined up in long rows. Someone exclaimed, How pitiful, is there really no way to turn them back to normal? Another replied, No way. If you look into its eyes, you're basically done for. Hearing this, the samurai captain confidently pulled out the shield of Perseus to reassure everyone, Don't worry. I've already come up with a foolproof plan to deal with this. Everyone was amazed that he had really prepared everything. Kang Jin Hyuk glanced at the luxurious item and curled his lip. That probably cost them a fortune, but I wonder if they even know how to use it properly. Just as he was thinking that, the system sent him a notification. Conditions met. The second phase of First to Conquer the Tower has been triggered. He tapped the button on the system interface in surprise. He thought to himself, the next phase? At a time like this, the second phase of First to Conquer the Tower has appeared. Is it because I took my first-class advancement quest and entered this labyrinth? You have obtained the Moon Mark. Information about the Moon Mark quickly appeared. Moon Mark, extremely difficult to obtain. Effects immeasurable. Description, reduces the duration of all types of barriers by 25% and increases the potency of all barrier types by 30%. If you can find all 7 runes long buried within the tower, you will learn the Kang Jin Hyuk barrier. The locations to find these 7 runes will be revealed during your first-class advancement quest. Kang Jin Hyuk wondered. 7 runes? He recalled that back when he was climbing the tower, he had seen them, but never found any clues regarding them. So these were all rewards for being the first to conquer the tower. Kang Jin Hyuk smiled with an intrigued expression, his eyes narrowing as they flickered with sparks. To think there were still things about the tower I didn't know. Meanwhile, in the samurai team, Takeshi was using his ability to make predictions for his teammates. His eyes suddenly snapped open. His teammates watched with bated breath. A moment later, Takeshi shouted, "Prepare for battle." Suddenly, a gigantic red serpent appeared, blocking their path. Someone screamed in terror. "It's a giant serpent." But the captain quickly calmed them. "Hold the formation." He was incredibly excited. "We're going to smash its armor. Damage dealers, attack." The whole team rushed forward, raising their hands to channel light-based attacks at it. The serpent was burned on one side. It opened its massive mouth and let out a roar into the air. An explosion erupted all around it. The captain, leading the charge, regrouped. "Get ready." He soared high into the air, clearing the height of the serpent's head. Then, using his multi-million-dollar shield, he dove down and attacked with all his might, quickly smashing the serpent's skull. The people below cheered incessantly. Incredible. Lee Young-won stood to the side, feeling dejected. "They're fighting so well, there's nothing left for us to do." He looked discouraged. "Damn it, this is pathetic." Kang Jin Hyuk watched Lee Young-won and sighed. "These guys from the Dapyu Guild are still such a burden. They've come all this way and already lost their spirit." He calmly rested his chin on his hand, analyzing. "From what I see, they wouldn't even last a minute against Alice, and that's being generous." Back at the 5th floor of the tower, Alice was busy teaching Andrea. "No. I've told you so many times, that's wrong." She patiently continued, "I'll demonstrate one more time. Watch closely. Your gaze has to be lowered like this. Understand?" Andrea listened very attentively. Alice looked truly cool. She struck a cold pose and said, "I command you to submit to me." Andrea, standing beside her, clapped in admiration. "That feels completely different." Alice, being complimented, was very arrogant. "Of course, there is a fundamental difference between you and me," she strictly instructed. "If you understand now, then do it again." Andrea diligently replied, "Yes, ma'am." Inside the Grey Temple, everyone continued to venture deeper. They encountered many forks in the road. Someone spoke up, "Captain, which way should we go?" Everyone hesitated. Faced with those paths, not knowing which one to take, the samurai captain turned to look at Takeshi. Takeshi began to worry, secretly trying to judge the path. "The path on the left looks bright and safe, while the right one gives a feeling that we could be ambushed at any moment." Takeshi was extremely anxious. "My clairvoyance isn't showing me anything about this. What do I do?" Takeshi hesitantly looked at the left path. The left one." Before he could finish, Kang Jin Hyuk jumped in. "So, the left path it is." He even pretended to cheer him on. As expected of a veteran warrior, most people would have probably chosen the dangerous-looking path on the right, thinking it was some kind of psychological trick. Kang Jin Hyuk kept looking at Takeshi, giving him a thumbs up as he spoke. He knew all too well. Those who believe in these cheap psychological tricks are heading straight to hell. In the labyrinth, I don't know who you are, but I completely trust you to lead. Our group, you're so wise. Takeshi was more confident now. He nodded at the captain. Shouts rang out, heading left. The group quickly followed one another, continuing their journey. Kang Jin Hyuk only kept his eyes on Takeshi. He thought to himself, his clairvoyance is even worse than I thought. He smiled and sighed. To think he actually chose the left side. Well, it doesn't really matter, because no matter which path they pick, it's a road to hell. Just then, someone noticed something unusual and exclaimed, "What is that? Is that a laser?" "It's scanning towards us." The captain turned to ask Takeshi, worried. Takeshi, still nonchalant, said, "It's just a simple trap, isn't it? Don't worry so much." But no sooner had he finished speaking than the laser beams began attacking repeatedly, flashing wildly and closing in on where everyone was standing. The whole group panicked, scrambling and shouting, "What the hell is this?" Everyone scrambled to activate their barrier skills and channel mana into the shield, while the Samurai Guild members fell into absolute chaos. "They're about to fire again. Hurry up with the barrier." But before they could, someone was pierced by a laser. He screamed in agony, and the samurai captain broke into a cold sweat, yelling, "Damn it, they're cutting right through. Pour more mana into the shield." Even in this mess, he didn't forget to protect Takeshi. He turned back and warned him. "Takeshi, get behind me." Takeshi, frustrated, thought to himself, "Damn it, this is all that bastard Kang Jin Hyuk's fault." But even a guy like him can't possibly escape this situation unscathed. As soon as he finished that thought, he glanced over at Kang Jin Hyuk to check on his team's status. He saw Kang Jin Hyuk raising his hands, casting a spell, and beginning the mission, the first advanced class quest for a barrier master. Takeshi kept his eyes glued to Kang Jin Hyuk from afar. Very quickly, a blue orb coalesced in front of his chest. The system notification popped up, partial physical barrier activated. You have completed the first condition of the class advancement quest. In a flash, his barrier was complete, enveloping his teammates inside the blue dome. Lee Young-won saw it and gasped. What on earth? Ha Yeon-soo was equally stunned, exclaiming, "This is the first time I've ever seen something like this." The laser beams literally couldn't pierce this barrier. Kang Jin Hyuk looked at the barrier he created and thought to himself, "It seems this is the best I can do until I actually advance my class. Oh well, it's fine. I've already completed the first advancement condition. Barrier activated." Kang Jin Hyuk told the other two, "Stay inside my barrier." Ha Yeon-soo was shocked. "Wait, player Kang Jin Hyuk, where are you going?" He smiled and replied, "There's an item I need to pick up. If I dodge these lasers 300 times, I get a piece of equipment as a reward." Ha Yeon-soo and Lee Young-won were stunned, asking in unison, "What?" Kang Jin Hyuk stepped out of the barrier as if it were nothing, casually adding, "If you guys want to try this challenge with me, feel free. It looks tougher than it actually is." He closed his eyes and slowly began to sense. "Just need to catch the rhythm, that's all." Kang Jin Hyuk snapped his fingers to start the challenge. Lasers were flying everywhere, but Kang Jin Hyuk looked cool as he dodged them with graceful, practiced ease. He grinned. "Not that hard, really." Lee Young-won frowned in admiration. "That's hard to believe." The people from the Samurai Guild were screaming and falling apart, yet this guy was actually smiling. Lee Young-won scratched his head, embarrassed, and turned to ask Kim Ji-tae, "Captain Kim, if we keep following Kang Jin Hyuk's lead like this, aren't we just going to be at a huge disadvantage?" Kim Ji-tae replied coldly, "You're still too young to understand this, Young-won. There are times when you're forced to compromise even if it means taking a loss." With that, Kim Ji-tae gritted his teeth in frustration, stepping aside to avoid blocking others, a clever tactical move. If we can't be sure we can clear that challenge, watching how Kang Jin Hyuk maneuvered through the laser field, Lee Young-won thought to himself, the captain must have a reason for saying that. Meanwhile, Kang Jin Hyuk had successfully finished. The system notified him, "You have completed the hidden quest." He held the reward in his hand, overjoyed, saying nothing feels better than getting a reward after some hard work. "You have received blazing fire." Suddenly, a scream from inside made him jump. He realized a member of the Samurai Guild had had his arm cut off. The guy was sobbing, tears and snot streaming down his face. My arm, someone shouted. "Irisita is dead. Where is the healer?" The Samurai Guild captain shouted with difficulty. "Everyone, get up." He even ordered loudly, "Check the casualty count first." Kang Jin Hyuk stood to the side, watching the show, not even bothering to provoke them. "Tiski. There are a lot of casualties among those guys." "Oh well, this barrier only holds 30 people, so I can't let you guys in." The samurai captain was so angry his veins were popping. He shouted with rage, "You bastard." He stormed toward Kang Jin Hyuk and roared, "You're perfectly fine, aren't you? You knew about this trap beforehand, didn't you?" Kang Jin Hyuk replied honestly, "Yeah, I knew. What about it?" Hearing that, the samurai captain couldn't help but be stunned. "What about it? Are you serious?" "People are dead," Kang Jin Hyuk retorted coldly. "I already put up with you lot making a scene, and I even let you stay in here, just because I realized one of you was a veteran who had climbed to the 30th floor. What right do you have to be angry?" Taxi, standing behind them, was startled and terrified. He raised his voice to counter, "I'm asking you to let us stay with you, you piece of trash." The samurai captain was speechless after being scolded like that. He started threatening, "You bastard, do you think the Samurai Guild will let you get away with this?" But Kang Jin Hyuk wasn't afraid at all. He smirked and replied, "Are you kidding me?" He pointed at the erupting flames and reminded them, "Is this really the time to be talking trash like that?" The system notification appeared. Special conditions completed. 1. Over 50% of the raid team killed by traps. 2. Blazing fire obtained. The guardian of the Grey Temple had awakened. The samurai captain and Takeshi stared in shock at what was about to appear. Damn it, what now? It was the fire-eating serpent. Kang Jin Hyuk smiled, but his words were firm. "Stand your ground. This is when things really begin." His face suddenly turned menacing as he warned them. "If you still want to argue, try surviving first." In front of everyone, a massive, giant fire-eating serpent appeared. It was extremely aggressive, opening its mouth wide as if to swallow everyone present. Its stats screen quickly popped up. Fire-eating serpent, level 55. A pet highly favored by Medusa. Its entire body is made of fire, and physical attacks are completely ineffective against it. The samurai captain felt pure terror now. He took a few steps back. That formation isn't ready to be used yet. Kang Jin Hyuk stood to the side, perfectly calm. He spoke up. "If you've realized you're useless, why don't you just hand that thing over?" The samurai team leader asked in shock, "What are you asking for?" Kang Jin Hyuk pointed interest at the shield the man was holding. "Don't play dumb. I'm talking about that shield. You can't even use it properly anyway. Wouldn't it be better if you just gave it to me?" The team leader quickly hid the shield behind his back, stubbornly holding onto it. "Don't be ridiculous. What kind of lunatic would just hand over a divine artifact like that?" Kang Jin Hyuk didn't feel like arguing with him, so he just replied, "Oh, is that so?" Meanwhile, the fire-devouring serpent was preparing to blast a massive torrent of fire toward them. Kang Jin Hyuk feigned a sigh and said, "Well, I guess I have no choice then." He then activated his ice shackles, creating a massive ice wall that stood tall before them. As he shielded himself from the incoming, roaring flames, Kang Jin Hyuk raised a finger with a wickedly mocking expression. He glanced at the samurai team leader. "Let me just peel it off your corpse, then." The samurai team leader shouted in anger, "Wait," but the system notification already sounded. The fire-devouring serpent had activated rage. The flames it spewed filled the entire tunnel. Everyone panicked, shoving each other and scattering while screaming in terror. "Run!" The samurai team leader watched helplessly as the fire swept through everything. "There's only one way through this tunnel. Where do you expect us to hide, you idiot?" Even in this life-or-death situation, he didn't forget to protect Takeshi. He roared, "Takeshi, stay behind me." He then used the shield to block the front. Takeshi obediently hid behind him, trembling and clutching his head in fear. The raging fire seemed determined to incinerate everything in its path. The samurai team leader still foolishly shouted, "Takeshi, no matter what happens, you have to survive." A moment later, the flames dissipated. The entire samurai guild had been burned to a crisp. The scene was devastating and deadly. Some corpses were charred black as coal. The piping hot shields slowly fell. The samurai team leader had not escaped the fate of being burned to death. Kang Jin Hyuk walked over slowly, using his ice skills to cool down the shield. "Just barely survived the sea of fire. I told you, that's not how you use that thing," he said mockingly. "If the user is clueless, even a divine artifact is worthless, don't you think?" Surprisingly, Takeshi was still alive. He had only suffered minor injuries. Beside him, the stats of the shield quickly appeared. Shield of Perseus. Difficulty rank S. A divine artifact. It was used by the Greek mythological hero Perseus to deal with Medusa. The shield's power increases in direct proportion to the user's hidden potential. Takeshi endured the pain, gritting his teeth, and questioned Kang Jin Hyuk. Who exactly are you? Why are you acting as if you already knew everything that would happen?" Kang Jin Hyuk turned his head, glanced back at him, and replied, "Why? Why don't you use that prophetic ability you're so proud of? Go find the answer yourself." Takeshi was terrified. Sweat beaded on his face, and he collapsed to the ground, broken. He gasped, "Impossible. Did you know about my ability?" Takeshi couldn't handle the shock and screamed, "Answer me. What is your relationship with this tower? I couldn't see a single vision involving you." He waited for an answer. Kang Jin Hyuk said arrogantly, "Humph, it's embarrassing to have to say it yourself." Behind him, the fire-devouring serpent opened its massive maw and charged, unleashing an incredibly powerful torrent of fire, once again trying to incinerate him. Kang Jin Hyuk quickly activated ice shackles. It formed a giant ice plate to shield him. Indeed, the serpent's fire couldn't pierce through this ice. Kang Jin Hyuk snapped at it for its rudeness. "How dare you roar while I'm talking?" He quickly used his personal skill. Kang Jin Hyuk shouted, "Ice prison." Instantly, the massive fire-devouring serpent was trapped within the ice prison he had created. Witnessing Kang Jin Hyuk's terrifying power with his own eyes, Takeshi's jaw dropped in shock. Kang Jin Hyuk continued the previous conversation. He replied nonchalantly, "My relationship with this tower, you ask?" He started his act, saying, "Actually, I'm a god who was exiled from here." Takeshi was stunned. "A god?" he thought to himself. "The supreme beings that rule the highest floors of the tower, is that why?" That explained why his abilities far surpassed those of a human. Takeshi bought it completely. He quickly bowed his head to the floor, begging frantically, "Please, my lord, forgive me for my damnable ignorance, for not recognizing such a noble existence." Kang Jin Hyuk covered his mouth to hide a smirk. "A god? Yeah, right. If I were really a god, why would I have to climb floor by floor? I would have just installed an elevator." Kang Jin Hyuk kept up his bluff. "My current appearance is just because I was exiled into a human body. It seems you might be quite useful in my journey to conquer the higher floors later on." Takeshi was surprised, pointing to himself to verify. "Me, sir." Upon realizing it was him, he bowed his head repeatedly in excitement. "Thank you for thinking so highly of me." Kang Jin Hyuk stepped closer, squatted down, and proposed to him. "So, do you want to conquer this tower with me?" Takeshi was stunned, thinking to himself, Isn't this a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? To be chosen by a god? After a moment of thought, he immediately agreed. Thank you, my lord. It is an honor. I will definitely do my best. Kang Jin Hyuk was very satisfied with this decision. He stood up and continued, Good. If that's the case, I will grant you a divine mark as a sign of our partnership. It's the same kind that burned them to death. Having said that, he quickly activated the Flames of Exile. It's not time yet, so you must absolutely not reveal this secret, understand? Takeshi obediently agreed. I understand. Then go and complete the missions I assigned to you. On his face now appeared the handprint bestowed by Kang Jin Hyuk. At this moment, Kang Jin Hyuk removed the partial physical barrier he had created earlier. He looked at the shattered debris on the floor. Lee Young-won exclaimed. He defeated the monster that wiped out the Samurai Guild all by himself. Lee Young-won walked up to Kang Jin Hyuk and said respectfully, Thank you, player Kang Jin Hyuk. We only survived this incident thanks to you. He bows his head sadly and continues, I hate to say it, but I'm afraid there's really nothing we can do to help you. Not waiting for him to finish, Kang Jin Hyuk cuts him off. He acknowledges the man's gratitude but turns his worried gaze toward the dark tunnel ahead. But isn't it too early to say that? Everything is already over, isn't it? Lee Young-won asks in surprise. Wait, Kang Jin Hyuk. Kang Jin Hyuk adds, She's not the type to stand idly by while her pet is killed. He starts to scan the area. A gust of cold wind blows, causing the nearby torch flame to flicker. He exclaims, No way! A giant snake is silently approaching. Below, with a massive green snake tail, Lee Young-won immediately orders everyone to prepare for battle. Remember, he warns, do not look at her. A confused young man in the squad asks, Don't look at what? Before he can even finish his sentence, a pale, greenish hand reaches out and grabs his face, forcing him to meet her gaze. The monster's eyes glow blood red, and he sees his own reflection in them. He only manages to gasp, You Medusa. But before he can say anything else, he is turned to stone. She slithers forward, twisting her body. She knocks over everything in her path. Medusa glares down at the group below and says angrily, Disgusting humans. You didn't just trespass in my temple, you even dared to use those filthy hands to harm my child. Finally, her full face is revealed, the boss of the Grey Temple, Medusa. As she speaks, a terrifying aura radiates from her, causing everyone around to struggle. That mana, it's too powerful. Lee Young-won raises his voice again to reassure everyone. Stay calm. We all gather here for this very moment. A system notification appears. Lee Young-won activates Leadership Aura. He shouts with determination. Attack. Everyone charges forward with their eyes shut. The squad's fear and petrification resistance increase by 20%. Ha In-soo also activates an ability, firing a lightning bolt toward the front. Medusa is furious and mocks them with a scornful tone. How pathetic. Where are you aiming? This is a chaotic mess. Aren't you lot just trash who can only use petrification? With that, Medusa swings her giant tail, knocking back anyone who gets close. Lee Young-won takes a direct hit and coughs up blood. Ha In-soo screams in frustration. What was that? Did someone get hit? She still keeps her eyes tightly shut. Damn it. Keeping my eyes closed like this, I have no idea what's going on. Is everyone okay? While she is asking her teammates, Medusa appears from behind, ready to strike her down with her hand. She lunges down in a frenzy, but Kang Jin Hyuk blocks her with his shield. The shield slams directly into her face, and caught off guard, she tumbles to the ground. Kang Jin Hyuk says calmly, All right, everyone, fall back. I've got this one. The aftermath of the battle leaves a mess. As everyone helps each other leave through the thick smoke, Medusa twists her body, bracing herself against the wall, staring at the silhouette of the dark-haired young man. Medusa grits her teeth, her eyes full of rage. Her snake hair hisses and flicks its tongues. How? How are you not turned to stone after meeting my gaze? A system notification rings out, activating Greedy Eye. Immediately, a vortex within his iris begins to complete itself. The next notification reads, You are now immune to petrification. Kang Jin Hyuk's eyes turn red, and he smiles at Medusa. Isn't it just because you're too weak? Medusa snarls, baring her sharp fangs. What an insolent human. A series of system notifications echo one after another, activating Gorgon's territory. Attack speed and magic increased by 30%. Movement speed reduced by 15%. Medusa stretches and screams in rage. I won't let you die quickly. I'll make you rot. Medusa shrieks at Kang Jin Hyuk. The snakes on her head lunge forward, spitting venom and baring their fangs. Kang Jin Hyuk dashes forward. With a shield in hand, he nimbly dodges all the venom. At the same time, the system notifies him, activating Acidic Solution. Activating Demon King's Sword Grade 1. Movement speed increased by 70%. He closes the distance to Medusa and gives a provocative smirk. With that turtle-like attack speed, you think you can hit us. Just as her sharp, clawed hand is raised, a notification triggers, activating parry. She swings her long arm down from above, but misses Kang Jin Hyuk. Because he quickly blocked with his shield, the system updates. Sacred Artifact is responding to its master's summon. Physical and magic defense increased by 300%. Contrary to his joy, Medusa is absolutely furious. Missing her strike, she grits her teeth in a rage. Even after using Gorgon's territory, my attack was deflected. The little snakes on her hair hiss in anger as well. Kang Jin Hyuk furrows his brow. He holds his hand across his chest, pinching two fingers together to form a circle. Magic smoke appears at his fingertips as he clenches his fist while Medusa isn't paying attention. He strikes a point in the center of her forehead and her side. Kang Jin Hyuk smiles, satisfied, looking at his finger wrapped in magic. The system notifies, activating Wind Bound. The final condition to upgrade Connection Mage has been met. Immediately after, Medusa groans in pain. He clenches his fist in triumph, glancing back at her. He successfully trapped the boss in a barrier, but before he can celebrate, the game seems to be just beginning. Suddenly, Medusa furiously swings her two arms, which are wrapped in chains. She lashes out like a glitching film. "Do you think you can catch me with this barrier?" she bellows, and the barrier shatters into pieces. Kang Jin Hyuk watches her, his hands clenched tightly. "Will you look at that?" Medusa leaps up, twisting her snake tail. She lunges forward to attack. Kang Jin Hyuk follows her movements, swiftly dodging all of her strikes. Medusa is frustrated. She watches him move as fast as lightning before her eyes, evading all of her attacks. Then, small, flaming magical fire spells appear on both of his palms. The skill copied from the dungeon has been activated by the system notification. Catching the signal, he quickly lunged forward, small sparks of electricity dancing on his hands. His fingers dug into the stone wall, and Kang Jin Hyuk ripped out two massive slabs of rock, launching them at Medusa. Medusa dodged and shattered them with her bare hands. How brutal. She swiped a chunk of rock back at him, gritting her teeth. "Things like this won't work on me, so stop throwing this damn trash my way." Ignoring her, he knew she was already starting to panic. He turned around, kept carving into the stone, and smiled as he tossed it forward. She seemed to snap back to reality, realizing something. "Wait, what's going on here?" Looking at it, it seemed like he was just smashing rocks against himself. "But I can't feel any killing intent from his attacks." Medusa gritted her teeth, confused, but by the time she realized what was happening, it was too late. Medusa was trapped inside a green magic circle. Kang Jin Hyuk sat on the ground, looking at Medusa with a triumphant smile. You realized a bit too late. Instantly, Medusa noticed the long, dark trail of dust at Kang Jin Hyuk's feet. Beside it lay a charred, blackened corpse. He had used the ashes from the remains to draw the runes. The system chimed, 3-star seal barrier activated. Medusa was instantly locked down. She gritted her teeth in pure hatred, glaring at Kang Jin Hyuk, and let out a furious cry toward the sky. Her snake hair also reared up and shrieked. The system broadcasted, "A powerful binding force is restraining the target." Kang Jin Hyuk just stood there, casually stuffing his hands in his pockets. "You're not getting out of this barrier. I put a lot of work into it, you know." Inside the barrier, Medusa struggled violently, screaming, "Let me out. Release me right now." He just glanced at her calmly, pointing behind him. "Stop wasting your energy and just stay put." Then, he looked at the system notification with a satisfied smile. Quest: Level up the Barrier Master. Successfully trap a boss monster in a barrier. You have completed the third condition to promote to Rune Master. Since capturing a boss monster alive was extremely difficult, Medusa hung her head, so frustrated she was on the verge of tears, her whole body bound by the barrier. Most people would just go catch a goblin boss on the first floor, but what happens if you successfully capture a high-level one? Kang Jin Hyuk pondered, then clicked, yes. After the screen updated his information, the system announced, "You have successfully captured a high-level boss monster." The final requirement for promotion. You have been promoted to high-level Barrier Master, specifically a Rune Master, Kang Jin Hyuk. He stared at the term on the screen in astonishment. Rune Master. Description. You can perceive the essence of ancient runes, decipher them, and create unprecedented barriers. Barriers created by a Rune Master are twice as effective as those of a normal Barrier Master. Like a shockwave, he jumped up in joy. Awesome. I knew a hidden class would appear. He smiled, though he felt a bit of nervous excitement. The harder the conditions I complete, the better the rewards. That means I can probably score even better loot later. Suddenly, green threads of magic wrapped around his arms. He looked down and raised his hand to see. Lunar Engraving. Reduces activation time for all barriers by 25% and increases effectiveness by 30%. He grinned wickedly with a greedy glint in his eye. Not only that, but there's a bonus too. Once I use this, people are going to be foaming at the mouth with envy. Medusa, trapped inside the barrier, with both arms pinned down and her neck restrained, asked anxiously, "What are you planning to do to me? Are you going to kill me?" Kang Jin Hyuk looked up at her, humming to himself, acting all mysterious. "Maybe. I was thinking I might skin you for armor." Medusa's eyes welled up with tears. "What?" Kang Jin Hyuk watched Medusa silently. Her eyes were shimmering with tears, looking pathetic and miserable. Normally, anyone would just kill a boss monster because you'd get the experience points, rewards, and gear. He weighed the personal benefits he could gain from killing Medusa. On the other hand, killing Medusa wouldn't yield much. Her head would lose its petrification ability once taken out of the shrine, and armor made from snake skin would cause constant poison damage to the wearer. In short, it was useless and would only bring more trouble. If that's the case, what about capturing her alive? An idea popped into his head. He stood before the system screen, clicking through the notifications. "Welcome to the exchange market. Total coins, 2,004,592. Purchase. Swamp Locust Leg, Lotus Mentis. You spent 3,350 coins." Kang Jin Hyuk began brewing the Locust Leg, along with a pink lotus and a murky red solution into a mortar. He excitedly mixed them up, grinding it all together. He used his finger to smear the dark red concoction in a circle. Immediately, the system notified him. A mysterious link has been established. Just as the magic circle glowed, his dark red circle flared up brightly. From the radiance, Rick Hennessy gradually appeared, a book in his hand. He pointed it at Kang Jin Hyuk and smiled. "Player Kang Jin Hyuk, why do you know about this contact method?" "I'm quite surprised." Having received the call exactly as he'd hoped, he kept one hand in his pocket and waved the mortar he just crafted with the other, looking like a total boss. "I just bought some random items and mixed them together, that's all." "But what is this? What a strange coincidence, right?" He played it off as a chance meeting caused by cheap items. Rick Hennessy smiled, his brow furrowing slightly. "You can't fool me. I've never given this contact info to anyone, not even the gods know it. I have to know how you found out about it." He turned and pointed at Medusa, who was still locked in the barrier, then whispered, covering his mouth. "Oh, now that I think about it, there's a monster here. Was he trying to distract him?" Rick Hennessy in the hologram tilted his head, his face full of question marks, then gasped. "A living Medusa?" Medusa, bound and thinking she was about to be killed and skinned, looked incredibly vulnerable. Tears streaming down her face, she watched as Rick Hennessy grew excited, leaning his face right up against the screen, breathing heavily, his cheeks flushed with anticipation. Kang Jin Hyuk smiled as he watched him. "I knew the old man would be interested. He's a fanatic collector of anything related to Greek mythology, after all, so he wouldn't pass this up." Then, he struck at his fear. "Oh man, I was just about to finish her off." Rick Hennessy flinched as his hand touched his sword. "If you're already here, why don't you watch?" He pulled his sword quickly, holding it firmly. He smiled wickedly. "Here I go." The system chimed. Swordgrave activated. Rick Hennessy frantically shouted, "Wait, you can't kill something so precious." Hearing that, he stood still, staring at the screen, his eyes questioning. Why was Rick Hennessy so flustered? Who cares? "And how did you even get my contact info?" "Of course," he laughed cordially, despite his face being drenched in sweat. "I'll open a portal to this place for you. Let's talk face to face." Then, his expression darkened. Things are about to get very interesting. After this meeting, he used magic to retract his sword, staring silently at the screen. What kind of smile was that? A bolt of magic like lightning opened a golden door in front of Kang Jin Hyuk. He walked in with a satisfied smile, but suddenly, he realized where he was. Before his eyes stood a statue with a mouse head, guarding the ancient buildings from inside the gate. Rick Hennessy walked over and bowed according to the player's protocol. "Kang Jin Hyuk, welcome to the 42nd floor of the Trial Tower, the city of the ancient Egyptian gods." Then, he looked up, his gaze solemn and his face darkened. The White Oasis. Kang Jin Hyuk narrowed his eyes, thinking to himself, "I can't believe I've already set foot on the 42nd floor, and this is the first time I've met a god in person. Before reaching level 100, right?" He looked around and said casually, "I thought I was going to be teleported to the Great Library. Who would have thought it would be a place like this? Are you vacationing here or something?" Rick Hennessy replied happily. "I wish I were resting. I'm here on business. This is the dwelling place of the Egyptian gods, whom you are very close with." A sharp glint flashed in his eyes as he added with a meaningful tone, "They really want to see you. So, my business has been quite successful." Kang Jin Hyuk gave a cunning smile, thinking, talking like that, he must have figured out that I lied about having the Egyptian gods backing me up. A moment later, the bird-headed and dog-headed people stopped him, When they saw the scene before them, the people on the street began to whisper to each other. "Oh, look, a human. I heard some humans entered the tower, but I never expected them to make it all the way here." Suddenly, Rick Hennessy stopped walking. He pointed ahead and asked in a low voice, "Do you know what this is, Kang Jin Hyuk?" In front of them was a giant, strange-shaped rock surrounded by debris. Rick Hennessy continued, "This was the original home of the Sphinx. Even though it's just a giant hole now," he said calmly. "It was created right after that incident where you used the name of Lord Anubis to scam people." Kang Jin Hyuk knelt down, picked up a stone, and said in a low voice, "What a shame. I heard that statue had very high artistic value." Rick Hennessy asked suspiciously, "Aren't you afraid?" Was Kang Jin Hyuk afraid of the powerful entities that ruled the higher floors of the tower? He tossed the rock aside and said calmly, "I don't think so. What's there to be afraid of?" He brushed off his hands and smiled. "We aren't even at the 50th floor yet." Rick Hennessy smiled but didn't say anything. Suddenly, he looked up at the sky and laughed out loud, laughing until tears streamed down his face in front of the Egyptian palace. Rick Hennessy's slow voice rang out, "How interesting. You truly didn't disappoint me, Kang Jin Hyuk." A moment later, elsewhere a pitch-black hand was trembling as it clenched into a fist. An angry voice roared, "Your shamelessness is truly boundless." Death god Anubis, with a dark face, shouted angrily, "How dare you stand before me after tarnishing my name like that?" The god of the afterlife, Osiris, sitting next to Anubis, mocked him. "Look at how miserable you look, Anubis." Rick Hennessy bowed respectfully. Rick Hennessy, pay my respects to you." Kang Jin Hyuk pointed at himself nonchalantly, saying, "I didn't come here because I missed you. It was all that old man's doing, tricking me into coming." Anubis seemed to have lost his temper. He stomped hard on the ground, sending rocks flying, and shouted, "Kang Jin Hyuk, you bastard!" He raised his foot, intending to crush Kang Jin Hyuk, but a purple protective circle blocked him. Rick Hennessy spoke calmly, "Kang Jin Hyuk is here as my guest." His eyes suddenly turned cold, and he asked in a low voice, "You wouldn't break the tower's rules right in front of me, would you?" Anubis gritted his teeth, forced himself to sit down on his chair, while Osiris next to him burst into loud laughter. Excited, he said, "Ha ha ha, you're really funny today." Rick Hennessy glanced at Kang Jin Hyuk behind him and pondered. Player Kang Jin Hyuk isn't worried or scared at all, as if he already knows all the rules of the tower. Meanwhile, Kang Jin Hyuk frowned, thinking, "What a grumpy personality." Anubis began to reveal a sinister look as he hissed, "If I can't kill him directly, then I'll just kill him within the framework of the tower's rules." A notification sounded. God Anubis is summoning a warrior. As soon as he finished, a giant coffin appeared, containing a mummy with a tall, muscular physique like the great sage equaling heaven. His eyes glowed with a bright red light. He was surrounded by grudge-filled energy, wearing a large golden hat and holding a golden sickle. He was none other than the messenger of death. Rick Hennessy watched the person in front of him closely, thinking, the strongest warrior that can be summoned to fight a level 6 player, and yet he used the messenger of death. He glanced at Kang Jin Hyuk, thinking worriedly, with Kang Jin Hyuk's current strength he can't defeat him. Well, how will you resolve this situation? Anubis narrowed his eyes and offered an attractive deal. If you can just survive for 5 seconds against my warrior, I will let you choose one item from the treasures of this temple. Kang Jin Hyuk stood before the notification screen. It displayed the text, "Do you wish to accept the challenge of the god Anubis, ruler of the 42nd floor?" He smirked and asked back, "Just 5 seconds, right?" Kang Jin Hyuk stood opposite the giant Anubis, who was sitting arrogantly. The system screen continued to show notifications. "Welcome to the coin exchange. Current balance, 2,001,242 coins. In an instant, the system announced, you have purchased the royal blood. It's a small golden jar, engraved with the figure of an Egyptian king and surrounded by strange runes. You spent 2 million coins. Your current balance is 1,242 coins. Kang Jin Hyuk wears a confident smirk, beginning to channel his power into the jar, activating the blessing of the stars, and creating the Saint Emperor's blood. Kang Jin Hyuk wears a confident smirk, not hesitating for a second as he taps yes. The system immediately displays a notification. You have accepted the challenge. Activating the Demon King's sword technique. Jin Hyuk teleports at breakneck speed, slashing across the messenger of death and making his head explode like fireworks. Meanwhile, he has already crossed to the other side, his eyes still flickering with a terrifying aura. The system alerts him to the sudden shift in his stat parameters. It has triggered a critical effect, increasing damage received by 1,500%. The messenger's head is now scorched black and slowly dissolving. The warrior of the god Anubis has been defeated. The messenger of death has turned into black smoke, while Jin Hyuk maintains a calm, composed attitude, asking, "That was a bit long, don't you think?" Seeing this, Osiris clicks his tongue and mutters, "Impossible." A pathetic human from the sixth floor managed to defeat Anubis's warrior. Anubis, sitting next to him, gapes in astonishment. Seemingly unable to believe his eyes, Kang Jin Hyuk looks around and says cheerfully, "All right, what should I pick from this treasure vault?" Anubis snaps, furiously shouting, "Enough of your blabbering. You accepted the challenge and attacked immediately. That wasn't fair at all." Before he can finish his sentence, an angry voice cuts him off, shouting, "Anubis, the one who spoke is the sun god, Horus." He leans against a pillar, lowering his voice to remind him, "This was a promise you made yourself. You aren't intending to break the rules of the tower, are you?" Anubis, hot-headed, stomps his foot hard, causing the ground to sink deep. Stones scatter everywhere. Muffled in frustration, he curses, "Damn it." He turns and storms off in a huff, leaving behind only one sentence. "Whatever, forget it." Horus watches Anubis' retreating figure, remaining silent. He turns his back and says in a gentle tone, "I'm truly sorry. Let me lead you to the treasure vault. Follow me." Inside the room, it is filled with shimmering gold, silver, and jewels. Chests overflow with precious ornaments. Polished swords and blades shine brightly. On the other side, there are scepters and a trident embedded with a glowing purple diamond. Piled high in the room, Horus points in that direction and says in a low voice, "Choose." He speaks calmly. A promise made must be kept. Kang Jin Hyuk stands there, composed. He looks toward the treasure without answering, wearing a cunning smile. Horus suddenly speaks up. But first, Jin Hyuk looks at him, puzzled. Horus continues, "Surely, you'll be able to climb up to this level too." He reaches a hand out toward Jin Hyuk and suggests softly, "So, how about this? Why don't you become a resident of this floor by choosing one of us?" Horus clenches his hand and adds in a low voice, "If you do that, the power you receive will be worth far more than any treasure in this vault, and you will truly have our backing." Rick and Nessie hear this and are incredibly surprised, thinking to themselves, what Lord Horus just said means he's offering to become a patron, something each god can only do once. For a human who is only on the sixth floor, he strokes his beard and smiles to himself. So, in the end, he really has gained the backing of a god. How interesting. Suddenly, Jin Hyuk's calm voice cuts through their thoughts. Something like that, "I don't need it." Rick and Nessie are stunned by his words. Horus is equally surprised and suspiciously asks, "You don't need it." Jin Hyuk confirms with a firm tone, "That's right, I don't need it." He continues confidently, "I will climb even higher than this place, so there's no reason for me to need help from anyone here, right?" Jin Hyuk points to the piles of gold and jewels, smirking as he says, "So, just picking one thing from here is enough." Having been slighted like that, Horus is so angry that the veins on his face bulge. He grits his teeth and growls, "You really are a bold human." Sometime later, Horus storms out onto the balcony where Anubis is relaxing and enjoying the view. Sensing someone approaching, he asks, "Is it done?" Horus replies calmly, "Yes, it's done. Your hot temper really is always your fatal flaw." Anubis, still not over his anger, asks irritably, "So, what did that wretched human choose?" Horus crosses his arms and says slowly, "He chose the black egg." Anubis asks in surprise, "That black egg? Does he even know what it actually is?" Horus replies, "I'm wondering that myself. Even though I can't be sure about that, I do know this." He imagines the scene of the entire city gradually collapsing, lightning striking repeatedly, then lowers his voice, "Depending on what he does with that egg, humanity might have to suffer a catastrophic disaster." At the same time, elsewhere, Ataraxia is browsing Shopee for clothes. She whips her head around and snaps, "Wait, what did you ask?" "The black egg." She stares intently at the strange-looking egg in front of her and warns, "Why would you choose something like that? You should know that if it's hatched incorrectly, it's going to be very bad." Kang Jin Hyuk asks back, startled, "Is that so?" Ataraxia pokes the egg and grumbles, "Well, consider it a miracle if you survive. If this thing explodes and destroys all the cities, where am I supposed to go shopping?" No sooner had she finished speaking than she was instantly transformed back. She falls freely into a different space. Ataraxia yells in anger, "I told you, it's forbidden for you to say nothing. You summoned me here, and then this?" Kang Jin Hyuk rolls up his sleeves and says in a low voice, "Just stay in there for a while." On the table, the black egg begins to radiate a bizarre power. Its outer shell emits shimmering purple light. Jin Hyuk wears a cunning smile. He reaches out his hand, preparing to absorb the spiritual energy from the black egg. He says with an ominous tone, for the first time in a long while, his eyes, at that moment, turn blue. Jin Hyuk's face darkens, and he growls, "I'm going to really pour all my focus into something now." As soon as he finishes, the egg begins to shake violently. Purple energy constantly radiates out more and more. Remembering the image of Fergus and Dantalion frantically holding pens and books to record information in the past, Kang Jin Hyuk wears a confident smile, followed by a gaze that flickers with blue flames. He placed his hand on the egg with excitement, recalling the only sentence ever written by the genius explorer of the tower, Fergus. The method was to perfectly manipulate mana. With a quick flicker, the dark power from before vanished, leaving only a warm flame enveloping the egg. The notification board also popped up, showing the fire element was active. Not only that, but to keep it from burning up, the ice element had to be triggered as well. They quickly merged with the fire, and at the same time, the board showed that ice binding was activated. Then he followed up with supporting skills. The board flashed, indicating the activation of True Heaven's Shield and Ancient Black Heart, absorbing mana. The surroundings of that dragon egg, which had been completely still, were now being swarmed by all those elements. They were quickly absorbed by the dragon egg. Under the golden hands of Kang Jin Hyuk, he looked at his successful work and smiled with satisfaction, then asked, "So, how was that? Tasty?" After a long while of hard work, a faint purple light finally flickered, signaling that Kang Jin Hyuk's hatching process had reached a new turning point. The black hatchling excitedly stepped outside, happily gazing at this new world. It also looked at him, panting and exhausted from his immense effort to create it. Seeing the black hatchling playfully spitting sparks below, Kang Jin Hyuk couldn't hide his joy. He looked at the black hatchling with delight and thought, "It's hatched, it seems like it's looking for the mana it just absorbed." Realizing this, Kang Jin Hyuk became determined and clenched his fist. Then he smiled confidently and whispered to himself, "I just need to gather the remaining mana in my body and compress it into a shape." No sooner thought than done. He quickly opened his palm, concentrating all the remaining mana into a marble in his hand. That marble automatically began to draw in the mana energy from all around it, growing larger. Seeing such a mana-rich orb, the playful black hatchling stepped forward. It sniffed it a few times, its eyes lighting up, waiting to eat. Seeing this, Kang Jin Hyuk amusedly said, "This first snack is for you." Hearing that, the black hatchling approached the mana-filled orb, staring at it with a scrutinizing gaze, then asked about the food, and finally, drooling with hunger, it didn't hesitate for a single second and gobbled up that mana orb, enjoying it thoroughly. After eating, the little guy was even more excited. Because the snack was so delicious, its eyes shone brightly, it bared its little teeth in a wide grin, and its tail wagged excitedly, fawning over Kang Jin Hyuk. At the same time, the notification screen kept appearing. It read, "Holy Seal carved onto the black hatchling. Huge achievement. You are the first person to tame a black hatchling, and it will be recorded in the Hall of Fame. All residents of the tower are taking interest in this achievement of yours," the system continued to announce. "Once you name your pet, its loyalty to you will increase even more." Seeing this, Kang Jin Hyuk seriously rubbed his chin, looking at the playful black hatchling wagging its tail in front of him, and muttered, "Give it a name, huh?" He picked up the little black hatchling, smiled, and playfully said, "All right, since your whole body is black but you have golden eyes, I'll name you Goguma, because in this kingdom, Goguma sounds a lot like sweet potato. They have dark skins but are golden orange inside, just like your coloring." Watching the little one happily smiling as he called out the name Goguma, Kang Jin Hyuk helplessly thought, "It's pretty cute, but my mana probably won't be enough to satisfy it." But that atmosphere didn't last long before another notification board appeared, causing Kang Jin Hyuk's expression to sink. He silently read each line of text. The content stated that Intermediate Administrator Rick Hennessy had subscribed to his channel, and the commission fee had dropped from 90% down to 80%. With a slightly surprised feeling, he wondered, Rick Hennessy subscribed? Then, the scene shifted to the SVKP building under the harsh July sun. Someone asked, "What do you think?" As it turned out, that person was none other than the manager of the SVKP station. Kang Byung-chan smiled with a sinister look, rubbing his hands together, and insisted, "You just need to show your face and do a simple interview. You know our show is the best in the industry, don't you? A 40% viewership rating is a sure thing." The person receiving the offer, hearing the manager say that, took a sip from the drink in his hand. It turned out to be Kang Jin Hyuk. Holding the script in his hand, he was suspicious, wondering why a dragon would visit a shrimp's house today. So he turned to the manager and asked, "Does the manager usually handle these things personally like this?" Seeing his suspicion, Kang Byung-chan quickly flattered him, "Oh, if it involves you, then of course it's normal. You just need to appear and share a bit about the tower conquest. Everyone will surely go crazy for it." Recalling the image of the show, with its massive audience causing a frenzy, Kang Jin Hyuk thought to himself, "The Tower Challenge Conquest." In his subconscious, a thought appeared. If I remember correctly, isn't that the only TV show that still manages to maintain its popularity? Looking at the manager fawning over him, he questioned reality, whispering, is this guy blind, or does he have memory problems? He doesn't recognize me at all. The manager looked at Kang Jin Hyuk, who was staring at him suspiciously, and gave a fake smile, pointing to his own face, and asked him, is there something on my face? Hearing that, Kang Jin Hyuk just replied, no. After thinking it over from every angle, he finally accepted the offer because he himself would be the one to benefit. Kang Jin Hyuk then said, all right then, let's talk about my compensation. I want it paid in magic stones. Kang Byung-chan, seeing his offer accepted, smiled contentedly, confirming firmly, ah, of course, that's fine. Nowadays, many players request to be paid in magic stones like that. Seeing this, Kang Jin Hyuk immediately asked for the highest offer. He spoke up, how much can you pay me? Naturally, I want to hear the maximum amount. Hearing this, the man accepted. He said, although we usually have to follow the listed rates for remuneration, for a superstar like you, I can offer you an unlimited compensation package, Kang Byung promised confidently. At this, Kang Jin Hyuk felt a bit suspicious about such attractive terms. He furrowed his brow and asked, an unlimited package, you say? Seeing this, Kang Byung grinned slyly and replied, there is someone who wishes to appear alongside you. If you agree to appear with this person, our station can pay you an unlimited amount of magic stones. Hearing that he would receive such a generous reward, Kang Jin Hyuk did not hesitate and happily agreed. He smiled and replied, deal. So, who is this person? After that, it was unclear what happened next. The scene shifted to the outside of the SVKP station. Everyone was gathered around a black car, cheering loudly. The person stepping out of the car door was wearing luxurious shoes. Seeing the crowd welcoming him so enthusiastically, he mused happily, my time has truly come. Nothing can stop me now. And now his appearance was revealed. He was a man with platinum blonde hair, about 1 meter 80 centimeters tall, looking very luxurious and polished. Just then, reporters surrounded the man and continuously asked, Sir Hong Dio Pyo, is it true that you will be a surprise guest on today's show? Has the relationship between the Black Cloud Guild and player Kang Jin Hyuk been restored? However, before the reporter could finish the sentence, someone from that black car approached. All the reporters there shouted in unison, another person is coming. Looking at the luxurious woman draped in gorgeous clothes, everyone there was stunned. Someone shouted, is that S-rank player Seon-hwa from the Dongwa Guild? Next to her, another man appeared. Seeing this, someone shouted out in surprise, even S-rank player CEO is here. With a lineup like this, the show will definitely be a massive hit. Another person added, stunned and excited, the ratings are going to be insane. But before they could even finish their sentence, another car parked not far away. The person stepping out was none other than Kang Jin Hyuk. Seeing that the program could invite such famous people, they all cheered in surprise. This time it's player Kang Jin Hyuk. Oh my god. At the same time, Kang Jin Hyuk came face to face with Hong Deok Pyo. Meeting in front of the crowd, Kang Jin Hyuk put on a sharp, polite smile. He spoke up. How have you been lately, Hong Deok Pyo? Seeing this, Hong Deok Pyo replied with eyes flashing like lightning. I'm doing great. All thanks to you. I've had to rush around everywhere trying to rebuild my personal image ruined by those scandals. Seeing that he couldn't win the verbal spar, Kang Jin Hyuk taunted him. He looked at the two people behind the man and asked, you even called 2 more people, showing off your connections? Hong Deok Pyo heard this and didn't hesitate at all. He snapped back. Since you're appearing too, I figured I should at least do this much. Not even bothering to reply, Kang Jin Hyuk just smiled contemptuously. He asked, is that so? At the same time, the redhead next to Hong Deok Pyo was secretly observing the situation with killer eyes. He thought to himself, so that's Kang Jin Hyuk. The remaining one was no less competitive. Taking this moment to survey the situation, he silently thought, our target today's show isn't just going to be fire, it's going to be absolutely explosive. Another mysterious character was about to appear. It turned out to be none other than the Saintess of Amsterdam, Teresa. It didn't end there. To increase the heat for today, the production team even invited Yoo Cheon-young, the strongest martial artist in South Korea. Hong Deok Pyo, witnessing this, the strongest martial artist in Korea being invited, was extremely shocked. He widened his eyes and gritted his teeth in panic. But that wasn't enough. Kang Jin Hyuk also invited another infamous character, the Sword Saint, Chun Du-sung. Reporters saw this and immediately chased after him. Someone asked, Sir Chun Du-sung, I heard you turned down all job offers from the guilds, so why did you accept the invitation from player Jin Hyuk? Another person spoke up, are the 2 of you allies? Hearing this, he immediately flew into a rage. With hateful eyes, he glared straight at the 2 reporters and roared, no, He is just someone I will defeat one day. The reporter beside him, seeing this angry demeanor, was so scared his face turned pale. He stammered, "Ah, I see." Returning to the distance, all of Hong Diokpio's faction shared one thought. Yu Qian-young, who should have died long ago, and Teresa Zhu Laurentia, and even Chun Du-sung, all sided with Kang Jin Hyuk. At that moment, Seonghwa broke into a sinister smile that stretched from ear to ear. Then, both Seonghwa and Tenchao simultaneously turned to leave. Realizing he was about to be abandoned, Hong Diokpio discovered the two assistants he had gone through hell and high water to bring were planning to slip away, and screamed in terror. "Wait a minute! Where are you two going? You promised you would appear on the show with me." But in response, Seonghwa just coldly said to him, "We have fulfilled our promise. We no longer have any obligation to fulfill any further conditions." He looked bewildered, like a deer in headlights, and asked, "Huh? What promise?" Seeing that he still didn't understand why he had ended up in this state of being betrayed, Kang Jin Hyuk turned back with a cold, mocking smile. "If you're going to show off your connections, you should at least do it properly." Watching the reporters turn to chase after Kang Jin Hyuk without paying him any attention, he panicked and grabbed the arm of a reporter in front and screamed in fear, "Wait, interview me instead." As he said that, a fear he had never felt before rose in his heart. He thought he had tried so hard to create this opportunity, yet it was so pathetic that even when his pants were pulled down, the reporter still insisted on chasing after Kang Jin Hyuk. Ignoring Hong Diokpio, who stood there dazed like a fool holding his pants behind him and yelling, "Hey, your pants." He watched the reporter run off with his pants down. Ignoring Hong Diokpio, who stood there looking like an absolute idiot holding his own pants and shouting, "Hey, those are my pants." The reporter just kept running with his pants down. Without even sparing him a glance, Hong Diokpio gritted his teeth in annoyance, muttering to himself, "You'd really take your pants off for him, wouldn't you?" Meanwhile, inside, Kang Jin Hyuk wore a bright, amused smile, while Chun Du-sung just looked at him with a sense of helplessness. "You actually feel smug watching Hongdae suffer? Your personality is truly trash." Hearing that, Kang Jin Hyuk put on a grimacing expression. "I appreciate you coming here, but don't stick your nose into my private life," Kang said. Chun Du-sung immediately grabbed Kang by the collar in a rage. "What did you say? Private life? My family was destroyed because of you, and you call that a private life?" Hearing this, the protagonist suddenly remembered he was the culprit. He thought helplessly, "Oh, right. It was because I told those demonic followers that Chun Du-sung was Kang Jin Hyuk. Since he was the one who caused the trouble, he had to make a quick getaway." Kang Jin Hyuk brushed his hand off and evaded the subject. "What are you talking about? I don't know what you mean. I'm not even trying to dig up your crimes." Chun Du-sung bitterly replied, "Stop playing dumb." Chun Du-sung then pointed straight at Kang Jin Hyuk and shouted indignantly, "I only need to compare the 16 videos I have of you to know that you are indeed Kang Jin Hyuk." Hearing that the guy had 16 videos of him, Kang Jin Hyuk thought anxiously and helplessly, what is with this obsessed stalker? Why is he so persistent? After a pointless argument, Kang Jin Hyuk finally spoke up first. He said, "What if we just drop that matter? How about that?" Chun Du-sung immediately asked, "What do you mean?" With a sinister smile, the protagonist replied, "The guy sent by the demonic alliance, you fought him, so what did you think of him?" Hearing that question, Chun Du-sung's face showed clear anxiety. Sweat poured down his forehead as he fell into a memory. Chun Du-sung recounted that the person was named Kwon. He was quite strong. Chun Du-sung thought of the life-or-death moments he had experienced. He continued, "But fighting him compared to fighting you was honestly underwhelming." Afterward, Chun Du-sung looked ahead with dark eyes and added, "It's all over." Kang Jin Hyuk, hearing this from a distance, couldn't help but chuckle. On this side, Du Che-dong turned toward Teresa and asked skeptically, "Girl, what exactly is your relationship with that guy Kang?" Hearing someone ask about their ambiguous relationship, her gaze became hazy, her cheeks flushed pink, and with a trembling smile, she replied, "He's a comrade, an ally I trust more than anyone else. Or perhaps something more than that, right?" Seeing her act so coy and mysterious, Du Che-dong helplessly asked back, "Is that so?" He then continued, "Little girl, you have some pretty tough competition." That made Teresa look confused. Then, the scene shifted to the interview. The reporter spoke, "We are starting the recording now. Today, we have some very special guests here for the Tower Challenge program." Giving a friendly smile, the reporter turned toward the protagonist. She smiled affectionately and said, "First, we have player Kang Jin Hyuk, who is currently the center of attention due to his record-breaking speed in clearing the tower." She then asked him, "Do you have any special tips for clearing the tower, Kang?" At the same time, the monitoring team heard Kang Jin Hyuk say, "Special tips? Oh, I do have one. He grinned, knowing this was the hook that would help their station capture the highest viewership ever. The audience below was noisy. Kang Jin Hyuk pointed straight at the camera and said loudly, "Keep doing it over and over until you do it right." The MC was left speechless and broke into a cold sweat, but she still managed a forced smile and said, "I see. That sounds obvious, doesn't it?" Still not giving up, the program MC tried to probe deeper. "What about on the third floor? How do you avoid getting trapped?" Our protagonist pointed straight at the camera and answered, "What do you mean? You just have to dodge everything." Hearing that, the MC still wouldn't give up and continued asking, "Then what about the fourth floor?" Yet, Kang Jin Hyuk replied, "That floor is the same. Just dodge everything." His answers left Teresa, Chun Du-sung, and Du Che-dong standing there like statues, questioning their existence. Immediately, the scene shifted to another room. Someone was controlling the TV while scolding, "What were you thinking? How could we broadcast something like that?" As it turned out, the person speaking was none other than Kang Byung-chan. He covered his face helplessly and said, "Do you have any idea how much money we're going to lose? From that ruined recording session, you destroyed the whole shoot and left us in total chaos, yet you still have the nerve to come here and ask for your appearance fee." Before he could finish, Kang Jin Hyuk sipped his drink and raised his hand to signal the manager to stop. "Don't say another word." Kang Jin Hyuk countered, "I answered all the questions asked of me. I followed our agreement, didn't I?" The manager heard that, pointed a finger at his face, and shouted, "You think you can argue your way out of this?" Seeing himself being spoken to like that, Kang Jin Hyuk's expression changed. His eyes became much more aggressive. Kang Jin Hyuk growled, "Argue my way out?" Then, without a second's hesitation, he lunged forward and grabbed the manager by the collar, making the man's face turn pale. His eyes showed visible fear. With a deathly glare, Kang Jin Hyuk pulled the manager toward him and snapped, "Lee Jong-soo, you still remember this person, don't you?" The man heard the name and began to tremble violently. Showing the manager's terrified, guilty face on screen, Kang continued, "He is collaborating with someone, yes, that is exactly Lee Jong-soo." Lifting him by the collar, he gave a malicious smile and recounted the full extent of the crimes. The entertainment company CEO and the streamer he pampered like a brother, he and Lee Jong-soo had colluded to bleed all the streamers dry with slave-like contracts. Remembering the dark moments of the past, he continued, "There was a time when all those streamers came to this very office to protest. I was there too. Do you remember? That exact moment of darkness had carved a permanent wound in his heart." Kang Jin Hyuk continued, "It was because of that story that I learned so much about this society. I learned what I had to do so I wouldn't become someone weak, easily led by others." Grabbing the collar of that trash tightly, with such a shameful and sinful past, Kang Jin Hyuk retorted, "You're the one who taught that to the people you drained dry. With that trap of a contract, have you forgotten what you said?" In a flashback, the vile manager, Kang Byung-chan, along with his accomplice Lee Jong-soo, was ready to block every path for the poor victims, only leaving them with one line when confronted, "Everything is according to the contract. There is no problem here." Kang Jin Hyuk, consumed by rage, unleashed his demonic gaze. Kang Jin Hyuk bitterly asked that trash of a manager, "Still trying to argue? Does it hurt to see your crimes finally laid bare like this?" The manager broke into a cold sweat, eyes bulging, too terrified to utter a single word. The scene shifted back to the past. Manager Kang Byung-chan was using high-tech equipment to open the door ahead. After a moment, the system signaled that access was granted. Immediately, the secret door slid open for him to enter, right after Kang Jin Hyuk had exposed all the sins he had committed in the past. That trash of a manager no longer had his arrogant, high and mighty demeanor. Instead, he reverted to a pathetic, lowly state. Pointing to the high-quality stones Kang Jin Hyuk had requested, he forced a stiff smile and said, "This is our magical stone vault." While laughing, he held up 2 fingers and added, "As per the contract, we grant you full access to use the magic stones in this room for the next 2 hours. Seeing this, Kang Jin Hyuk fixed a hateful stare directly at the manager and asked, 2 hours? The manager, seeing that, broke into a cold sweat. He stammered to correct himself. "That's what the contract says, right?" And mumbled something softly to himself off to the side. In the end, he couldn't stop Kang Jin Hyuk from entering. Watching him walk in, the old man tried to force a smile and said, "Feel free to use the magic stones here to do whatever you like. And besides, we've installed anti-theft spells on these stones, so you can't put them into spatial storage bags." Thinking that Kang Jin Hyuk couldn't possibly carry all those magic stones away, the devious manager thought to himself, the only thing he can do is absorb these magic stones. However, the average time required to absorb one magic stone of low grade is 5 minutes. While speaking, The manager continued to craft his sly scheme. Byung Chan thought, no matter how hard he tries, the amount he can absorb in 2 hours will be insignificant. I'm just too good. With that, he grinned from ear to ear, gesturing toward the staff, saying, if you need anything, just let these employees know. After all, access here is strictly restricted. But there was one thing he didn't notice. One of his 2 employees was holding a phone, secretly filming Kang Jin Hyuk. She was radiating the vibes of a total fangirl, smiling and saying, look, it's Kang Jin Hyuk. Seeing the devious old man's employee playing games, Kang Jin Hyuk smiled with contempt, thinking, so, his goal is to ruin my reputation. If I try to use force to seize these magic stones, I won't fall for his trap. Kang Jin Hyuk turned away, saying as he walked, fine, I'll try to use as much as I can in these 2 hours. Kang Byung-chan, meanwhile, heard that on the other side. He deviously rubbed his hands together and replied with a bright smile, what a wise decision. Without wasting another second, he stepped out the large door, held up 2 fingers, and hinted with a smile, see you in 2 hours, then. And you too. Take good care of Mr. Kang Jin Hyuk. The door slammed shut, leaving only the 2 employees inside with Kang Jin Hyuk. He stood there, wearing an enigmatic smile, turned to the 2 spies behind him, and asked, hey, do you want to see something truly magical? Although those 2 employees were on the side of that old fox, they couldn't help but look at him with curiosity. Then, the scene shifted to the office of the SVKP TV station director. A soft voice whispered, Lee Jong-soo. Oh, Jong-soo, it's truly sad that you had to die so miserably. As soon as he finished the sentence, he threw the photo into the trash bin without a shred of pity. It turned out the person speaking was none other than the devious old fox himself. With a hateful look in his eyes, he muttered while walking, those who are alive must keep living. Why won't you leave me alone even after death? This bastard walked through the company hallway, deep in thought about his plan to deal with Kang Jin Hyuk. Even though I minimized the number of magic stones I had to give up, I need to finish him off. Should I send some journalists to create a scandal for him? Scanning his eyes into the recognition system, he resolved, I have to settle this first, then think about the rest. Just as he stepped into the room, the old man put on a fake smile. He laughed and said, Player Kang Jin Hyuk, are you satisfied with? But before he could finish, something stopped him dead in his tracks. His face turned genuinely horrified. In the moment he witnessed the scene before him, he froze completely, unable to say another word. As it turned out, every single one of the magic stones he had stored for so long had vanished into thin air. Not a single stone remained, not even the ones on the high shelves. Meanwhile, the 2 female employees were bewitched by something. Their faces flushed red, constantly petting something in their hands. It turned out what had mesmerized them was that fuzzy, cute Goguma. Seeing the devious manager approach, he wore a confident smile, pointed at Goguma, and triumphantly said, oh, you finally arrived. Director, do you have any more magic stones? This little cutie of mine is quite the glutton. Hearing that, Goguma jumped forward happily with a radiant expression, witnessing the failure of his spy plot. After such a crushing defeat, the old fox couldn't even stand. He collapsed, his face pale with panic as if he'd just seen a ghost, looking like his soul had left his body. Losing his composure, Kang Jin Hyuk smirked and said, this is the price you pay for not knowing your place, even after all that talk. Still trying to pull something? Don't expect to escape me for the rest of your life. Then, a status window for Goguma appeared, showing its name, Goguma. Species: Black-necked beast, level 98, strength 105, with a series of other stats increasing significantly. Goguma lay on the ground with a look of pure satisfaction from its full, bloated belly. Another notification window continued to pop up, showing a special trait. When bringing the black-necked beast into battle, it would absorb mana from its master. Furthermore, both the pet and the master would gain a portion of each other's abilities after every fight. Watching Goguma playfully explore the items on the ground, Kang Jin Hyuk had his own thoughts. It was truly strong, but his current mana was too low to send it into a real fight. His mana stat was only 80. Looking at the notification board before him, Kang Jin Hyuk calculated for the future that if both he and Goguma used their power at the same time, he probably wouldn't last even 5 minutes. Either way, he had no choice but to get stronger, fast. As he was planning, someone appeared on the notification board to talk to him. Kang Jin Hyuk asked the mysterious figure, hey, are you busy with something? Then, the scene shifted to the SVK hotel, where Sifwa was working hard on her training, drenched in sweat. Looking at the notification board, Sehwa spoke up, saying she had locked onto the target. She had managed to set up an alliance with several characters. Chopyu has been selected, right? Hearing this, the mysterious figure replied that he was indeed building forces much faster than they had predicted. He continued, I thought his relationship with Chun Do-sung was hostile. Hearing that, Sehwa replied, he may look hostile, but since he obediently accepted his request, it's clear he has chosen to side with that Kang Jin Hyuk guy. The mysterious person at the other end pulled up a photo of Kang Jin Hyuk and added, then there's no other way. Put them all on the blacklist. If they refuse to join, they are enemies of Jungwa. Then, the scene shifted to Chun Do-sung, who was feeling annoyed with the mirror he was holding. Kang Jin Hyuk saw this and asked, how is it? Holding the mirror in your hand. The notification window appeared again. That is, the dimension-cutting mirror, a progression type. Description. Once used, it can travel to any location below floor 10 that has been connected. The cooldown is 90 days, and the usage time is 30 minutes. And the place they were standing was the Tower of Trials, floor 6, the Forest of Love. Chun Do-sung had lost all patience. He told Kang Jin Hyuk, you said you'd teach me a training method to become stronger, right? Is this it? You really have a talent for gathering these freaks. Chun Do-sung asked again, setting that aside. Why did you have to call me up to this floor? I clearly have the ability to handle things on my own. Kang Jin Hyuk froze upon hearing that. He awkwardly made an excuse, saying, you know, it's all because I care about you so much. You have to get stronger to stand a chance at challenging me, don't you think? But even so, Chun Do-sung didn't fall for it. He was much smarter after being tricked so many times. Chun Do-sung retorted, annoyed. So, what floor are we going to now? Immediately, the protagonist activated the dimension-cutting mirror. After a warm light appeared, Kang Jin Hyuk turned, smiled, and answered, we're going. Then the notification window continued to show. The duration for the dimension-cutting mirror was 29 minutes and 59 seconds. After a few seconds, both of them reached floor 10. It was the headquarters of the warriors. Looking at the freaks surrounding them, Kang Jin Hyuk continued, there are about 21 of these monster boss guardians. Looking toward Chun Do-sung, he smiled and asked, do you think you can take them all out? Hearing this, Chun Do-sung looked serious and pointed his hand straight ahead. It turned out he was pointing at the boss. Chun Do-sung continued, I don't think that's a problem as long as that thing doesn't wake up. And that was the floor 10 boss monster, the immortal stone golem. Kang Jin Hyuk saw that and smiled back. He said, really? That's perfect then. How about this? He proposed that if Chun Do-sung could defeat all those warriors and hold out for 1 minute against the boss, he would fight Chun Do-sung seriously for once. Hearing this, Chun Do-sung's eyes lit up and he turned around. Drawing his sword, he shouted, agreed. You better keep your word, Chun Do-sung said, determined to fight our protagonist. Seriously. The stone statues saw this and all stood up simultaneously, saying, this is the domain of the warriors, only those who are worthy. But before he could finish, Chun Do-sung struck him and shouted, don't you dare get in my way. At the specialty hair care shop, Song Chun-hwa's jaw dropped in surprise, and he even dropped his phone. Huh? You? Teresa spotted Song Chun-hwa. She smiled and took off her hat. Oh, you're the captain of that ancient ruins expedition team, aren't you, Mr. Song Chun-hwa? Teresa was applying a hair restoration potion, so when her hat was removed, her initial shoulder-length hair immediately grew out. Her silky, blonde locks made everyone gasp. Even Song Chun-hwa got a little bit of the hair potion, and his buzz cut began to grow back into black hair. Teresa stroked her long hair. It's true that it's a bit expensive, but being able to restore hair to its original state instantly like this is just amazing. Song Chun-hwa also took the opportunity to mourn his handsome hair. I miss you so much, my hair. But the curse on Song Chun-hwa's body was still in effect. Every hair on his body would be removed. The hair that had just grown out in a flash turned back into a shiny, bald head. Ah, wait. No. Song Chun-hwa collapsed, broken over his bald head. Teresa helplessly patted his shoulder to console him. It's okay, Mr. Song Chun-hwa. A person's worth isn't defined just by their hair. You know, Song Chun-hwa said, sounding dejected. Teresa, maybe this curse is just retribution for the sins I committed in the past. Teresa looked curious. Sins? Song Chun-hwa gave a bitter, mocking smile. I'm talking about the sins I committed when I was the commander of the assault team at the first floor ruins. That was just a minor low-tier achievement in a first-floor ruin, yet I was so greedy that I ended up getting so many people hurt. Losing my hair like this is a pretty light punishment, if you ask me. Teresa listened to Song Chun-hwa pour his heart out and smiled kindly, comforting him. If so many people were hurt because of your greed, then you truly were in the wrong. Teresa smiled brilliantly, almost as if she were glowing. But finding something that makes you want it so badly you'd risk your life for it, that's actually pretty amazing, don't you think? Song Chun-hwa's eyes sparkled like stars. He was so obsessed he couldn't even close his mouth. As it turns out, Song Chun-hwa is the chairman of the Teresa Laurentia fan club. His username is the only one bowing to the Saintess on Earth. No wonder just one word from Teresa could make Song Chun-hwa and his shiny bald head so happy. Back to Chun Do-sung and Kang Jin Hyuk. Chun Do-sung jumped up, activating his sword aura. He yelled and slashed toward the giant monster. Chun Do-sung was covered in blood, panting heavily. He hung his head, silently calculating. There's only one thing left to do now. Hold out for 1 minute against that monster. If I can just manage that 1 minute, I can finally have a real fight with him. The him in question, Kang Jin Hyuk, wasn't taking it very seriously, standing behind him with his hands up, laughing. 1 minute, huh? Good luck with that. Chun Do-sung gripped his elemental sword tightly. I will achieve victory over you. Defeating you is something I'd stake my very life to achieve. Chun Do-sung poured all his will and strength into charging at the monster. Its eyes flashed with a red, laser-like light. With a sudden boom, he opened his eyes. Chun Do-sung, wrapped in bandages, woke up in the hospital. He was drenched in cold sweat, his heart pounding. Tubes and IV drips were hooked up all over him. Where am I? The hospital, SVK. Park Ha-na had been sitting there watching over him for a long time, peeling an apple. Do-sung had just woken up and was still dazed. I'm guessing you're one of his subordinates? Park Ha-na sighed. Ha, I wish I were his subordinate. It's more like I'm his slave. The chairman ordered me to get you to the hospital, so that's why I brought you here. Your condition was critical back there. Park Ha-na reached into her bag. Oh, by the way, he told me to give you this when you woke up. Where did I put it? Ah, here. She pulled a black object from her bag and handed it to Chun Do-sung. Do-sung held the shimmering primordial crystal in his hand, inspecting it. What is this? He gradually began to remember everything. That's right, I was in the middle of fighting the 10th floor boss, and when the battle took place, the monster activated its ultimate invincibility skill. The boss's main body couldn't take any damage. However, I couldn't hurt it at all, not even a little. Physical attacks and magic attacks were both completely useless. Even my elemental sword, for some reason, suddenly snapped in two. And yet, that jerk Kang Jin Hyuk had the nerve to say, 21 seconds. That's not looking good, is it? Kang Jin Hyuk had appeared, masked, saying, trying to keep up with me. You've got a long way to go, kid. It was beyond frustrating. After that, Jin Hyuk rushed in to face the monster. That guy activated Demon Sword Mastery, dodging every single sword strike the monster rained down. Not one hit him. Kang Jin Hyuk dodged all the attacks with terrifying precision. The monster, getting annoyed, immediately activated Sanctum. The gravity in the arena soared to 500%. Do-sung was crushed into the ground. This pressure is insane. You can't dodge this one, Kang Jin Hyuk. How are you going to deal with this? Just as I thought that even Kang Jin Hyuk would be done for, he remained completely calm. Took you long enough to use that. You're so slow. Kang Jin Hyuk immediately activated First Star Barrier, Resident Barrier. Increases the effectiveness of all spells in the area by 2 squared for every second that passes. Kang Jin Hyuk said coldly, it's time for you to turn into stone for real. Then, he clenched his fist. The focal point of the Resident Barrier pulsed, and the ground began to glow and shake violently. The monster was hit by the pressure of the very thing it had created, multiplied by 2 squared. It felt a violent change in its body. It exploded instantly. The game notification board popped up repeatedly. Damage nullified. Damage nullified due to invincibility. In the end, that giant body left behind nothing but a tiny little stone. Chun Do-sung was absolutely devastated. No way in the end, Kang Jin Hyuk defeated that boss right in front of me. It was like he did it just to show off. That was the last thing I remembered. The game notification board kept flashing. Kang Jin Hyuk has ranked up. At the same time, it announced the time limit to conquer the next floor. 89 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. The game board also provided information about the stone. Copy condition, Immortal Stone Man. Possesses one of the ultimate skills, Invincibility. If you defeat the opponent, you can copy this skill. Condition satisfied. You have successfully copied Invincibility. The duration of Invincibility will be significantly reduced. Chun Do-sung sat staring at the Immortal Stone Man's stone in his hand. He gripped it tightly in his palm and bowed his head. Just like always, you humiliated me right up until the very last second. Kang Jin Hyuk was currently on the 6th floor, in the Goblin Forest. Kang Jin Hyuk was farming items. You have collected 10 Giants' armor-piercing greatswords. You have collected 10 Giants' shields. This shocking achievement will be recorded in the Hall of Fame in 2 days. The recorder's name is Kang Jin Hyuk. Kang Jin Hyuk smirked, feeling satisfied. This rush is exactly why I can't ever quit this Tower of Trials. Since it's been a while since Kang Jin Hyuk posted a new video, I'll probably be able to earn back some of the coins I lost. Dealing with Anubis was only possible because Chunju Sung helped me smash those small fries, which allowed me to use a 1-star magic barrier. Oh, I'm addicted to that magic power. Alice von Ataraxia appears and warns, Contractor, something is up. Someone seems to be tailing us. You must be able to feel it too, right? Kang Jin Hyuk glances at the black shadow on a nearby tree branch. Ah, you mean that? Of course, I noticed. Alice asks, puzzled, you knew, yet you're just letting them follow you like that? That's not like you at all. Jin Hyuk keeps walking calmly. Where I'm heading next isn't very welcoming to outsiders. Besides, even if we fight them, we won't gain anything. For now, just let them keep following. The stalker, who is shadowing Kang Jin Hyuk, reports to that AI on the other end, Kang. Jin Hyuk is heading toward the elf forest on the 6th floor. Meanwhile, in Beijing, it's late afternoon. The S-rank Chunghua Guild's Lich Kwang is forced to kneel on the ground. Together with 2 other subordinates, they look extremely tense. A man is reprimanding them, saying they didn't just get outplayed by him, and let him clear everything before the 5th floor. But you even let him climb to the 10th floor before you? What kind of incompetent work is this? A sword slash passes by Lich Kwang's left ear, making him flinch and bite his teeth. One ear falls off as punishment. Blood gushes from the cut, but Lich Kwang doesn't dare to make a sound. He just presses his lips together, suppressing the pain and the fury etched onto his face. The man coldly curses. A bunch of losers who can't even get a simple job done. That cold-blooded, cruel man is the S-rank Chunghua Guild president, Namgung Hyun-Tien. He grinds his teeth, clutching the blood-stained sword in his hand, and mutters, I always have to do things myself to get any progress. Seeing a nurse rush in to treat Lich Kwang, Namgung Hyun-Tien immediately shouts, Leave him like that. Namgung Hyun-Tien sheathes his sword, looks at Lich Kwang, and warns, Next time, it won't just be an ear. Every time you look at that wound, remember this moment. Lich Kwang fawningly replies, Yes, sir. Namgung Hyun-Tien turns away, drops the sword, and orders, Even though I don't know why Kang Jin Hyuk is still lingering on the 6th floor, this situation is actually quite beneficial for us. Head to the 6th floor and have the Suewa and Tencha groups join up. Namgung Hyun-Tien turns back to look at Lich Kwang, gritting his teeth, and burn down that entire forest along with that guy Kang Jin Hyuk for me. If there are any witnesses, eliminate them too. At this moment, on the 6th floor in the elf forest, Shuhua is reporting the situation via the communication screen. The other end, Namgung Hyun-Tien, says, Continue to track the target. Suewa quickly replies, Yes, sir. Then, Suewa returns to monitoring every move of Kang Jin Hyuk. Suddenly, an orange-haired elf with glowing eyes targets Suewa, who is busy with her mission. The 6th floor of the Tower of Trials is the elf forest. This is one of the tower's finest resorts because the 7th floor will automatically open after 90 days. People who want to travel and relax usually gather here. At this moment, a curly-haired guy suddenly sees a chubby rabbit that also has a small horn, looking very cute. So, the guy decides to sneakily follow the rabbit. However, a blonde girl in the group shouts to stop him. Hey, don't go over there. That's entering the elves' territory. It's very dangerous. The curly-haired guy sighs and says, but there's a cute one-horned rabbit over there. The blonde girl gets frustrated, rushes over, pinches his ear, and yells, You know full well how much elves hate outsiders. If you don't want to be turned into a sieve, get over here now. Taking advantage of this chaos, the one-horned rabbit quickly scurries into the nearby bushes. But as soon as it enters the bushes, the one-horned rabbit freezes. In front of it are 2 pairs of feet, or rather, 2 people. One is the orange-haired elf who was lurking, and the other is Suehua, who is lying unconscious. The orange-haired elf hops back onto a branch to track Kang Jin Hyuk's movements. Looking at his back, the orange-haired elf curiously wonders, why is he being followed by someone else? The orange-haired elf ponders. He doesn't look like he has any special or rare items that would make him a target. Is he lost? But without certain techniques, no one could navigate this forest like that. They would never make it out. While the elf is thinking through various theories, Kang Jin Hyuk just focuses on his hand, sniffing, and after catching a scent, Kang Jin Hyuk happily says, to the left, and merrily heads that way. The female elf is stunned. Jin Hyuk's path. That route, even our kind can only use scent to distinguish the path like that. After living in the forest for a long time, how could a human know this method? Seeing Kang Jin Hyuk about to step into the barrier she set as a trap, the female elf calmly thinks, but that's fine. Luckily, he's walking straight into the illusion barrier. Once he's caught in that barrier, he'll just walk in circles around that spot until he exhausts himself. The elf nods to herself, reassuring herself, I'll keep following him, and when he passes out, I'll drag him out. Suddenly, Kang Jin Hyuk's voice rings out. Geez, this isn't right. He just taps the symbol on the barrier and laments. These things should use passive skills. Setting them to active mode like this is cutting the barrier's efficiency in half. Just after dispelling the barrier, Kang Jin Hyuk sighs heavily. Kids these days, honestly. I don't know who wrote this, but this person really shouldn't have been sleeping in literature class. The writer, the orange-haired elf, is hearing Kang Jin Hyuk's criticisms, boiling with anger, grinding her teeth and clenching her fists, thinking, who is this jerk? Meanwhile, Kang Jin Hyuk is secretly smiling, looking at the shadow following him, and thinks, the one tailing me this time is just a young, inexperienced elf. All right, it's about time. Then, Kang Jin Hyuk stretches, yawns, and says loudly, oh, I'm so hungry. I guess I have to cook something. At the same time, he activates the restaurant barrier. Kang Jin Hyuk begins to show off his skillful cooking. The knife slicing vegetables is fast and agile, then he stands straight, tossing the pan to stir fry. It's so professional. The aroma of the food spreads so much that the blonde elf, she couldn't help but drool, muttering, wow, this guy actually cooks pretty well, doesn't he? Suddenly, the elf's gaze shifted. She immediately grabbed her bow and jumped down. Looking at Kang Jin Hyuk's back, she said coldly, in this sacred elf forest, how dare you slaughter an animal? The orange-haired elf immediately drew her bow, knocked an arrow, and aimed it straight at Kang Jin Hyuk, interrogating him. How could you dare to defile this forest like that? Kang Jin Hyuk was pan-frying 3 mincemeat patties when he heard this. The fish has taken the bait. He flashed a cunning smile, then immediately put on an innocent, annoyed look and shouted back, what are you talking about? Are you crazy? This isn't meat. It's soy-based mock meat, okay? Kang Jin Hyuk held the plate of fried mock meat up in front of the elf. If you don't believe me, come here and see for yourself. Seeing Kang Jin Hyuk getting closer, the elf frowned and said firmly, don't even think about tricking me. That looks exactly like. Before she could finish, the savory aroma of the meat hit her nose. The orange-haired elf leaned in, sniffing the plate intensely. Her eyes widened in surprise. Huh? No way, this actually smells like soy. Kang Jin Hyuk looked at the elf in front of him. In the Tower of Trials, elves are obsessed with cooking and music to the point of madness, he thought. However, cooking animal meat is considered a blasphemy to them. So, what if I give them a chance to eat something that tastes like meat but isn't? Kang Jin Hyuk smiled slyly and held out the plate. Want to try some? This is one of my signature dishes. Kang Jin Hyuk was 100% certain they wouldn't be able to resist their curiosity. Sure enough, the orange-haired elf's eyes lit up as she stared at the succulent, fragrant mock meat. The very next second, the elf picked up a fork, skewered a huge piece of meat, and popped it into her mouth to enjoy. But this elf was still suspicious. Before putting the meat in her mouth, she whipped her head toward Kang Jin Hyuk with a skeptical look and asked, are you sure this isn't meat? Kang Jin Hyuk immediately dropped his face, his expression radiating upright determination as he clenched his fist. Don't you dare insult my love and dedication to cooking. How could I possibly use food to deceive or play games with anyone? The orange-haired elf still glared at Kang Jin Hyuk with a, I don't really believe you look, but her hand was quick to bring the juicy piece of meat to her mouth. After biting into the first piece, her eyes lit up instantly. She couldn't help but exclaim, this is so delicious, I could swallow my own tongue. Oh my god, how can something taste this good? And just as Kang Jin Hyuk predicted, the orange-haired elf dove in and started a mukbang, devouring the delicious plate of meat. She ate it all, not leaving a single crumb. After she had finished her feast, the elf let out a burp and said, I didn't realize you were such an honored guest introducing such a wonderful new dish to us. The elf bowed respectfully and introduced herself. I am Sylvia, a guard of the elf forest. I sincerely apologize for my misunderstanding. Sylvia, with her mouth still messy with meat crumbs, asked anxiously, is there anything I can do to make up for this mistake? Kang Jin Hyuk laughed and said, how about letting me visit the elf village? Sylvia exclaimed in surprise, what? Our village? Why? Before long, both of them had returned to the large plaza of the elf forest. Kang Jin Hyuk, with a dark, annoyed look on his face, said, my name is Kang Jin Hyuk. Panem sat on his throne and laughed. Welcome. I am Panem, the village chief of this elf forest. Kang Jin Hyuk stood with his hands in his pockets. Looking at the 10 arrows pointed straight at him, he said irritably, but am I really being welcomed? At that moment, a silver-haired elf suddenly spoke up. How could an outsider, who knows where, expect to be welcomed here? The silver-haired elf drew his bow, aiming an arrow straight at Kang Jin Hyuk's head, threatening, you humans have no right to set foot in this sacred forest. Kang Jin Hyuk immediately used his copy eye to read the information. The silver-haired elf's name is Tesla. The conditions for copying his skill state that this person is an extremely proud guard. To copy a skill from Tesla, who takes more pride in his archery than anyone else, you must land a shot with perfect accuracy at least once. Kang Jin Hyuk thought to himself, he's still the same as ever, extremely wary of humans, just like back when I was in the game. Well, it's partially my fault for stirring things up. Kang Jin Hyuk cleared his throat and said, I was invited here by Sylvia. Right at that moment, Tesla's arrow whistled through the air, destined to pierce Kang Jin Hyuk's head, but the arrow was knocked away. With his own skills, the protagonist Kang Jin Hyuk naturally blocked that arrow perfectly. Kang Jin Hyuk glared at Tesla with fury. Your attitude really needs to be corrected. Then, Kang Jin Hyuk, burning with rage, pointed his sword at Tesla and asked, or should I have brought some gifts or something? Tesla couldn't hold back his fury either, pulling his bowstring and grinding his teeth. For a lowly human, your reaction speed is decent, but this next arrow will definitely pierce your skull. Just as the tension between the two was about to snap, Sylvia jumped in front of Kang Jin Hyuk and looked at Tesla, saying, Sir Tesla, wait a moment. This person is a guest I invited to make amends. Tesla was still stubborn, aiming his bow at Kang Jin Hyuk and yelling, Shut your mouth. Sylvia, how could you bring an outsider into the village like that? After I deal with this piece of trash, you're next to face judgment. Sylvia hurriedly explained, I didn't just bring him here for no reason. He's a fantastic cook. Saying this, Sylvia's cheeks turned pink. She couldn't even control her own drool as it ran down. Wiping it away, she continued, Plus, he can make a dish that we've never tasted before. Hearing this, both village chief Penham and Tesla were stunned. Never tasted before? Tesla, even though he was uncontrollably drooling, tried to keep his composure, awkwardly lifting his bow again and stuttering, You think just by saying that, wait, you're actually letting me go. At that moment, village chief Penham reached out and shouted, All right, Teslan. So that's where your gluttonous streak comes from. The whole elf village was just like him, and the chief was no exception. He was already drooling. He said seriously, we don't need to chase him off just yet. We should at least verify that for ourselves first, right? Teslan was shocked and cried out, Chief, but Kang. Kang Jin Hyuk grinned to himself, satisfied. The fruits grown in the elf village were extremely special. The magic power within them was equivalent to a single magic stone. So, just by eating them, one could boost their own magic power. On the day these fruits were harvested, the elves would gather to hold a ceremony to thank the forest, calling it the Moonlit Festival. And today was that very day. All the elves in the village gathered to sing, dance, and, of course, feast. After getting the green light from village chief Penham, Kang Jin Hyuk quickly activated his boundary restaurant skill, his hands moving swiftly to cook. As he laid out rows of savory, fragrant vegetarian meat dishes, the elves let out shouts of joy, unable to hold back their drool as it pooled on the ground. Once finished cooking, Kang Jin Hyuk began spreading out the tablecloth and arranging the aromatic meat on the plates, with one hand holding a giant platter and the other pointing at the delicious meat feast behind him. He smiled and said, Help yourselves, everyone. And don't worry, it's not real meat. It's vegetarian meat made from soybeans. Immediately after Kang Jin Hyuk's invitation, all the elves began skewering the meat to take a bite. The moment they tasted it, their eyes lit up and they couldn't help but shout, Oh my god, this is so good. Just then, Teslan glanced left and right, his hand sneakily reaching out to snatch a piece. But no matter how much he felt around, the plate was gone. Startled, he turned around only to find the dish had already been swiped away, and it was none other than Kang Jin Hyuk. Kang Jin Hyuk held the plate, scowling as he said, You jerk, do you have any self-respect at all? You aimed a weapon at me. And you want to eat? Don't even dream about it. Teslan stood there petrified, mouth agape. Finally, he had no choice but to tremble and stand in a corner, watching everyone else stuffing their faces with the delicious vegetarian meat. After finishing his meal, village chief Penham wiped his mouth with satisfaction and said, The flavor of this dish is truly exceptional. Then the chief laughed heartily, tossed his napkin aside, and shouted, Who would have thought that an outsider could bring me such immense joy? I have a very good feeling about this year's Moonlit Festival. Village chief Penham raised his hands reverently and shouted, We offer our thanks to the Great Mother Forest. The Moonlit Festival is officially open. As soon as the chief finished, all the elves cheered with excitement. The elves began bringing out their instruments to sing and dance. They performed a ritual of gratitude, hoping the grace of the Great Forest would stay with them forever. Outside the village, those who hadn't heard the commotion erupting within asked each other curiously, It sounds like the elves are celebrating something, right? The blonde guy replied, Yeah, it's super loud. The white-haired girl said regretfully, If they weren't so hostile toward us, we could have run over to see what's going on. The blonde guy grumbled, Just drop it. You know how nasty those guys are. If we get any closer, they'll go crazy and start shooting arrows at us immediately." But while he was talking, his comrade behind him was suddenly dragged into the bushes by a masked man in black. The blonde guy was still grinning, saying, "We're not even in the elf territory yet. Isn't this great?" But when he turned, he was met with the sight of his dead comrades covered in blood, lying everywhere on the ground. 10 masked figures in black, eyes glowing red with killing intent, were staring at him like he was a tiny piece of prey. The blonde guy panicked, eyes widening as he screamed, "Who are you?" But before he could finish, a figure in black was already behind him, blade pressed against his throat. In a flash, blood sprayed, ending his life. The group in black, led by Lich Kwang, hungrily shouldered their weapons and said, "Remember, leave no witnesses." Back in the elf village, where the Moonlit Festival was taking place, the elves were holding an archery competition, something every elf was incredibly skilled at. Kang Jin Hyuk sat with village chief Benem, watching the event and smiled, saying, "It really lives up to the reputation. Elves are truly born with a natural talent for archery." Village chief Benem laughed at the praise and replied, "Is that so? It's become such a natural part of us that we don't even notice it anymore." The chief suddenly asked, "What do you think about participating in the Moonlit Festival for the first time? It's very rare for a human to join our festivities. The more the outside world learns about our fruits, the more people try to invade our territory, which makes us hide away even more. But I'm still confident that we elves are second to none when it comes to appreciating food and music. And I know for a fact that our kind loves peace more than any other creature." Kang Jin Hyuk smiled and replied, "Elf culture is truly impressive." Suddenly, Teslin's angry voice rang out from behind him. "Who do you think you are to judge us?" Kang Jin Hyuk saw that Teslin was picking a fight again, so he smirked at him and mocked, "What's the matter? Sulking because I didn't let you eat?" This made Teslin glare away, annoyed. Frustrated, he started shouting, "Even if your cooking is out of this world, at the end of the day, you're just a human. Your very existence in this forest is disgusting." Kang Jin Hyuk immediately lost his temper and hissed, "Your face is even more disgusting, you jerk." Seeing that he had been insulted, Tesla gnashed his teeth and spat back, "Are you tired of living, human?" This scene made village chief Benem break out in a cold sweat, terrified. Suddenly, Kang Jin Hyuk reached out and grabbed an arrow from Teslin's quiver and said, "It's best not to ruin the festive atmosphere, so how about this?" A cunning look. Kang Jin Hyuk cast a wicked grin at the arrow in his hand and declared, "Let's have an archery contest, shall we? And the loser has to get the hell out of here." Everyone knows that archery is Tesla's specialty. Seeing Kang Jin Hyuk dare to challenge him made the fans cackle with delight. "Ha! You, of all people, you're actually betting on archery against me." Tesla pointed at Kang Jin Hyuk's face and shouted, "Fine, name your target." Immediately after Tesla spoke, the eyes of the entire goblin village lit up. They didn't even care about their food anymore. They all rushed toward Kang Jin Hyuk and Tesla with extreme excitement. Everyone started yelling, "Whoa, an archery match. Let's watch. Forget the food, let's go watch." Kang Jin Hyuk and Tesla were now standing in the middle of the arena, amidst the cheering of the goblin villagers, mostly cheering for Tesla, shouting, "Go die, Kang Jin Hyuk." Kang Jin Hyuk gave a cold laugh, glanced at Tesla, and sneered, "A bit boring, isn't it? Nobody's cheering for me. Unbelievable." Tesla frowned and replied, "Humph, you're just an outsider. Anyway, why the hell would anyone cheer for someone like you?" Kang Jin Hyuk sighed and said, "In that case, I guess I should bring my own cheerleader, shouldn't I?" Kang Jin Hyuk then reached into his inventory, and instantly, black-hatched Goguma popped out, chirping in a cute voice, "Mogi." Once released, Goguma wagged its tail happily, nuzzling into Kang Jin Hyuk. Kang Jin Hyuk hugged Goguma and said happily, There, that's my adorable little cutie." Tesla watched and muttered to himself, "What a bizarre summon." Tesla called out to Kang Jin Hyuk and, pointing to a tree in the distance, said, "Your cheerleader is cute, sure. But if you're done, shoot first. You just need to hit the target on that tree over there." Kang Jin Hyuk replied cheerfully, "Sure thing." Kang Jin Hyuk quickly drew his bow. Without taking much time to aim, he let the arrow fly casually, and it struck the third ring of the target on the tree. Tesla sneered when he saw that and said, "Ha, not bad for a human. But if you think you can defeat me, you've got a long way to go." With that, Tesla pulled his bow taut, aiming straight at the target. Suddenly, a small black creature darted forward. Just before Tesla could release his arrow, black-hatched Goguma jumped out, opened its mouth wide, and let out a roar. Fear was instantly triggered. Tesla was affected by the fear, falling into a state of panic for 3 seconds. His face turned pale and dizzy, and he accidentally dropped the arrow he was holding. Even the goblin villagers who were busy eating popcorn while watching the match were affected by the fear. Some panicked to the point of foaming at the mouth, And the mastermind behind it all, Kang Jin Hyuk, stood to the side, laughing gleefully. In the blink of an eye, all the goblins around Kang Jin Hyuk had collapsed to the ground. Tesla trembled as he looked at Kang Jin Hyuk and asked, "What the hell did you just do?" Tesla's arrow, due to the fear effect, also failed to reach the target and landed sadly on the ground. At this moment, Kang Jin Hyuk removed his earplugs and said with a smile, "Aw, how innocent and pure." Both Kang Jin Hyuk and Black-Hatched Goguma wore devilish grins, taunting, "Isn't it only natural to use every means necessary to win?" At the same time, Kang Jin Hyuk's copy system notified him, "Condition met." Tesla, hearing this, couldn't believe the level of pettiness and shamelessness of Kang Jin Hyuk. Deep inside, he was furious. This crazy human. Goguma suddenly sat down on the ground and let out a sulky, whiny sound. "Mogi." Kang Jin Hyuk saw this, quickly knelt on one knee, and scolded it loudly. "Goguma, be careful. This is very important." It whimpered and whined again. "Mogi." Kang Jin Hyuk quickly picked Goguma up, frowned, and continued, "From now on, don't do that again. Being cute isn't everything, you know?" It didn't seem to care about what he said, and only focused on biting something. Tesla clutched his head and slowly stood up, shouting, "You damn human. You brought that dragon out just to act cowardly? Have you no shame?" The Kang Jin Hyuk casually confirmed, "Nope, I don't." The system suddenly appeared and delivered a notification. "You have acquired absolute swordsmanship." Kang Jin Hyuk squinted at his opponent and said with a sly smile, "Because I'm a filthy human, after all." The system popped up again, displaying the description of the absolute swordsmanship skill. Difficulty. A. Description. Increases mastery of bows and arrows and similar weapons by 90%. After 5 seconds of focus, accuracy increases to 100%. Tesla clenched his fists and spat out angrily, "I don't care if you're filthy or not. I will never acknowledge a victory won this way." Kang Jin Hyuk waved his hand and replied with a bored frown, all right. Let's just call it a warm-up. If you want, you can shoot again." Gripping his bow, Tesla threatened, "If you try to cheat again, I won't let it slide." Kang Jin Hyuk replied lazily, Yeah. Tesla sighed softly and said, "This has dragged on long enough." Just as he drew his bow to aim, the system appeared and announced, "Activating absolute swordsmanship." After the system notification, Tesla's arrow was released, striking dead center in the bullseye. The crowd saw this and couldn't help but marvel and praise him. "Perfect." Someone else chimed in, "Oh, as expected of Lord Tesla." Sylvia, seeing this, puffed out her chest and advised, "Lord Kang Jin Hyuk, it's not too late yet. Why don't you beg Lord Tesla for mercy?" She continued in a stern voice, "Lord Tesla is the best archer among us. A human could never defeat him in archery." As he reached out to channel his power, Kang Jin Hyuk smirked mockingly. "The best in the goblin world, huh? We'll see about that." The system suddenly appeared and announced, activating ice binding. Right then, near the target, a block of ice slowly rose from the ground. It immediately pierced through the center of the target, and then a vortex of wind formed, sweeping away all the targets. The crowd was shocked and shouted, "What?" He blew the target away. Tesla, both stunned and furious at the sight, turned to Kang Jin Hyuk and yelled, "You bastard, what are you doing?" He smirked and asked back, "What do you mean?" After that, Kang Jin Hyuk drew his bow and replied with a wicked smile, "I'm just adjusting the difficulty to match my own ability." The system suddenly appeared and notified, "By combining Blood Demon arts and absolute swordsmanship, you have acquired the Crimson Demon Bullet." The system notification pops up quickly, introducing the technique. Absolute Swordsmanship, difficulty level, AA. The skill description amplifies accuracy and power. Its destructive power is terrifying. By using corruption and 2.5 seconds of focus, accuracy increases to 100%, and your mastery of bows, arrows, and similar weapons increases to 145%. Teslan cannot help but be stunned, his eyes widening. He thinks to himself, something changed in that split second. Just as Kang Jin Hyuk shoots his arrow, the system notifies him that Crimson Demon Bullet is activated. The target boards are still spinning wildly, but even so, his arrow easily aims right at the arrow Teslan shot earlier, splitting it into 2 pieces. Due to the massive force of the arrow, the target boards are also shattered in 2. Teslan sees this and is so shocked he cannot even close his mouth. The crowd is also astonished by the scene before them. Someone suddenly shouts, "No way! That target is made of ironwood, so it shouldn't have shattered that easily." Another person chimes in loudly, "He split the arrow stuck in Teslan's bullseye in 2 and destroyed the target." Kang Jin Hyuk looks at his opponent and asks with a smug smile, "How does it feel to lose to a lowly, filthy human?" Teslan suddenly lowers his bow, disappointed, and replies, "I can't even restore a shred of my honor." As he turns to leave, he adds, "Since I lost, I will leave this village immediately and never return. As a ranger of the elf forest, I, Teslan, always keep my promises." He continues, "Well, I guess I'm not a ranger anymore anyway." A villager bows his head sadly and calls out, "Master Teslan." Kang Jin Hyuk sees this, quickly reaches out his hand and calls out loudly, "Teslan, wait a second." He sighs softly and asks, "What's the problem?" "I said I was leaving. Do you two still want to mock me?" He scratches his head, feeling awkward, and replies, "I understand your honor thing, but you know, it's a festival right now. If you just leave like this, it's going to kill the mood." He smiles and suggests, "So, let's change the conditions, Teslan." Hearing this, he turns to look at him, completely confused. After a moment, he makes a face like he just bit into a chili pepper and yells, "I'd rather leave." Two people nearby, seeing something, bite their lips to keep from laughing out loud. Kang Jin Hyuk crosses his arms and chuckles. "Don't be like that. Where I come from, only the strongest people are allowed to wear that outfit." He continues with a teasing tone, "We call it the industry professional look." It turns out the thing that made Teslan rather leave and made the two villagers hold back their laughter was the rather revealing fairy butterfly costume he was wearing. On top of that, he had a ridiculous bunny bow on his head and a staff that looked like it came from Cardcaptor Sakura. The red-haired guy suddenly shouts, "Who dares to laugh at Master Teslan?" But he can't even stay serious for more than 2 seconds before bursting out laughing, spitting out his drink, with tears welling in his eyes. Seeing this, Teslan is so furious that he kicks the guy hard in the stomach. Benham laughs loudly, "Ha ha, your tastes are pretty twisted, aren't they?" I didn't think Teslan would accept such calm conditions. Kang Jin Hyuk glances at him and asks jokingly, "Is this going a bit too far?" Watching Teslan struggle to deal with the people mocking him, he thinks to himself, "Man, the strongest ranger in town is being made into a laughingstock. Maybe I should let him off the hook in a bit." Benham smiles and replies, "No, it's fine." In the end, he needs to taste the bitterness of defeat. I think his obsession with protecting the elf forest is actually holding him back. That's why I'm glad we met you. Kang Jin Hyuk glances at him, smiles, and thinks, "This elder is better than I thought." Then, he smirks with a dark intention. "Well, I think I can be a little meaner, right?" Benham laughs and adds, "Ha ha ha, teach him a lesson." It's not often we get an opportunity like this. Suddenly, someone appears. That person is gasping for air and runs over. The blonde guy shouts, "Elder!" The elder must have seen something, because his face suddenly turns dark and his mouth hangs open in total panic. It turns out it was because he saw the blonde guy kneeling in front of him, missing an arm. He asks anxiously, "Are you Lucian, one of the outskirt guards? What happened?" Lucian hesitates and replies, "Invasion, there's an invasion." Then he begins to recount the events. A group of masked people suddenly appeared and started swinging their swords at anything that blocked their path. The outskirt guards couldn't handle them. They're very strong. Even the high-level guards couldn't defeat them. Saying this, he suddenly spits up blood. Sylvia sees this, rushes over, and says with concern, "Master Lucian, don't say any more. Your condition is not good at all." The crowd sees this and yells in unison. Elder Benham shouts orders. "Prepare for battle. Unlock the armory." The invaders must have surrounded the forest. Fight with your lives to protect the elf forest. Teslan immediately changes his outfit and shouts, "Rally the emergency defense force. High-level guards, come with me." While everyone is busy preparing armor and weapons to go to war, Kang Jin Hyuk stands perfectly still. He suddenly grinds his teeth, and Kang Jin Hyuk's eyes glow brightly. He looks absolutely furious. In the dark forest, a group of youths runs desperately, trying to catch their breath. One of them groans, "I can't run anymore." The girl in the lead grinds her teeth. "Who the hell are those bastards?" The guy who groaned turns back, saying to the group chasing them, trying to be reasonable, "Hold on. Listen, we're just normal players." The person running next to him gets pissed off and yells, "You idiots." A guy dressed like a ninja holding a spear glides past them. Then, an explosion goes off, shaking the earth violently. The group of youths is blasted away. Everyone is bloodied and bruised. The ninja's eyes are emotionless as he tells the whole ninja squad, "Do not leave anyone alive." Everything in this elven forest had to be wiped out. The cold-blooded ninjas began slaughtering all the villagers. The agonizing screams of the unfortunate victims echoed everywhere. The entire forest reeked of blood as a faint, desperate cry for help rang out. But it was hopeless. The poor victim was suddenly stabbed by 2 ninjas, caught completely off guard. One ninja was struck in the chest and stomach by 2 arrows. The other one saw it and immediately shouted, "Enemy attack." But before he could finish, an arrow pierced his head. A silver-haired man with a longbow jumped down from a tree. It was Benham. He was stunned. Staring at the tragic scene before him, he gasped, "How could this happen?" The other elves also landed one by one behind and beneath him. An elven woman lay dead, her eyes wide open. Dried tears still clung to her face, and her stomach had been slashed to pieces. Benham knelt down, speaking in sorrow. Mothers, they were slaughtered so cruelly. He cradled the cold body, his eyes clouded, his entire body trembling as he whispered. I'm so sorry I couldn't protect you all, Benham choked out, speaking to the small body in his arms. The archers standing beside him all bowed their heads in silence. Teslin gritted his teeth, his body burning with rage, then commanded in a stern voice, listen up. If you find any villagers still alive, evacuate them to the center of the village immediately. Our troops are strong there, so it should be safe. As for the enemy, kill them on sight. The other elves' eyes filled with hatred. Their eyes welled with tears as they listened in silence. Teslin roared, his face twisted in anger. We must avenge our fallen kin. In the name of the great forest mother, everyone around shouted in unison. Suddenly, a voice rose from the crowd. Want revenge? Good. I have a plan. Teslin glanced over and asked, a plan? High up in the branches, the ninja squad moved at lightning speed. A notification appeared. Squad B-16 lost 2 connections. A ninja approached Sui-Hwa to discuss it. Sui-Hwa, I think the elves have started fighting back, she calmly replied, much faster than expected. Sui-Hwa shouted, listen up, everyone. Our top priority is to eliminate Kang Jin Hyuk, she said triumphantly to her troops. The elf forest is covered by an interference barrier, so Kang Jin Hyuk won't be able to call for reinforcements. Shua opened an online meeting and gave the order. Tighten the encirclement. Close in on the center of the village until you find the target. Squad C, clear. The red-haired captain, Ten Chao, acknowledged the order. One of his hands didn't forget to crush the head of an unfortunate elf. Squad A, clear. The white-haired captain, Lich Quang, replied. As he sped off, he thought, Shui-Hwa, if you count the S-rankers, we have 150 people. We'll surround the forest and move inward. Whoever finds Kang Jin Hyuk first should try to stall for time. The other squads must arrive immediately. Then we'll all attack at once. She compared Kang Jin Hyuk to a massive T-Rex surrounded and attacked by many smaller dinosaurs. Shui-Hwa imagined the big dinosaur being climbed on and mauled by the smaller ones, and she felt thrilled. No matter how strong the target is, he can't take down 3 S-rankers at once. As she leaped through the forest, Shui-Hwa gleefully cursed. You will quietly disappear from this world. Like this, Zheng Hua Guild wants Kang Jin Hyuk. Suddenly, a pair of hands reached for her face before she even knew it. Shui-Hwa opened her eyes wide in shock. Smack. A hard hit to her face. Shui-Hwa stumbled, slipping off the branch. The dashing figure zipped past her. Shui-Hwa fell, rolling onto the ground in complete humiliation. She immediately sat up and struck a pose as if she had landed perfectly to hide her embarrassment. The man in the suit stood leisurely with his hands in his pockets, holding a face mask in the other. He said arrogantly, I was wondering who it could be. So it was you lot. Shui-Hwa rubbed her face and looked up at the man. He mocked. The pathetic Zhenghua bastards who were swarming in front of the broadcasting station. So that was Kang Jin Hyuk. He tossed Shui-Hwa's face mask away and looked down at her with a challenging expression. He boasted, I hope you're prepared to pay the price for bothering me. Shui-Hwa was shaking with rage, laughing helplessly as she lamented, Ha! I never expected that I would be the one to hit the jackpot. Ten Chao's Squad C was full of fighting spirit as they walked calmly down the path. A notification appeared, Squad B has found Kang Jin Hyuk. Ten Chao remained calm and said, Squad C, clear. He turned to his subordinates and hurriedly ordered, move out to Squad B's location. Hurry, hurry. He was cut off, feeling something rushing toward them. Glancing upward, Ten Chao swung his blade with powerful, sharp slashes. Arrows flew at them, but unfortunately, one of his lackeys was hit. Teslin and the other elves, their eyes brimming with fury. They looked down from the high branches. Teslin asked, Where do you think you're going, you outsiders? Your opponent is us. Ten Chao, veins popping on his face, roared, These native villagers are going to. At Squad B's location, a ninja was stabbed in the chest and cried out in pain. The system constantly broadcasted, activating sword, grave, Kang Jin Hyuk. With ghostly sword techniques, he lunged forward, his face unmoved, claiming the life of each enemy with every step. Shui-Hwa screamed in panic, Stand. Stand together. Split up. Squad B jumped into the trees, fleeing in chaos from the monster Kang Jin Hyuk. The system broadcasted, activating ice chains. With a spin, Kang Jin Hyuk unleashed ice arrows. 3 of them were hit and screamed, 7. 7. Shui-Hwa hid behind a tree watching as her subordinates were frozen one by one, breaking into a cold sweat. She gritted her teeth in fear. He's much stronger than the intel said. If we keep going like this, we're all going to die before the other squads even get here, she kept telling herself, her mind racing. I have to find a way to stall for time, Kang Jin Hyuk shouted, stopping as he glanced behind him. Ophelia feigned a playful tone. I don't know why you're here, but I guess you're after something, right? Kang Jin Hyuk scoffed coldly. What does that have to do with you? Come over here. Stop wasting time, Suhua boasted, claiming her men were currently destroying everything. Once I have you in my sights, I'll close in. And while you're here, others will pass through the village center, she threatened, implying that once that village was destroyed, whatever you're after will surely be destroyed along with it. Kang Jin Hyuk bowed his head, his voice dropping low. Destroy the village? Suhua watched Kang Jin Hyuk becoming so stubborn and thought gleefully, if there really is something in that village he wants, he'll leave immediately to protect it. She was full of smug satisfaction, thinking she would buy enough time for the others to arrive as reinforcements. Contrary to what Suhua expected, Kang Jin Hyuk just stood there, covering his mouth as he snorted with laughter. Suhua stared blankly at his strange behavior. She shouted, That village is being destroyed. Aren't you even concerned? Kang Jin Hyuk smirked and denied, No. Of course, I don't want that to happen. I understand what you're actually trying to do. But to me, it's honestly ridiculous. Kang Jin Hyuk scoffed. Just then, Team A had arrived at the elf village. They looked up in a panic. Surrounded by ruins and debris, Lich Wang looked up high, stuttering incoherently. What? No way. How could she be here? A pair of slender legs and black stockings dangled in midair, followed by a cold voice. To be honest, I couldn't care less about these elves. Alice von Ataraxia. Alice von Ataraxia's face darkened with rage. However, you actually dared to get in the way of my contractor's work. The system announced, activating blood spears. In the sky, blood gathered into spears. Alice von Ataraxia finished. That's more than enough reason to kill you all. Lich Wang was shaking like a leaf, whimpering. We can't hold out against this monster. Go to hell. Alice von Ataraxia lowered her hand. The blood spears rained down, red as her eyes. Lich Wang stood frozen, unable to react as the blood spears overwhelmed him. A deafening, crimson explosion rang out. On the other end, Team B received a notification. The friend you were trying to contact does not exist. Suhua's eyes widened in panic. What's this? After Ataraxia's bloody purge, every member of Team A had been wiped out by the blood spears. Lich Wang was now at death's door, struggling to call the other teams. Reinforcements' central village area then he collapsed, having no strength left to hold on. Ataraxia stood high above, cold, and beautiful under the moonlight, saying with contempt, How boring. Not a shred of excitement. Ataraxia landed gracefully. Hearing a sound, she glanced over. An elf family was peeking at her. Ataraxia didn't react, maintaining her haughty expression, waiting for them to speak. Realizing they were too timid to approach and growing impatient, she asked haughtily, Do you elves know how to brew alcohol? The family stared at each other, bewildered. At Team B, Suhua looked at the notification. The friend you were trying to contact does not exist. Her heart raced in shock. Our strongest team wiped out already? That bastard, what has he done? Suhua glared at Kang Jin Hyuk with hatred. At this moment, she was hiding behind a rock. Kang Jin Hyuk was slowly approaching with an overwhelming aura. Realizing he had gotten very close, Suhua gave the order, Everyone, blood magic formation. Kang Jin Hyuk narrowed his eyes, scanning the ninjas surrounding them. From the shadows, ninja figures lunged from all sides, turning the sky into a steel web. Suhua began casting her magic. The system announced, activating neural toxin. Her mouth spewed out a bizarre black smoke. The system notified Kang Jin Hyuk, due to the effect of the neural toxin, you have gained immunity to fear. However, the ninjas were not so lucky. After the toxin spread, the ninjas who inhaled it changed, their eyes turning red as fire, veins bulging on their foreheads. The ninjas went berserk, screaming. They lunged to attack Kang Jin Hyuk like wild beasts. Kang Jin Hyuk remained calm, parrying the enemy's attacks. Kang Jin Hyuk turned, unleashing kicks as powerful as thunder when a ninja tried to bring a staff down on his head from behind. Kang Jin Hyuk dodged in a flash and countered with a slash to the chest. He scoffed, You people are truly insane. To stop more enemies from attacking, Kang Jin Hyuk created a thick wall of ice, splitting the battlefield. Yet, the ninjas kept rushing forward. Kang Jin Hyuk easily parried their blows, inflicting casualties. A circle of ice was created. The ninjas were thrown back by Kang Jin Hyuk and couldn't even get close. Suhua, seeing her magic formation easily countered by Kang Jin Hyuk, was furious. She thought impatiently, Ten Chao, where did you go? Get over here already. At Team C, a fierce battle raged between the ninjas and the elf tribesmen. Teslin activated sure-hit archery. He fired arrows. Ten Chao quickly took out a massive blade to block the incoming shots. Sylvia, on her side, activated obstacle forest. Roots erupted from the ground, surging forward. Ten Chao was ensnared by vines all over his body. Teslin's eyes were filled with hatred as he gritted his teeth, drawing his bow at Ten Chao. He roared, "I won't let any of you escape." Ten Chao shivered at that. Pay for your sins. Teslin fired 3 arrows at Ten Chao. Ten Chao strained his body to break free from the vines. He activated Defense Aura, increasing defense by 50%. The arrows snapped in 2 upon hitting him. The system kept notifying. Message from Team B, Ten Chao, hurry up. Kang Jin Hyuk is here. Ten Chao glanced at the sender, Suhua, in surprise. Ten Chao said with a sinister tone, "So, your plan was to keep me here, huh?" His whole body was once again wrapped in vines, and even tighter than before. Ten Chao's eyes turned blood red as he roared. "But you won't succeed." He broke through the vines. A swirling vortex formed around him. Sylvia had to shield herself from the powerful wind. The system announced, activating sword key enhancement. Ten Chao lunged with his blade. Sylvia watched in horror as the sword drew closer. She thought she was about to meet her maker. A thunderous explosion echoed. Dust filled the air. The forest was cut in half, and a long trench was carved into the earth. Luckily, Sylvia had been pulled away by Teslin just in time. She said breathlessly, "Thank you, Teslin." Teslin was stunned. Watching Ten Chao prepare a terrifying technique right in front of him, Kang Jin Hyuk sternly warned, "Don't you dare drop your guard again." Ten Chao stood alone in the shadows, an eerie, malevolent aura radiating from his body. His eyes were hollow and filled with madness, while 5 massive blades hovered by his side. Tesla calmly assessed the situation. This guy is pretty strong. Over at Team B, a ninja was sliced in 2 by Kang Jin Hyuk. Without a single speck of dust on him, Kang Jin Hyuk stepped over the corpses of the ninjas, his sword still dripping with blood. He called out in a cold voice, "Sowa, there are no AI units left. Why don't you come out?" Sowa, hiding behind a rock, lowered her head in despair. "The whole unit is wiped out, and the other teams couldn't even reinforce us in time." She looked up, accepting her fate. "You're right, there's no point in hiding anymore." She stepped out from behind the rock. Kang Jin Hyuk's system window displayed her information. Name, Sowa. Gender, female. Age, 25. Level, 28. Strength, 16. Agility, 28. Stamina, 25. Magic, 33. EXP, 57. Available stat points, 0. Current gold, 51,558. Class, Poison Master. Skills, Level 9. Bone Poison. Level 8. Divine Poison. Level 8. Intermediate Memorization. Level 8. Poison Dispersion. The system announced an important detail, the condition to copy a skill. So Wa was a player who possessed extremely potent, deadly poisons. If you can suppress her power while still being affected by her poison, you can copy one of her skills, Kang Jin Hyuk thought, gritting his teeth. Copying while poisoned? That's a bit risky. So the conditions for copying are different for poison-related stuff. Always a headache, isn't it? Sowa spoke calmly. "I know you're very strong," but she activated Divine Poison and charged at him. Kang Jin Hyuk shouted, "If I get hit by your poison, I probably won't survive." Her hands were engulfed in an ominous green mist as she threw a poison bomb. Kang Jin Hyuk easily dodged, and the bomb hit a tree, which immediately began to corrode and rot. Kang Jin Hyuk's face remained ice cold, but internally, he was thinking, "Ha, that's gotta hurt, right? But honestly, I really want to get at least one of those skills." He continued to dodge Sowa's attacks. Suddenly, Kang Jin Hyuk appeared out of nowhere, grabbing Sowa by the throat. Her eyes widened in shock. Sowa struggled to break free. "I'm trying to decide here. Stop moving," Kang Jin Hyuk complained. Sowa leaped into the air, forcing Kang Jin Hyuk to jump after her. Sowa activated her defensive aura, increasing her defense by 50%. Kang Jin Hyuk drove his foot into Sowa's stomach. She thought grimly, "With this skill, I should be able to block almost any physical attack." When Kang Jin Hyuk struck her stomach, the impact was so powerful it looked like her body was about to snap in 2. Sowa was struck, left speechless, her mind filled with confusion. "No way I used that skill. So why is the damage still this high?" Kang Jin Hyuk threw her to the ground like a rag doll. He turned to her and snapped, "I'm trying to think. Shut your mouth for a second." Sowa still wouldn't give up. "I have to hold out until Ten Chao gets here." She tried to stand up and rushed at Kang Jin Hyuk with a poison bomb in her hand, cheering herself on, "I have to wound him, too." Kang Jin Hyuk blinked, appearing right in front of Sowa. Terror washed over her entire body. "You really are hard of hearing, aren't you?" Kang Jin Hyuk grumbled, tossing her high into the air. He felt a sting. Kang Jin Hyuk looked down. A poison needle was embedded in his finger. Sowa was exhausted, her body trembling, but her voice couldn't hide a smirk. Kang Jin Hyuk, did you really think I'd just stupidly charge at you like that? From her mouth, she spat out a poison needle. Sowa playfully said, Gotcha. The system announced, you have been poisoned. The nerves in Kang Jin Hyuk's hand swelled and turned purple. The system continued to warn, your health is being drained. Kang Jin Hyuk darkened as he stared at his hand. The system suddenly chimed, you have been struck by the 100 divine poison. Kang Jin Hyuk stared in shock at the bulging veins on his arm. Suddenly, a danger signal blared, your meridians are beginning to sustain damage. Sowa looked at his poison arm and said triumphantly, my 100 divine poison will make the magic in your meridians run wild, eventually destroying all your internal organs. This type of poison seeps directly into your magic, which means creating an antidote is impossible. With that, Sowa burst into loud laughter. You're dead. Dead. Slowly and painfully. Kang Jin Hyuk struggled, tightly gripping his wrist to prevent the poison from spreading. The system chimed. You have activated the pulse suppression technique. Magic recovery speed increased by 30%. He desperately squeezed his wrist, and the poison-tipped needle popped out. Kang Jin Hyuk smirked. Antidote. Huh? He seemed to go crazy, flashing a savage smile at his opponent. Do I look like I need that? Can I just suppress the magic and use brute force? Suo was frustrated and quickly summoned her sword, taking a stance to attack while gritting her teeth. Damn it. Looks like I can't avoid death after all. Saying that, Kang Jin Hyuk darted toward her at breakneck speed. A fierce, decisive, heaven-shattering punch slammed straight into Sowa's cheek, causing her to cough up blood. Just then, the system displayed a notification. Mountain Heaven's Sword Chi has been activated. In the distance, a masked man in black was running wildly toward them. Sowa was struggling to dodge Kang Jin Hyuk's rapid-fire attacks. Suddenly, a flash of white light zipped past. Jin Hyuk was just in time to block all the attacks for Sowa, who collapsed, exhausted. The masked man in black shouted in a panic. Kang Jin Hyuk smirked and swung his sword, intending to deliver a fatal blow to his opponent. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the bushes nearby. Just as Kang Jin Hyuk's system displayed the notification that the Mountain Heaven Sword Chi was activated, the man in black leaped out of nowhere and lunged at him. An explosion erupted, shaking the entire area. The surrounding trees were flattened by the residual force of the clash. The masked man stood firm, blocking the path in front of Sowa. He asked softly, How are you? Sowa, can you still stand? He was known by the name Ten Chao, gender, male, age, 35, level, 29, strength, 31, agility, 24, stamina, 25, magic, 33, spirit, 55, available stat points, 0, current gold, 17,463, class, commander, skills, level 10, Mountain Heaven Sword Chi, level 9, amplification technique, level 9, Blood Hand Soul Art, level 8, Mountain Heaven Footwork, level 7, eradicate roots. Kang Jin Hyuk stared in shock at the person before him, thinking to himself, wait, if this guy is here, does that mean the Tesla group has already been defeated? Just then, the system displayed a notification. Copy condition. Ten Chao always uses the bond of friendship to counter his enemies. To keep her safe, if you can suppress Ten Chao without sustaining a single injury, you may choose to copy one of his skills. Kang Jin Hyuk glanced at his opponent, scoffing, I don't need that mountain sword technique. It's just a watered-down version of my soul-chasing sword style, but that root and branch skill might actually come in handy. Suddenly, Jin Hyuk sniffed the air, curious. Wait, what the hell is this system, anyway? How does it know what people are feeling? This is terrifying. Suddenly, his vision blurred. Jin Hyuk started experiencing hallucinations. His head began to spin. Sensing something was wrong with his opponent, Ten Chao hurriedly helped the person beside him up and patted her back. It looks like he's in trouble. This is our chance. Wake up, Shui Hua. Ten Chao, exhausted, whispered to the others. What's the status, Ten Chao? He replied in a weak voice, I think we're the only ones left alive. Shui Hua smiled bitterly, then said, Listen closely then. After trading a few blows with him, I realized one thing. She clutched her injured arm tightly, glancing toward Kang Jin Hyuk. I can say for sure, even if Li Keqiang came here personally, he wouldn't be able to defeat him. Ten Chao asked in fear, Is he really that strong? Shui Hua nodded in acknowledgement. Regardless, the mission has failed, so there's no point in going back. Saying that, she reached out and pulled Ten Chao's mask down. She whispered, The only thing we can do now is see this mission through to the bitter end. As she finished speaking, Shui Hua leaned in and gave Ten Chao a passionate kiss. He opened his eyes wide in shock, staring at the woman before him. Meanwhile, Kang Jin Hyuk was still struggling to break free from the hallucinations. Once his vision cleared, he looked at the steamy scene in front of him with an expression of pure disgust. What the hell are you two doing? Looking at that is so annoying. A long moment later, Shui Hua pulled away from the kiss, her mouth exhaling a dark aura. Ten Chao did the same. His mouth was also filled with that same toxic aura. The system chimed in, activating neural toxin infection. Thanks to the effect of the neural toxin, you have achieved immunity to fear. Thanks to the intense kiss, Ten Chao seemed to gain 100% of his strength, madly rushing toward Kang Jin Hyuk. He laughed heartily, as if he had no regrets about dying. Kang Jin Hyuk lowered his voice, drew his weapon, and smirked coldly. Looks like you two are finally getting serious, huh? Well then, I guess I'll get serious too. At the same time, the system displayed a notification. Sword Grave has been activated. Your sword sense has increased by 500%. Ten Chao and Shui Hua charged forward together. Ten Chao shouted excitedly. Let's do this, Shui Hua. He raised his great mountain sword, second form. The first massive strike was aimed straight at Kang Jin Hyuk. Shui Hua was no slouch either. She gripped her venomous snake sword and lunged forward, shouting gleefully. Let's put on one hell of a show. Kang Jin Hyuk unleashed his combined sword technique, summoning the 8th form of the soul-chasing sword style, Black Spirit Body. By then, the signal-jamming barrier had been dispelled. Ten Chao's great mountain sword, second form, was split in two by the massive slash. He lay covered in blood, dragging himself across the ground. Ten Chao struggled, trying to reach his blood-soaked hands out, clawing at the air for a long moment before finally succumbing to exhaustion. Kang Jin Hyuk's system echoed, copied, 100 poison skill and root and branch. 100 poison skill, difficulty AA. Description: you can blend thousands of poisons together. Your knowledge of poisons has increased significantly. Furthermore, you will be equipped with additional poison resistance. 100 poison skill, root and branch, difficulty BB. Description: if a designated target is located within a radius of 10 kilometers around you, the target will appear on a map. You can view and predict the target's movement trajectory. The copied skills were being etched into the memory of the world. Jin Hyuk looked contentedly at his completely healed palm. He smirked slightly and turned to walk away, leaving his two opponents slumped on the ground. I knew it. The 8th form isn't easy to use at all. The muscle aches tomorrow definitely won't be a joke. Ten Chao and Shui Hua, their bodies soaked in blood, reached out and grabbed each other's hands. Jin Hyuk's figure slowly faded away, leaving behind the voice. I wonder how I should deal with this Chinese guild now. Ten Chao reached out to touch Shui Hua's hand before his head slumped. In his final moments, he still tried to cling to the woman he loved. It was a beautiful love, but it was a shame they chose the wrong faction to be loyal to. And that was the end of the attack campaign the Zhongwu, a guild, had aimed at me. After the battle, 14 elven forests had been razed, and the elves had suffered heavy casualties. Tesla, having lost the battle against Ten Chao, was severely injured. But thanks to Sylvia, he managed to save his life. Tesla wheezed, "Thank you so much for stopping the attack." Kang Jin Hyuk replied with a smirk, "Stop being so dramatic and get some rest." After the war, Elder Fenaham must have been shocked, as he only saw him giving orders, but never saw hide nor hair of him. After returning from victory, Alice became an idol to the young elves. Suddenly, for some reason, drinking alcohol became the new cultural trend. As for me, the root cause of all these events, I didn't care about those fleeting matters. What Kang Jin Hyuk cared about was protecting his territory. After the war, Jin Hyuk returned and focused on training, learning how to reactivate the barrier. After many attempts, finally, the 8-star defense barrier for the army was activated. It wasn't just one. He performed multiple techniques simultaneously. The system sounded repeatedly. 3-star barrier, tri-barrier has been activated. 3-star barrier, keygate formation has been activated. He stared coldly at the ring of barriers he had just opened. He muttered to himself, "Not bad. From now on, those Chinese people won't be able to easily invade this place again." Saying that, he turned and headed home, his tone a bit irritable. I hate it when people mess with my stuff. On the other hand, at the Zhonghua Guild headquarters, during a post-battle meeting, staff reported that the strike force of 150 people, including 3 S-rank powerhouses, had been completely wiped out. The vice president of the Zhonghua Guild, S-rank player, Liu Ziyu, gritted his teeth in frustration upon hearing this. He rubbed his weary head and growled in a raspy voice, "Tell me, is that Kang Jin Hyuk really that strong?" One of the members boldly replied, "Sir, both Li Keqiang and Su Hua had combat power scores over 10,000, yet they would still only be considered high average among the players in our guild. Another member seriously analyzed, since the player federation's ranking system is not yet fully perfected, anyone with a combat power over 10,000 is automatically labeled S rank. She continued softly, just because Kang Jin Hyuk is labeled S rank doesn't mean we should treat him as equal to all other S ranks. Song Jung-ah spoke up. Why don't we just send an assassin with over 20,000 combat power from one of our masters to him? A bald man wearing glasses retorted, send an assassin to take out a foreign S-rank powerhouse? Are you insane? What if that's considered an act of war? What do you plan to do then? So what? Are you all afraid to go to war? I'm not afraid. I mean, it wouldn't bring us any benefits. The two began to argue heatedly. Liu Xiu sat there blankly, terrified. Damn it, Master Namgung Hyun Chun will certainly not sit still after hearing this news. He might tear me to pieces. A voice suddenly rang out, interrupting Liu Xiu's thoughts. Do you still not understand your current situation? An old man with a long beard walked in. He was a resident of the 21st floor of the Mirim world, the great elder of the Moi Ong-su family. Upon seeing him, everyone immediately said in unison, Great Elder Moi Ong-su. Everyone stood up and bowed respectfully to him. The old man sat down slowly and said, Knowing yourself and your enemy is the foundation of combat strategy. At this point, if you don't even know that basic fact, it's clear as day that you'll lose next time as well. Liu Xiu, standing beside him, bowed his head humbly. Please forgive us, Great Elder. The old man lowered his voice. Leave the task of dealing with Kang Jin Hyuk to us. I will go there myself to talk to Namgung Hyun Chun. Liu Xiu replied, trembling slightly. But how dare we let you go personally, Great Elder? Moi Ong-su angrily cut him off. Enough. He glared at Liu Xiu and barked, Do you still not understand? None of you are capable of handling that guy. The move he used in the final seconds of the footage sent to us is definitely the 8th form of the soul-chasing sword technique. The old man added in a chiding tone. Even in the Mirim world, very few people know about the soul-chasing sword technique, yet an outsider has learned it all the way to the 8th form. His eyes darkened, filled with resentment. He muttered, It seems we still have a chance. In the forest, everyone was focused on their work. Some were carrying firewood, others were choosing trees. Suddenly, something appeared that made a few people stop everything. A young man's jaw dropped, and tears quickly welled up in the corners of his eyes. Gradually, others gathered in one place. Some were excited, but most were shocked beyond words, and the reason for their reaction was the appearance of Benham. Although he wore a warm smile as a greeting, it could not hide the wrinkles and exhaustion on his face clearly carved by months of battle. The villagers cheered to signal one another. Village Chief Benham is here. Following behind the village chief were a few others. Returning to the familiar shelter, Benham could hardly suppress his emotions. He stepped firmly and gently onto the podium. When Benham stood on the podium, he looked down at the people who trusted him. They had quickly moved and paused, all work to be here. Hoping to see and hear him speak, he began. Because of this raid, we have suffered great losses, and even though the guards fought with all their might, many of our kin have fallen. As a leader, the village chief understood that the people's morale was crucial to the success of anything. Therefore, Benham chose to face the pain, which was still bleeding, honestly. The next moment, with many beloved faces still carrying heavy sorrow, looking up at him, Benham continued his speech. Even so, we must let go of this past and move forward into the future, to rebuild the great forest so that our descendants can once again thrive as before. Benham raised his voice to show his determination, lifting a jug of wine high and boldly declaring, Therefore, let the Moonlit Festival continue. We will continue to hold a feast to remember those who have passed, to wash away all the pain of the present. Responding to the call to live for the present and the future, the villagers really held a feast that very day. Everyone raised their glasses to celebrate good things and to remember those who had fallen. Beside a large fire, burning higher than a person's head, they gathered together. Everyone joined in chanting, For our friends who have returned to the arms of the great forest, for our friends here. Some people were still busy bustling about to cook and serve the grand feast with great skill. That person was activating the interdimensional restaurant. It was just cooking, but Kang Jin Hyuk's face showed such passion. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he was engrossed in his work. He focused on the food, every movement very skillful. Sylvia and Benham were nearby, watching Kang Jin Hyuk's cooking process without looking away for even a second. Sylvia clicked her tongue. Who would have thought that an outsider we happened to meet in the forest would help us this much? Benham smiled kindly, agreeing with her. Indeed, that is true. Kang Jin Hyuk flashed a mischievous smile as he handed out plates of food to everyone. He joked, Don't you dare leave even a single bite. A child with tired, dark-circled eyes took the food and still managed a grateful smile. Yes, thank you. Turning to another table, he happily carried a tray of sumptuous food, but Kang Jin Hyuk caught sight of a young boy looking depressed, stirring his food rather than eating it. His face was so sad. He realized that even a race famous for being gluttonous could lose their appetite, perhaps because what they had just gone through was too much. Suddenly, a pair of feet wearing high-heeled purple shoes with fishnet stockings stepped firmly onto the ground with a thud, attracting the gaze of Kang Jin Hyuk and those nearby. 1 second, everyone was dejected. The next, people were breaking into a cold sweat. Capturing the attention of Kang Jin Hyuk and those nearby, the atmosphere shifted instantly from sluggish to sweat-inducing intensity. Their eyes went wide and their mouths dropped open, stammering as they struggled to name the person who had just appeared. Lord Teslin stood there, brawny and muscular, wearing an outfit that could only be described as truly hideous. It was extremely revealing, featuring 2 pairs of rabbit ears on his head, large butterfly wings attached to his back, and tight-fitting clothing. Despite the look, his face remained as masculine and sharp as ever. After a long moment, someone finally gasped, "Lord Teslin." Of course, Kang Jin Hyuk wasn't surprised at all. He excitedly teased him. Oh, you must really love that outfit. Huh? You're still wearing it even now?" Teslin's eyes bulged, his cheeks puffed up, and he bristled. "I do not." In the blink of an eye, Teslin's attitude shifted completely. He grew calm, tossing a piece of fruit into the air as he explained, "I have always believed that every outsider is a threat to our forest. I thought everyone wanted to invade our woods just to plunder these mana-filled fruits." Closing his eyes, he recalled the moment he had felt so helpless. Kneeling down, unable to do a thing, Teslin continued. "But in truth, the recent raid by those outsiders was nothing more than a massacre. And I wasn't the one who successfully stopped it." He looked straight into the eyes of the person wearing an apron standing before him and gently admitted, "It was you, not me." Teslin rested his tiny, tacky-looking scepter on his shoulder and performed a formal royal bow, saying, "While it is true that I am wearing this because I lost a bet, from now on, I will continue to wear it as a testament to my pride in the promise I made to you, Kang." Kang Jin Hyuk crossed his arms, feeling slightly annoyed, thinking, if he actually likes wearing it, this isn't even fun anymore. Suddenly, a burst of hearty laughter broke the solemn atmosphere. Teslin was mortified, wishing the ground would swallow him whole. His face turned bright red as he gritted his teeth and threatened, "Who dares to laugh at me?" Before he could finish his sentence, Alice von Ataraxia burst into uncontrollable laughter. She pointed at Teslin and mocked him. "What on earth are you wearing? I've lived this long and I've never seen an outfit dumber than that one." Hearing those words, Teslin was, of course, both furious and embarrassed. He stood frozen in the same pose, gritting his teeth as he endured the barrage of laughter from Alice. She didn't let up, laughing until she rolled on the ground, adding, "So, elves have a profession as comedians? I never knew that." Even the people who had been feeling down nearby had to look up at the person who was laughing so freely over there. A child, who had been completely lifeless moments ago, suddenly let out a giggle. The child laughed as naturally as someone, parched, finally drinking water. With salty tears hanging at the corners of their eyes, tears that were just waiting to fall, that same relief spread, and a group of people began to clutch their stomachs in laughter. They chuckled until they were in tears. Even Sylvia and Teslin eventually offered gentle smiles, quietly wiping away their own tears. Their pain was truly soothed and understood to some extent. Perhaps the party was only just beginning in the truest sense of the word. Seeing everyone comfortably expressing their emotions, Kang Jin Hyuk felt a bit more at ease himself. He smiled with relief. Behind him, the village chief suddenly spoke up. "Kang Jin Hyuk, could we talk for a moment?" As the night grew late, the village chief and Kang Jin Hyuk walked to a fairly secluded area, far away from the others, discreet, secret, and absolutely no one else was there. Before them stood a sturdy structure surrounded by giant trees. Massive roots coiled around the house as if they were protecting it at all costs. Benham reached out and touched the gate. A green light radiated from his hand, and the gate immediately accepted the command, confirming his identity. The 2-star security barrier was unlocked. Stepping inside, Kang Jin Hyuk keenly observed his surroundings. It was very ancient in here. Tree roots were everywhere. Benham smiled brightly as he introduced the place. "This is the ancient treasury, where all the village's treasures are kept. Unless I give permission, no one is allowed to step foot in here." Glancing around for a moment, after hearing that grand introduction from the village chief, he smirked triumphantly, thinking, Oh, I didn't expect that. Seeing this is actually quite interesting." Suddenly, the village chief lifted a harp with great care and solemnly approached him. He smiled kindly and handed the instrument to him, expressing his intention. "This is an instrument we call the Decadent. Just playing it will increase the effectiveness of your skills." Then, Benham bowed his head, respectfully offering it to Kang Jin Hyuk. The village chief said, This is a symbol of our gratitude for the fact that you saved this forest. We will never forget you." Without any hesitation, Kang Jin Hyuk flatly refused. "I'm not really that interested in a harp. If you really want to give me a gift," he said with a sly smile, pointing his finger elsewhere. "How about giving me that?" He pointed toward the objects he wanted to possess. It was a scimitar and something that looked like a bow. Both were being very well preserved. Benham held the rejected decadent harp and said, "Ah, you want the bone blade and the bone bow of Pentagrid?" The village chief took the opportunity to summarize the history of those items for his benefactor. "These items have been passed down in our tribe since the time of our ancestors. After healing a god, our ancestors received them." After speaking, he sighed and tossed the harp to Kang Jin Hyuk, as if he had accepted the gift, and explained warily, "I would love to give those to you. But even as the village chief, I do not have the authority to give them to anyone else." Even though he didn't care much for the Decatan, it was a gift, so he naturally had to show respect. While he was holding the harp and engrossed in looking at the two treasures, Benham suddenly revealed, "But according to the prophecy, there will come a time when they find their true master." Kang Jin Hyuk replied thoughtfully, Is that so?" However, hidden beneath his deep gaze were some small calculations. He clicked his tongue. "So you're keeping them here? What a pity." The village chief of the forest maintained his pleasant, harmonious, and gentle expression, feeling reassured because he thought he had pleased the talented young man beside him. Back at the party, Alice was still speaking loudly. "Raise your glasses, everyone. Fill them up. I really love this forest of yours." Despite her face being as red as a ripe tomato, and her eyes struggling to stay open, it was clear that she was tipsy. While everyone was off their guard due to the alcohol and Alice's humorous, carefree attitude, someone picked up a purple potion bottle, no one knew what it was for, and approached the wine jars. On this side, Alice was still rambling on, laughing loudly and declaring boldly, "If I ever take over this forest one day, I'll definitely let you all live." Her voice stretched out, sometimes lingering, sometimes dragging on. It was no different from a lively concert, and the villagers were all fully engaged, continuing to raise their glasses and cheer for the hero of their village. Because of Lady Alice and thanks to her, Kang Jin Hyuk was able to pour the thick, purple liquid into the barrels without the slightest suspicion from the AI. Not a single AI among them questioned the wine they were drinking. They just kept refilling their glasses over and over, while he calmly chose a corner to observe the crowd. Though he held a glass of wine, he certainly wasn't foolish enough to drink it. From his position, looking past the throngs of people dancing, was Braham. He was smiling in his direction. He looked closely at the village chief, who was gesturing for him to have a drink, his face still holding that same gentle, kind smile, unspoken and deeply cryptic. Braham raised his glass and downed it in one gulp. To keep up appearances, Kang Jin Hyuk raised his glass too, but he felt exhausted and confused. What was that? Sensing the time was ripe, Kang Jin Hyuk set his glass on the table. He decided he should grab those two items and make a quick getaway. He headed toward the ancient treasury, following his memory. "The protective barrier here should be a 2-star level, right?" Kang Jin Hyuk muttered. Mimicking Braham, he gently placed his hand on the door, but strangely, no blue light appeared. Nothing happened at all. Feeling a bit cautious, Kang Jin Hyuk stepped back slightly, wondering. There's no barrier at all. All the people participating in the banquet had fallen into a deep, unconscious sleep, oblivious to the world. Alice was sleeping beside her unfinished glass of wine when Braham's ring immediately summoned the sealed soul back. She was pulled straight into the pendant hanging around Kang Jin Hyuk's neck. He quickly snatched the magic bone and the fang bone of Pentagrid. Grinning triumphantly, he added, "Thanks for the gift, village chief." Village Chief Braham was busy sleeping so soundly he was drooling, and even then, that gentle smile remained. At the 3rd floor of the Challenge Tower, the Church of Hatred, the atmosphere was gloomy. Thick fog enveloped a dark, looming church. With gates locked tight, a rather large meeting was taking place inside. Standing on the podium, Lancelot said, "Kang Jin Hyuk hasn't given us permission, and we can't even reach the 10th floor. We're going to miss out on all the sacred items limited to the 10 days after that floor opens." He gritted his teeth and propped his chin on his hand, showing obvious exhaustion and frustration. Dealing with Kang Jin Hyuk alone was already draining, and now there was this other guy, Kang Jin Hyuk, to worry about. He never expected that just 2 people could turn everything into such a disaster. In the rows below, a girl with orange hair stood up, slightly wary. Lancelot stopped the discussion and asked immediately, "Melina, where do you think you're going?" She didn't bother turning back, responding curtly, "To go." Stepping out of the prison door, flanked by guards, Melina cursed these idiots under her breath for not even guessing that Kang Jin Hyuk was Kang Jin Hyuk. She had just been angry a moment ago. The handprint on her face was still clearly visible. Forced to endure it, Melina had to suppress her rage. Just thinking about it made the mark on her face feel like it was burning. If that was revealed, she would be dead for sure. Ahead, movement caught her sharp eyes. Two figures in black cloaks appeared in front of her in a blink. Though their faces were hidden, they still exuded a confident, unparalleled air, advancing without any fear. "Stop," Melina ordered, quickly gripping the knife in her hand. With two guards standing behind her to block the entrance to the church, Melina frowned and asked, "Who are you, and how dare you enter here?" Two pairs of eyes, red as blood, locked onto Melina. They smiled a savage, calculating grin. The two hooded figures revealed only that smile, followed by a large bloodstain carved into the main door, accompanied by a miserable scream. They made their move. With blades and power that were far too superior, the three guards protecting the Church of Hatred were certainly not enough. The two guards were completely defeated, lying in a pool of blood. Melina tried to step back to avoid being hurt further, though the chance of escaping was slim. One of them removed his hood, platinum hair cascaded down. It was Lyota Bershin. He calmly tasted the blood remaining on his sword, revealing two sharp fangs. A second later, he frowned, spat out a bit of blood he had just licked along with his saliva, and commented with a frown, "Their blood tastes cheap, just like their worth." The girl with him, not caring at all about Melina, who was writhing in pain just inches away, teased her comrade, "You should really break that habit of eating everything you see. It's hard to find humans with tasty blood." Bruised all over, her arm injured and bleeding uncontrollably, Melina panicked. "Those bastards are too fast. I can't keep up with their movements at all. What kind of things are they?" Her eyes widened to their limit, the depths of her gaze revealing extreme confusion. Like a deer hunted to exhaustion by a pack of tigers, she was left with nothing but helplessness and fear. Lyota Bershin laughed wickedly, pointing his sword straight at Melina, teasing, "Then, let's see what her blood tastes like." However, a thick, dark mist appeared, successfully catching his attention for a moment. Lyota. Bershin looked toward the mist right beside him. Immediately after, a dark figure appeared alongside the smoke, standing in front of Melina and the two intruders. Melina was moved to tears, stuttering the person's name. Maintaining a perfectly composed demeanor, Lancelot bowed politely to them before speaking. "Please forgive me for appearing in this state, O noble aristocrats of the night. How may I be of service to you?" The girl finally smiled brightly, satisfied. She removed her hood. Those blood-red eyes and oppressive aura couldn't be mistaken. Ophelia sneered, "Finally, someone who understands a little." It had been 90 days since the elf forest on the 6th floor opened. In that massive tower, the number 7 appeared, and the 7th floor finally unlocked automatically. Because of this, people everywhere were stirring, making small moves to prepare for the next step of their plans. Sitting on the stands in the schoolyard, watching the world move before her eyes in various ways, Lee Yuri was a bit pensive. With a lollipop in her mouth, gazing into the distance, she sighed. There's only 1 year left until then. I have to at least graduate by then. I'm just afraid that by that time, this world will already have been annihilated." Suddenly, a notification board gradually appeared right before her eyes, drawing her attention. Confused, very concisely, it was addressed to Lee Juji. A message as follows: "The highly anticipated shareholders meeting of the veteran group is about to commence. All shareholders are requested to gather at Moonlight Lake, on the 1st floor of the Challenge Tower at 2 p.m. today. If you are absent or late, we will send someone to come and find you." As the final sentence of the announcement ended, she was so overwhelmed she dropped the candy from her mouth. She clutched her head, stopped caring about anything else, and let out a desperate, mournful scream in the middle of the school. "Can you stop treating us like lackeys?" Meanwhile, at the 1st floor of the trial tower, the Moon Lake area appeared a peaceful scene of moonlight, grass, hills, and a calm, flowing body of water. The area was deathly silent. Kang Jin Hyuk had been sitting on a rock by the lake for a while, waiting for his colleagues. He gave a bright smile and said, "Everyone's right on time, huh?" He was met with 4 gloomy, exhausted faces. Lee Yuri spoke up first. "We stayed up all night making those chess pieces for you, okay? Can you please just let us go?" Min Jong-gu chimed in, "She's right. Stop this child abuse and elder cruelty right now." Kang Jin Hyuk calmly countered the complaints. "If you want to quit, you're free to leave, you know." The moment those words left his mouth, the other's eyes lit up like stars, and they eagerly asked, "Seriously, I want to quit. Me too." Kang Jin Hyuk replied, "Sure, go ahead." A second later, he put on a mysterious, dramatic act, stroking his chin with a sharp knife already in his hand, and said, "But if you die halfway through, according to the rules, you'll have to pay compensation. Can I get your bank account details, please?" Realizing the implication, everyone immediately changed their tune. Min Jong-gu stood up straight and said seriously, "I mean, it's really hard to find a job these days. We're actually really grateful you hired us. Beside him, Lee Yuri was even more enthusiastic. She smiled brightly and made a heart gesture toward him. Finding work is obviously a priority. And just like that, the atmosphere returned to the calm state it was in at the start. Kang Jin Hyuk wrapped it up. So, I guess no one wants to quit. Good. Now, let's get down to business. As more people arrived, Kang Jin Hyuk sat in the middle, relaxed, and said, "Let's do a quick round of introductions first, then each of you can report what's happened during this time." With that, he clapped his hands and shouted, "Let's begin." One by one, they introduced themselves with their own unique personalities. First was Kim Hyeon, sporting his signature sunglasses. He struck a pose and said, "Greetings, I am Kim Hyeon, the acting guild leader of the Black Raven Guild." Looking a bit more shy and lethargic, Park Ha-na introduced herself. "I'm Park Ha-na, Kang Jin Hyuk's errand runner." Kim Hyun quickly reported the intelligence. "I just got word that Team 2 of the Dan Gun Guild has entered the 7th floor. According to the intel, they seem to be trying to find some kind of feather." On the 7th floor of the trial tower, the tundra wind and snow howled relentlessly, turning the entire landscape white and bone-chillingly cold. In this extreme weather, the mechanics of this floor dictated that one simply had to survive the journey from the starting point to the destination to unlock the next level. However, the 7th floor was infamous for requiring a massive amount of time and effort in preparation due to the harsh nature of its ecosystem. Because of this, it was no surprise that graves were popping up like mushrooms along the path. The number of people who couldn't handle it kept rising. After receiving and analyzing this information, Kang Jin Hyuk quickly identified it. Feathers? It must be the phoenix feathers. Well, having the blessing of fire would certainly be a huge advantage when crossing this floor. Park Ha-na smiled. She happily reported, "Chun Du-sung has fully recovered and been discharged from the hospital. Also, he asked me to pass a message to you. He is definitely going to kill you." Kang Jin Hyuk laughed it off comfortably. Sounds like he really is fully recovered. Then, the next person was quite impressive, wearing traditional Japanese blue clothing. The young man bowed low to the ground in an ancient style. When he looked up with a radiant, excited face, he introduced himself. "I am Takeshi of the Samurai Guild. It is an honor to see you again." Kang Jin Hyuk nodded in satisfaction. Immediately after, Takeshi carefully presented his sword and said respectfully, "I have stolen the item you required from the Medusa Temple. The people there must be going absolutely crazy, screaming when they see their national treasure has vanished." Glancing at the sword, Kang Jin Hyuk clicked his tongue. "Oh, good work. Very well done." Holding the Heaven Tier sword in his hand, Kang Jin Hyuk examined it closely, silently appraising it. "It looks pretty average, huh? Well, even though I don't really need this thing now that I have the Fang Bone, it might be useful for trading later on." He called for the next person. A girl with purple hair and large, round purple eyes appeared. The calm energy she brought was distinct. She gently greeted, "Hello, everyone. I am Andrea, in charge of managing the 5th floor." A second later, she excitedly continued, "The management system on the 5th floor is fully built now. Even though almost no players visit the 5th floor right now, I have reinforced the guards there, just in case." Lee Yuri and the group who had been trying to quit earlier looked quite confused. They seemed hung up on something. She commented, "Wait, hold on. In charge of managing the 5th floor? What does that mean?" Kang Jin Hyuk stepped beside Andrea. He looked at her with trust and placed a hand on her shoulder. He said, "Andrea is the boss monster of the 5th floor. Managing an entire floor must be tiring, right? You've done a great job." Receiving the praise, Andrea just nodded gently as thanks. Lee Yuri finally realized, "A boss monster?" Suddenly, the whole group was terrified. They screamed, "Why is there a boss here? What have you done?" The group scattered in a panic, running in every direction. Andrea kept smiling kindly. Kang Jin Hyuk thought to himself, "Andrea has truly matured a lot. Is that thanks to the tutoring sessions with Alice?" He spun his index finger in the air and said to everyone, "There's nothing to be afraid of." Next, he turned his attention to the orange-haired girl who was standing with her arms crossed, looking annoyed. Introducing Melina from the Demon Union. Lee Yuri and the others hadn't even recovered yet, and they were shocked all over again, mouths agape. "The Demon Union?" Kang Jin Hyuk looked at Melina, who hadn't made a move yet. He urged her, "Don't waste time. Report." Melina replied irritably, I know. Just now, something very important happened." Immediately, Kang Jin Hyuk focused to listen. She continued, "An organization from a higher floor has contacted us." He asked, "A higher floor?" Recalling that moment, Ophelia's long, white, slender finger pointed to the gem embedded in her outfit near her neck, a special mark. She said proudly, "We are a branch of the Dekasuthur Amalam Lyota Burton family." She continued, As long as you join hands with us, we will give you anything you want. I heard you need a holy relic from the 11th floor, right? Lancelot didn't agree immediately. He rubbed his chin and said, "How interesting. So, what do you want from us?" Lyota Burton sneered. "A prisoner we locked up in a ruin on the first floor has just escaped." Ophelia finalized the condition. "You just need to help us catch that fugitive. That's all." Unable to hide his suspicion, Melina frowned. "An escaped prisoner?" Following that train of thought, Kang Jin Hyuk asked, "And in return, they'll give you the Apostle's bracelet from the 11th floor." Melina admitted that it was something the high floors always desperately wanted. Suddenly, the ring on his finger began to glow. The ring shook violently, as if trying to break free. Kang Jin Hyuk was puzzled. Why was Alice reacting like this? In the blink of an eye, a massive crash occurred, shattering a nearby stone pillar. Alice was seething with rage, her eyes glaring and her teeth gritted as she snarled, "Those bastards. Those are some of the very bastards who betrayed me." Alice practically turned into a bloodthirsty beast, baring her fangs. She shrieked, "I will find every single one of them and tear them to shreds." She immediately turned to look at Kang Jin Hyuk beside her, eagerly asking, "That's right, didn't you promise me, kid, that you would take revenge for me?" She kept rambling, "This is our chance. You'll help me, right?" "Right?" Facing her excitement, he lowered his gaze, his heart heavy with thoughts. He said gently, "The promise to take revenge on those who betrayed you, I will absolutely keep at all costs. You don't need to worry." He paused for a few seconds and continued. "However, for now, we still need to approach this very carefully." Hearing this, the corners of Alice's mouth couldn't lift anymore. Kang Jin Hyuk calmly explained, "I don't have enough mana yet to fully restore your power. If we show ourselves to them now, we will be the ones in danger, and you will also have to limit yourself to staying inside the necklace for the time being." She immediately bristled, ready to argue back, but Kang Jin Hyuk cut her off with a firm smile. "Alice, trust me." Understanding the intent, Alice didn't bicker anymore. She slumped her head down, feeling dejected. Kang Jin Hyuk leaned in to soothe her, saying tenderly, "The fried chicken thigh from today, you can have it all." Looking up at the full moon in the distance, he muttered to himself, finally got her to calm down. "Still, I need to be prepared." Now, at the 7th floor of the trial tower, the tundra wind and snow continued to rage. It was vast, with nothing but a sea of white everywhere. Someone spoke up. "So, the eastern sea route is blocked, too." A group of people were helping each other overcome several obstacles. One replied, "Yes, there are too many submerged icebergs. We can't get through." Another added, "The low temperature and high humidity make it hard to even light a fire." This army was fully equipped, but it seems some were beginning to burn out. Those in the lead shouted to encourage the ones behind. Another person reported, "Furthermore, the supply line is completely covered by the blizzard." The captain of the second company of the Dangun Guild, Jang Yun-seok, was grinding his teeth in frustration inside the tent. A guard soldier said, "If things continue like this, it really won't end well." Jang Un-sak lost his temper and lashed out at the soldier. "Stop whining. Think of a solution. This time, we must pass the 7th floor no matter what." Suddenly, someone rushed in from outside to report, "Captain, come look at this." Before the tent, a firm set of footprints had appeared in the snowstorm. Jang Un-seok hesitated. This person was none other than Kang Jin Hyuk, with eyes burning with determination. Seeing Kang Jin Hyuk had come uninvited, Jang Un-seok said sarcastically, "Player Kang Jin Hyuk, what wind blew you here?" Amidst the white snow, Kang Jin Hyuk walked steadily and said calmly, "I'm here to clear this floor." Naturally. Standing in the freezing cold, he shivered, exhaling to create warmth, and continued to speak, "No wonder you guys are struggling so much." Hearing that, Jang Un-seok was furious, his eyes looking like they wanted to burn him. He retorted, "Listen to me. We don't need anyone's help. We can handle this by ourselves." Seeing him suddenly lose his temper, Kang Jin Hyuk indifferently thought, "What is his deal?" But on the surface, he said calmly, "Huh? When did I say I would help you guys?" Then he walked past Jang Un-seok, smiling mockingly. "Stop dreaming. I'm just interested in this phoenix feather, and you guys just happen to be standing in my way." Jang Un-seok was angry, his voice tightening. "This is our exclusive route. Are you saying you want to trespass into our territory?" Kang Jin Hyuk acted as if he had just heard a joke. He smirked sarcastically. "Trespassing? You're saying such funny things. If any outsider heard you, they might think this 7th floor is the private property of the Dangun Guild or something." Jang Un-seok couldn't take it anymore and shouted, "This is an act of provocation." Surprised by Jang Un-seok's shout, he calmly countered, "To be honest, fair competition would be more accurate." After saying that, he walked away leisurely. "If you want, you can still try to stop me, Captain." Jang Un-so could only blink as he watched him walk away, trying to suppress the rage exploding in his heart. Kang Jin Hyuk lifted the curtain and stepped into a new area. It was a forest covered in white snow. Warden Ho and Owen Jang were standing by the fire warming themselves. Seeing him approach, Warden Ho trembled and warned, "Stop, this place is off limits." As he said this, Warden Ho suddenly startled and said suspiciously, "Player Kang Jin Hyuk?" Having met his idol, Warden Ho smiled, "Wow, I'm a huge fan of yours. Why are you in this freezing place?" Kang Jin Hyuk replied, "I have some business to take care of in this forest." Hearing that, Warden Ho nervously tried to stop him. "Ah, that's not allowed. This forest is dangerous. It's not for no reason that we're standing guard here." But Kang Jin Hyuk didn't pay much attention to the warning. He continued walking deep into the forest. As he walked, he said, "Thanks for the concern, but don't worry about me. I'll be fine." Before they knew it, Kang Jin Hyuk had already slipped past them. Warden Ho turned to speak to Owen Jang. "I didn't even notice when he passed by, and he was even walking on the snow." Watching Kang Jin Hyuk's silhouette gradually disappear behind the curtain of white snow, Warden Ho couldn't help but think, "It seems these S-rankers even walk differently than us normal people." Then he said to himself, "But I suppose I still have to report it." The serious face of Jang Un-sook appeared on the virtual screen, coldly ordering, "Assemble a squad and follow him immediately." Warden Ho said in a panic, "Yes, follow him, sir." Jiang Ying, the CEO, explained that Kang Jin Hyuk is here to retrieve a phoenix feather. This means if we follow him, we can seize the opportunity to snag a feather for ourselves. His voice dropped, emphasizing, "Follow him and see how he gets it. This is an order from the captain." On the way, Kang Jin Hyuk suddenly noticed something lying in the snow. He bent down to pick it up, staring intently at the object in his hand, deep in thought. Traces left by someone from the Dangum Guild. Yet, there were no corpses in sight. Lifting his head, Kang Jin Hyuk looked at the giant boulder in front of him, brow furrowed in suspicion. This is definitely. Just then, a rustling sound echoed from behind. Turning around, he saw the group led by Work Dae Ho trudging through the thick snow, approaching him. He couldn't help but ask, "Why are you following me? You said this place was extremely dangerous, didn't you?" Enduring the biting cold, Work Dae Ho bluffed, "We couldn't just leave you in a place like this. I figured you'd at least need a guide." Seeing them shivering uncontrollably from the cold, Kang Jin Hyuk looked down at them from above and retorted, "Take a look and see who is guiding whom." Suddenly, Work Dae Ho sneezed, exclaiming, "Ugh, it's freezing." Kang Jin Hyuk activated his ice bracelet and flame source. An igloo appeared amidst the bone-chilling cold. Everyone quickly went inside and sat around the fire to warm up. Work Dae Ho looked around with eyes full of admiration. Unable to hide his excitement, he said, "Being able to travel with an S-rank player is truly amazing. I'm so happy." Then, he introduced himself, "My name is Work Dae Ho." He looked at them. Kang Jin Hyuk silently activated his gluttony eye. The status windows of the three of them appeared before his eyes one by one. The person sitting on the left, named EO Union, age 22, level 21. Agility 46, Stamina 26, Mana 45. Available stat points, 0. Skills. Level 5, Accuracy Increase. Level 4, Multi-Target. Level 3, Headshot. Level 3, Piercing Arrow. He scrolled down to see more. The person sitting in the middle, named Cha Hyun-gu, male, age 25, level 20. Agility 40, Stamina 27, Mana 20. Available stat points, 0. Skills. Level 4, Smoke Bomb. Level 2, Pickpocket. Level 2, Weak Point Strike. He scrolled down to see more. The remaining one, named Work Dae Ho, age 33, level 22. Strength 30, Agility 40, Stamina 33, Mana 40. Available stat points, 0. Skills. Level 5, Village Pummel. Level 3, Flame Fist. Level 2, Investigation. Level 3, Brutality. He scrolled down to see more. Seeing that, glancing through their status windows, Kang Jin Hyuk thought to himself, "The status window is honestly too boring to even read." Kang Jin Hyuk spoke calmly. "No need for formalities. Jiang Ying, the CEO, told you guys to follow me, right?" As soon as he finished, their faces instantly stiffened, especially Work Dae Ho, who stammered in confusion. "Huh? What are you talking about?" Seeing them still trying to feign ignorance, Kang Jin Hyuk exposed them without mercy. "If you can't lie well, then don't lie at all. He told you to follow me to see how I'd retrieve the phoenix feather, right? Since it's so dangerous here, the only reason you'd come is for that." His words were sharp, causing the atmosphere to fall into an awkward silence. Kang Jin Hyuk fell silent for a moment before continuing. "Look, I'm not here to scold you guys. It's just that right now, Besides those phoenix feathers, there's another, more troublesome problem. His statement caused all three of them to be startled. What? He continued. Did you guys see that huge stone monument back there? They replied, we saw it. It had some strange patterns, right? He said in a more serious tone. That is the mark of a snow spirit. Hearing this, Cha Hyun-gu said anxiously, we've heard of them. They are the strongest intermediate-level monsters on the 7th floor. Remembering the marks on the stone, Kang Jin Hyuk mused. And that mark belongs to the Frostblade tribe, the strongest of the snow spirits. Workday-ho immediately asked, you mean this is their territory? Kang Jin Hyuk replied, no. The snow spirit's territory is on the west side of this floor, not here. That's why I said this is troublesome. Just the fact that they're appearing here is way too abnormal. Kang Jin Hyuk was lost in his thoughts, silently concluding that the situation was becoming more complex than he had anticipated, and this was the only route leading to the island containing the phoenix feather, too. Snow spirits already have resistance to cold, yet they want to find the phoenix feather. Something is definitely off. A sound from outside suddenly rang out, cutting off his train of thought. The sharp sound of arrows piercing through the air made the atmosphere even more tense. Kang Jin Hyuk was immediately on guard, his face showing clear concern. Sharp arrows continuously flew toward the igloo, but he didn't flinch. Kang Jin Hyuk immediately activated his ice bracelet. From the ground, a wall of jagged ice rose up. The arrows collided with the ice, creating a piercing sound. Meanwhile, Workday-ho and his two teammates quickly realized the situation and scrambled to run outside. As he ran, Workday-ho yelled, his voice full of panic, run. Hiding behind a tree, Workday-ho panted heavily and asked with concern, where are they attacking us from? Union and Cha Hyun-gu, hiding right next to him, also tensed up and replied, I can't see a thing. Meanwhile, Kang Jin Hyuk was still calmly walking through the chaos, showing no fear or hesitation. He walked leisurely forward. Seeing this, Workday-ho screamed in a panic, Hyuk, player Kang Jin Hyuk, you need to find cover quickly. But Kang Jin Hyuk didn't pay any attention, still strolling forward. His sharp eyes locked onto a brilliant red light as two beams of light tore through the wind, rushing toward him. He nimbly dodged them, then spoke in a cold tone. By now, you should know that this trick won't work. Then he raised his voice. Come on out. Immediately, Lyota Bershin and Ophelia appeared, their figures looming on the cliff. Lyota Bershin asked with a stern expression, so, you are Kang Jin Hyuk, while Ophelia squatted nearby, resting her chin on her hands, and spoke with indifference, teasing, he's actually pretty cute. Suddenly, Kang Jin Hyuk's necklace emitted a bright red light. He gently pressed the necklace hidden under his clothes, whispering to himself, stay calm, Alice. Then, he activated his gluttony eye. Immediately, Lyota Bershin's status window appeared. Name, Lyota Bershin. Gender, male. Age, 1082. Level, 108. Strength, 32. Agility, 36. Stamina, 33. Mana, 45. Dark Combat Spirit, 50. Available stat points, 0. Skills. Level 16 Bloodthirst. Level 16 Blood Spear. Level 16 Blood Armor. Level 14 Mana Devour. He scrolled down to see more. Seeing the information, Kang Jin Hyuk couldn't help but frown, holding his head as he thought. The power gap is so massive that just checking his stat window with my eyes takes up so much mana. These copy conditions are way too difficult. Right at that moment, the worried voice of Watchdog Echo rang out. Kang Jin Hyuk, are you okay? Hearing Echo's call, Kang Jin Hyuk smirked and said, Watchdog Echo, take your team and get out of here right now. Run out of this forest and call for national backup. Echo, confused and surprised, asked, what about you? Are you planning to fight them all by yourself? Kang Jin Hyuk gripped his blade tight and replied, I'll be fine. Then he turned his back and smiled at Echo. Just make sure to buy me a drink once this is all over. Deal. Echo teared up and tried to move forward, but was held back by Union and Cha Hyun-gu, who said to him, we have to go. Now. Echo's eyes welled up as he shouted in despair, his hand reaching out, but grabbing only air. Ignoring the calls, Kang Jin Hyuk continued walking without looking back. Copy condition. Survive after saying 4 phrases that characters usually say before they die. If successful, you can copy one of your opponent's skills. Every phrase will temporarily lock one of your currently owned skills. You have achieved the first dying words, 1 out of 4. 100 poisons has been locked. Suddenly, a strike grazed Kang Jin Hyuk's face, but he managed to dodge in time. The very next second, Kang Jin Hyuk spun around and launched a counterattack against his opponent. At the same time, two figures were leisurely observing the battle from above. Ophelia chirped. Watching him calmly retaliate against the monsters, she murmured, Kang Jin Hyuk, why does his blood smell so sweet? Ophelia sat down and smiled happily. I'm becoming more and more interested in you. As Kang Jin Hyuk faced the three monsters simultaneously, one person stepped forward and spoke up. That's enough. Hearing the voice, Kang Jin Hyuk turned his head to look behind him. The person continued, walking toward him. I've heard a lot about you from the demons. I must say, for a human, you're quite strong. Then, the two of them cheerfully introduced themselves. The large man bared his teeth and started. My name is Leota Bershin, of the Dikus clan. The girl in front also introduced herself. I am Ophelia, also from the same clan as him. Kang Jin Hyuk asked sternly, Did you two do all of this? The snow monsters, the kidnappings, Ophelia teased. Straight to the point, huh? You don't seem surprised to see us. She then turned 180 degrees and continued, but you're right, you could say it's a trap we set up. Kang Jin Hyuk was puzzled. A trap? Ophelia then clarified. A trap to catch those skilled enough to notice the unusual events occurring in the tundra. Standing amidst the cold snowstorm, Ophelia slowly explained. The demons gave us a few names. People who survived and escaped from the fallen land on the first floor. She listed the names one by one. Teresa, Zelucia, an unidentified man, Kang Jin Hyuk, Chun Du-sung, and one person who initially seemed like a mere errand boy, but turned out to be very capable. That is you, Kang Jin Hyuk. Ophelia spoke of her deduction. We are certain that one of those survivors must have helped Alice von Ataraxia escape, and coincidentally, you were the first to set foot in this place. Facing these claims, Kang Jin Hyuk remained cautious. Ophelia playfully pursed her lips and asked, Why is that? Leota Bershin quickly added, Hey, I'm telling you, don't count on the humans outside this forest to come and help you. At that moment, a ferocious beast stood on the cliff, looking toward the campsite, carrying a cruel-looking individual on its back. Following behind are 500 brothers of the syndicate. Leota Bershin continued. The demons must have already arrived to wipe them out. At this, Ophelia bared her teeth and said, Now it's my turn to ask. Where is Alice? Kang Jin Hyuk looked confused. Alice? Then he asserted, I don't know who that is. Saying that, Kang Jin Hyuk raised his weapon and took a stance, ready to fight. Seeing this, Leota Bershin sneered. Well, if you're going to play dumb, we don't have any other choice. He took off his cloak and threw it into the freezing snow. Leota Bershin viciously drew his sharp weapon, staring intently at Kang Jin Hyuk and whispered, I'll have to force you to remember. Then, Leota Bershin stomped hard to launch himself forward. Kang Jin Hyuk agilely tracked every move of his opponent. At this moment, the system displayed a notification. Activating Dark Fighting Spirit. Leota Bershin bared his teeth and lunged forward. His attack carried extremely powerful purple energy. Kang Jin Hyuk calmly blocked the attack from below. Ophelia, from behind, curiously reminded him, Bershin, don't kill him. We need him alive. Leota Bershin, while executing his technique, shouted, I know that. Ophelia. He worried to himself, I know, but looking at Kang Jin Hyuk, who was grinning, Leota Bershin realized and assessed, this human is stronger than I thought. Then, he decided to channel blood-red energy into his palm. The system displayed a notification. Bershin is activating Blood Barrier. His skill caused Kang Jin Hyuk's vision to blur. Information appeared. Opponent's vision will be locked for 30 seconds. Kang Jin Hyuk grunted in confusion. Ugh. The bright red blood continued to seep and cover his eyes. Standing in the middle of this incredibly difficult situation, Kang Jin Hyuk was momentarily caught off guard. Seizing the opportunity, Leota Bershin immediately launched an attack. At this moment, the system displayed a notification. Activating Blood Reach. The red cells began to connect, forming a sharp shape. Suddenly, Kang Jin Hyuk smiled with confidence, as if he had everything under control. He gently brushed the blood aside and proceeded to activate Flame Source. A burst of fire erupted behind his back. Leota Bershin sneered, That won't work on me. Witnessing the scene before her, Ophelia's eyes widened in shock. I really did hear that for a human. He's quite strong, but holding his own against someone like Bert is no small feat either, she thought, her brow furrowing in worry. He's the one who helped Alice escape SAO. The two stood there, locked in a tense stare amidst the swirling snow, until Calico spoke up with a sneer. For a mouse caught in a trap, you're not half bad. Kang Jin Hyuk couldn't help but scoff at that. A mouse in a trap, really? Kang Jin Hyuk calmly spoke up. Since you've already shared such interesting truths with me, let me tell you one in return. I knew you'd come looking for me. Upon hearing this, Leota Bershin frowned, looking confused. At that same moment, a red-haired girl flying on a snow wolf arrived at breakneck speed. Kang Jin Hyuk added, I have plenty of information. Melina looked ahead with a serious expression. Just then, Jang Young-suk shouted out the command, We're being ambushed. Get into defensive formation. They hissed anxiously. Damn it, it's the demon tribe attacking us. Cha Hyung-gu warned everyone. There's no time to waste. Hurry up. He didn't notice that 3 strangers were standing right next to them, silently observing the situation. One of them slightly removed a fur hood, revealing shimmering golden hair. Then, she raised her sword toward the sky. Immediately, rays of light began to shine down. The system displayed a notification, activating Holy Blessing. Your divine power has increased by 20%. Teresa Laurentia de Laurentia heroically declared, Let me cover the rear. Get into position. Seeing her presence, Jang Young-suk couldn't help but widen his eyes in surprise. Saintess Teresa Laurentia, Light Heeman, and Yu Jionghwa are here too? At the same time, the group of figures in black riding snow wolves fiercely charged toward the members, screaming, Kill them all! Suddenly, a strike flashed through the air. The sword revealed 2 glowing characters of power, then it was sheathed in an instant. The earth shook violently as a blue aura of force blew everything away. Chundu-sun grumbled, thinking that using this sword on such trash was a total waste. At the same time, Lyota and Ophelia, after realizing the situation, they could only stare in shock. Kang Jin Hyuk said loudly, I also prepared a little something to welcome you. After that, he pointed his weapon straight at them and hissed with eyes burning with murderous intent. Well, do you like it? At the campsite, everyone was caught in the intense battle. Immediately, the system displayed a notification, activating Mechanical Monarch. Everyone shouted the command, Fire the cannon. It unleashed a powerful blast. Boom. The bombing was so violent that the monsters were sent flying everywhere. They screamed in pain. Someone glided over the water like a wave. No, wait, gliding through the air. Whizzing by with ultra-modern equipment, the system displayed a notification, activating mana enhancement. Melina jumped high, taking a stance to prepare for a kick. Then she unleashed the Wind God Strike technique, her eyes burning with murderous intent. The attack created a massive, giant blizzard, sweeping everything away. On the other side, someone shouted, Teresa Laurentia cast the divine attribute on everyone. Their defense against this attribute is very weak. She raised her sword high to the sky, drawing mana from the universe and transferring it to her allies. Standing on a high cliff, watching the situation, a subordinate said nervously, Lord Lancelot, perhaps we should retreat and regroup first. Lancelot gritted his teeth in frustration. Under Teresa Laurentia's power, the dark clouds began to disperse, revealing a ray of light full of energy, bringing vitality to everyone. Ophelia saw this and couldn't help but be shocked. This creepy feeling, divine power? She frowned, extremely annoyed, and muttered to herself. So irritating. Ophelia called out from behind, Burchin. He was currently busy fighting Kang Jin Hyuk. Hearing the shout, Lyota Burchin replied loudly, I can feel it too, Ophelia. The system displayed a notification, activating Blood Spear. Kang Jin Hyuk remained calm, blocking the blood-red attacks from his opponent. Lyota Burchin's technique suddenly compressed into a glowing blood orb. Ophelia yelled anxiously, The divine power is the variable we didn't account for in the plan. Lyota Burchin. He gritted his teeth and whispered, Retreat for now. The plan has changed. We'll talk later. At this moment, Kang Jin Hyuk's flames were gradually burning Burchin's technique away. The system displayed a notification, activating Fire Origin. He glared with eyes burning with killing intent and constantly launched attacks to clear out the minions. Kang Jin Hyuk growled, I'm pretty sure I told you these tricks wouldn't work, didn't I? Taking advantage of him being distracted, Ophelia and Burchin dashed away. Burchin didn't forget to hiss a few words, Kang Jin Hyuk, I will kill you with my own hands. Before he could finish, he widened his eyes in shock at the horrifying scene. Below, Kang Jin Hyuk slowly reached his hand toward them. In front, a burst of aura emerged with a deep, powerful blue color. The system displayed a notification, activating Solar Flare. He just kept sucking everything into the palm of his hand. Kang Jin Hyuk smirked mockingly. What's wrong? Say it. Say the rest. Immediately, a powerful strike came down, causing the earth and sky to shake violently. A moment later, only the sound of whistling wind and the bone-chilling cold of the snow remained. The area from before had been completely devastated, creating a wide path right through the jungle. Kang Jin Hyuk let out a sigh. Whew. He couldn't believe his eyes. They were actually killed. At the same time, the system displayed a notification. You have completed the second last words, currently at 2 out of 4. Besides that, the Fire Origin skill has been locked. Kang Jin Hyuk said in a low voice. The cheesiest last words turn out to be the most effective. Fire Origin is locked now. Should I try to unlock it? Suddenly, He felt his necklace shaking violently. Kang Jin Hyuk whispered, "Cool it, Alice. It's not the right time yet." At the same time, at the Dangun Guild campsite, smoke and fire mix into the cold air. Everyone expressed their gratitude. Teresa Laurentia, thank you so much. They bowed repeatedly, making her very flustered. One person said, "If it weren't for you guys, we probably wouldn't have survived today." Teresa Laurentia waved her hand. "It's nothing. As long as you guys are okay, that's good." At this time, Jang Young-suk looked seriously at something under his feet. It was a brownish gold badge. Seeing that, Teresa Laurentia approached and said, "Captain Jang Young-suk, your losses this time aren't small. Those demon tribes will surely take advantage of this." Taking the opportunity, she suggested, "Let's leave the tower, the two of us. As for guarding during the move, just leave it to me and Jin Hyuk." Hearing that name, Jang Young-suk's face darkened. Kang Jin Hyuk? So it's that guy again. Suddenly, Teresa Laurentia turned her head and realized something. "Oh," she waved happily. "Jin Hyuk. Over here." The other members also ran over happily. "Brother, brother," Kang Jin Hyuk said softly. "I guess my call was pretty sudden, right? Thank you all for going through the trouble of coming all the way here." Lai Timan laughed. "You've always been like that." Yu Jionhua gave a thumbs up and added, "It's nothing. Besides, I needed to look for some items nearby anyway. Perfect timing." Suddenly, Kang Jin Hyuk looked at the person behind, then he spoke. "I didn't know he came too." Chun Du-sung stood there silently, arms crossed, not bothering to look at Kang Jin Hyuk. Teresa Laurentia. He spoke up to warn everyone. "Although we successfully stopped those demonic beings this time, we still don't know who the real mastermind is. We absolutely cannot let our guard down." Lee Tae-min raised his doubts. Those demonic beings actually dared to raid a major guild like that. "Kang, what on earth is going on?" Kang Jin Hyuk calmly explained. "Those demonic beings are collaborating with a vampire clan from the higher floors of the trial tower. I believe they are plotting something involving Tundra." Everyone was shocked to hear this. He continued, "Based on the clues I've gathered, what our enemy wants is an uprising." Everyone's eyes widened in astonishment at what Kang Jin Hyuk had just said. They couldn't believe it. An uprising? Kang Jin Hyuk explained further. "Those snow spirits are clearly guarding the phoenix feathers. Even though they naturally have the ability to resist the cold, the phoenix feathers are widely known for their cold-resistant properties. Of course, if combined properly, that thing could also create a portal." Chun Du-sung, confused, asked, "What does that have to do with an uprising?" Kang Jin Hyuk. After that, he added a jab. "Don't you think you're overthinking this?" Kang Jin Hyuk calmly spoke about the current situation. Dagon Guild members have been kidnapped, and not just a few. A lot of them. I think they are planning to combine the people with the phoenix feathers to open a portal and escape the tower. Teresa trembled, raising her hand in confusion as she let out a cry. "No," she said, trembling. "If they succeed, that uprising would have to be as massive as the one in Amsterdam." Suddenly, a hand gently placed itself on her shoulder. Chun Du-sung spoke up to reassure her. "Don't worry, that won't happen." He said things like that, so he must have had a plan. Then he looked at Kang Jin Hyuk and bluntly said, "If you have a plan, then spit it out." Kang Jin Hyuk smirked and teased. "You know me so well, don't you? Is that because you spend all day stalking me?" At the same time, in a cave made of layered rock deep within the snowy mountains, a low voice spoke up. "Ophelia, Burton, winter has come." He swirled the wine glass in his hand and asked, "Is that human?" Kang Jin Hyuk, "Really this strong?" Velo said irritably, his expression darkening. "Even when the prey had already fallen into the trap, you couldn't bring them back. I am so disappointed." Then he said with a sarcastic sneer, "With this, how do you plan to catch that runaway?" Burton trembled and said, "My apologies. There was an unexpected variable." Before he could finish, Ophelia interrupted. That human, Kang Jin Hyuk, didn't seem surprised to see us at all. He replied, the skills Burton used to attack him were also very clean and calm. Hearing this, Velas irritably asked, "He was able to counter our skills?" Ophelia replied calmly, "And there is one thing I can say for sure. Although he was very weak, when he fought Burton," she paused for a moment and added, "I sensed the energy of Alice von Ataraxia." Velas stiffened for a beat and asked, "Really?" In reality, the liquid that was assumed to be wine in his glass was actually blood flowing from the mouths of the demonic beings hanging upside down above him. Velos said in a low voice, "So, we found her sooner than expected." He laughed wickedly, revealing two sharp fangs. Velos's eyes blazed with killing intent as he continued, "I feel a bit better now." At this moment, the members began using drones to scout the situation in the snowy forest area. Lee Tae-min and Jong-ae would stand guard in the forest. Kang Jin Hyuk clearly assigned the tasks. As for us, we will use remote-controlled flight devices to attract the attention of the demonic beings. Teresa and the Stalker will split off to complete a separate mission. Seeing the annoying kid call him that, Chun Do-sung shouted angrily, "The Stalker? That's all the plan you could come up with?" However, Kang Jin Hyuk jokingly said, "You don't have the right to be picky. Just do as I say, Chun Do-sung." He grumbled as he took Teresa with him, muttering constantly, "It's me again." Kang Jin Hyuk thought to himself, "One day, I'll kill that guy with my own hands. I really don't understand why he complains so much every time." In the end, he still had to listen to me, didn't he? After receiving the mission, even Baek Dae-ho stood up to lead everyone. The Dagon Guild would abandon the camp and evacuate to the outskirts of the tower, except for one person who, from start to finish, stubbornly refused to listen. Jang Un-suk stood alone with his arms crossed, facing the biting, cold wind. Kang Jin Hyuk was speechless at his stubbornness. He lost patience and said, "I don't care whether you want to go or stay." Kang Jin Hyuk wondered, asking the one who was shivering and trailing behind him, "But what do you mean by following me?" Jang Un-suk asked back, "Don't you really know?" He kept sitting down and shuffling, creating a huge groove in the snow. Jang Un-suk spoke up, "This is the property of the Dagon Guild, and I am the leader here. And where are we going?" Hearing that, Kang Jin Hyuk just clicked his tongue and replied, We are going to a freshwater lake." Jang Un-suk asked in surprise, "A freshwater lake? That freshwater lake is where the mana is most densely concentrated on this 7th floor. The surface of the lake rippled with incredibly powerful energy. Whenever something bad happens to the tribe, the chieftain of the Snow Spirit tribe comes here to recharge mana, especially when they want to turn the tide of battle." Beneath the thick snow, Jang Un-suk was a bit worried. In front of him now was the Snow Spirit tribe carrying firewood, every single one of them with 2 sharp fangs. Besides that, there was a female Snow Spirit with a fierce look on her face, staring straight ahead. The foolish Jang Un-suk was holding a white flag, waving it mindlessly as he walked past the Snow Spirits. He wondered, asking, "But why do I have to carry this?" Kang Jin Hyuk replied concisely, "This is the job assignment for the leader. You just said you were the leader, didn't you?" Jang Un-suk looked around blankly. Just as he said, those Snow Spirits didn't attack. Kang Jin Hyuk spoke up to explain, "Snow Spirits aren't that bloodthirsty. They value honor above all else," he added, "and they value family more than anything else. So as long as you raise the white flag, they won't attack." Although they looked extremely fierce, the Snow Spirits were actually quite reasonable. Jang Un-suk muttered to himself, "Honor? My foot, aren't they just a bunch of monsters?" He didn't have enough courage to finish his sentence. The two walked for a while and reached the Snow Spirit's lair. The chieftain saw them and glared, saying, "I have heard a lot about you. You defeated my people with your bare hands." The chieftain of the Snow Spirit tribe, Calico, sat imposingly on his throne with his massive frame, wearing the skin of a red fox on his head. He spoke up, curious, "You look strong enough, so why did you surrender so easily?" Jang Un-suk was so terrified that he could only stare in shock. He thought to himself in a panic, "Is this really the Ice Tribe leader? Why does he look so pathetic?" At that moment, Kang Jin Hyuk picked up the white flag he tossed to the ground and stood tall. "I never actually intended to surrender. I just pretended so I could get here without having to fight the A. Jang Un-suk was stunned, while the Ice Tribe leader's eyes blazed with murderous intent. "Kill him," he roared. "Did you just admit you were lying to me? You're a warrior. Have you no concept of honor?" The subordinates immediately charged forward aggressively behind the two, and Calico continued his rebuke. "How can you stand before me so shamelessly after such a cowardly act?" Jang Un-suk was terrified, but Kang Jin Hyuk remained perfectly calm. Then the Ice Tribe leader raised his sharp weapon high. Standing tall with an imposing, hulking frame, he growled, "Wash away the cowardly act with your death. According to the ancient traditions of my people, I, Calico, leader of the Ice Tribe, challenge you to a duel." His subordinates immediately stomped their feet on the ground, chanting in unison. Kang Jin Hyuk, wanting to tease his teammate, asked, "What's wrong? Do you still want to lead?" Jang Un-suk shook his head violently. Kang Jin Hyuk calmly waved his hand, gathering energy with a cool, collected look, and said, "All right then, just stand there and watch." Meanwhile, at the Rong Yu Jong-ah Guild headquarters, the building stood firm under the dark sky. Inside, the sound of things shattering echoed, followed by an I, screaming in rage. What kind of miserable situation is this? Namgung Hyun-tin couldn't believe the reality before him. All 3 S-rank members were dead in the Goblin Forest. He gritted his teeth and hissed in frustration. Moy-ong turned his back and said in a low voice, "I don't think Kang Jin Hyuk is someone you can defeat." Namgung Hyun-tin pleaded, "No, sir." Moyong, just give me one more chance. However, Moyong looked annoyed and asked, how many times do you need to be slapped in the face before you learn your lesson? Then he shouted, stop meddling in his affairs. By now, Namgung Hyuntin's rage was boiling over, his eyes filled with killing intent. Suddenly, Namgung Hyuntin screamed like a madman. The entire Rong Yu Jong-ah guild headquarters echoed with his furious roar. Kang Jin Hyuk, that bastard. I must kill him. Stepping outside the city, Namgung Hyuntin couldn't calm down. He gnashed his teeth, vowing to himself, I will kill you no matter what. Namgung Hyuntin radiated so much bloodlust that passersby shrank away in fear. He looked up and growled, Kang Jin Hyuk, I will kill you with my own hands. At the same moment, the Ice Tribe leader's weapon whistled through the air as he launched a furious attack straight at Kang Jin Hyuk. Kalako, the Ice Tribe leader, bared his sharp fangs. The system notification flashed, activating leader's roar. He let out a deafening, earth-shaking roar. Immediately, Kang Jin Hyuk raised his hand to cast a skill. The system notification flashed, activating Barrier 2, Interference Barrier. Then the barrier deflected the trajectory of the attack. Kang Jin Hyuk unleashed a skill directly at his opponent. The force of his energy created a powerful, crimson shockwave. He calmly thought, I feel like I say this every time, but he really is incredibly strong for an Ice Tribe warrior. Then Kang Jin Hyuk glared, and the system flashed a notification. Activating Ice Shackles. Instantly, a barrage of sharp ice shards flew straight toward the Ice Tribe leader. In the blink of an eye, Kang Jin Hyuk's attack slammed down on him, forcing a pained grunt. Seizing the moment before his opponent could recover, Kang Jin Hyuk lunged with his dual swords, his eyes burning with intensity. The system flashed, activating Sword Tomb. Kang Jin Hyuk slashed with the precision of a master chef, a powerful purple aura blazing behind him. The Ice Tribe leader howled in agony, spitting blood. Then, he collapsed with a crash that shook the earth. His subordinates and Jang Un Sok watched in absolute shock, mouths hanging wide open. No way did he defeat that thing in just 5 minutes. The Ice Tribe leader lay sprawled on the ground, muttering, I admit defeat. Human, you are strong. I've lost. Please, let me die with honor. At that moment, Kang Jin Hyuk didn't deliver a killing blow. He just stepped forward gently, sat down beside the Ice Tribe leader, and said, I don't know much about honor, but I do know a thing or two about Ice Tribe traditions. Kang Jin Hyuk added that complying with the winner after a duel is an absolute and sacred law. He then asked softly, when I was fighting you, do you know what I was thinking? I thought you were clearly strong enough to defeat those demons and those mosquitoes, so why were you taking orders from them? Hearing this question, the Ice Tribe leader was momentarily speechless. Then he tilted his head and said, you must be talking about Ophelia and Bert. Kalako continued his explanation. I follow their orders not because I was defeated by them. I lost to someone far stronger than them. That's why I listened to them. At that moment, the image of a winged figure flashed in Calico's mind. With white hair flowing in the snowy wind, the Ice Tribe leader added, his name is Michael, a high-ranking member of the D.K. House. Calaco believed that as long as he was here, even if he led his entire tribe against him, there would be no path to survival. Lying at Kang Jin Hyuk's feet, the Ice Tribe leader accepted the truth. I also know my tribe has no way out now, so please, let me die with honor. Hearing this, he thought to himself, a high-ranking vampire from the D.K. House. So that's the game they're playing. Kang Jin Hyuk then stood tall and spoke. Calaco, forget about the dying with honor nonsense for a second. I have something I want you to do. He added, in exchange, I'll ensure a path to survival for your tribe. Either way, you have to listen to me now, don't you? The Ice Tribe leader's eyes flashed with a glimmer of hope. Kang Jin Hyuk pointed at Jang Un Sok and said, if need be, I'll hand him over to you as collateral. Hearing that, Jang Un Sok turned his head and realized he was the hostage. He could only stare in shock. At that moment, the system notification flashed. Dark trajectory has been activated. Lancelot looked at the mysterious dark purple energy before him and asked, doesn't everyone find it strange? These devices, all the drones we sent for reconnaissance were discovered. He wondered, isn't this kind of scouting work usually handled more discreetly, Michael? Michael smirked and replied, for a human, you're actually quite clever. He then turned and called out. Ophelia quickly responded, yes, my lord. Michael ordered, head to the freshwater lake. I don't think we've heard anything about the Iceblade clan in a while. I suspect Kang Jin Hyuk is over there, trying to win them over to his side. As for those machines, he added, I'm sure they were just meant to distract us. Michael then continued, if you see anything suspicious, kill them all. Ophelia bowed, by your command, my lord. Michael then turned in another direction and said, "Depart. Get that thing ready." He immediately obeyed. Understood. Michael turned and walked away, his dark wings fluttering against the falling snow, looking down. Michael declared, "In the meantime, I'll go take care of those annoying reconnaissance machines." Lancelot smiled upon hearing this and said, "Thank you, Lord Michael." At that moment, Michael's eyes glowed, and a red aura enveloped his body. The system notification appeared, "Weather manipulation has been activated." The weather shifted for the worse, and a violent blizzard immediately roared in. The bone-chilling winter cold intensified, and the drones were swept away by the gale. Back at his post, Lee Tae-min saw the signal loss notification and said anxiously, "The drones, they've all been destroyed. I think they've figured it out." The system notification appeared. Tae-wan-yu channeled his energy and muttered, "It's time. They should be charging at us any second now. Get ready." Lee Tae-min immediately operated his equipment. Yes. A series of screens appeared before his eyes. The system notification appeared. Army defense mode has been activated. Lee Tae-min smiled with satisfaction, backed by his powerful mechanical legion. A snow wolf let out a howl into the freezing air, signaling the start of the battle. Lancelot raised his hand to give the signal. After assessing the situation, he shouted, "Prepare to attack." At the same time, Ophelia rode her sword alone to carry out Michael's mission, thinking to herself, is he trying to convince those star spirits to get the phoenix feather? I guess he's not just some average Joe. Thinking this, Ophelia surged forward. Suddenly, her eyes widened in shock at the scene before her. Kang Jin Hyuk and the star spirit leader looked like they were best friends forever. Ophelia couldn't believe her eyes, they were actually on the same side now. She immediately prepared her technique, focusing energy into her palm. Ophelia hissed angrily, "You arrogant fools. There's a reason our camp was set up right here in the canyon by the freshwater lake." The system notification appeared. Storm God has been activated. The energy within Ophelia surged, and she excitedly declared, "Just you wait. I'll take you all down. You guys aren't even worth the effort." Hovering above, Ophelia used her hand to guide her attack. It slammed into the ground, creating a massive explosion. Rocks and debris flew everywhere. Ophelia landed gracefully and scoffed, "What a shame. His blood smells so good." The sound of the explosion echoed throughout the mountains. Yu Junhua was startled, realizing the noise was coming from Jin Hyuk's direction. Lee Tae-min asked worriedly, "Is he going to be okay?" Suddenly, Kang Jin Hyuk appeared out of nowhere, silently placed a hand on Lee Tae-min's shoulder, and whispered, "Yeah, he's fine. Because he's right here." Lee Tae-min was so terrified he nearly jumped out of his skin. Yu Junhua shouted, "What the hell? When did you get here?" Lee Tae-min fell flat on the ground. "Don't sneak up on people like that. You scared the life out of me." Yu Junhua asked in surprise, "Wait, if you're here, then who is at the lake?" Kang Jin Hyuk just smiled slyly. At the same time, Ophelia's eyes widened in shock at the sight before her. What was going on? The images of the star spirit leader and Kang Jin Hyuk were blurring like an old TV. The system notification appeared, "Barrier 2." The illusion barrier had been dispelled. Ophelia watched in bewilderment as they disappeared right before her eyes. An illusion? Why would they place an illusion here to suddenly? Ophelia jumped as she turned around. The system notification appeared. "Blessing of the stars has been activated." Teresa had been standing there the whole time. She glowed with a golden aura and said softly, just as Jin Hyuk predicted. Teresa spoke sternly, "If you surrender now, I will let you live." "Surrender?" Ophelia grinned contemptuously. "Fell right into the trap. I'm actually pretty lucky." "Huh?" She then furiously launched her attack, hissing under her breath, "I hate this divine power so much." On the other side, Yu Junhua took a stance like a professional athlete. "Shall we start, too?" She then charged forward at breakneck speed. Heading straight for the enemy, Lancelot saw Yu Junhua approaching from afar and shouted, "Enemy! There's an enemy. She's coming at us all alone," he ordered. "Don't let your guard down, even if it's just one person. Everyone, attack." The system notification appeared. Dark trajectory has been activated. They rode their snow wolves and charged forward aggressively, surrounded by a purple aura. Yu Junhua nimbly dodged each attack and closed in on the enemy with eyes burning with killing intent. Yu Junhua gritted her teeth, determined to shred everyone in front of her to pieces. Behind her, Lee Tae-min shouted, "Run faster, Junhua." The system notification appeared. Mana shield has been activated. At the same time, powerful explosions erupted one after another. Lancelot thought worriedly, "They've got guts. They're outnumbered, yet they dared to attack first." By now, the dark clouds had cleared, revealing the deep blue sky. Yu Junhua leaped into the air and swung her weapon at the enemy with a roar. At the same time, Teresa also gritted her teeth, ready for a cool showdown. A flash of light descended, shattering the ground into pieces that flew everywhere. Teresa took her stance, eyes burning with fire, her entire body wrapped in a golden aura. Ophelia, seeing this, became frustrated and hissed, "This divine power is so annoying." The star spirits began to join the battle. The star spirit leader said, "We don't have time to just stand here and watch. Hurry up, everyone. We still have a long way to go." He held the unfortunate spirit in his palm and shouted. It seemed like it had finally begun an all-out, unstoppable battle. Over there, Teresa was locked in a fierce fight with Ophelia. Gritting her teeth, she put everything she had into the charge. Teresa swung her blade at Ophelia, sending her flying. She crashed into the distance with a massive thud, shattering the surrounding rocks and debris. Ophelia struggled to peek out from behind a boulder, absolutely furious, gnashing her teeth as she cursed. "Damn it! That meddlesome Saintess is such a pain in the neck." Teresa slowly stepped toward her, radiating an intense bloodlust. Ophelia wiped the sweat from her face. Then, she smirked provocatively. "You know, while we're playing around here, the demons are busy slaughtering your comrades." She gloated. "They're probably begging for their lives right now." Teresa faltered for a second at her taunt, but she quickly regained her composure. She answered confidently, pointing her sword straight at Ophelia. "That's impossible. My comrades wouldn't fall that easily." Elsewhere, some guy was getting his head grabbed and his teeth knocked out, screaming, "Help! Ah, unha!" Before he could let out another sound, she delivered a sharp blow to his side. The chaos behind them was intense. Lancelot stood to the side, watching, and couldn't help but think, "Unha, that woman is practically a monster. She's fighting our entire group solo and isn't losing any ground." But there was no sign of Teresa anywhere. He secretly cheered, certain his side would win this. Lancelot ordered his subordinates to surround her. Unha wasn't about to back down, either. She gritted her teeth, thinking, "If only Teresa were here with her strengthening magic, this would be so much easier. I'm starting to struggle." Faced with the barrage of attacks, Unha started to lose steam. She shouted, "Li Tae Min, wait, correcting line 1314 for flow." Suddenly, a swarm of flying saucers appeared in the sky. Everyone stopped fighting, looking up in shock at the strange objects filling the air. Lancelot looked up, stunned. That was a system notification popped up, activating mana-resistant landmines. With their control panels ready to trigger, the spots where the objects appeared erupted. The explosions were deafening, and the enemies, caught off guard, suffered countless casualties. Seizing the opportunity, Unha quickly dashed away from the spot. Lancelot, nearby, spotted her and flustered yelled to his men, "Unha is running away. Don't let her get away." Lancelot chased after her relentlessly, not forgetting to hurl insults. "You cowardly bitch, catch her." Someone else spoke up, berating him. "You idiot, this is a trap." Only then did he stop his men. He quickly put his fingers to his mouth and whistled to signal everyone. He ordered, "Stop the pursuit." The subordinates obeyed and halted. Li Tae Min peered out from a cave, looking toward them. Those bastards actually stopped. Yunha, panting heavily after her escape, asked, "What now? What do we do?" Someone answered with a firm tone, "We have to make them follow us this way." The protagonist, Kang Jin Hyuk, thought to himself, "Did they realize it's a trap already?" He assessed the situation. Are all our landmines going to go to waste like this? His eyes gleamed as if he just realized something. He quickly signaled the group, "Retreat toward the foothills." A system notification appeared, activating. Black gravity explosion. Purple vortices erupted, detonating everything around. Lancelot's men kept chasing, but the purple vortex held them back. The sound of Kang Jin Hyuk's group running rang out. They were quickly spotted by Lancelot's men. Someone shouted, "Over there! They're running out of the forest." The three of them scrambled away from the blast, fleeing the forest. With no place left to hide, they were quickly spotted and pursued. The others were also scrambling out of the forest to give chase. Soon, Lancelot thought, fleeing from those starving wolves in this snowy weather? Humph, what a bunch of fools, he thought. The three members of Kang Jin Hyuk's team were struggling to escape. It was true, their pace was quite slow. Li Tae Min took heavy, trudging steps, complaining, "Ugh, the snow is so thick, it's hard to run." There was no time to rest. Yunha urged him, "Li Tae Min, hurry up, we're about to be caught." They were running for their lives while Lancelot's men were closing in on wolves, which were obviously much faster. Suddenly, Lancelot stopped when he saw someone ahead, startled. "You." It was Kang Jin Hyuk's group. They were running toward Kang Jin Hyuk. He stood there like a lifeline for the three of them. Lancelot panicked. Kang Jin Hyuk stepped forward. Meanwhile, at the Yunha Guild headquarters, the security guard at the door was surprised by someone's arrival. "Who are you?" The guy with the sword reached for his hilt. The guard quickly took out his phone to report it to another guard. When the other guard heard, he hurriedly ran inside to report, "Sir Namgung Hyun Tien, we have a problem." Before he could finish his sentence, an explosion occurred. Everything outside turned into a total disaster. Namgung Hyun Tien jumped, looking toward the door, and saw a man holding a sword walking toward him. He guessed, Kang Jin Hyuk? Kang Jin Hyuk didn't say 2 words. He just took a piece of paper out of his chest pocket. Then Kang Jin Hyuk coldly declared, "Listen up, you own how weaklings." He started reading from the paper he had just pulled out. "Is this dump really the strongest guild in China? You guys would be better off opening a Chinese restaurant instead." Namgung Hyun Tien was confused, not understanding what was happening. "Huh? What? What are you talking about?" Namgung Hyun Tien stood there, looking blank, asking, "Huh? What? What did you say?" Kang Jin Hyuk ignored him and kept reading the message. "I'm taking this Unha Guild sign. If you know what's good for you, don't ever show your face in front of me again." Seeing Kang Jin Hyuk didn't respond to him, Namgung Hyun Tien annoyedly raised a hand to stop him from reading further. "Wait a second. Stop interrupting me. What on earth are you talking about?" Once again, Kang Jin Hyuk didn't care about his questions and continued his business. "If you're angry, then get your ass to the 7th floor of the Tower of Trials right now." Namgung Hyun Tien kept asking. "No, listen, I understand." Namgung was still trying to be polite, but Kang Jin Hyuk stayed focused on his task, reading the next part of the paper. "You'll get to fight not only me, but also Kang, the strongest warrior in the world, Kang Jin Hyuk." He pointed his sword at Namgung Hyun Tien and continued reading in a challenging tone. "And we're going to beat you until you're begging for mercy in the dirt." This time, Namgung Hyun Jin could no longer maintain his initial polite facade. Having been interrupted multiple times, he began to openly challenge him. He flew into a rage. What's with that arrogant attitude? After delivering the message, Kang Jin Hyuk waved his hand coldly. "Catch you later then." In an instant, the headquarters exploded again. Kang Jin Hyuk had arrived to provoke Namgung Hyun Tien and Yu Jong-ah, and he even smashed Namgung Hyun's valuables. Gritting his teeth in fury with nowhere to vent, Namgung Hyun returned to the snowy forest along with Kang Jin Hyuk. Seeing them arrive, Kang Jin Hyuk wore a wicked smile. Lancelot watched the strangers approaching, feeling enraged and wondering, who the hell are they? I never received any intel about them getting cozy with the AI. Just then, a panicked voice rang out. "Sir, we've been surrounded by Kang Jin Hyuk's troops. We can sense a dozen other powerful presences, too." Kang Jin Hyuk, looking effortlessly cool with his hands in his pockets, strolled toward Namgung Hyun and Tien. Namgung Hyun gritted his teeth and questioned Kang Jin Hyuk furiously. "I heard you were coming alone. How are you bringing an entire guard squad now?" Kang Jin Hyuk also stepped forward toward the group. "Jin Hyuk, you angry man," shouted at the protagonist, "how dare you make me read such childish garbage? You will definitely pay for this." Before Kang Jin Hyuk could finish, Kang Jin Hyuk smiled and said, Yeah. He brushed him off carelessly. "Let's deal with this first." As soon as he spoke, he lunged toward Namgung Hyun and Tien. Kang Jin Hyuk quickly attacked the other side. Namgung Hyun yelled to his subordinates, "Attack! Kill them all!" Lancelot was also busy directing the assault. Thanks to Kang Jin Hyuk's twisted plan, these minor misunderstandings caused the Demon Folk and the Zhenghua Guild to suddenly start fighting each other, even without knowing why. And that was enough to turn the tide of the battlefield. Kang Jin Hyuk laughed to himself. Haha, the battle between the two factions erupted, becoming incredibly fierce. Amidst the chaos, Lancelot frantically activated his Knight's Oath. As he attacked, Lancelot kept commanding his men. "We must finish this mess quickly so we can take down Kang Jin Hyuk next." A system notification popped up, activating Sword Aura. Namgung Hyun was also busy casting skills, ordering, "Quickly, defeat Kang Jin Hyuk." The battle raged on like a storm in the blinding blizzard. Kang Jin Hyuk's group was calmly observing. Someone even chimed in with a taunt. "Looks like you guys are having a lot of fun, huh?" Kang Jin Hyuk, who had been scrambling to escape, didn't forget to look back and grin. He replied gleefully, "If you're having fun, keep fighting." He left the chaotic battlefield and took off with his companions. Very quickly, Kang Jin Hyuk's group reached the northern valley. Kang Jin Hyuk took the opportunity to brag to everyone. "This is a very mysterious place that only I know about. Why don't we sit here, discuss our strategy, and warm up a bit?" Kang Jin Hyuk introduced their resting spot. Yu Jong-ah and Lee Tae-min gasped in surprise. Suddenly, a terrifying voice echoed from in front of them. "You've arrived. I've been waiting for you all forever. You're here so early?" Kang Jin Hyuk walked forward and reached out to greet them warmly, while the other two were a mix of emotions, feeling like they might pass out. Lee Tae-min yelled in a panic, "Ah, Why are the star spirits here? Kang Jin Hyuk turned back to reassure them. It's nothing. Before, they were just being manipulated by those vampires. Now they've switched to working with us to regain their freedom. This was Kang Jin Hyuk. When he took off his mask, it was none other than Chun Du-sung. Chun Du-sung stepped forward with an angry look. I have to admit, you're good at rallying people together, Kang Jin Hyuk, he remarked just before drawing his sword. Chun Du-sung finally noticed the person huddled in the corner. Jang Un-sok is here too? Kang Jin Hyuk replied indifferently. Him? Just a hostage. Just pretend he's not here. Kang Jin Hyuk suddenly spotted the baby star spirits bandaging the wounded Teresa. Seeing him look their way, she said shyly, I'm sorry, Mr. Jin Hyuk, I lost to Ophelia. Kang Jin Hyuk smiled to comfort her. Capturing her alive seems too difficult, but regardless, you did a great job, Teresa. Everyone asked together. So, what are you planning to do next? I can clearly see that things have gone beyond what we calculated. Kang Jin Hyuk calmly analyzed the situation. The enemy will definitely continue to march toward the island with the phoenix feather to escape the tower. Luckily, regarding that, we are currently in a better strategic position than those idiots. From now until they get here, we have a lot of things to prepare. Yu Zhong, Ah Hua, and Li Tae-min asked in unison, Prepare what? He smiled deviously and replied, Prepare, as much as we can. On Li Yuri's side, a team was also marching through the weather of blizzard and storm. Li Yuri led the way, remarking on how cold it was. A large star spirit handed him a red fireball. This is an energy core I prepared to counter that Michael fellow. A spirit core that allows the user to consume mana reserved within it for 2 hours. He felt very secure placing the spirit core into Kang Jin Hyuk's hand with the advice, this is a precious treasure. We had to take a great risk to camp in the valley near the clean water lake to obtain it. The fact that I'm giving this to you is proof that I have completely placed my trust in you. He held the spirit core in his hand and stared at it intently. This was the core giving ceremony, usually only used when they were preparing to wipe out another tribe, but this time it was probably just done, hastily like this. The large star spirit was moved, patting his chest with a thud. I have decided. After seeing you fight for us to trust you completely, Kang Jin Hyuk suspiciously thought. He seems to have misunderstood something, hasn't he? Kalako grabbed his hammer and proudly declared, Let's do our best to ensure that in this battle, we have no regrets left. He affirmed, We will not just suffer and be slaves. Kang Jin Hyuk heard this and wore an amused smile. He found it interesting. Reclaiming freedom, huh? That sounds fun. Kang Jin Hyuk and the group returned to the snowy forest. Let's fight. Kang Jin Hyuk left footprints on the cold, snowy ground. Many footprints formed a circle with an X shape. A mocking sound rang out. How bold of you. He looked toward the sound, gripping the dagger in his hand. Michael flew in the air, scouting, and ended up revealing his own position. Michael landed, walking step by step slowly toward Kang Jin Hyuk. I've heard about you baiting the demon folk into fighting another group. You're quite clever, he complimented, then smiled disdainfully. So why are you doing something so stupid now? A system notification popped up, utilizing the spirit core. Kang Jin Hyuk didn't reply. Instead, he silently activated the core. His magic power temporarily surged from 113 to 320 points, with a duration of 01, 59, 59. The system updated his current stats. Name Kang Jin Hyuk, male, 27 years old, level 42, strength 22, agility 22, stamina 231, magic power 320, resilience 100, luck 10, adaptability 78. 0 stat points available. Current star coins 251,558. Occupation, Jun's translator. Skill, fusion, level 5. Sword grave, level 5. Blessing of the stars, level 5. Judgment of level 5. Kang Jin Hyuk quickly activated Eye of the Glutton. He was furious at this guy, Michael. The system notified, due to a massive level gap, you cannot use this skill. Even with the spirit core activated, the power gap between them was still that vast. This was going to be tough. Suddenly, he spoke up and asked for Michael's identity. You must be Michael, right? I suppose you're planning to use the phoenix feather to escape the tower, aren't you? Michael smirked and even applauded. Oh, so you figured it out. Quite impressive. No wonder you were able to help Alice escape. But Kang Jin Hyuk feigned ignorance, acting as if it had nothing to do with him. Alice, I have no idea who you're talking about. Hearing this, Michael delivered a remark that felt like a slap to his face. Playing dumb won't help. We're already certain that you were the one who helped Alice escape. Cutting to the chase, he got straight to the point and asked where she was. If you agree to talk, I'll let you live. He threatened. Ophelia is craving your blood. Kang Jin Hyuk was speechless, thinking to himself, These guys are all desperate to eat me alive, aren't they? Annoyed, he refused. No thanks. He waved his hand and continued. But I still don't understand why you all want to leave this tower so badly. Michael smirked in response. Why, you ask? Suddenly, the ground beneath Kang Jin Hyuk shook, startling him. His eyes widened as he saw something emerging. A series of bizarre symbols began to shake the snowy forest. They were linking together, and their power was so intense it sent birds flying away in fear. A moment later, those symbols transformed into a circle called the Blood Sacrifice Line. Michael stood there and slowly explained, the Blood Sacrifice Line, a spell that uses human blood as a sacrificial object to summon another creature. Finding sacrifices is way too easy. You all walked right into the trap yourselves. We call these mindless creatures demonoids. A swarm of demonoids appeared, screeching. He asked with a grin, what do you think? Aren't they adorable? We need the phoenix feather to send these demonoids out of the tower to harvest even more human blood from the outside. Kang Jin Hyuk watched the demonoids cautiously. Michael, appearing deranged, revealed his ambition. We will keep using human blood to create these demonoids until we possess an army strong enough to conquer the entire tower. Kang Jin Hyuk frowned, thinking, I've never encountered this plotline before. Could the appearance of humans from outside the tower have created a variable? Michael regained his composure and ordered the newly summoned demonoids, bring me the phoenix feather. The demonoids obeyed and immediately dashed off to search. Kang Jin Hyuk still calmly spoke to Michael. The things you've made are indeed quite a nuisance. His demonoids suddenly froze as he slowly continued, but that won't matter. Suddenly, the demonoids were struck by something and disintegrated. It turned out his teammates had already prepared their weapons for combat. He declared, in any case, I never intended to let you have the phoenix feather. Michael looked toward the deep forest and said, what did you hide in the forest? With that, Michael also quickly focused his power. The system displayed a notification. Activating sunlight. A source of blue power, like a vortex, appeared. He lunged forward with his blade, mocking, focus on the fight, will you? He nimbly parried the strike. Michael quickly summoned a massive, grotesque, demonic hand. With a sinister expression, he glared at Kang Jin Hyuk, laughing with a wicked smile. I'll make you crawl and beg for death before I'm through with you. Over here, amidst the freezing blizzard, Kim Hyung was sweating profusely, panting heavily from exhaustion. Facing the horde of demonoids chasing him from behind, Kim Hyung carried Lee Yuri on his back, gasping for air. He activated persistence to rid himself of the sensation of fatigue for 20 minutes. The demonoids behind them kept closing in. Both were struggling not to get caught. Kim Hyung shouted to psych himself up. One of them was only a few steps away, but he nimbly dodged all of its attacks. Lee Yuri grumbled in frustration. Why are there so many of them? And why didn't anyone mention this during the meeting? She immediately contacted Mr. Min Jung-gu and asked, Sir, what's the situation on your end? She only saw the old man brimming with fighting spirit, preparing fiery attacks. Min Jung-gu responded excitedly, It's been so long since I've had a fight this intense. It feels like I'm back in my youth. Ha ha ha. After laughing heartily, the old man hurled fire attacks at the demonoids, keeping them constantly at bay. Park Ha-na spoke up. Even though Uncle is fighting hard, since their attributes are quite resistant to him, it will probably take at least 20 more minutes. Lee Yuri ended the transmission and said urgently, Uncle, can't you go any faster? I'm afraid I can't hold out much longer on my own. Kim Hyung yelled, This is dangerous. He continued, Uncle, it takes time to draw this entire pattern with my footsteps, so please, just hold on a little longer. Lee Yuri shouted back in outrage, Why is it always me? Why? Why do I always have to do all the heavy lifting? Kang Jin Hyuk, over on Teresa's side, wasn't doing much better. The demonoids surrounding her were growing in number. They kept lunging to attack her. Teresa clutched her sword and struggled to defend herself. Faced with the beast-like demonoids charging at her, trying to bite her, Teresa gritted her teeth and held on. Her eyes suddenly glowed with a golden light. Teresa immediately activated Holy Archer. A blinding golden light erupted, and in an instant, all the demonoids were sliced to pieces. Teresa was exhausted. She knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. She thought to herself that everyone was giving their absolute best, because if they lost, a horrific riot would certainly break out. Thinking this, she quickly pulled up her sword, then stood back up, bravely facing the horde. The demons are swarming in, more and more every second. How could I let that happen? Kang Jin Hyuk isn't sitting idle either. He's charging straight at Michael. Michael immediately activates his blood hands. Thousands of blood-covered fists fly toward Kang Jin Hyuk, but he nimbly dodges left and right, evading every single one. Suddenly, those fists snap back, spreading out into massive hands that grab at Kang Jin Hyuk. The giant demonic hands surround him, then join together to trap him in the middle. Suddenly, a blinding golden light erupts from within their palms. It turns out he's activated the blessing of the stars. It causes the giant hands holding him to shatter to pieces. Michael, standing to the side, can't help but exclaim, "Ha! So you can even use holy attribute skills, huh?" After landing safely, he quickly accelerates. Kang Jin Hyuk moves at lightning speed, attacking that hateful Michael. However, he nimbly dodges. He continues, but that won't. Suddenly, Michael freezes. He notices something strange. Michael speaks up, "I see. I get it now. You're definitely not an ordinary human. My attacks aren't working, but you look like you're having quite a bit of fun, don't you?" At this moment, Kang Jin Hyuk shows his excitement and flashes a sly grin, his hand tightening around his sharp dagger. Just then, two people walk up and bow respectfully to Michael. "Sir, we have finished all preparations." He responds, extremely satisfied, "Good. Draw your swords now. Let's attack together." Lyda, Bertwin, and Ophelia exchange glances. Then, they quickly draw their swords. "Yes, sir." Kang Jin Hyuk remains calm and says, 3 against 1. "That's pretty nasty of you, Michael." Not caring, he laughs and says, "Your mouth says that, but deep down, you seem quite pleased." He threatens him one more time. "This is your last chance to reveal the whereabouts of Alice. Reveal it, and I will spare your life." But Kang Jin Hyuk still dodges. "I told you. I don't know." As soon as he finishes, Michael retorts, "Liar." He uses the blood hands to attack him, but Kang Jin Hyuk blocks them easily. Suddenly, his eyes widen in surprise. At that moment, Leota Bertwin has repeatedly stabbed him with multiple swords. Leota Bertwin screams madly, "Where is Alice?" Kang Jin Hyuk continuously evades his attacks, then indifferently replies, "I already told you. I don't know anything." At the same time, Ophelia swings her sword toward Kang Jin Hyuk, but luckily, he dodges it easily. He says irritably, "How many times do I have to tell you people that?" Suddenly, he freezes again. It turns out he was hit by a demonic spell, sending him flying far away. Kang Jin Hyuk, looking cool as ever, recovers his stance. The two just stare at each other for a long time. Michael says, "If it's going to be like this, I guess I'll have to beat you for a while longer." As soon as he speaks, all three charge toward Kang Jin Hyuk. By now, his body is covered in numerous wounds. Nearby, Park Ha-na is panting heavily, and Lee Ju-ji is using her skills. Lee Yuri shouts excitedly, "It's done." Immediately, the surrounding area is enveloped in a massive wave of purple energy. Lyota Bertwin screams in panic, "What is this?" The system displays, activating Forbidden World 4-star, binding barrier. They are shocked and question him. "Where did you get the time to create such a massive barrier?" Facing their astonishment, Kang Jin Hyuk says smugly, "Your mouths keep yapping, Alice this, Alice that. Do you miss her that much?" As he speaks, Kang Jin Hyuk pulls out Braham's ring and channels mana. Into it, he adds, "She misses you guys a lot, too." At the same time, a pair of beautiful feet in black heels steps out. Michael's group is completely bewildered. Kang Jin Hyuk continues, "I hope you can all settle things peacefully between yourselves." Suddenly, Alice appears, causing that crowd to gape in surprise. Michael speaks up with interest. "Oh, you finally fully revealed yourself." Alice looks at her own hands. The system informs her that the tower's restriction has been weakened. The maximum power that can be used has increased by 20%. Alice clenches her fists tightly. Immediately, she screams in fury. A massive wave of energy radiates from her, causing the surrounding earth and rocks to explode into pieces. Seeing the magnificent scene before him, Michael exclaims, "How can she still have so much power after being in those ruins for so long?" Alice opens her mouth and declares, "I, Alice von Ataraxia, have lost too many things. During that time, I was banished into the void. You all will have to pay for everything you've done, you miserable traitors." She points her finger angrily at Michael's group. Calico, covered in snow, is still running for dear life. The system suddenly displays a notification. "You have received a video call request." The caller is Kang Jin Hyuk. The screen lights up, and he says, "Commander Kang Un-sok, the time for your uselessness to actually be useful has arrived." Hearing him say that, Kang Un-sok becomes extremely angry and says, "What did you just say, Kang Jin Hyuk?" Hearing this, he just says, "Just joking. I really need your help here." Kang Jin Hyuk then continues, "Find and destroy the Mana Stone, acting as the anchor for the curse placed on Calico. You have to hurry. I don't know how much longer we can hold them off here." Suddenly, Calico appears from behind Kang Un-sok. Calico seems to realize something. Its eyes seem thoughtful. Suddenly, Calico shouts, "Let's go." Then it charges toward the bright red monsters rushing to attack. The system displays a new notification. White Phantom Beast activated. The weapon currently in use gains a transparency effect. Attack power increased by 15%. Attack speed increased by 15%. At this moment, Calaco is seen swinging its transparent weapon with all its might. Calaco charges and swings powerfully, sending monsters flying everywhere in midair. Watching the wounded monsters screaming as they rush to attack, someone's voice rings out, "It can't be. That monsters like these would proactively protect that mana stone." Calico speaks up. "There are a few places where I feel it's highly likely they are hiding the stone. Let's look together." Kang Unsuk's face turns red from the cold. He is annoyed and thinks to himself, "Why do I have to go scavenging everywhere with this low-life creature? I am the captain of the second team of the Dangun Guild." Calaco seems to sense something and says, "Don't worry, I won't let anything happen to you." Calaco supports Kang Unsuk. The two stand there blankly, trying to find the stone. Kang Unsuk hears this and falls into deep thought for a long time. Calaco, at this moment, seems to have other thoughts. How could I ever lose the only means of contacting Kang Jin Hyuk? Then, it walks away, one hand holding a hammer, the other supporting Unsuk. The red monsters scream, gathering together, turning the area into a sea of red. Zizo. Alice von Ataraxia flies up from the monsters into the sky. The monster's eyes follow her. She hovers in midair, looking down from above at the blazing red color. Just then, the system pinged. Blood field activated. Alice von Ataraxia's expression was incredibly sharp and majestic. She swung her hand, summoning a magic circle. A vast sea of crimson light erupted from Alice von Ataraxia's spell. A massive dagger seemed to plummet straight toward the ground. The red monsters below shrieked in terror. With a deafening crash, that massive object slammed down, shrouding the entire forest in dust and smoke. A violent shockwave tore through the forest. The blinding light created a hauntingly beautiful scene, when suddenly, someone screamed, "What on earth is happening? Yujin!" Yujong struggled against the gale and shouted, "We're going to be blown away." Kang Jin Hyuk stood firm, gripping his sword tightly, bracing himself against the crushing wind. Everyone nearby was being swept away. Some barely clung to anything they could find. Teresa Laurentia fought the fierce winds, thinking to herself, that's where Jin Hyuk is fighting them. Laurentia's face paled as she breathed out a cold mist, lost in her thoughts. I wonder how this battle is going. Snow began to fall, heavier and heavier, blanketing the area. Somewhere, Michael spoke up. Who would have thought she could wipe out more than half of the demons in a single strike? On the rocky terrain, only bloodstains remained. Michael stepped forward toward the red monsters. He raised a hand, saying, "How energetic." Behind him stood two others. Kang Jin Hyuk channeled magic into his hands and called out, "Alice, you two seem to have a lot to talk about. You handle Michael. I'll take care of the small fry and then come back to help you." Alice landed on the ground. She retorted, "Are you implying that I couldn't take them all on at once?" Kang Jin Hyuk quickly answered, "No, I just don't want you to carry all the trouble alone. Aren't we comrades?" His words left her, clearly taken aback. Kang Jin Hyuk turned his back and said, "Oh, and Alice?" Alice replied, Kang Jin Hyuk seemed to be struggling with something on his side. He remained silent for a moment, then suddenly flashed a grin. He turned away, saying, "Never mind. I'll tell you after I finish handling this mess." Alice just let out a dry laugh. What was that? How boring. The system chimed with a new notification. The third testament has been completed. Invincibility for 1 second has been sealed. Hyuk stood before his opponent. He pointed directly at his foe and declared, "I am the one who will handle you, small fry." Michael smirked, then turned to look at the two standing before Alice and Hyuk. Michael showed no sign of fear. He even said cordially, "It's been a long time, hasn't it? The former head of the Ataraxia family. How have you been lately?" Alice seemed furious. She gritted her teeth, trying to contain her rage. She couldn't hold it in any longer. Her eyes glowed blood red. She lunged at him, screaming, "You bastard! Don't you dare use your filthy mouth to speak my name." Her magical attack was so powerful it triggered another massive explosion. Michael used his own magic to deflect it, standing within a hand of spectral energy. He said, "You shouldn't have come out here." He stared at Alice, who was panting and frustrated. He continued, "Because of the tower's restrictions, someone considered the strongest like you. Struggling against someone as weak as me, it's pathetic." 2 streams of tears ran down Michael's face. He laughed while saying, "To think I have to fight you while you're in such a weakened state, how tragic." Alice was driven mad with rage. She gritted her teeth, glaring at him with hateful eyes. Alice finally snapped. She raised her hand to cast a spell and shouted, "Stop with those disgusting, sentimental thoughts. Even if I'm in this state, I'll definitely defeat you." The system chimed again. Blood explosion activated. Alice. unleashed a strike of immense power at her enemy. However, he remained unscathed. He stood there and said, "Isn't it because of the need to keep the tower balanced that things ended up like this?" Michael, still wearing his mask, continued, "When you were in your prime, why didn't you aim for a higher position? Why cling to such useless things like peace and fairness? The problem has always been you. Now, it's my turn, Alice." Michael transformed into a beast. He grinned with a twisted expression and added, "Let me show you how much I've improved over the years." Alice bared her fangs in anger. "You arrogant little brat." Hyuk stood before Lyota Bershin and Ophelia. Under the falling snow, he felt no fear. Lyota Bershin pointed his sword at Hyuk and said, "It won't be like last time." Hyuk laughed. "Why does that sound like you were going easy on me last time?" Lyota Bershin's face darkened. "That's exactly right. We only spared you then to pry information out of you." Ophelia added, "Since Alice has appeared, we don't need to keep you alive anymore." Hyuk smirked and said, "Oh, is that so? Then I guess I should show you my true power." He gave a smile and continued, "The power I've been showing you so far." Kang Jin Hyuk gestured to himself and laughed loudly, saying, "Hasn't even been 20% of my true capacity." Lyota Bershin and Ophelia were left speechless, their faces blank with confusion. The system chimed again. A new notification: the fourth testament has been completed. 4 out of 4. Kang Jin Hyuk's triumphant expression was truly chilling. The system notified him again. "You have successfully copied the skill. Ability Devour. Rank. Description. When attacking a target, you can steal a portion of their power. Cost. 0.3 mana per strike, 1 mana per critical hit." Kang Jin Hyuk drew a dagger and thought to himself, "I endured letting you guys fight like that just for this skill. After all, when meeting your kind, I have to seize it immediately." He will cast his magic, his eyes rolling back, his hair whipping around in the magical current. He mused, "Especially if I fuse it with a holy attribute skill, what will happen then?" Suddenly, the system chimed. "You have chosen to fuse Ability Devour with Blessing of the Stars. You have obtained the skill, Soul Absorption." The system described the new skill, Soul Absorption. Rank. S. Description. Can steal a portion of the target's mana with every attack. If you successfully land consecutive attacks on a target, you can obtain the hidden attribute, Vitality. Each attack grants 0.01 points of Vitality. Ophelia gasped, shouting with utter disbelief, "That skill, Ability Devour? How could he learn an ability exclusive to the only our clan would know that?" Lyota Bershin, hearing what Ophelia said, immediately retorted, "No, that doesn't feel like normal energy absorption. There's a trace of divine power mixed in there, too." Suddenly, they both lunged at each other. Kang Jin Hyuk shouted, "Don't just stand there." He charged, attacking them. He dashed past Lyota Bershin and said, "Go ahead, have a taste of this." As Lyota Bershin was hit, his body was racked with immense pain. The system notification popped up again. "Thanks to the Soul Siphon effect, you have gained 0.03 magic power points." As he licked his lips, the system chimed again. "Thanks to the Soul Siphon effect, you have gained 0.01 vitality points." Vitality is a stat that can be converted into any other stat the owner possesses, and it is also capable of fully regenerating the entire body. Ophelia stood there, mouth agape, stunned. "That's a hidden stat I had to experiment with over 62,000 fusions before I discovered a stat that can be boosted continuously without any restrictions." Kang Jin Hyuk looked truly terrifying, savage, and menacing now. The system rang out with a notification stating that the limits on continuously strengthening oneself had completely vanished. Amidst the blizzard, these people were locked in a fierce exchange of blows, accompanied by the system's voice. Activating Ghost, Sword King, Walking. Kang Jin Hyuk continued to buff his combat prowess. The system voice kept going, "You have gained 0.01 permanent vitality points thanks to the Soul Siphon effect." As for Ophelia and Lyota Bershin, the system announced, "You have been robbed of 0.03 magic power points due to the Soul Siphon effect." In this situation, Lyota Bershin shouted, signaling his companion, "Ophelia, now." Ophelia immediately unleashed her technique. Crimson magic appeared around her, forming a spear. Activating Blood Banquet, she decisively fired the spear straight at Kang Jin Hyuk, but it seemed to have no effect on him. A worthy effort, I suppose. Suddenly, Kang Jin Hyuk paused for a few seconds. He was likely thinking about something. Kang Jin Hyuk looked off into the distance, where the mountains were radiating a massive surge of power. He was worried. Given Alice's current condition, he feared he was still too strong. "I must get back to her, as fast as possible." Because of this, he turned to Ophelia and Lyota Bershin and said, "I don't have much time, so let's end this stat stealing here. If you're smart, you'll start talking. What is that Michael trying to do?" After saying that, Kang Jin Hyuk unleashed his aura. He continued, "Speak, and I'll consider letting you two live." Ophelia and Lyda Bershin felt a hint of fear. What is this dense magic power? Was he hiding his true strength all this time? At this moment, Lyda Bershin, filled with determination, shouted, "We will never bow to you." The result of being a side character who likes to brag is having one's head separated from their neck. Before he could even finish his sentence, Ophelia watched in horror. Then Kang Jin Hyuk wiped his blood-stained blade and turned around sharply. "Either way, I only need one of you to get all the information." Kang Jin Hyuk used this to continue threatening Ophelia. "Well, do you want to start talking now, Ophelia?" Ophelia. Her eyes were wide and her jaw dropped. She was more terrified than she had ever been. Elsewhere, the place Kang Jin Hyuk was looking at earlier was where Alice and Michael were fighting. Michael unleashed his formidable power, pinning Alice down into the thick snow, continuing his relentless barrage of attacks until Alice couldn't even breathe. Her body was battered, and she was sent flying. She closed her eyes and gritted her teeth. "Damn it, my magic power is still not enough." Before she could recover, Michael had jumped higher than her and was preparing a move. He shouted as he lunged down. Faced with this terrifying power, the snowy ground trembled violently. Elsewhere, some wild monsters, which seemed to have been created from someone's power, were viciously charging forward. Calicut immediately used his weapon to deflect them all. Suddenly, Calicut spotted a crystal glimmering, surrounded by those monsters and a few other soldiers. He quickly lunged forward, intending to smash that crystal. With his large, muscular frame, he held a tiny person in his hand, a shrunken Kang Unsek. As he ran, Calicut said, "To win this war, we absolutely have to destroy that magic stone." Calicut continued telling Kang Unsok, "Let me clear a path for you. Do you think you can make it to the stone?" Kang Unseok worriedly replied, "You want me to wipe out all those monsters and then shatter that massive magic stone?" Kang Unsok continued to vent his inner thoughts. "You have a whole family to protect, but me, honestly, I just wanted to be better at picking up girls. I just wanted to be a bit more successful. Why are you asking so much of me?" While they were struggling, Calicut's leg was bitten by a monster. Not just one, but countless others. Ouch. Calicut remained calm, saying, "Don't complicate life. The meaning of living is simpler than you think. It's just about focusing on doing well what you can do in the present." At this point, Calicut was trying to push the monsters off himself. Hearing what Calicut had just said, Kang Unseok let out a loud shout. Calicut clenched his fist and lunged straight ahead. A real man lives like this. He curled his body up like a ball and kept rolling. The monsters were sent flying. Kang Unsok was positioned in the palm of Calicut's clenched hand. When Calicut opened his hand, he bravely sprang up, ready for what was about to happen, along with words of encouragement from Calicut, "Go." Then Kang Unseok gathered all his courage and stepped forward, ignoring the horde of monsters behind him as if they were about to tear him apart. In this moment, he recalled his past memories. Kang Unsok remembered the first time he received his sword, being congratulated on becoming the captain of the Teresa, second squad of the Dangu Guild. Let me tell you, a good job like this is hard to find nowadays. With this job, you will have everything you want: wealth, power, love. Back then, Kang Unsek had picked up the sword, his eyes sparkling with excitement at feeling something he loved. Returning to reality, his mind now had to think about what he could do in a specific moment, what he could do right now. Kang Unsok lunged straight at the crystal, using his sword to slash at it. He continued his train of thought. "Everything is right in front of me in this very moment." His train of thought continued, and the crystal did too. The crystal shattered into two pieces. Michael's soldiers couldn't react in time. The magic circle is disappearing. At this moment, Michael also felt what had just happened. The others, those fighting alongside Kang Jin Hyuk, rejoiced. The magic circle has been broken. Kang Jin Hyuk said with relief that the two of them had succeeded. Meanwhile, Ophelia was gasping and struggling for air as Kang Jin Hyuk kept dunking her head underwater. He casually watched her struggle and spoke up. "Good grief, my arm is about to fall asleep. Are you ready to talk yet?" As she was pulled up to catch her breath, preparing to be dunked again. Ophelia, terrified, hurriedly blurted out, "The 29th floor. The 29th floor. That's where we were aiming for." Kang Jin Hyuk didn't quite get it. "The 29th floor? That's the Empire's territory, isn't it?" Ophelia continued. "The day Michael said he wanted to obtain the Bamung blade that the Empire is keeping, that's all I know about his goal." Kang Jin Hyuk threw Ophelia aside. "Bamung? So that's it. The most powerful dragon slayer's sword, Bamung. Perhaps he wants to use it to kill the dragon on the 48th floor." Thinking this, Kang Jin Hyuk turned toward Ophelia, who was coughing violently. He pressed his hand against her neck, forcing her into submission. Ophelia screamed in pain, but Kang Jin Hyuk didn't care about her suffering at all. He demanded, "Ophelia, do you want to live or die?" In response, she replied with a voice full of anger and helplessness, unable to do anything, tears streaming down her face. Why are you asking something so simple? Of course, I want to live. In reality, Kang Jin Hyuk only asked this to corner her. The system prompt chimed, "You have obtained the consent of the other party. The seal of exile is merging into the target's body." Once it was done, Ophelia continued to sob over the loss of her freedom, while Kang Jin Hyuk turned away without a second glance. "Well then, I look forward to working with you in the future, Ophelia." Meanwhile, Alice was swaying, unable to stand. She screamed in agony. Alice was enduring a massive internal power attack from Michael. "I think you've enjoyed your little escape long enough," he sneered. "It's time to return to where you belong, Alice. You've put up quite a fight." Just as Michael was about to finish her off, Kang Jin Hyuk appeared. In one strike, he shattered Michael's power and saved Alice. Michael was stunned. The weapon that had withstood Alice's attack had been sliced in two. Alice, having no strength left, lay in Kang Jin Hyuk's arms. With her final breaths, she whispered. My contractor Kang Jin Hyuk gently replied to her, "You did well, Alice. Get some rest." Alice then passed out. Kang Jin Hyuk stood up and shouted, "From now on, you're fighting me." The monster charged forward aggressively. Witnessing that fierce attack, Kang Jin Hyuk could only use his two swords as a shield to block in front of him, refusing to let that monster get any closer. The force raining down on Kang Jin Hyuk became increasingly violent. That monster had decided not to let him go, so it would fight to the very end. Refusing to lose, Kang Jin Hyuk activated Sword Grave, one of the main character's most powerful techniques. At the same time, the notification board appeared, showing, "You have gained an additional 0.03 points in permanent vitality thanks to the soul absorption effect." Seeing this, Alice was stunned, as she never expected that the person she had been supervising, who seemed so weak, would be like this. No, she thought to herself. Has he always been this strong? No way. I'm certain I've always been by his side, yet wearing a look of extreme unease and agitation. She thought, in just the short time we were apart, has he become this strong? On the other side, the monster still wouldn't let Kang Jin Hyuk go. Seeing that he had survived one of its humanas in place, lethal blows, it attacked again in a rage, shouting, "You annoying pest." Without a moment's hesitation, the monster continued to unleash its most powerful attacks with maximum damage. Kang Jin Hyuk, for his part, kept a tight grip on his two swords, ready to fight it. Seeing this, the monster lost all restraint. It lunged straight at Kang Jin Hyuk and furiously screamed, "I will crush you." After a bout of clashing, the monster's giant hand smashed a boulder into pieces. A wave of dark power radiated from the monster. But surprisingly, Kang Jin Hyuk had already quickly moved out of the way before the monster could strike. Because of this, the monster's face looked confused, like a dog shaking its head. Taking advantage of the moment it wasn't paying attention to its surroundings, Kang Jin Hyuk lunged and stabbed it. Looking at the result he had just achieved, he offered a sneering smile at the one who didn't know its own limits. Turning toward the monster, which was beginning to fade away, he thought about his mana barrier skill and recalled the earlier attack. Kang Jin Hyuk huffed, muttering to himself, "Because the gap in mana stats is so huge, my attack had no effect at all. If I only rely on soul absorption, it'll take forever to even the playing field." In the distance, Kang Unsok took advantage of the monster's weakened state to land a stab on it. But there wasn't just that one. When he wasn't looking, another appeared, intending to seize the chance to attack. Fortunately, Du Jong-a arrived just in time to deliver a lethal blow to the remaining monster. Afterward, Chun Du-sung and Du Jong-a turned back toward Kang Unsok. He muttered, "I'm sick and tired of always having to stand in Kang Jin Hyuk's shadow." But something suddenly made him stop. It turned out to be the young man from earlier. Because Chun Du-sung hadn't looked closely, only when observing carefully did he realize it was Kang Unsok. Dan Gun looked at the monsters lying scattered on the ground and asked in shock, did he defeat all of them with just a broken sword? Thinking this, he furrowed his brows with a sharp gaze. Chun Du-sung thought, "This guy is more trouble than I thought." On this side, Kang Unseok pointed in one direction and told everyone, "Chieftain Kaliko is dying. Can someone come and lend a hand? This is my comrade who has been through life and death with me." Teresa, hearing the plea, she slid down the cliff and said, "Leave it to me." Indeed, when she reached the foot of the snowy mountain, Teresa activated her healing gospel ability. That ability helped her heal Chieftain Kaliko with ease, but at the same time, the power also consumed quite a bit of energy. After a long, strenuous effort, Teresa was exhausted, her face growing pale. Seeing this, Kang Unsuk ran over. He worriedly called out to the chieftain, "You're out of danger. Kaliko, can you hear me?" But because he was so worried about the chieftain, he didn't notice that Laurentia had fainted from exhaustion nearby. Only Chun Do-sung saw it. He ran over, looking at Laurentia with concern. In his heart, Chun Do-sung felt a bit troubled. He gently covered her with a piece of cloth to keep Laurentia warm. Seeing her drift off like that, he looked on, annoyed, and muttered, "She fainted again. She always pushes herself way too hard." Thinking of the moment Kang Jin Hyuk warned him that no matter what, he shouldn't come here, and that once done, he should immediately take the injured to the designated location, Chun Do-sung thought about everyone suffering from the cold in this place. He hoped that whatever Kang Jin Hyuk was planning, he would hurry up. Kang Jin Hyuk, everyone here has reached their limit. Over here, Kang Jin Hyuk is activating the Gluttony Eye. When using this ability, his eyes glow blood red. Kang Jin Hyuk stares into the distance, as if waiting for something, looking toward the fire demon. Its stats and identifiers appear clearly. The system notification also indicates that if Kang Hyuk can defeat Michael, a Hound of the Decay sus family and the highest-ranking vampire within the Gluttony faction, he can copy one of his skills. Seeing this, Kang Jin Hyuk confidently flashes a satisfied grin, thinking, just having a copying condition to look at is a blessing in itself. That Michael sees him smiling like that and gets annoyed. He sinisterly says, "You're laughing to yourself again? What an interesting human." A notification pops up, activating Hidden Moon Hand. Then, without hesitation, he lunges straight at Kang Jin Hyuk with his sharp claws, taunting him. "Let's see how long you can keep smiling." This is followed by a series of merciless counterattacks from the monster. The attacks are so powerful that even the ice blocks on the ground crack. It is worth noting that the closer the attacks get to Kang Jin Hyuk, the more powerful and massive they become. Kang Jin Hyuk is no fool. He doesn't just stand there and take the hits. He uses all his strength to activate the sword graveyard. He parries the strike as easily as a feather. After blocking it, Kang Jin Hyuk looks at Michael and sees that the vampire still refuses to give up. He is determined to make Kang Jin Hyuk die by his hand, so a series of attacks follow, aimed directly at him. With a mocking smile, Michael laughs. He says sinisterly, "I'll pull out those annoying teeth of yours one by one." Hearing that challenge, Kang Jin Hyuk puts away his sword and scoffs. It turns out he isn't giving up. Kang Jin Hyuk just wants to change weapons from a sword to a bow, aiming straight at Michael's face. Contemptuously, Kang Jin Hyuk says, "Is that so?" A notification pops up, activating Crimson Magic Bullet, followed by a counterattack from Kang Jin Hyuk. After a fierce struggle, Michael falls backward. Looking at the blood wound caused by the arrow, he murmurs, "Quite a few tricks up your sleeve, huh?" Then, another mocking smile comes from Kang Jin Hyuk. He retorts, "Of course, if you want to call provoking me a trick, so be it." Unable to accept this, Michael continues to activate his Hellfire Annihilation technique, which triggers a series of earthquakes from the demon's side. Alice, seeing the move that Michael is preparing, is startled and stammers, unable to speak. Looking at the magic circle, Alice screams anxiously toward Kang Jin Hyuk, "Contractor, get out of the way. If you get hit by that, you won't survive." But ignoring her concern, Kang Jin Hyuk wears a mysterious smile. He hints, "I'll only survive if I don't get hit." Hearing this, Alice is even more terrified and screams, "What nonsense are you saying? Move away, now." But before she can finish her sentence, Kang Jin Hyuk activates his Perseus shield to create a protective barrier. He smiles at Alice and says gently, "Watch closely." Seeing this, Alice is horrified. She knows she cannot stop Kang Jin Hyuk, so she becomes even more desperate and screams his name. At the same time, Michael has finished preparing his attack. He goes berserk and lets out a deafening roar. Simultaneously, the ground cracks, and the shockwave is accompanied by a volcanic eruption. Seeing it hurtle toward her, Alice instinctively cowers in fear, covers her face with her hands, and screams, "Kang Jin Hyuk." A moment later, the area of ice and snow is completely submerged in lava. It is covered everywhere in molten rock. At this moment, a figure stands on top of that volcano, breathing heavily. It turns out to be none other than Michael, drained of energy and exhausted, but he still doesn't forget to wear a mocking smile and says, "That was precious of you. The first time I've had to drain my mana while fighting a human." Alice, watching the scene, is flustered and crawls backward. Seeing that no one is left to stop him, Michael sets his sights on her. That monster says sinisterly, "Miss, that bloodsucker is gone, so shall we continue?" But suddenly, Alice breaks into a bright smile as she looks into the distance. Michael sees this and stops in his tracks. He doesn't understand why Alice is smiling like that. He looks around, and when he looks up, his brows furrow in anger. It turns out Kang Jin Hyuk was completely unaffected by the attack that he thought had such destructive power. On the contrary, he is preparing to let Michael taste what a real counterattack feels like. Seeing the weakling who thinks he's won, Jin Hyuk smiles broadly, preparing a powerful blow. Then, a destructive force erupts from Kang Jin Hyuk. His whole body seems engulfed in a flame of victory. It turns out he had previously activated his invincibility skill. However, a notification appears when he activates the attack, stating that using a skill that goes against the laws of causality will be a heavy burden on the user's mana. But as Kang Jin Hyuk, he fears nothing. He aims straight at Michael and shouts, "You probably don't know that for someone like me, 1 second is quite long, isn't it?" Piercing his sword toward him, he gleefully yells, "Long enough to knock your teeth out onto the ground." That monster, having drained all his mana, prepares to activate a counter technique, but receives a notification that his mana is insufficient, which makes his expression drop. Then, a notification pops up. Magic barrier has become ineffective. Slashing through, Kang Jin Hyuk's attacks become even heavier as they land on him. Michael, seeing this, refuses to accept being hit, but he has no way to retaliate. The monster thinks furiously, "Impossible. How could he survive after being hit by my hellfire?" Looking at Kang Jin Hyuk, who is healthy and holding his sword, preparing to finish him off, he is confused and wonders why he is still unscathed. But just as the sword is about to swing toward him, the monster uses his bare hand to block it. With a face as black as coal, he trembles with rage and says, "Now, I am admittedly a bit weak. Anyway, I never thought I'd have to fight in a state of mana depletion like this." With that, he snapped his sword hilt back and used his elbow to counterattack. Counterattacking, he screamed in anger. "Even so, you think you can beat someone like me?" The blow was so sudden that Kang Jin Hyuk couldn't do anything but block it with his arm. However, the force behind the strike from that wretch was immense. It knocked Kang Jin Hyuk backward, sending him crashing into the snow in the distance. Seeing Kang Jin Hyuk struggling to stand, Michael rushed forward, aiming his fist directly at his back. Before he could land the hit, a familiar shoulder lunged in. It was none other than Alice. Seeing Kang Jin Hyuk about to be attacked, she rushed out, activated a barrier, and blocked the blow for him. Michael's expression darkened. He gritted his teeth in hatred. Driven by resentment, he turned and shouted, "Lady Alice, why?" He looked toward Kang Jin Hyuk, who was lying collapsed over there. She yelled furiously, "You fool. Did you really think I'd just stand by and watch?" On the other side, after being blocked by the person he trusted most, Michael flew down not far away. He scowled in angry resentment and said, "You shouldn't have done that. You're hurting me." Alice turned to the wounded Kang Jin Hyuk. She shielded him and asked with concern, "Kang Jin Hyuk, are you still all right? I can feel you're almost out of mana." Kang Jin Hyuk comforted her, smiling. "It's nothing yet." Clutching his aching arm, he smiled warily, thinking, "Honestly, my only goal is to protect Alice. Besides, these 10 minutes." The scene shifted to the soul orb. 11 minutes and 31 seconds remained. Thinking about it, he told himself, "That's enough to drop our win probability to 0. The scene moved to a room where people in black robes were watching the events from start to finish. It was a room on the 39th floor. Looking at Kang Jin Hyuk in the orb, one asked, did he deliberately provoke Michael to use his trump card? "I'm starting to get worried that Michael might lose." Another chimed in, "Alice is right in front of us. We can't let her slip away." However, one expressed concern, saying, "If we interfere in an event on a lower floor like this, wouldn't it be dangerous?" One continued, "But we've already invested so much manpower into it, we have to do something." After arguing without finding a solution, one turned to a leader and asked, "Lord Ascension, what should we do now?" That person didn't answer the question right away. After a moment of thought, he glared with bloodshot eyes and replied, "Keep watching the fight. It hasn't ended yet." On the other side, Michael was planning an attack, but was blocked by Alice again. Seeing this, Michael shouted in fury, "How can you stand with a lowly human like that, Lady Alice?" She replied that Alice would never stand with him. Michael shed tears and said angrily, "Even though you were overthrown, I always respected you. Isn't this a betrayal of your own kind?" Alice retorted angrily, "Betrayal? How dare you accuse me of betrayal?" She grabbed his collar and screamed that the things your kind did to me are what you call betrayal. She added, "Besides, I'm not on the human side." Then, a foot stomped hard on the ground. It was Kang Jin Hyuk. Seeing Alice still arguing, she said, "I only stand on the side of my contractor." To Michael, he jumped into the air, aiming to give him a taste of justice. With one short strike, Michael was finally sent flying 10 meters away. After being struck in the face, he let out cries of pain. Turning to Alice, he smiled and said, "Alice, use the blood plasma." Worried, she asked, "Will you be able to handle that much mana usage?" Seeing that, he comforted her and replied, "I can." Hearing the firm answer from Kang Jin Hyuk, she summoned the blood plasma into her palm and forged it into a weapon. The sound of Alice's weapon summoning was so loud it caused an explosion in the snowfield. She leaped high, preparing to charge directly at Michael. Then, with one quick, clean strike, Alice hit him directly in the chest. Being struck by the person he admired, he could only block with his hands. The force was so strong the sword pierced through his palm. She screamed angrily. I know you are all watching through his eyes. Michael could only force a smirk, knowing he'd been exposed. He said, You're quite observant. Unable to contain her anger, Alice shouted to those in the observation room, You filthy traitors, listen well. No matter how you try to burn the bridges, I will avenge this. Looking at Alice, who was trembling with rage, Michael finally revealed his true colors. He sinisterly said, But Lady Alice, aren't you a bit too weak to do that? He pulled the sword out of his hand, saying, This didn't even pierce my heart. But before he could finish his sentence, a voice rang out, No need, because I'll do it. It was Kang Jin Hyuk. He unleashed his attack and charged straight at him. The strike pierced straight into Michael's heart, hurting him so much he couldn't utter another word. Immediately after, he began spitting up blood. His eyes rolled back, white as a corpse. The weapon, summoned by Alice, had pierced through him, creating a giant, gaping hole in his chest. Seeing the result, Kang Jin Hyuk happily received the notification. Survived the battle with Michael. You have completed the copying condition. Standing before Michael's body, which was dissolving, the notification continued. Successfully copied Hidden Moon Hand. Finally, he had leveled up to 1. At that moment, the effect of the spirit orb ended. After receiving the message, Kang Jin Hyuk finally breathed a sigh of relief, as if a burden had been lifted. Because he had exhausted all his strength, Kang Jin Hyuk stumbled and knelt down, but he still tried to tell Alice, Piece of cake, my contractor. Luckily, Alice caught him quickly before he hit the ground. Looking at the devoted Kang Jin Hyuk, Alice smiled, as if she felt a bit. With a warm expression, she said, For the first time, I've tasted the feeling of revenge, all thanks to you. I'm truly happy. But at that point, her eyes grew visibly sorrowful. Alice sighed and said, Kang Jin Hyuk, to be honest, a small part of me didn't trust your words. Seeing Kang Jin Hyuk slump there under her own hands, she continued, I can't understand why you would help me. Looking at his devoted face, she gently stroked his hair and said warmly, But now, I completely trust you. Thank you. After saying those final words, Alice dissolved into the space. The scene then shifted to another room. A man, with his chair knocked backward, shouted, No way. Another one said angrily, A talented warrior like that lost to a human? Such power. Another guy also hurriedly spoke up, The blood port has been destroyed, too. This can be considered a painful stumble in our efforts to gather the necessary resources to attack the Empire. Seeing that, the leader tapped his desk, deep in thought, and looked at the orb in front of him. He said sinisterly, No need to rush. It's a pity the blood port was destroyed, but we haven't lost everything yet. Touching the orb, he continued, Knowing the location of Alice makes it worthwhile. With that, he scowled and said, Kang Jin Hyuk, from now on, I will keep a very close eye on you. At this moment, the scene shifted back to Kang Jin Hyuk. After resting, he finally woke up and saw Teresa looking down at him with a bright smile. Seeing everyone standing around, she happily chimed in, Everyone. He's awake. Then she excitedly explained, Since you didn't return for so long, we went to look for you. We found you passed out, so we brought you back here. Looking at Kang Jin Hyuk's back, she said worriedly, In the area where you fought, aside from some mummies and vampires, we didn't see anyone else. But no matter how they asked, Kang Jin Hyuk's mood dropped significantly because he knew Alice had left and would never return. But ultimately, Jin Hyuk had to pull himself together. Turning toward where Alice had been, he gave a sad smile and replied, It's nothing. Thank you so much, Teresa. You all did a great job. Then, breaking into a bright smile, Jin Hyuk continued, I'm starving. Let's go eat. The clash and skirmish under the snow between the two sides was still ongoing. Namgung Hyuntian grabbed his arm and shouted, Stop. Everyone, stop already. He pointed at the other group and said, Why are you attacking us? Was it Kang Jin Hyuk who ordered you to do this? Lancelot didn't understand what Namgung Hyuntian was talking about. What nonsense are you spewing? We are clearly trying to suppress you lot so we can chase after Kang Jin Hyuk. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Lancelot's mind. Wait, orders from Kang Jin Hyuk? Aren't you guys his accomplices? The misunderstanding between both sides caused Namgung Hyuntian's last thread of sanity to snap. Veins bulged on his face as he roared, Damn it, stop the fight. Everyone fall back. Now. Ophelia was hiding in a nearby tree, observing. These useless demonic beings, I've been wondering what they were doing. Turns out they're just wasting time here. She sat down heavily on the ground, rubbing the mark on her neck. Ugh, at least I'm still alive. But what is this stupid mark? Why does it burn up every time I think of that guy? A voice suddenly spoke up. Burn up, you say? Melina appeared out of nowhere in front of Ophelia. Seeing Melina, Ophelia shrieked, You're that rude bastard from before. Haha, what's wrong? Acting arrogant earlier, weren't you? Melina wasn't about to back down, retorting, Seems like you're the one being arrogant, aren't you? Yet, you still got branded, huh? Ophelia's face darkened as she drew her sword to threaten Melina. A lowly human like you dares to mock me? Melina hurriedly waved her hands. Just kidding. Geez, this woman is so uptight. Seriously. I was just playing around. An exclamation mark warning appeared. Conflict between slaves is prohibited. The brand of exile will burn to punish you. The mark on the back of Ophelia's neck and on Melina's face flared with such heat that both girls cried out, their screams echoing throughout the forest. Back at Kang Jin Hyuk's location, he had just collected the Phoenix Feather. Phoenix Feather. Difficulty, A. Description. Merely possessing it increases cold resistance by 500%. When combined with the right materials, it can create a new item with very special abilities. Kang Jin Hyuk grabbed the glowing red Phoenix Feather with satisfaction. With this, clearing the 7th floor will be a piece of cake, so might as well enjoy a meal first. A grand, delicious feast personally cooked by Kang Jin Hyuk was laid out. Everyone ate while showering him with praise. I've never eaten anything like this before. Wow, you're even good at cooking? It's just a basic skill everyone should have. Tribal Chief Kalako stepped toward Kang Jin Hyuk and said, Thank you. Our tribe is alive only thanks to you. I truly don't know how to repay this kindness. The game board appeared, notifying him, You have received the recognition of Tribal Chief Kalako. Conditions met. You have successfully copied White Beast. The effect of White Beast is, for 5 minutes, attack speed increases by 15%. Equipped weapons will also gain the stealth attribute. Depending on your mastery, the stealth level will vary. Kang Jin Hyuk replied politely, No need to thank me. It's not like I'm doing this for free, you know. Tribal Chief Kalako was puzzled. Kang Jin Hyuk laid out his terms. You just need to pay me 500 magic stones every month. And for convenience, just drop the items at the entrance. Tribal Chief Kalako froze in shock. He thought it was a free favor, but the price was enough to make him want to run for the hills. Chun Du-sung said while eating, What a cunning bastard. I feel disappointed in myself for having changed my mind about you. Kang Jin Hyuk smirked, Ha, that's rich coming from you. You aren't missing a single bite of the food I cooked, are you? Chun Du-sung jumped up to retort, I'm only eating it because I'm angry and disappointed. Just thinking about you bossing me around makes me angry. Kang Jin Hyuk replied calmly, Then just tell me straight. There are plenty of ways to make up for that. Do you want to make a bet? We're a bit short on food anyway. A bet? Kang Jin Hyuk laughed and proposed a new game. Whoever catches the biggest fish wins. We'll record a video of the loser calling the winner Big Brother and post it on YouTube for a whole week. Without a second thought, Chun Du-sung immediately broke the ice on the floor. He stripped off his shirt and dove straight into the freezing cold water to hunt for fish. He held a knife in his teeth, his mind filled with one mantra. I will definitely be Kang Jin Hyuk. The scary, giant fish down there couldn't intimidate Chun Du-sung. Everyone looked at the ice hole, but there was no movement. Lee Taemin sighed helplessly. Jin Hyuk, you always like to come up with these kinds of games. Teresa also looked concerned. Oh, here we go again. Taemin scolded. He's truly a devil. Jin Hyuk defended himself. Humph, so what? It's because that guy was whining so loudly earlier. If he got tricked, he should blame his own stupidity, not me. Jianhua also looked down at the lake. I bet Chun Du-sung actually enjoys games like this too, don't you think? Jokingly, Jianhua threw something at Kang Jin Hyuk. Oh, right, catch this. I found this near where you passed out. Kang Jin Hyuk caught it. It was a necklace. This is what Michael intended to use on Alice. I need to study this carefully. He tucked it into his pocket and thanked Jianhua. Wait, where is CEO Jiang On? Back with his group, I suppose. Jianhua looked puzzled. I don't know, honestly. He's been gone for quite a while now. And Chun Du-sung had managed to pull a massive fish out of the ice lake. He really hated losing to anyone. At that moment, at Baek Jinho's headquarters, he was staring at the game notification board, fuming, trembling with rage. The 7th floor of the trial tower has been cleared. The guild, the company, the veterans backed Jinho smashed the table, then furiously flipped the entire desk into the air and started screaming. You idiot. He pointed a finger at CEO Jiang On, berating him relentlessly. We supplied you with so much support, and you just let Kang Jin Hyuk take all the credit. And you had the nerve to come back here empty-handed, too. CEO Jiang On just stood there, taking the heat as Baek Jin-ho threw a stack of papers at his head, sending them flying everywhere. You swore you would clear the 7th floor. You even submitted the project proposal. And what the hell were you doing over there? How could you let your sword get broken like that? Do you have any idea how expensive that blade was? Regardless of Baek Jin-ho's ranting and raving, Jiang On-seik simply bowed his head, a calm smile lingering on his lips. Meanwhile, in a high-rise building in the heart of the city, the chairman of the Awakened Association, Kim Tae-chun, was reporting. The 7th floor has been cleared, sir. I'm aware. It's still that player, Kang Jin Hyuk, right? According to the Dan Gun Guild report, a dispute arose with a force from a higher floor. They had joined hands with demons to scheme and stir up a major riot. It was player Kang Jin Hyuk and his teammates who defeated them, sir. Kim Tae-chun asked, Mr. Chairman, should we approach player Kang Jin Hyuk? Han Sang-jin stood looking down at the city below. No need. Just watch quietly for now. Revealing our intentions so rashly isn't wise at all. Whether Kang Jin Hyuk stands on the side of humanity or on the other side is still very hard to determine. So for now, let them celebrate. The world seemed to be maintaining order, didn't it? Indeed, television programs were broadcasting news that the 7th floor of the trial tower had been cleared. People were still walking about peacefully below. The scene shifted elsewhere. A red-headed manager screamed at the top of his lungs, "Emergency! Everyone, emergency! A VIP arrival ceremony. Hurry up! Tell everyone, move it!" The shopping district immediately turned into chaos. A security guard hugged a massive roll of red carpet and ran as fast as he could. Everyone must follow exactly what we practiced. Hurry! The giant carpet was rolled out to the main entrance. Staff members meticulously carried baskets of roses, scattering petals along the path. Don't you dare make a single mistake. A pair of black shoes stepped onto the rose-covered red carpet. The staff bowed at a 90-degree angle and shouted in unison. It is an honor to meet you. We wish you a wonderful day. We will ensure you have the best shopping experience possible. Their VIP, Alice, dressed lavishly and looking incredibly stylish, entered the store. She tossed a mountain of gold and jewels at them, bright enough to blind anyone. The welcome ceremony is prepaid with this. From now on, whatever I touch is mine. I won't accept any questions about it. The staff stared at the pile of shimmering jewels with their jaws dropped. Alice sat haughtily on her palanquin. Let's get moving. The 4 staff members carried the palanquin, with a line of people following behind carrying bags. The manager was so happy he was foaming at the mouth and collapsed on the ground. The branch manager fainted. Just leave him be. He's just gone crazy with joy. It was just his peculiar way of showing emotion. Seeing Alice recovered and happy like this, Kang Jin Hyuk was also extremely pleased. It seemed Alice had fully recovered. He pulled out the power necklace that Michael had left behind. Its difficulty level was off the charts, described as a necklace forged by the High Priest's power with the help of the gods, specifically used for sealing. It was incredibly effective against shadow attribute artifacts. Michael had tried to use this on Alice, so he wasn't planning to kill Alice, but to seal her. Is there something going on here that I'm not aware of? I'll have to keep this for now. While Kang Jin Hyuk was lost in thought, tucking the necklace back into his pocket, on the other side, Alice was causing a commotion in the shopping mall. Receipts were pouring out like rain, making the staff turn pale. Oh my god, the receipt printer won't stop. She even touched the structural column. Kang Jin Hyuk's game dashboard popped up with a notification. You have received an invitation from Rich Hennessy. By carrying this invitation, you will be able to attend the masquerade ball held on the 1st floor of the trial tower. A masquerade ball? A masquerade ball that's a type of event quest that automatically triggers once you reach the 25th floor. Back when the trial tower was just a game, I went once. Of course, back then, because nobody bothered to play this game, I was all alone. I just danced around by myself and burned the place down for fun. But this time is different. This time, there must be countless awakened ones invited. Kang Jin Hyuk called out to Alice. Looks like we've got our next destination. A while later, they arrived at the trial tower. The 1st floor, a neutral zone in the city. Kang Jin Hyuk, Alice pouted. Annoyed. Humph, you promised to let me shop until I dropped. Kang Jin Hyuk gently coaxed her. The place we're going to is for shopping, too. Don't be mad, okay? Kang Jin Hyuk led Alice to a private tailor shop. Is it this place? That's right. I need to pick up a suit for social events. The door was pushed open, and the bell hanging above chimed, tinkle, tinkle. Kang Jin, Hyuk, and Alice were immediately stunned. What? You're here too? It was Chun Du-sung, also getting his body measured by dwarves to have a suit made. Chun Du-sung saw his arch-nemesis and immediately got angry. You said we'd go together, but you left me to face this alone. Is that fair? Bickering and teasing were like a daily meal for them, so Kang Jin Hyuk, take it easy. This isn't the place to be brawling. You're using way too much mana. Those elves are going to pass out. Kang Jin Hyuk glanced over. Sure enough, The elves were foaming at the mouth, their eyes rolling back as they collapsed except for the shop manager. Sighing, Kang Jin Hyuk nudged Chun Du-sung. Keep going. Cold baths are great for muscle growth. Don't play dumb with me. Why do you never say anything truthful? Kang Jin Hyuk waved his hand dismissively. All right. Stop being so angry. I've got this sword here. It's for you. You know better than anyone how much I value Chun Du-sung. He said it so loudly. How many more times do you think you can trick me with those sweet words? Kang Jin Hyuk. He started his psychological manipulation. Just think about it. Didn't I even show you how to get the elemental sword? See, Chun Du-sung, who was fuming, suddenly froze. Well, that's true. Then he turned away and started calculating. Besides, if I hadn't been careless and broken it while fighting those giants, that sword would have lasted a long time. Kang Jin Hyuk was confident. Number 1 in reliability, that's me. And aren't you looking for a new sword anyway? I have a great one for you, so stop being mad. Let's meet up at the party. I'm serious. Chun Du-sung was annoyed, but his anger had already subsided. No one understood him like Kang Jin Hyuk did. He grumbled as he walked away. I'll trust you one last time, you hear me? Kang Jin Hyuk replied, I know. But who knows if he'd actually give it to him? That habit of teasing each other really wouldn't go away. Just then, Chun Du-sung noticed Alice was looking around at the items in the shop. I wonder what the status of that girl who's always sticking by his side is. Oh well, as long as we don't become enemies, I don't need to worry about it. The door closed. Kang Jin Hyuk bowed to the shop manager. Sorry about all the trouble just now. The goblin shop manager wiped the sweat from his forehead. It's all right, the matter's over now. He responded cheerfully. Are you two looking for outfits for the masquerade ball? I suggest you both wear black. Kang Jin Hyuk didn't rush to get clothes made. He stepped toward the spot where the incense was diffusing. That's true, but that's not the only thing we need. Are you looking for something else? Kang Jin Hyuk leaned down to smell the incense. This incense contains snow lotus. I smelled it the moment I walked into the shop. Isn't that very strange? A goblin designer on the first floor having flowers that only grow on snow-capped peaks from the 16th floor? The goblin shop manager tilted his head. What are you talking about? Kang Jin Hyuk continued his deduction. While I was arguing with my friend, I noticed something. When Chun Du-sung released his magical power, the other goblins all passed out, but you weren't affected at all. And you frowned when you saw Alice. He pointed toward Alice. It seems you recognized who she was before. So, I've reached this conclusion. You're just pretending to be naive. In reality, you're someone with status. A mid-level manager like Rick or Nancy, aren't you? What do you think? Did I say anything wrong? The goblin smirked, then burst into loud laughter. Ha ha ha. Rick wasn't wrong. You really are a very interesting person. But you guessed one thing wrong. I am not a mid-level manager like Rick. In fact, Rick has to work under me. Kang Jin Hyuk was startled when he heard that. What? He immediately activated his greed eye. But the gap in rank with the target was too large, so the greed eye couldn't be used. The goblin bowed. My name is Hastings, a high manager of the tutorial tower. A high manager of the tutorial tower? This goblin is actually one of the 7 great managers who created the rules of the tutorial tower. Back then, I could never meet all of them. Who would have thought I'd run into one here? Hastings smiled. It's true that Rick told me someone had discovered the existence of the managers, but you're even more interesting than I thought. Manager Hastings was very amused. Hey, since you found a manager hiding their identity, I should give you a test. I'll design a truly beautiful suit for you. Kang Jin Hyuk chuckled. You're a high manager, yet you're so stingy. I'm disappointed. Hastings was puzzled. What else do you want? Kang Jin Hyuk beckoned to Alice, signaling Hastings to understand. Alice didn't understand and snapped. Are you going to put your hand down immediately? It's annoying. Shortly after, Alice held the invitation to the masquerade ball in her hand. She sat perched on the fountain and spoke to Kang Jin Hyuk. You challenged him just to get an invitation from me. Kang Jin Hyuk was playing with Goguma, just trying it out. I had a feeling he would agree. You like parties too, don't you? Alice looked down. That's true, but that's not the point. Don't you really know? What a terrifying goblin Hastings is. Those people are monstrous. They even created the rules of this tower. In all my life, I've only ever met one high manager. Kang Jin Hyuk petted Goguma while comforting Alice. Don't worry, Alice. I know how dangerous they are. He wore a calculating smile. But even so, if you know how to use them properly, you can squeeze a lot of benefits out of them. The game interface popped up with a notification. Party outfit completed. Have fun. Signed, Hastings. We should get going now, shouldn't we? At the masquerade ball, the Awakened were bustling and dressed to the nines. Wow. Everyone was chatting very animatedly. So this is the ball that only Awakened chosen by the tower are invited to, everyone thought. I wonder if Maya and Teresa are here today. I wish I could meet them. Do you think Kang Jin Hyuk got an invitation? Oh, someone's coming. It must be the people from the Samurai Guild. Wow, are these the real heroes who fight on the front lines? Samurai Guild Chairman, Hoshikawa Yoshio. He glanced at the people around him and spoke to the large guy accompanying him. Sutamu, look at that crowd. They really look like a bunch of parasites, swarming together, living off the strong without bothering to try and improve themselves. Seeing a pile of trash gathered in one place like this makes me want to puke. Sutamu asked anxiously, Boss, are you still angry because the guild's treasure was stolen, right? Even if you killed all these people, it wouldn't just grow wings and fly back. Hoshikawa Yoshio barked, I'm already annoyed enough, and I have to deal with a realistic underling. Sudomu, you should have just said yes. Sudomu leaned down and whispered, Ah, right, there's something I need to tell you. I received news that the Dragonflower Guild was also invited here. They also say that, so the fewer enemies, the better. Let's form an alliance. Before he could finish, he bumped into Alice's shoulder. Sutomu turned around, furious and arrogant. You're blocking my way. Before he could show off, he was slammed to the ground by a blow. Yoshio panicked. Sutomu, what happened to you? Alice coldly mocked him. What was that? Blocking your way? So, what now? Am I still blocking your way, you psycho? Before he could even register it, Sutomu felt an invisible pressure. Alice slammed him into the ground. A cold, arrogant voice echoed in his ear. Why didn't you answer me? Overwhelming authority had been activated. It worked to crush those weaker than the user with sheer magic power. Alice's eyes glowed red, and her face darkened again. Alice barked out, Did you hear me ask you something? Now, what was that? The guy in the white demon mask standing nearby couldn't hide his shock and terror. Sweat poured down his face, and he panicked internally. Sutomu, a top-tier powerhouse of the Samurai Guild, defeated this easily by this young woman. The guy in the white demon mask trembled as he looked at Kang Jin, Hyuk, and Alice, wondering who on earth these two really were. He placed a hand on her shoulder, leaning in to whisper, That's enough. It wouldn't be good if someone found out your identity. As soon as Kang Jin Hyuk finished, she finally let the guy go. Alice crossed her arms and snorted. How annoying. Nearby, the guy in the white demon mask spoke up, ignoring Alice's sour expression. And the side eye from Kang Jin Hyuk. It would have been better if you just advised her to stop. That was more than enough. Even though cold sweat was still streaming down his face, he acted as if he were still calm, standing with his hands on his hips. Is it really necessary to go this far between awakeners? He hesitated slightly, then continued putting on an air of righteousness. But if it was our fault, I apologize on his behalf. Behind his mask, his eyes became dangerous. Kang Jin Hyuk's voice deepened, completely different from when he spoke to Alice. He emphasized every word. I advised her to stop. Before the opponent could even reply, an ice hammer manifested from magic power in his hand. Kang Jin Hyuk swung with all his might, smashing it into Sutomu's head. The force was so great it caused a loud crash. The tiles beneath Sutomu's body shattered. Not only that, but the mask he was wearing suffered the same fate, breaking into pieces. That sudden action left the white demon-masked man slack-jawed in shock, and Alice was just as surprised. Her eyes widened, stunned by Kang Jin Hyuk's decisiveness and coldness, contrasting with her initial impression that he was a calm person. She was completely stunned, but who would have guessed he was even more terrifying than her? Kang Jin Hyuk's voice, which had just been low, suddenly rose. I told her to stop because I wanted to beat this guy up myself instead of her. His eyes turned red, and he let go of the hammer, which was still dripping with Sutomu's blood. He let out a chilling, excited laugh that would make anyone's skin crawl. Understand now, Mr. Yoshiro, chairman of the Samurai Guild. A notification rang in Kang Jin Hyuk's ear, Greed Eye activated. This eye's ability allowed him to see the opponent's entire profile. Information immediately appeared for the guy in the white demon mask. Name, gender, age, and level 52. Specifically, it even showed his strength, stats, special skills, and current amount of coins. Kang Jin Hyuk wore a bored expression. He looked at the gathered info and wanted to complain to the heavens. He was the chairman of one of the world's top 7 guilds, and this was it? Plus, the copy conditions were way too complicated. The more he looked, the more of a headache it was. But that white mask guy seemed truly fearless, even with Sutomu as a stark example. He stupidly tried to act tough and barked, You bastard. You know who I am, yet you treat us like this. You must know we are high-level partners of the Ronghua Guild, right? Do you think you can handle the retaliation of a guild that big? Kang Jin Hyuk pulled his mask down and said, Not sure about that. Do you think I can handle it? Along with his words came the guy's panicked expression. Seeing his face, the white demon masked man stammered, You're Kang Jin Hyuk? The others shared his mood. they whispered. Oh my god, it's Kang Jin Hyuk. So who is the person standing in front of him? And the woman next to him, is she an ally? Kang Jin Hyuk glanced over, muttering, good grief, these people are so loud. He raised a finger, and the system notification appeared, ice barrier activated. Immediately, 2 ice walls were erected, separating the 3 of them. Him, Alice, and the white masked guy. The man panicked. Kang Jin Hyuk said nonchalantly, don't worry, I just put them up so it's quieter. I'm sure you've heard a lot about me, right? He walked over slowly and continued, and a baseless threat like that won't work on me. Sharp ice sprouted under Kang Jin Hyuk's feet. He spoke coldly, truthfully. I couldn't care less what you guys are up to. The razor-sharp ice beneath his feet pierced the man's mask. Kang Jin Hyuk's eyes glowed red, and he gave a wicked smile, threatening him. But I hope you realize that it would be more beneficial for both sides if you don't block my path, even if you're a guild chairman or whatever you are. While stepping on Sudomu's head, Kang Jin Hyuk said, let's go. He put his mask back on, and they both left the wreckage behind, indifferently walking away. The white demon masked man, Yoshiro, gritted his teeth and growled in frustration. When Kang Jin Hyuk entered the hall, the system simultaneously announced, you have entered the event area. Welcome to the masquerade ball. Alice looked around, praising it without restraint. Even though we're just on the first floor, the decorations are quite elaborate, huh? He observed the surroundings as well, thinking to himself, let's see. I've never been to a ball with this many people before. It feels kind of strange. From afar, 2 beautiful girls, one tall and one short, were laughing and talking to each other. That was Teresa and Maria, someone he had met during a meeting. Nearby was a black-haired man wearing a gold mask. He was that bastard who had been stalking them. That was Teresa and Maria, people he'd met during the recent meeting. And there was that masked bastard with the black hair and the golden mask, the one who'd been stalking them. Other people at the costume shop seemed to notice someone, making Kang Jin Hyuk widen his eyes in surprise. It was a man and a woman. The woman, in a spoiled tone, tugged at her companion's sleeve and asked with a smile, what kind of person do you think that guy is? The person beside her, seemingly quite interested in the topic, speculated on the other person's reaction based on appearances. He laughed and replied, the kind who will be screaming from start to finish. Next, that girl pointed at another woman and asked, what about her? He covered his mouth and chuckled. She's the type who will beg incessantly to be set free. They are the terrifying SD-rank twins, Casey and Judelo. Judelo raised his wine glass, scanned the room, and said excitedly, everyone here looks so interesting. Casey, right beside him, chimed in excitedly, totally. Thanks to his greed eye, Kang Jin Hyuk immediately recognized the 2 people in front of him. They were the top 2 on Europe's list of players to avoid. They would always deliberately pick fights just for the fun of killing. He smirked, thinking, but that kind of danger is only for others. To me, they're just another source of valuable skills. With an evil, cunning grin, he thought, I can hardly wait. Alice, standing next to him, saw that familiar crafty look on his face and thought to herself, he's plotting something again. Elsewhere, ESS-ranked Guild Vice President Leo Wei and Ayoshiro were talking. So, he knows we're allies, but he's still doing that? Ayoshiro replied, I already lost my partner, so I had to come alone. I was worried there might be some kind of penalty if I didn't show up. Leo Wei turned pale. He gritted his teeth in hatred, thinking, Kang Jin Hyuk, after all the humiliations in the Goblin Forest and Tundra, we meet again. Leo Wei frowned. On top of that, without orders to proceed with any plans against him, there's nothing I can even do. Suddenly, a childlike voice cut in, this arrogant jerk let me handle him myself. The speaker smiled, adjusted his tie, and cleared his throat to get through. Other guys looked down at the source of the sound. One of them scoffed, look at that, check out those horns. Is that a monster? It looks kinda cute. He approached Kang Jin Hyuk and asked, is everyone enjoying the party? He smiled brightly, waving his tiny hand. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Carmen. Low-level manager Kang Jin Hyuk didn't seem to pay him any mind. He typed something into his system interface and asked, oh, is there something you need from me? Carmen grinned, his eyes narrowing into slits. I heard you beat one of my guests to a pulp. Is that true? Kang Jin Hyuk kept a deadpan expression and replied casually, oh, you mean the guy who touched my partner and then fell down? Huh? That person just fell, and he's already that badly hurt. A mailbox screen popped up next to Kang Jin Hyuk. He pointed at it and continued. Oh, I'll be sure to send him some flowers or something. How about a cactus? Dark magic gradually emanated from Carmen, as if to show he was furious. Carmen stood atop some large vines. He arrogantly declared, you're really begging for death, aren't you? The people in the hall were stunned when they witnessed that power from Carmen. Kang Jin Hyuk reached up and took off his mask. He shrugged with a smile. Is the host really going to threaten his own precious guests? Why all the chaos? If you're so intent on killing me, then I'll give you a word of warning. Messing with me won't be easy. The price you'll pay is very high. Carmen's eyes sharpened. He said coldly, "You stupid fool. You think I can't kill you just because you're on the first floor? You have no idea. Powerful entities from the tower are watching down from the second floor right now." Suddenly, dark magic erupted powerfully from Carmen's body. He clenched his fists, intense killing intent surging in his eyes. He shouted, "How is it that I can do this and no one is coming to stop me?" Alice seemed to sense the danger from him and quickly entered a combat stance, ready to engage in close-quarters combat at any moment. Kang Jin Hyuk stepped forward and reached his hand behind him to stop her. A roar from someone else shattered the tense atmosphere, which startled Carmen into freezing up. He looked back, bewildered. Flashback to some time ago, in a certain room, a sewing machine hummed with a message being delivered. "One of my buttons is a bit loose. I came to see you because I was convinced you were the best tailor. What a disappointment." The final part of the message read, "I hope you'll be kind enough to come and fix it. Otherwise, I'll leave a very long review." He stroked his chin, reading the message over and over as if he couldn't believe his eyes. He muttered to himself, "This is impossible. How could something I made possibly have a flaw?" Back to the present, Carmen was shocked to the point of distorting his face. Standing before him was high-level manager Hustling, walking toward them in a rage. He pushed up his glasses and growled, "Carmen." Just as everything was calm, a foot appeared from out of nowhere and kicked him hard. Because of that kick, Carmen was in so much pain he collapsed. He grabbed his leg, knelt on the ground, and groaned. The person in front of him observed his actions and asked, "Why aren't you answering?" Standing in front of Carmen was Hustling, gritting his teeth, ready to scold him at any moment. "I'm asking you, what did you do to my client?" Carmen was so scared he turned pale, his voice stuttering, I. The people present at the party witnessing this scene started whispering and gossiping. That tiny Hustling is a high-level manager. Ignoring the noisy crowd, Hustling looked at Carmen, gritting his teeth as he spoke. "I've known for a long time that some managers in the tower have been taking bribes and abusing their power to do bad things. But as long as they don't cross the line, I'm willing to turn a blind eye." At this point, Hustling looked at a squirming Carmen and said in a stern voice, "But if a manager dares to harm the guest of another manager, who would ever accept an invitation again?" Being scolded, cold sweat covered Carmen's face, his expression pitiful. "I didn't know you invited him. I'm really sorry." Hearing this, Hustling didn't pay much attention, narrowing his eyes dangerously at Carmen. "That excuse isn't good enough, Carmen. If you offend someone, you have to apologize to that person." At this point, Hustling's attention shifted to Kang Jin Hyuk, who was smiling triumphantly. At this request, Carmen couldn't believe his ears. He froze on the spot. "Apologize to Kang?" Jin Hyuk didn't care about his existential crisis, smiling suggestively. Oh, this scene is definitely worth the price of admission." As he said that, an orb slowly appeared along with a system notification that the recording had started. After the notification, Kang Jin Hyuk appeared confidently in front of Carmen. "All right, go ahead. Start apologizing sincerely, low-level manager." Carmen was given that very order. She was so angry she trembled, but in the end, she had to accept her fate and bow her head to apologize. However, Kang Jin Hyuk still wasn't satisfied and kept making things difficult. "Didn't you eat dinner? Speak up." This remark made Carmen jump to her feet. She gritted her teeth, intending to go all out against him. How can a human dare to butt Houston? Standing behind her, switched to kill mode upon hearing this, looking at Carmen with a death stare. Under that gaze, Carmen shrank back a bit and finally conceded. She stood at a right angle and shouted like she had never shouted before. "I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry." Hearing this, Kang Jin Hyuk closed his eyes and flashed a satisfied smile. Above them, everything that had transpired had been watched by a man. Pulling the strings of a low-level manager like that, he's quite an interesting guy. The man crossed his arms and silently evaluated him in his heart. When His Highness gave him a gift, I didn't understand why, but now I do. If we could recruit this guy to our side. Thinking this, the man turned his head to observe the person next to him, who was silently judging the situation. Muyansu stroked his beard, deep in thought as he looked at the hall below, thinking that perhaps they might even be able to end the war with those wretched martial arts masters. Below, at this moment, a system notification rang out. Activating microphone. After the mic was turned on, the man standing on the high platform began to speak. "On behalf of the low-level manager, just now, I will preside over this party. Now, let me tell you why you were invited." Before anyone could react, the man raised his hand and began his speech. As announced, this event is exclusively for the most promising players, and as some of you already know, this party was held for another purpose. for you to choose which side you will stand on if you continue to climb the tower. Having said that, the man snapped his fingers. Following that action, the system popped up from nowhere, beginning the main event of the masquerade ball, Prove Your Worth. The notification appeared in the middle of the room. A strange device appeared, followed by the mission details. Challenge Tower. Select a dungeon, labyrinth, or historical site anywhere between the 10th and 30th floors to conquer. Players with the best completion results will have an advantage in choosing their faction. Following that, the host's voice rang out. To proceed with the selection, you just need to press the red button and say the floor name and location aloud. Once the rules were stated, the man and Huisting vanished behind the door. Well then, good luck, everyone. After the final instruction, the two of them completely disappeared behind the heavy door. After they vanished, those present in the hall began to fall into a state of existential doubt. Everyone's faces were pale with fear. Next, the panicked voices of the ball participants echoed everywhere. Select a point in the tower? What is he talking about? Who is the low-level manager that guy mentioned? Just then, a whistle echoed throughout the place. Following that, a woman's voice spread through the hall. Stop acting like amateurs. We are all professional players. These words made everyone flinch. The owner of the voice was none other than Maria. She took off her mask, her expression serious, pouring a bucket of cold water on everyone. Though it's a bit surprising, we should be thinking about how to work together to overcome the challenges. First, let's see who has arrived to gauge the strength of our potential teammates. Teresa, standing behind her, also removed her mask, nodding in serious agreement. On the other side, Kang Jin Hyuk looked at the speaker with a deadpan expression, showing no emotion. Oh, it's Maria from Olympus. As expected of a top-tier player, she must be shocked, too. But she's regained her composure this quickly to get down to business. Alice von Ataraxia saw everyone taking off their masks, so she did the same. Hearing the announcement, Chun Do-sung closed his eyes in resignation. We're on the same team again. However, in another corner, there were those who wouldn't accept their fate. Wait, work together to overcome them? So, she wants to be chosen by the tower's residents? A woman agreed. That's right. They are enemies of humanity, aren't they? After those words, the two started to bicker back and forth. Everyone, calm down. Let's discuss this. While no one was paying attention, Kang Jin Hyuk quietly moved toward the machine. From a small conversation, the two started arguing, while he had already opened the cover to the switch. While they were still arguing, they suddenly stopped, shocked by something. It turned out Kang Jin Hyuk had pressed the switch, smiling contentedly as he heard the system announce, "You have selected your location. Floor 25, Valley of the Kings." Alice von Ataraxia didn't care and just focused on drinking wine. Hearing this announcement, everyone turned pale with fear. Chun Do-sung, witnessing all his actions, was 3 parts helpless and 7 parts thinking, this wily old fox again. Only Teresa remained confused, not understanding anything. Why is it that every time he acts like this? Once the location announcement finished, the system brought even more shocking news. All players will be teleported to the chosen location. Kang Jin Hyuk smiled brightly and gave a thumbs up while everyone else was in a panic. Wait, I haven't prepared yet, damn it. Immediately after, the crowd was teleported in front of a ruined structure. You have entered the 25th floor of the Challenge Tower, Valley of the Kings. You have 2 ways to escape, either clear the labyrinth or be chosen by a certain power. Kang Jin Hyuk stood straight and surveyed the surroundings. No matter how many times I come here, I have to admit, this place is really huge. Alice von Ataraxia was mourning her drink. The man who had been arguing with Maria earlier was now holding his head, his body trembling, not having prepared anything. After collapsing for a moment, he sat up and summoned his armor. Damn it, so this is a competition, huh? I'm definitely going to win, become the chosen one, and get out of here. Witnessing this scene, Maria reached out to stop him. Calm down. Turning against everyone right now is definitely not a good idea. Once he was restrained, Maria hesitated and glanced behind them. We still don't even know where we are. That person who pressed the red button surely must have had a plan. We should talk about this. However, the person they needed to find had long since disappeared. Alice von Ataraxia crossed her arms and glanced over, indifferent when she realized he was gone. Everyone screamed like they had never screamed before. He's gone? Where did he go? Alice von Ataraxia tilted her head, acting clueless. Inside the tomb, Kang Jin Hyuk was searching for something. Let's see, he muttered while patting the wall. It should be right around here. After searching for a moment, he pressed a brick. Following that, a system notification rang out. 5 paths leading to the king's tomb have opened. You may only choose one. Immediately after, 5 stone stelaes with different symbols appeared. You have 60 seconds to make your decision. Reading the text on the screen, Kang Jin Hyuk smirked. What a cunning notification. Everyone will think this place has treasures hidden inside, maybe even think. At this point, the image of a foot accidentally stepping into a bear trap flashed through his mind. If I choose the path with the elemental sign on it, the door will open, but at the same time, I'll be surrounded by a whole army of spirits guarding this tomb. And if, within the allotted time, I don't choose a door, and wait a bit longer, the glowing doors will expire. Because you did not choose any door, all doors will open. Right after that notification, a creature stepped out from inside. Oh, come on. Why is it always me going first? The creature that just appeared was the fire spirit, Salamander. Ha! It raised its hand to rub its head. What's this? A human. Don't you dare blame me. And then, its entire body burst into flames. Salamander transformed and began to introduce itself. I am the guard, Salamander, the guardian of the noble king's tomb. I will definitely make you pay for trespassing in the tomb of my noble king. Even though he was threatened, he remained very calm. Did you hear that? He's planning to kill me. What do you think? After that sentence, a claw appeared. Goguma appeared, letting out a sigh. Seeing it appear, Salamander looked puzzled. Goguma took a deep breath. Kang Jin Hyuk, standing next to it, knew what was coming and immediately covered his ears. Right after, Goguma let out a powerful roar, activating fear. The fire surrounding Salamander was blown away in an instant, leaving it in shock. A moment later, the spirit itself was sent flying. At that same time, from inside the tomb, a massive gust of wind erupted, blowing everything away. Directly hit by that blast, the people standing outside were pushed back. What the hell is that? One person even fell flat on their butt. There's some immense energy beneath the ground. While the others were struggling, Teresa was trying to get familiar with Alice. Alice, right? Can I ask you something? Seeing her not answer or say anything, Teresa still thick-skinnedly spoke up. Did Kang Jin Hyuk tell you anything about where we're going? Alice crossed her arms and turned her face away, not bothering to pay attention. After that gust of wind disappeared, Chun Du-sung activated his equipment and turned around to share his hypothesis. He's probably at the source of this tremor. After all, doing strange things is his hobby. Those words successfully got a reaction out of Alice. She walked over and tugged at his cloak. This action left Chun Du-sung unable to help but wonder. Alice remained silent, not answering his suspicion, but simply held up the rock she was carrying. And then, without a word, she threw it toward the dungeon. Following the movement of the rock, a series of traps in all shapes from axes and fireballs to sharp spikes appeared. This scene successfully left Chun Du-sung gaping in shock. A moment later, when he finally came back to his senses, Teresa bowed low, her face stiff, and asked, "You knew there were traps here all along? Truly, you're worthy of being Jin Hyuk's teammate." After the compliment, Teresa started to feel embarrassed. When she saw Alice not even bothering to acknowledge her, Teresa eventually stopped caring about that and pondered something else. But I don't know why. I have this feeling like I've met her somewhere before, and she just gives me this creepy, scary feeling. The person being mentioned was currently wearing a completely blank expression. On his side, an arm grabbed the destroyed wall, groaning in pain. My head, what was that? It wasn't just them. The wind spirit, Sylph, was also dizzy. Heck, I feel like I'm about to pass out. The earth spirit, Gnome, also came out, rubbing its head. It couldn't help but scold them. Salamander, what the heck did you do? After that, the water spirit, Undine, also appeared from some hole. Didn't you say nothing would go wrong? Why do we all have to come out and fix this mess? The light spirit, Wisp, lazily crawled out from a hole below, so sleepy. Right after, the scene before them left, Undine stunned on the spot. What? A moment later, Undine's soul also returned to her body. Salamander, what are you doing? Why are you face down on the ground? Salamander knelt on the ground, gritting its teeth, tears and snot all over its face. Shut up. And don't act like I did this. There's a monster here. Hearing this, the remaining spirits froze. A monster? Then, their attention shifted to Goguma, who was ready for battle. Goguma looked at the spirits and flashed a very friendly smile. On the other side, Mo Yong-soo was so stunned he slammed his desk. He looked at Kang Jin Hyuk in disbelief, who was smiling, satisfied, and giving a thumbs up. While the spirits were bowing at a right angle. That's an ancient dragon. Why does that guy Kang Jin Hyuk have one? Back on the other side, Kang Jin Hyuk was pressing his thumb hard against the spirits' foreheads, activating the exile seal. Once everything was finished, he held up his thumb and blew on it. At the same time, the system notified, "You have successfully turned 5 spirits into your subordinates. An unbelievable achievement. You have received 5,000 achievement points. Current achievement ranking, first place, Kang Jin Hyuk. Third place, Chun Du-sung." Right at that moment, on the other side of the screen, a series of people pressed the button to choose simultaneously. Very quickly, Kang Jin Hyuk's system notifications jumped rapidly. Many factions are feeling interested in you. The Spirit Realm is interested in the Ancient Divine Dragon. A total of 13 mid-tier factions want to collaborate with you. The Third Force is taking a keen interest in you. After reading all of this, he couldn't help but sigh. Then, when he saw a certain screen, the smile on Kang Jin Hyuk's face twisted completely to one side. The Third Force is interested in me now. Looks like things are getting complicated. Shrugging that aside, he reached up and scratched Goguma's chin. I only became famous because of you, buddy. Goguma let out a satisfied purr. After stroking it, Kang Jin Hyuk reached out and pressed a button. Agreeing to discuss with the Mirim Alliance, a projection of Mo Young-soo suddenly appeared on the other end. Greetings. I am Mo Young-soo from the Mirim Alliance. Before he could even introduce himself or get a word in, Mo Young-soo took the initiative, cutting straight to the point. Let's get right to it. Join our Mirim Alliance, and I will spare your life. Not stopping there, he continued with his threats. I have orders from above to send you to the afterlife right now. But not letting him say another word, Kang Jin Hyuk scratched his ear with one hand and tapped the screen to end the call. What was that? After ending the call and clearing all notifications, Kang Jin Hyuk snapped his fingers. Everyone, wake up. The spirits quickly stood up straight. Looking at them, he started giving instructions. We're about to head out, so make sure you practice what I demonstrated perfectly. Whoever messes up will become a snack for Goguma. The spirits responded immediately. Yes, sir. Once finished, he tapped to agree to discuss with the Empire. Immediately after, Penheimer appeared. Greetings, I am Penheimer from the Kingdom of Caladium, a part of the Empire. Hearing that name, he smirked and introduced himself. I am Kang Jin Hyuk. I hear the Empire is interested in me. Is that right? He didn't beat around the bush either. Looks like there's no need for small talk then. At that, Penheimer turned serious. Then I will speak plainly. Do you want to collaborate with us? We can provide a lot of help for your tower climbing process. Kang Jin Hyuk crossed his arms and replied frankly, I am quite interested in your offer. This statement caught Penheimer off guard. Oh, you're quite decisive. I thought things might drag on. Kang Jin Hyuk held up his hand. But I have one condition. This time, Penheimer directly asked, what is the condition? In another corner, the rest of the group was struggling to deal with the traps. Witnessing this scene, Maria put her hands on her hips and turned to ask about the situation. How's it going? The man reported the situation. Maria, at this rate, it'll probably take a few more hours to clear all these traps. Hearing this, Maria could only force a smile. So, apart from the group following that silver-haired girl, no one had taken another step. It seemed this whole ordeal would once again center around Kang Jin Hyuk. Suddenly, she noticed something. The system had just brought a new notification. The conditions for returning had changed. All players will be teleported back to the banquet hall immediately upon death, whether by traps or monsters within the maze. This benefit has been activated by player Kang Jin Hyuk. Reading this, everyone started to see the light at the end of the tunnel. Everyone, look, just by dying, we can escape this place. But there were still those who were skeptical. Dying? How can we trust that? As soon as he said that, a man slashed his own stomach. Watching that person's body gradually fade away, the others saw a new horizon. Oh my god. She really was teleported back. Doesn't it hurt? However, Maria began to suspect something. Did Kang Jin Hyuk choose this floor because he already knew this information? Should I ask Teresa to introduce me to him? But things didn't go smoothly when a man shouted to refute. What are you all celebrating for, you idiots? Don't you understand yet? Not stopping there, he continued to manipulate the crowd's psyche. Read the notification again. It says if you get eliminated, all of your achievement points will be wiped out. He continued to convince everyone. This is all part of Kang Jin Hyuk's plan to ensure he maintains an overwhelming position in this competition. Maria couldn't swallow this frustration anymore. She spoke up in a low voice. You're not grateful at all, are you? Maria put her hands on her hips and looked at him in disgust. Do you know anything about this maze? How can you say that about the person who saved your life? If you're so capable, why don't you head up there alone? But from the very beginning, if Kang Jin Hyuk hadn't pressed that button. While speaking, Maria led the group away. Seeing everyone leave, he couldn't believe his eyes. This is absurd. How did I become the fool in this situation? Just then, a familiar voice transmitted directly into his ear. Li Wei heard that voice, and the man was stunned. Mo Young-soo Nim? This was sound transmission. Don't speak too loudly, he instructed. When the man fell silent, he stated his purpose. Everything is ruined. Kang Jin Hyuk must be eliminated. He hesitated. Do I really have to do this? No. How could you handle him? Don't worry. Your job isn't to fight. Finishing his sentence, a notification appeared. You have received a gift. This was back to him. Penheimer was extremely grateful as he looked at him. This time, I owe you a big favor, middle manager. You must keep your word, Kang Jin Hyuk stated firmly. Of course, I won't forget what you've done for me. Then, before ending the call, he declared, if anything touches me, even by a single molecule, you'll be sent straight into Gaguma's stomach. Don't make me say this a second time. Immediately after that, he activated the spirit's movement mode. Salamander and Gnome use all their strength to carry him. I'm so tired, oh my god. Let me die. Andon, who was in front, shouted, shut up. Do you want to be eaten by that dragon? Acting as if he didn't hear the complaints, he praised, you guys are doing great, thanks. Walking halfway, something caught his attention. Stop. Kang Jin Hyuk stepped down. You guys can rest here. Only waiting for this moment, the spirits collapsed. Thank you so much, sir. He walked for a while and reached a pile of dried blood. Looking at the girl's body full of wounds lying there, he doubted reality. Why is a player's corpse left like this? He looked at it, deep in thought. If she had been killed by a monster or hit by a trap, she should have been teleported back to the banquet hall. But she was still lying here. That means, thinking of this, an idea popped into his head. Another player had sent her off. Speak of the devil. A girl with a mouthful of blood said in a terrifying tone, how about it? Can you feel it? Yes, I can. I love it. Two people, a man and a woman, holding blood-stained weapons, laughed gleefully. The scent of blood is so sweet, let's go finish him off. Casey and Judelo, in the past, had witnessed their parents being murdered by a psychopathic killer, causing the children to tremble in fear and cling to each other. He used an electrical cord wrapped around their necks and pulled hard, choking them until they couldn't breathe, leading to their deaths. But even in that desperate situation, the twins dared to rise, grabbing their mother's knitting needles to attack the murderer. With the two sharp ends acting like weapons, they fought together. Successfully avenging their parents, they defeated the murderer in agony. Once it was over, the two children hugged each other and sobbed bitterly. Splattered with blood, a notification appeared. If you can fulfill their ultimate desires, you can copy the skill. Shared everything. Kang Jin Hyuk stared blankly at the notification, thinking, what the hell is this? Now, in addition to the copy requirement, there's a whole backstory involved. Is this really necessary? The twins, Casey and Judelo, combined their attacks against him, with blades and swords flying past one after another. He parried them, thinking, speed, power, and coordinated attacks, they actually have great skills. He countered them relentlessly. His critical strikes left them stunned. I knew it. He's strong. The twins were blown back but remained determined to defeat him. Let's go again. Let's do this. Combining their gear in their hands, a notification triggered. Twin power combination activated, power has greatly increased. A notification read, copied opponent's high-level weapon skill and shared it. Force multiplication activated, attack power increased by 200%. The twins cheered. Let's do it more than just once. I want to smell that blood flowing on my hands. I've never smelled blood this delicious before. Kang Jin Hyuk scratched his neck, looking bored. Thinking he had zero motivation, he said, all right, bring it on. Elsewhere, in a large room, people in red cloaks stood gathered together. They spoke in unison. Congratulations, Lord Penheim. One man among them added, congratulations on recruiting Kang Jin Hyuk. Penheim replied, no, it's still too early. I only managed to make him make a promise. Then, another person chimed in. You don't need to be so modest, sir. That was all thanks to your help. The man in red added, he will surely be a great help. For the power struggle on the middle floor. Well done, Lord Penheim. Elsewhere, Lord Mungsu frowned in deep thought. I don't want to see those imperial bastards happy at all. He punched the wall with force. It was a huge mistake to act so impulsively, all for a tiny dragon. From behind, a shadow called his name. He said, is that you, Blood Demon Cult Leader? The Blood Demon Cult Leader grinned and spoke. I never expected someone from a prestigious righteous sect like you to come looking for me. It's truly unimaginable. Mungsu lowered his voice. Keep it down, you can't let others know. The Blood Demon Cult Leader spoke softly. So, who do I need to eliminate? Is it that guy Kang Jin Hyuk the Imperialists are talking about? With cold, hateful eyes, he replied, no. Eliminate the guild currently working with Kang Jin Hyuk. Before trying to destroy Kang Jin Hyuk, they were always the most annoying ones. The Blood Demon Cult Leader looked ominous. Well, I don't care who the target is, but since this violates the floor rules, it's going to be a big deal, you know? Is that okay? Mungsu looked furious, making the shadow flinch. I was just asking. Don't get angry. As the shadow disappeared, Mungsu's eyes grew fierce. Those filthy cult bastards. He crossed his arms, deep in thought. If I just let Kang Jin Hyuk lean toward the Empire like that, I'm a dead man, even if I turn back now. So, I just have to eliminate him myself. Scene change. Heavy footsteps. The twins were still fighting Kang Jin Hyuk, fiercely throwing endless, powerful attacks. Kang Jin Hyuk's eyes gleamed. A notification appeared, soul absorption activated. You have gained zero point 0.3 mana. Casey laughed triumphantly. It feels like something just came out. Judello felt it too. I've never felt like this before. Kang Jin Hyuk looked disgusted. He threw 2 punches at the twins. The way you express joy makes me sick. After knocking the twins to the ground, Kang Jin Hyuk thought, I want that shared everything skill, but how am I supposed to satisfy these perverts? I've never felt this defeated before. The twins, after taking a massive hit, got back up and whispered to each other, he's strong, yeah, he's really too strong. Kang Jin Hyuk gripped his sword, thinking, this is taking too much time. I should probably just kill them. Suddenly, the twins knelt before him. It caught him by surprise. What are you doing? The twins said together, we've realized that, even 2-on-1, we can't beat you. Casey and Judello looked up at Kang Jin Hyuk. If we can't kill someone with blood as delicious as yours, then we want to at least become your family and live by your side. Kang Jin Hyuk was still stunned when a notification appeared. Exile Flame activated. Upon activation, the twins' body temperature rose, making them tremble. A notification arrived, copy requirement met. You have successfully copied shared everything. While Kang Jin Hyuk was focused on reading the notification, the twins were laughing and chatting happily. I didn't think things would be resolved this simply. Whatever, it's fine. They clung to Kang Jin Hyuk. Now we're family. We'll be together for the rest of our lives. Until the end. Scene change. 3 people were walking together. Jusung asked, so, where is Kang Jin Hyuk? Alice replied, I don't know. Everyone asked her, then where are we going? She coldly replied, I don't know. Jusung lost his cool and shouted, then what do you know? Laurentia quickly grabbed his arm. Calm down. Alice turned back coldly. I don't know how to explain it, but I'm sure this is the way. The pure mana flow connecting to the contractor is heading toward that path. She continued happily. If we take this way, we'll meet the contractor. No. Kang Jin Hyuk is over there. The 2 behind turned around when they heard an unfamiliar voice. Suddenly, a series of shadows passed through the walls, faces covered, knives in hand. Then, a spear slammed into the stone floor. Ian-ho appeared with the group of shadows and shouted, well, I can't let you go any further. All of you will die here. This is the blood demon cult of the martial world. The blood demon cult leader looked at Ayano. Jusung and Laurentia went into a defensive stance. Alice, stay back. Alice. Her eyes glared with hatred. Kang Jin Hyuk, where are you? Since I'm so far from you, I don't even have a drop of mana left. Kang Jin Hyuk spoke up. That's right. Where was it again? Judello laughed happily on his lap. Right there, on my lap. Stab them with this huge metal bar. You can even feel their bones shattering. Kang Jin Hyuk thought deeply, I'm running out of energy to deal with this. He turned around and said, Casey, Judello, since we've gotten so close, listen up. He gave a goofy smile and said, from now on, you 2 are not allowed to kill people just for fun. Can you promise me that? Notification, registered seal of exile. A new rule had been set. Casey shouted, why? We've been doing this ever since we awakened. Ion 1 said flatly, it's not like the cops are stopping us anyway. Kang Jin Hyuk thought, these 2 are such a headache. He smiled dryly and said, how about this? From now on, I'll pick out the bad guys, the real scumbags, and you 2 can do whatever you want to them. Deal? Notification. A new rule has been set. They all laughed in delight. Kang Jin Hyuk let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, their brains are simple. Enemy troops were right in front of Kang Jin Hyuk. He looked at the system. Activating Demon Sword King. He soared into the air, making the ground tremble. Casey and Judello panicked and yelled, wait for us. The black-clad squad charged. Alice confidently stood in their way. Notification. Activating Divine Reinforcement. Activating Physical Enhancement. Activating Divine Shield. Teresa Laurentia called out, Alice, get behind me. Notification. Activating Soul-Piercing Sword Chi. With a murderous gaze, Jusung swung with all his might, making them bleed. The Blood Demon sect leader, Ian-ho, stepped out with a sinister grin. An outsider who knows how to use Sword Chi. How interesting. What is your identity? Jusung frowned in annoyance. Just get lost. I'm not even going to bother telling a guy like you my name. The Blood Demon sect leader, Ian-ho, laughed loudly. You've got guts, don't you? Jusung said coldly, I've got guts? Fine. I'll show you just how big they are. Notification. Activating Sword Song. I was saving this skill for that other guy, but I guess I'll use it on you. The Blood Demon sect leader, Ion-ho, laughed foolishly. What did you say? Jusung said coldly, this skill was meant for you. Soul piercing, sword art, sword, and soul unite. Teresa Laurentia was shocked, thinking, Jusung is actually the blood demon sect leader. Ion Ho said coldly, you're not bad, managing to use sword and soul unite, but it's such a shame. Notification, activating, demon blood blade. Ion Ho scoffed, you're strong, too, but your opponent is me. Jusung tried to block, but the force was too much, causing him to collapse and cough up blood. Ion Ho laughed triumphantly. To reach that realm all on your own, you've done well. Such a waste of talent. Notification, activating, 10 cross seal. The blood demon scowled. What an annoying skill. Jusung glared at him with killing intent. He laughed loudly and said, coming here with divine power? You've made a huge mistake. You should have just stayed back to protect that little girl. I guess you're not used to fighting, right? Alice looked at him with hatred. Then a voice cut in, you're too slow. Kang Jin Hyuk flew in. Notification, activating, sword grave. Kang Jin Hyuk's arrival made Ion Ho wince. Ion Ho was sent flying, coughing up blood. He thought, I couldn't even keep up with his move. Teresa Laurentia smiled joyfully. Jin Hyuk. Kang Jin Hyuk came beside Jusung with a look of annoyance. Why do you keep losing? Teresa's eyes sparkled. Teresa Laurentia looked at Kang Jin Hyuk and said, it's not that Jusung is weak. The other guys are just too strong. Kang Jin Hyuk replied flatly. Is that so? Kang Jin Hyuk pointed confidently. Those guys over there? They're all bad people. Judelo hopped around happily. They look strong. Yeah. He soared up with a look of arrogance. The blood demon frowned, thinking, another group of elite warriors? At this rate, we're being pushed back. Let's retreat for now and stabilize our forces. Before he could run, the blood demon sect leader, Ion Ho, was struck and spat blood. He shouted angrily, what was that? Kang Jin Hyuk said coldly, Ion Ho, don't get so cocky. You're barely middle tier in the demon sect, aren't you? Fighting you is so boring. A masked man called out, leader. Kang Jin Hyuk said flatly, hey kids, the bad guys are still breathing over there. Casey and Judelo answered confidently. Got it. Kang Jin Hyuk watched leisurely as they wiped out Ion Ho's faction. Jusung scowled, thinking, he defeated the enemy so effortlessly and destroyed my trump card with just one hit. How much further do I have to go to catch up to him? Looking at the pile of bodies littering the ground, Kang Jin Hyuk was extremely satisfied. He patted Judelo and Casey on the head, praising them. Good job. I still have a few things to finish, so you two go ahead. And remember to dodge all the traps. Kang Jin Hyuk continued forward, patting Alice von Ataraxia on the head. Alice let him do it, though she was annoyed. Why are you being so slow? Teresa pointed at Judelo and Casey, who were skipping away happily, and stuttered. Those two, they're infamous. Kang Jin Hyuk smiled and replied, yeah, they're the new employees at my company. Over here, Chun Ju-sung was silent, staring at the mangled corpse of the blood demon group leader in front of him. Chun Ju-sung finally spoke up. Kang Jin Hyuk, what are you planning to do next? From what I remember, it takes at least 20 days to clear this labyrinth. Kang Jin Hyuk heard Ju-sung say that and immediately covered his mouth, laughing. 20 days? The rookies must have a lot of free time then. That remark was a direct blow to Chun Ju-sung's pride, causing him to lose all his color. Seeing Chun Ju-sung look so defeated, Kang Jin Hyuk curiously turned to Teresa and asked quietly, what's wrong with him? Teresa gave a wry smile. Beats me. Kang Jin Hyuk shrugged. Forget it. After that, Kang Jin Hyuk put the black-necked Goguma on his shoulder, released the tiny spirits, and laughed. These guys will pave the way to the king's tomb for me. Once I get the right item from there, I'll clear this labyrinth in just 1 hour. Alice von Ataraxia looked at the 5 spirits posing coolly and pouted. You're collecting more and more pets. Teresa immediately pulled Goguma into her arms, laughing brightly as she exclaimed, oh, you're just too cute. Kang Jin Hyuk. Kang Jin Hyuk looked at the noisy spirits and said sternly, enough messing around. Lead the way for us, right now. The 5 spirits replied in unison, understood, my lord. Meanwhile, Liaozi was lying motionless in a pool of blood, but suddenly his eyes cracked open, peering at Kang Jin Hyuk's group with extreme caution. At the Donghua Guild, the high-ranking A-rank hunter, Xiao Ting, was sitting and staring at the pile of documents in front of her. She let out a long sigh. Phew, this is really too much. Xiao Ting looked out the window, her heart heavy with worry. Li Awei and Mr. Namgung Hyuntian have been inside the tower for 24 hours now. When will they finally return? Xiao Ting stared blankly at the busy street below, where people were laughing and enjoying themselves, while others were buried in their own work. She thought to herself. Everyone looks so peaceful. Do they even realize how fragile their lives are in this situation? With all the top-ranked players in the world missing, Xiao Ting pondered for a moment, then closed her eyes and looked back at the pile of reports on the dungeon riot protocols for players. She told herself, there's no point in making the public worry. Meanwhile, over by Kang Jin Hyuk, the 5 lively spirits, including the fire spirit Salamander, the earth spirit Gnome, the light spirit Wisp, the wind spirit Sylph, and the water spirit Undine were straining every bit of their strength to find a way to open the tomb's door. A moment later, the system notification appeared. The tomb-guarding spirits are opening the secret door. The path to the king's tomb has been revealed. Looking at the door swinging open, Alice von Ataraxia still held her usual look of disdain, while Teresa and Chun Du-sung were both filled with undisguised amazement. Once they entered the king's tomb, Alice von Ataraxia scanned the area, eyes narrowing as she judged. It's nothing special. Kang Jin Hyuk looked at everyone and reminded them, don't go touching any of that treasure, you hear? The system promptly flashed a notification. Those who enter the tomb may choose one item of treasure. Those who are greedy will suffer the king's curse. Kang Jin Hyuk warned them once more. You're only allowed to pick one piece. Got it? Kang Jin Hyuk called Chun Du-sung over, pointed at the bell high above, and calmly said, see that? If you ring that, the path out of this maze will open. Chun Du-sung was stunned, gaping in disbelief as he blurted out, it's that easy? Kang Jin Hyuk climbed over the pile of gold, silver, and jewels, glaring back as he said, yeah, so if you're planning on complaining anymore, just ring the bell and head home. I don't want to hear it. Kang Jin Hyuk was busy digging through the hoard, muttering to himself, it has to be around here somewhere, right? Suddenly, a dark shadow appeared unexpectedly at the entrance, surprising him. He saw that it was Liao Zhu. Chun Du-sung immediately spoke up, demanding, what are you doing here? He then drew his sword, pointing it straight at Liao Zhu, and said, I didn't even know you were still alive. Teresa, standing behind, pulled out her shield and took a defensive stance. At that moment, Liao Zhu suddenly pulled a spring painting from his chest, and after Liao Zhu opened the scroll, the system immediately announced, using spring painting, executing instant teleportation. Kang Jin Hyuk wondered, teleportation? Suddenly, a tear appeared in the middle of the scroll, and right after, the figure of Mo Yang-su with his silver hair appeared, along with an army behind him. Liao Zhu immediately knelt down and reported, the Blood Demon Corps has been wiped out along with our leader, sir. Mo Yang-su replied, useless trash. I knew I couldn't trust that cult. Mo Yang-su looked at Liao Zhu and praised him. You've done well, Liao Zhu. Kang Jin Hyuk watched as Mo Yang-su stepped out of the painting and asked curiously, you're using a divine artifact just to find me? The administrators are going to be furious if they find out, aren't they? Old man Mo Yang-su pulled out a black pill and countered. Nonsense. Those administrators can't interfere inside this tower. The henchmen behind him had already taken battle stances. Mo Yang-su's eyes glowed fiercely, and he gritted his teeth, shouting, even if I slaughter all of you here, no one will ever know, so why should I worry? The moment he finished speaking, he threw the black pill into his mouth and crushed it. Immediately, the system announced, using the 9-turn restoration pill. Suddenly, Mo Yang-su's whole body stiffened and his muscles bulged, expanding several times over, to the point where his clothes ripped apart. Mo Yang-su shouted excitedly, look at this. I feel like I'm overflowing with power. The system chimed in, all stats will be doubled for 1 hour. Any power not used within the set time will dissipate. Chun Du-sung and Teresa were both affected by the old man's massive magical pressure, struggling to stay upright. Chun Du-sung yelled in alarm. Ah, his mana is only Alice von Ataraxia remained, looking at Mo Yang-su with contempt as she mocked such pathetic tricks. But just as Alice von Ataraxia was about to charge, her whole body was suddenly sealed inside the Zizou ring. Alice shouted in frustration, what is the meaning of this? Kang Jin Hyuk gripped the ring tightly, thinking to himself, you getting involved in this won't end well. Just stay there for now. After Mo Yang-su was powered up, he began to roar, kill them. His subordinates echoed in unison, yes, my lord, and charged into the attack. Teresa saw the massive force behind Mo Yang-su and exclaimed in shock, there are so many of them. But Kang Jin Hyuk remained extremely calm. He laughed and raised his hand, saying, oh yeah, well, we can just call for more backup too. Teresa was curious and turned around. It turned out Kang Jin Hyuk had quickly summoned his 5-spirit team into combat mode. Kang Jin Hyuk then said with an excited grin, go get 'em, Spirit Special Forces. On the other side, Mo Yang-su also shouted, show them the power of our martial arts. Then, the two forces clashed in a chaotic brawl. Chun Du-sung and Teresa stood behind, watching the intense battle before them, suddenly feeling a bit useless. They wondered, what are we supposed to do now? Mo Young-soo slammed his fist into the ground, used the momentum to launch himself into the air, and aimed straight for Kang Jin Hyuk, preparing to smash him with his crushing palm technique. But naturally, Kang Jin Hyuk leaped away just in time to dodge the blow. The Muong-su elder was frustrated and cursed at that arrogant jerk. He tried to find an opening for an uppercut, but Kang Jin Hyuk dodged it with ease. Seeing that his flurry of punches was hitting nothing but air, the Muong-su elder flew into a rage and shouted, "Stop scurrying around like a rat." Suddenly, Kang Jin Hyuk's voice rang out from above. "Oh, found you." This made the Muong-su elder freeze, noticing the elder wasn't attacking him anymore. Kang Jin Hyuk taunted him. "What's wrong? You were just talking. Why did you stop?" Kang Jin Hyuk smiled arrogantly, holding the horn in his hand, and said, "You probably know what this is, don't you?" The Muong-su elder looked at Kang Jin Hyuk with a suspicious gaze and said anxiously, "That thing is the most troublesome holy artifact on this 25th floor, the Horn of Annihilation." At the same time, Kang Jin Hyuk's voice rang out. He replied with a gloating laugh. "That's right. Every time this holy artifact is blown, it creates a disaster. And rumor has it that the fourth blast will grant me a great fortune." The Muong-su elder was so angry he gritted his teeth and said, "Do you think I'm an idiot?" After that, the Muong-su elder suddenly laughed out loud and challenged him. "Summon 3 disasters in this tiny little place. Do you think you can survive that? If you think you can scare me with that, then the Muong-su elder didn't expect to meet such a daredevil today." Kang Jin Hyuk didn't hesitate. He brought the horn to his lips, raised it high, and blew a long, powerful note. The system quickly announced, "The Horn of Annihilation is being used." This reckless act truly left the Muong-su elder wide-eyed and jaw-dropped in pure shock. Immediately after, the announcement of the first disaster approaching echoed. Seeing a shadow covering everything, the Muong-su elder looked up in terror. He saw a massive black scorpion rising up, its eyes filled with murderous intent. This was the opening disaster. The first disaster in the tomb, the black scorpion, had appeared. As soon as it emerged, it used its massive, poisonous tail to attack the group directly. The impact of its strike sent everyone flying and exploding outwards. Jun-sung and Teresa were running away when Teresa suddenly turned her head in a panic and said, "Wait, I don't see Alice anywhere." Jun-sung, worried and angry, grabbed Teresa's hand and snapped, "Teresa, save yourself first." Immediately after, the two went into defensive mode. The system announced that the battlefield setup was being activated. On this side, the Muong-su elder never expected Kang Jin Hyuk to be such a daredevil. He cursed furiously, You bastard. Are you crazy?" Seeing Kang Jin Hyuk still calmly clutching the horn, he shouted, "Is suicide not enough for you? You want to drag everyone down with you?" Kang Jin Hyuk smiled slyly, the horn in his hand shining brilliantly. He replied, You're making a mountain out of a molehill. I've only just started." Kang Jin Hyuk quickly grabbed the horn. He jumped and dodged the Muong-su elder's attacks. The Muong-su elder was frustrated that he couldn't play with Kang Jin Hyuk and was being led by the nose instead. He shouted while chasing him, "Stand still." Seeing the scorpion's tail coming to crush him, the Muong-su elder immediately jumped onto its tail to save his own life. However, after looking up high, the blood in the Muong-su elder's brain boiled over, and cold sweat poured down like rain. The Muong-su elder shouted, "You psycho bastard, stop right now." But when it comes to being a daredevil, no one could take the #1 spot from Kang Jin Hyuk. Kang Jin Hyuk arrogantly closed his eyes and blew the horn loudly. The second disaster was arriving. The Muong-su elder, who was escaping the black scorpion, and the team of spirits, was suddenly faced with a pitch-black pit filled with sharp teeth. This was the second disaster in the tomb. The swamp predator had appeared. This beast didn't just have a black, toothy maw. It also had thorny tentacles that shot out to attack people, while the Muong-su elder was using his sword to slice through those attacking tentacles. His subordinates weren't as lucky. Almost all of them were crushed or tightly wrapped by the beast's thorny tentacles, and then, one by one, they were swallowed whole into the beast's black, toothy mouth. The subordinates cried out in pain. Sect leader, over here, Liao Du, had just slashed the swamp monster a few times when he was quickly knocked back, both he and his sword sent flying, causing him to kneel on the ground in pain. At this moment, the Muong-su elder's voice rang out, "Liao Du." Hearing this, Liao was surprised. He saw the Muong-su elder fighting the monster while hissing, "Come here and help me. We must snatch that horn away from Kang Jin Hyuk's hands." Liao Du asked frantically, "What do you mean, sir?" He saw the Muong-su elder's eyes light up. He frantically hacked and slashed, cursing, "You idiot! That thing is what's bringing about this chaos." At that moment, Liao Du's mind cleared, and he realized. The Muong Su elder looked at Liao Du, tossed him a sword, and said, "This is too good for you, but take it anyway. No matter the cost, you must bring that horn back to me." Liao Du looked at the sword stuck in the ground, then pulled it out. Gripping the sword in his hand, he said firmly, "Yes, sir." At this moment, the fire spirit salamander and the earth spirit gnome were teaming up to attack the first disaster. The black scorpion. The three spirits of water, light, and wind focused on tackling the swamp monster, the second disaster. But the spotlight was on the fight between Kang Jin Hyuk and the Muong Su elder in the middle. Faced with the Muong Su elder's continuous slashes, Kang Jin Hyuk simply tilted his body to dodge blow after blow. The Muong Su elder kept swinging his sword while telling himself he had to be patient. The Muong Su elder's eyes were locked onto the horn. He thought to himself, since it's already started, he will definitely continue to blow the horn. They say that right after the fourth blast, there will be a great stroke of luck. He's definitely going to try to blow the horn as fast as he can to get that fortune. Thinking of this, the Muong Su elder gripped the hilt of his sword with extreme determination and charged at Kang Jin Hyuk. I must be the one to receive that fortune. Meanwhile, Kang Jin Hyuk was dodging the Muong Su elder's sword strikes while thinking that this guy was definitely hoping to get that fortune. At the fourth blast, he's definitely thinking that. Kang Jin Hyuk quickly backed away to increase the distance from the Muong Su elder. In his heart, he calculated. It's true that they say the horn will bring a great fortune, but that also depends on how. In his mind, he calculated the odds. They say the horn brings great fortune, but that all depends on how. Kang Jin Hyuk lowered himself into the king's tomb, looking at the horn with a cunning smirk. To some, this could be a stroke of luck, but for others, it would be a disaster. Kang Jin Hyuk quickly grabbed the horn and blew it for the third time. Instantly, the system announced, "The third disaster is approaching." At the king's tomb, millions of lightning bolts struck down, creating a brilliant spatial rift. Everyone froze in their tracks. Suddenly, a massive, pitch-black entity emerged from the rift, its eyes glowing fiercely. That was the third disaster. The entity tightened its arms and fired a barrage of dark magic, striking the surrounding combatants like lightning. They shrieked in agony as their bodies were incinerated and erased into thin air. Terrified, the crowd yelled, "Watch out! It disintegrates anything it touches." Naturally, the dark magic targeted Kang Jin Hyuk, but he quickly raised his shield to block it. Still, the entity's overwhelming power blasted Kang Jin Hyuk backward. Or rather, that was the plan. At that moment, his arm holding the horn loosened naturally. In his heart, he'd already decided. He just needed to make it look like he dropped it by accident. A crafty smile played on Kang Jin Hyuk's lips. Moments later, he slammed into the ground, causing a massive explosion. The horn rolled away, and finally, someone caught the lucky prize. It was Liu Zhu. The old man, Master Shu, was busy swinging his sword with gusto, but seeing the horn within reach, he quickly reached out, shouting, "Good! Great! Blow it now! Bring it here!" But no matter how much Master Shu screamed, Liu Zhu stood there like a statue, completely unresponsive. This made Master Shu anxious, and he roared, "Liu Zhu, what are you doing? I told you to bring it here." Suddenly, Liu Zhu spoke up, leaving both Master Shu and Kang Jin Hyuk stunned. "Why would you want to blow this disastrous thing? Must be because you think something interesting will happen, right?" Liu Zhu gripped the horn tightly, smiling with manic excitement. "I've worked so hard all this time, so let me be greedy just this once." Hearing this, Kang Jin Hyuk's breath hitched. Suddenly, he panicked, terrified, and screamed, "Wait, stop." By now, Liu Zhu was blinded by selfish greed. He raised the horn and blew it hard. The system announced, "Fortune is coming." Seeing this, Liu Zhu laughed maniacally, shouting, "Come to me, my luck." But there was no change at all, except for a baffling announcement. The king's tomb has regained its peace. Meanwhile, at the Ronghua Guild, the teacup in Xiao Ting's hand shattered as it hit the floor. She stared outside in horror, seeing the entire city sky turn blood red. Xiao Ting shrieked in terror. "Oh my god!" Looking at the blood-red sky, the citizens in the streets were filled with panic. First, the spatial rift, then the black scorpion. The second disaster, the swamp beast, and finally, the third disaster, the entity. The system announced, "The third disaster is approaching." Over with Chunju Sung and Teresa. Chunju Sung saw her pacing back and forth and snapped, "Hey, you better save your energy, Saintess." Then, Chunju Sung pulled out a health potion. Looking at the timer, he said calmly, 5 minutes and 21 seconds left. There are only 2 ways out of here. 1, get me to run out of stamina. 2, wait until time runs out. Seeing him chug potion after potion comfortably, Teresa frowned. "How can you be so relaxed? Are you not worried about Jin Hyuk at all?" Chunju Sung bowed his head and muttered, "Worried? About him." Then, He let out a long laugh, shocking Teresa. Chun Ju-sung chuckled dismissively. We've known him for so long. Haven't you figured it out yet? Everything that happens is all part of that bastard's scheme. He's the type to orchestrate the impossible. This whole situation is probably his doing too. Chun Ju-sung tossed a potion to Teresa and said coolly, There's no reason for us to intervene, so please, sit down and save your strength. Teresa watched him down 2 or 3 more potions like they were alcohol, left speechless. At this point, the timer hit 0. The system announced, The battlefield selection has ended. Chun Ju-sung and Teresa escaped, returning to the king's tomb. Looking at the eerily quiet surroundings, Teresa wondered, where did all the disasters go? Suddenly, Liu Zhu began wailing and tearing at his hair. No! Kang Jin Hyuk was also gritting his teeth, glaring upward. By now, Chun Ju-sung and Teresa had caught up to the others. Both looked up in panic. The screen was showing the Black Scorpion destroying high-rise buildings. The system announced, Witness the punishment for daring to disrupt the king's tomb. Chun Ju-sung and Teresa looked at the central screen, horrified. Riots? A riot. Suddenly, another spatial rift opened. The system flashed a notification. The master of the tomb grants the grave robbers a chance to redeem themselves. A portal to the lair of the 3 disasters will be created. Seeing this, Liu Zhu went insane. He cried and wailed, trying to rush inside, shouting, I have to go home. My home is burning. But Master Shu stopped him, immediately putting him in a headlock. Stay here. Master Shu gritted his teeth, pinning Liu Zhu down and shouting into his ear, Even if you go there, you can't do anything. This is why I told you to give that thing to me. Immediately after, Master Shu unfurled the Spring Equinox painting. The system announced, Using Spring Equinox. Changing location. As soon as the Spring Equinox portal opened, Master Shu handed Liu Zhu over to one of his subordinates and turned to command his men, take the injured and return. That is an order. After his entire army retreated, Master Shu couldn't help but glance back at the massive screen one more time. Seeing the 3 disasters destroying everything, he recalled the earlier moment and thought to himself, if I had been the one to blow the final horn, would all of this trouble have been redirected to the martial arts world instead? Master Shu grimaced. Then, he vanished into the Spring Equinox, secretly lamenting, Though I couldn't get rid of Kang Jin Hyuk, it seems I still got lucky this time. Meanwhile, in the city, the swamp beast's thorny tentacles were smashing through cars on the street, then wrapping them all up. It crushed them, hurled them to the ground until they were mangled, or even strangled the poor pedestrians. The Black Scorpion charged, smashing into buildings and crushing the people inside those buildings with its pincers. Watching the scene unfold, Kang Jin Hyuk couldn't contain his emotions and clenched his fists tightly. Seeing its master like this, the little water spirit looked on with concern. The earth spirit, Gnome, timidly called out, Leader, are you? The fire spirit, Salamander, asked anxiously, Are you all right, sir? Kang Jin Hyuk didn't say a word. He just slowly stepped inside the portal leading to the city where the 3 disasters were wreaking havoc. Seeing this, Teresa was shocked and shouted, Jin Hyuk, Jin Hyuk. But Kang Jin Hyuk didn't answer and calmly dived into the portal. Back at the Rung Yu Zhong headquarters, the building was shattered. Xiao Ting was struggling on the ground with her spear, her head covered in blood. Just then, the Black Scorpion appeared. It used its tail whip move, aiming to kill Xiao Ting, but she gripped her spear tightly, channeling all her mana to activate her defensive barrier. The Black Scorpion's tail slammed down hard. Even though Xiao Ting had activated her barrier, she was still overwhelmed by the creature's massive mana and physical force. She was sent flying, crashing painfully into the ground. Looking at the people who were paralyzed with fear, she used her last bit of strength to shout, What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and evacuate. Immediately after, Xiao Ting used her spear as a crutch to force herself up. She stood there, her legs trembling violently. In her heart, she thought she had to stall for time until Nam Gung Hu and Tian returned. Xiao Ting gripped her spear tighter. Watching the Black Scorpion's 2 pincers charging toward her, she remained determined, thinking, Even if it's just for a second. Suddenly, 2 shadows streaked past, knocking the Black Scorpion back. The 2 people were none other than Kang Jin Hyuk and Chun Du-sung. Suddenly, Kang Jin Hyuk lowered his head and asked Chun Du-sung, Do you think you can hold that scorpion off for 10 minutes? This question caught Chun Du-sung off guard for a moment. Then, Chun Du-sung smirked. He turned toward the Black Scorpion and said, 10 minutes? Chun Du-sung laughed confidently, drew his sword, and declared, I could kill this bastard even faster. Immediately, Chun Du-sung activated battlefield selection, and both he and the Black Scorpion were teleported to the location that Chun Du-sung had chosen. Once the immediate danger passed, Xiao Ting looked over at Kang Jin Hyuk and asked curiously, Are you Kang Jin Hyuk? Why are you here? Hearing this, Kang Jin Hyuk remained silent for a long time, lost in thought. Kang Jin Hyuk then turned around and replied with a smile. Why do you think? To grind for XP, of course. On this side, the entity was attacking the fleeing people continuously. Seeing the entity's black mana vines about to reach a man in a white shirt, Teresa immediately activated her holy power, jumped out, and blocked them with her shield, simultaneously cutting through the black mana with her holy sword. Looking around at the people scattering in panic, Teresa thought anxiously. There are still so many civilians who haven't evacuated yet. Looking at the towering entity before her, Teresa resolved to stall for time to help save more people. Just then, the entity locked onto Teresa. It suddenly opened its mouth, full of sharp teeth, and let out a roar. Then a series of black mana vines sprouted from its arms. They surged forward, attacking Teresa directly. But just as she raised her holy shield to block, the black mana vines suddenly swerved in another direction. This caught Teresa off guard. A moment later, the black mana vines pierced through all the people trying to escape. It corrupted their minds with dark energy. The bodies of those pierced began to mutate. Their eyes turned blood red. Their mouths sprouted sharp fangs, and they let out agonizing screams. Teresa looked at the people in horror, realizing they're being transformed. Seeing the people in front of her changing, Teresa stood there, stunned. Taking this opportunity, the monsters behind her lunged, trying to grab and tear at her. But luckily, she raised her holy shield in time to shatter their teeth. However, the monsters in front continued to charge, gripping her holy sword and preventing Teresa from counterattacking. Seeing the blood of those transform into monsters splatter onto her, Teresa was devastated. The entity stood tall before her, acting provocatively along with its army of mutated monsters. Then, the entity opened its mouth, bared its sharp fangs, and roared madly. The scorpion monster raised its tail high. Chun Du-sung leaped high to dodge its strike. He quickly used the system, activating 1v1. All of Chun Du-sung's stats increased by 10%. The scorpion tail still lashed out, but Chun Du-sung agilely dodged. The system voice continued. All of the black scorpion's stats decreased by 10%. Thinking of Kang Jin Hyuk's expression from earlier, I've never seen him make an expression like that. He seemed to unleash his power, thinking. That's right, at the end of the day, he's not omnipotent. Around him, blue sparks of lightning crackled. With just one move of his sword, and looking incredibly cool, the scorpion had to say goodbye to its own tail. It let out pained, agonizing shrieks. Chun Du-sung was extremely pleased to have taken down a monster. Elsewhere, a monster like a vacuum cleaner was moving along, and wherever it went, it used its hands to pick up cars. On a building, Kang Jin Hyuk watched the monster silently. The system voice rang out. A hidden quest has been triggered. Eliminate all 3 disasters. The reward will depend on your performance. The entity spoke, asking, Contractor, do you require help? I can take them all out by myself. Kang Jin Hyuk refused. He couldn't. There were too many people watching. He recalled the moment. Originally, he had planned to lure them into the martial arts world, then steal their secret manuals and the 9-turn restoration pill amidst the chaos. Who would have thought? The greed of that guy, Liawei, would ruin everything. Below, 2 people had already met their end after being crushed by falling walls. Kang Jin Hyuk gritted his teeth in frustration. He stepped forward, thinking, this is insane. A green bow materialized in his hand. He notched 3 arrows, pulling the string taut, aiming perfectly. 3 arrows, wreathed in white power, whistled through the wind. They formed a barrier around the monster, acting like a vacuum. The system alert chimed, activating 2-star barrier. Sealing complete. Kang Jin Hyuk leaped toward the monster pinned by the barrier. 2 small yellow weapons formed an X before his eyes. The system reported, activating Mandala. A strike pierced through the barrier, driving straight into the monster. Kang Jin Hyuk felt like he was venting his anger. From now on, I'll be more careful and calculated with my plans. The scene shifted to Teresa Laurentia. She raised her hand, activating holy healing. The zombies swarmed her like moths to a flame. As she used her skill, she thought, I can't let those civilians get close. My defensive aura will hurt them. They were her priority, the most dangerous factor. But first, she had to take care of this monster. Teresa Laurentia knelt down, activating Holy Purge. She channeled light into the ground. It rippled out toward the monster, leaving it bewildered. Teresa Laurentia quickly struck down the zombies with incredible speed. The blade in her hand sharpened, activating Holy Reinforcement. Without mercy, she delivered a strike to the monster. Her blade pierced its armor. The pain caused it to fling her away. Teresa Laurentia spun twice before landing. The monster wheezed in discomfort after the injury. Seeing this, she thought, my divine power is working. I must keep my distance from the people he's controlling and focus solely on him. The pain drove the monster into a frenzy. Its arms split into branch-like appendages, wrapping around several zombies nearby. Once it had them all bound, Teresa Laurentia couldn't believe her eyes. She remembered the words, "Teresa, listen carefully. Our duty is to stand up and help others even when they are in mortal danger, even if it means sacrificing your own life." The words echoed in her ears. That was the burden of the Laurentia name. Her past self had happily accepted those words. "My daughter, you must never forget that." Blood splattered onto the face of a shocked, frozen Teresa Laurentia. The monster laughed gleefully, as if having a feast. Teresa collapsed to her knees. She watched as people vanished before her eyes, blood spraying everywhere. She stared at the shoes at her feet. "You," she whispered, trembling. "You killed them, you." She couldn't help but cry. "Kill me." Her tears turned into blood as they fell. The system chimed. "The Saintess is showing signs of corruption." The monster was laughing hysterically when it suddenly froze. It saw something. The vacuum-like monster appeared, its massive mouth gaping, and swallowed it whole. Kang Jin Hyuk was the one who threw that creature. His gaze was terrifying. "What are you doing?" It turned out the purple monster was still alive, resisting the vacuum creature's pressure. He spoke up. "I knew this would be a pain." Seeing Teresa Laurentia in such a state, he couldn't help but ask, "But what is this?" Kang Jin Hyuk turned back to the monster. "I won't let you die easily." Suddenly, a spatial rift appeared. A brilliant light lit up the sky. From within the rift, a jaw full of teeth emerged. The system announced, "The ancient dragon, Goguma, is revealing its true form." The constraints of the trial tower were interfering. It notified him, "User's mana increased by 50%. Kang Jin Hyuk was annoyed. "Who cares about mana right now?" The dragon's golden eyes snapped open. The system chimed again, activating overwhelming presence. The purple monster stood up, the air twisting with some kind of force. A purple energy erupted from the dragon's mouth. Kang Jin Hyuk was currently supporting Teresa. Activating 3-star protective barrier. She didn't look up, only muttering 2 words, "Kill him." The purple monster did nothing, just stared silently. The system just announced. Activating unique skill, Blade of Judgment. The monster was sent to the afterlife by the dragon's power. Finally, the entity was crushed under the rubble. The system quickly displayed, "Entity defeated." At this, Goguma shrank back to its tiny size. It walked over and licked Teresa's forehead, as if trying to wake her up. Seeing no response, Goguma turned to Kang Jin Hyuk with large, watery, pleading eyes. Jin Hyuk immediately activated his greedy eyes. He frowned, standing silently in thought. "I didn't think Teresa would collapse like this." He walked over and propped her up against the wall. Alice spoke up from somewhere. "What's the matter? Did the Saintess collapse?" Kang Jin Hyuk shook his head and replied coldly, "No, not yet." Alice glanced at him with a bored expression. "Kang Jin Hyuk, you know what it means when the Saintess collapses, right?" Kang Jin Hyuk felt a bit troubled. His tone heavy, he glanced at Teresa on the ground and nodded. "Yeah. I know it means everyone needs to be careful when they're around her in the future." On Chan Du-sung's side, the system displayed, "Battlefield selection cancelled." The Black Scorpion lay upside down on the ground. The system announced, "Black Scorpion defeated." Chun Du-sung had used every ounce of his strength to fight it, to the point that the sword in his hand had snapped in 2. His entire body was covered in wounds. The system kept displaying, "You have leveled up." Seeing Du-sung clutching his injured arm, kneeling on the ground, Kang Jin Hyuk slowly walked in front of him and said coldly, "You did it." A light breeze blew, making the surrounding scene look even more desolate. After a moment of silence, Chun Du-sung spoke up warily. "You can look down on me all you want. I don't care, but I know I still have a lot of room to grow." Suddenly, Du-sung pointed the hilt of his broken sword at Jin Hyuk, his eyes burning with a deadly, resolute gaze. "But this time, I saw how I could do it." Jin Hyuk silently watched him without a word, then stepped forward and pushed a new sword into Du-sung's hand. He didn't forget to remind his friend to throw away that broken sword. Chun Du-sung's eyes went wide with shock as he clutched the sword to his chest. It happened in an instant. The system introduced it as the Heavenly Sword. As he calmly turned to leave, Kang Jin Hyuk wore a satisfied smile. He praised him. "Well done, Chun Du-sung. Peaceful days are just unbearable, aren't they?" As soon as he finished, the system displayed an emergency message. "Will you return to the lobby?" Kang Jin Hyuk quickly agreed. In the lobby area, a high-ranking manager of the tower, Hastings, stood on the podium and solemnly announced to everyone below, "We have discovered that the Murim Alliance intervened on their own without management approval, thus causing this accident. As a high-level manager, I deeply apologize." After bowing sincerely to everyone, Hastings continued in a cold voice. "However, a mere apology is not enough." He snapped his fingers, and energy radiated out, forming a purple vortex. The vortex grew larger and larger, engulfing the entire room. The system displayed a notification. The high-ranking manager is inflicting punishment. With deep anger in his heart, Hastings shouted loudly. The Murim Alliance has committed a serious crime. As a manager, I cannot forgive this. As punishment, I will take away all the coins that the Murim Alliance possesses. Those on that side, be prepared. The members of the Murim Alliance turned pale with shock upon hearing this. Just then, Ioco gritted his teeth in anger. He turned and stormed off, cursing to himself, unable to contact Carmen or Mo Young-soo. I invested in the Murim Alliance, but now we're ruined. Where is Lai Wei? While looking around, engrossed in searching for his teammates, he carelessly bumped into a man. Ioco quickly spoke up. I apologize. Before he could finish, he noticed the heavenly sword that the man was holding. He stared in astonishment and shouted, "What? That's the heavenly sword." Before the stranger could explain, Ioco pounced on him like a hungry tiger. You stole it. You have some nerve bringing that to a public place like this. Being grabbed by the collar like a criminal, Chun Do-sung couldn't help but get angry. His eyes were full of lethal intent as he glared at Ioco and questioned, "What? Stole it?" Seeing Chun Do-sung's face, he was stunned into stupidity. You are just after seeing Chun Do-sung's lightning-fast sword-drawing motion, he had used his own attack, only for Chun Do-sung to sheath the sword effortlessly without even moving a muscle. By the time Ju-sung left, he had left behind Ioco, who was pale, hugging the broken wall, with his hair plucked out like chicken feathers. Having let off steam, Chun Do-sung turned and left. He didn't forget to leave behind a cold, detached remark. I'm sparing your life. Keep your mouth shut. Everyone around who witnessed the scene was absolutely terrified. Walking away happily, he glanced at the heavenly sword with a very intrigued expression. Not bad at all. Ioco, meanwhile, had fainted from pure fear. On Kang Jin Hyuk's side, his system kept displaying notifications. You have completed the conditions to copy. Conditions to copy is to use someone else to defeat Ioco. Upon completion, you can copy the sword draw skill. After completing the sword draw skill, the system appeared again. Description: attack speed and damage will increase by 25% after drawing the sword for the first attack. Kang Jin Hyuk cunningly wore a devious smile. Nice. He had used others to achieve his goals without wasting any effort. He was truly calculating. Outside in the hallway, only Kang Jin Hyuk and Hastings remained. He sighed and said to him, the selection of factions is becoming chaotic. He also didn't forget to remind him, you should choose a side with them too. Hastings climbed onto a chair to talk to Kang Jin Hyuk more easily. Seeing him stay silent, he scratched his face in confusion and spoke up. I apologize for the accident. I apologize once again because I couldn't prevent it. Glancing into the distance, Kang Jin Hyuk said blandly, what can you do? You tried your best, but your strength was limited. Hastings burst into laughter upon hearing his words. You're right, but you survived, or more accurately, you defeated them. He softened his voice and probed. What are you planning to do next? Is there anything I can do for you? Kang Jin Hyuk gently held up 2 fingers and spoke straightforwardly. Actually, there are 2 things. After a private discussion, the door swung wide open, leaving everyone puzzled. Hastings happily stepped in to make an important announcement. Kang Jin Hyuk stood behind him, smirking with satisfaction. Everyone's nerves were on edge as they looked up, eager to hear. Noticing the focus of everyone in the lobby, he spoke solemnly. Thank you all for your attention. Player Kang Jin Hyuk says that he will not choose a side. Hearing this news, people below began to whisper. Is that supposed to be an important announcement? Others whispered. Wait a minute. The important thing is to hear him out until the end. Hastings excitedly announced. Instead of choosing a side, he says he will create a new faction. Like a main character, Kang Jin Hyuk raised his voice and waved to everyone. This time, everyone was genuinely shocked. They shouted in confusion and protest. How is that possible? No way. We aren't residents of the tower, Hastings hurriedly explained, because the number of points Kang Jin Hyuk has collected until today is 1,500,000. He has completed the hidden condition of collecting over 1 million points, so he has the ability to create a new faction himself. Hastings maintained a mysterious smile, thinking to himself, of course, we have no idea how he found out about that hidden condition. Just then, Ben Hammer aggressively pointed a finger. Hold on. As a representative of the Empire, I object. Having said that, he walked over to Kang Jin Hyuk. Seeing his appearance, he recognized him, Ben Hammer. Hastings became excited. Hold on, wait a second. It turns out there is one side refusing the establishment of a new faction. According to the tower's rules, an objection requires 1 year for review and evaluation. Ben Hammer angrily questioned Kang Jin Hyuk. What is this? You promised you would join us. Kang Jin Hyuk shrugged, acting innocent. I said I would consider the Empire. Hearing that, he gritted his teeth in fury. You think you can get away with everything just by saying that? We put a lot of effort into fulfilling your request. At this moment, Ben Hammer's anger had reached its peak. Don't make me repeat myself. Keep your word. Faced with his tidal wave of rage, Kang Jin Hyuk stood tall, not shaking in the slightest. He was confident within himself. People from other factions are observing this situation. If I lose to him here, my plan to establish a new faction will vanish into thin air. Now is the perfect time to use it. A smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth. He called out in his mind, Alice. Alice responded lazily. Yeah? Why? I'm not doing what you said, Kang Jin Hyuk, she said coolly. Lend me some power. Right now. Her eyes flared crimson like high beams. The system notification popped up, activating shared skill, Blood Path of Alice von Ataraxia. Suddenly, Kang Jin Hyuk's power surged to its absolute peak. It felt like it could shatter everything. He felt as if he could control the blood of every living creature in the area. His eyes were bloodshot and pulsing. Jin Hyuk unleashed the Blood Path skill, a terrifying aura radiating from him that left everyone gasping in shock. Benham looked down at his own body, eyes widening in disbelief. The blood in his veins felt like it was boiling. He stared at Kang Jin Hyuk in pure shock. He finally understood. This was not a man they could ever win over to their side. Kang Jin Hyuk's entire body was ablaze with raw power. His eyes glowed a deep, ominous red. Channeling his immense mana into the blood path, Jin Hyuk growled. Are you still going to oppose me, Benham? Benham was crushed under the overwhelming pressure exerted by the blood manipulation of the blood path. He couldn't take it anymore. He quickly fell to his knees, begging, I take back everything I said. Please, stop. Just for one word of apology. The suffocating pressure around him eased. Kang Jin Hyuk halted his movements and spoke, Fine, that's enough. High-level manager. Hastings looked over at him, silent for a moment. He recalled his earlier conversation with Rick Hennessy. Kang Jin Hyuk, I think you should keep a closer eye on him. I can guarantee he'll provide great entertainment for us. After witnessing the scene, Hastings couldn't help but smile enigmatically. He sighed. You were right. He had seen the many mysteries hidden within Kang Jin Hyuk. He snapped his fingers and said excitedly, Since all opposition has been rendered moot, why don't you choose a name for your faction? He stroked his chin in thought. Immediately, the system responded. New faction registered. Faction name, Veteran Company. The anger in Benham's heart had not yet faded, and he growled a warning. We will meet again. When we do, we shall discuss this relationship in much more detail. He slowly turned and walked away. Stepping into the massive portal, from that day on, Benham never forced or pressured anyone again. The city reconstruction continued steadily. The restoration of Beijing was incredibly fast, even though no one bothered to dig deep to find the truth. A massive monument was erected in the square to commemorate those who fell during the riot. Shouting came and placed a white chrysanthemum before the memorial. Because she had been severely injured during the riot, a crowd of reporters swarmed around her to take photos and conduct interviews. One reporter rushed to question her as if interrogating her. Where is the chairman of the Dung Yu Zhong Ah Guild, Nangong Tian? Another reporter hurriedly added, What will the Dung Yu Zhong Ah Guild do now? Xiaoting stood up calmly to face the reporter's questions. The Dung Yu Zhong Ah Guild, the largest guild in China, had fallen apart due to the disappearance of the chairman and other key high-level managers. After a moment of silence, she said coldly, The ones who saved us from the riot were neither the Dung Yu Zhong Ah Guild nor the government. She spoke with a resolute tone. The first ones to appear after the riot broke out were Kang Jin Hyuk and Chun Du-sung. If not for them, this memorial would be much larger. At that moment, Kang Jin Hyuk also arrived at the memorial. He saw people weeping in deep grief before the monument for their lost loved ones. His heart sank. There were no words to describe it. He activated the cold-blooded skill, allowing him to maintain absolute calm even in the most critical situations. He gently placed a white chrysanthemum down and quickly left. Back at his private residence, Alice von Ataraxia flopped onto the bed and let out a sigh of relief. Phew, that was intense. I almost choked to death. Those guys wouldn't let me lift a finger, she complained to him. But honestly, I didn't expect you to start a new faction just like that. Kang Jin Hyuk smirked. The system screen popped up with information. He quickly activated it. He agreed to spend 1,150,000 coins to increase the faction size to 23. Jin Hyuk's expression hardened. He thought to himself, After the interview, my channel is getting more views and more profit. I'll make good use of it, the system displayed. Faction size for Veteran Company has been increased to 23. Immediately after, Kang Jin Hyuk sent out invites to join the faction. The message read, You have received an invitation to join the faction Veteran Company. Would you like to accept? Once the invitations were sent, he dispatched them. The system notified him that the first member had joined. Kang Jin Hyuk couldn't help but exclaim, Wow, That was fast. It turned out Junior Sung was the first to accept the invitation, followed by Min Jong-ha, Melina, and Lee Juji's group. Despite the slight difference in timing, everyone accepted. It seemed like having Teresa would complete the set, but she responded shyly, "I'm really sorry, Jin Hyuk. I've already chosen to join another faction." That made him think. Teresa was the only one who refused his invitation. I guess that makes sense, he thought. A holy knight naturally has to join the Empire. That's fine. I kind of expected it. There was nothing I could do to change that. Then Kang Jin Hyuk sent out more invitations. In another location, a girl received an invitation letter. The next person to receive one was the Floor 5 boss of the Trial Tower. She quickly agreed. The system continued to announce, the entire 5th floor is now part of the Veteran Company faction. Scrolling through the results, Kang Jin Hyuk couldn't help but exclaim, "Now I have an almost infinite source of power from the lower floors of the tower in my hands." However, things didn't stop there. Having fully utilized the rewards received from defeating the enemy, he immediately used the free copy ticket. The system informs you that you can copy an opponent's skill without having to complete any conditions, and you may do so without hesitation. Kang Jin Hyuk copied the Holy Solar Osiris skill, which allows him to replicate the sun's power, causing his strength to increase by 2,550. His magic power increased by 143,154. He chuckled to himself, then proceeded to distribute his available stat points, thinking, that's done. Observing his own status window, Kang Jin Hyuk stared in amazement. All the stats were fully displayed, including his name, Kang Jin Hyuk, and his gender, male, 27 years old, level 67, strength 50, agility 25, stamina 34, magic power 154, combat power 100, luck 10, adaptability 78, aura 17.53, available stat points 0. Su currently has 21,350, class interpreter, skills gluttonous eyes, sword grave, blessing of the stars, judgment of Anubis, blood demon chi, immortal body, immunity to all poisons, 100 hands, origin transformation. Gluttonous eyes mark activated. The cold, sharp, exclusive smile of a winner gradually appeared. Right, that's it. It's becoming even more perfect than before. He looked excited, revealing an evil expression. Dark energy seemed to shroud him, making Alice, who was lying on the bed, feel weary. Kang Jin Hyuk spoke firmly. All right, so what should we do next, Zizzo? Alice von Ataraxia watched from behind, feeling helpless. I've never met a human before who has such a wicked face. Sometimes I have to admit, it's hard to get used to. Suddenly, remembering something, she sat up with wide eyes. Alice rubbed her chin, thinking for a moment. He was the first person to borrow her blood path. Right, and there were many other strange things. Things that a human coming from outside the tower like him shouldn't know. Alice wondered in her heart. She intended to ask him. Should she ask him? Just as she placed her feet on the ground. Suddenly, her body seemed to turn invisible. Alice instinctively froze. She was confused by her own actions. Kang Jin Hyuk saw her standing still in one place. He asked, puzzled, "What are you trying to do?" Alice rubbed her forehead, tired. "What am I doing? I have a feeling I was just about to ask you what we should do next." Jin Hyuk's gaze was filled with judgment. Is that so? Next, we're going to the 8th floor. Of course, I have to take care of some pending business first. Recalling the scene of standing on the balcony, Hastings was preparing to open the door, so he handed over a letter and excitedly suggested, "Wait, sir. Could you help me deliver this to someone named Jiang Haoming in the martial arts world? This is my second request." After hesitating for a moment, he agreed. "Well, that's not a difficult task, but what's written in this letter?" Kang Jin Hyuk smiled mysteriously. A trade invitation. At this moment, he was on the 5th floor of the Challenge Tower. Stalactites. The scenery here was extremely desolate and quiet. Kang Jin Hyuk slowly opened his eyes. Immediately, he saw the person he needed to meet standing right in front of him. He greeted, "You've arrived." That was Jiang Haoming, leader of the Martial Arts Alliance, head of the Black Wind Group. Jin Hyuk took out the sword technique manual with a very cunning face. "Now, let's get straight to the point." At the same time, Kang Jin Hyuk activated his gluttonous eyes. The martial arts world, one of the main forces on the middle floors of the Tower Challenge, the home of those who have mastered martial arts. Heavenly Demon is considered the strongest here, and an organization was created to worship him, which is the Heavenly Demon cult. In this cult, Jiang Haoming is someone considered quite low compared to his actual strength. And now, when the manpower of the martial arts world is gradually depleting, his desire for power is at its peak. Jiang Haoming frowned and spoke up. "So, what do you want after all?" The system immediately displayed the information. Name, Jiang Haoming. Gender, male. Age, 43. Level, 65. Strength, 35. Agility, 45. Stamina, 26. Magic, power, 11. Internal energy, 56. Available stat point, 0. Class, martial artist. Skills, dark sky art, hidden hand, defense, dark sky steps, defensive chi, blood death, and several other skills. The system announced next, copy condition. Jiang Haoming currently has the desire to become a powerhouse. As long as you give him a little hope for success, you can copy one of his skills. Kang Jin Hyuk smiled dangerously. He threw the sword technique manual toward Jiang Haoming. He caught it nimbly. Looking at the notebook in his hand, he was surprised. You're giving this to me for no reason? What do you mean? Kang Jin Hyuk replied arrogantly. Take it. I've already gotten what I wanted. Jiang Haoming was puzzled. Already gotten what I wanted. What is he thinking? But it doesn't matter. Even if something terrible happens, I have the elites of the Black Wind group here with me anyway. Seeing the sword technique manual in his hand, Jiang Haoming couldn't help but rejoice. He chuckled triumphantly. And this? If this is truly the sword technique manual of the sword master, it will be a huge help in the process of reaching success. Finally, I have hope. He was eager to open the sword technique manual. At this moment, the system displayed that the copy condition had been satisfied, thinking he had achieved his goal, but this manual was a bit strange. The first few pages of the sword technique manual were full of childish drawings. The title was Poppy. Today, outside my house, a cat appeared. It's very cute. I named it Poppy. Today, it scratched me and ran away. From now on, I swear I will hate it forever. The incomprehensible content along with the messy drawings made Jiang Haoming blank out, doubting life. He asked, "What is this?" Kang Jin Hyuk replied calmly, "That's my martial arts master's diary from when I was a child. It was quite hard to steal, you know." Jiang Haoming got furious. He threw the book away and shouted angrily, "Are you messing with me? Do you know how much money and effort I spent to get here? You called me here just for this?" Kang Jin Hyuk scoffed. "You people are so boring to do business with, so I felt like I should show you this." As a disciple of the divine heavenly dragon Black Emperor. Hearing that, Jiang Haoming's face darkened. He exclaimed in surprise, "What?" He thought to himself. Divine heavenly dragon Black Emperor, the right-hand man of the heavenly demon sex Great Elder, has power equal to the Black Wind group. A title of such a great person could actually come out of the mouth of an outsider. Although angry, Jiang Haoming stopped the people behind him. "Don't do anything." After that, his eyes turned bloodshot. He hissed, "How dare you defile the name of someone I have served? Let's see how I make you shut your mouth." Jiang Haoming moved as fast as lightning behind Kang Jin Hyuk. He was about to kick him. He calmly said, "That's exactly what I wanted, Jiang." Haoming quickly activated his hidden art. He shouted, "Die." The kick was so powerful that the impact cracked the ground. He thought his attack was strong enough to destroy him, but he was wrong. Kang Jin Hyuk gently grabbed his attack, making him surprised. No way, but he was wrong. Kang Jin Hyuk gently grabbed his strike, leaving him stunned and thinking, "That's impossible. How can you block my dark sky technique so easily?" Just then, Kang Jin Hyuk gripped Jiang Haoming's leg tightly. Without changing his expression, he tossed him toward the surrounding minions, who cowered in fear. As Kang Jin Hyuk combined his sword arts with the dark sky technique, then, channeling power into one arm, he felt a surge of excitement, realizing he had the ability to copy and combine various skills. Each skill born from such a combination was always an improved version of what came before. Once the fusion was complete, Kang Jin Hyuk activated the Dark Demon Emperor technique, leaving Jiang Haoming and his guards completely astonished. This is a technique used by the Dark Emperor. Kang Jin Hyuk used the Dark Human Breaker, delivering a powerful kick toward Jiang Haoming, who screamed in terror. The strike was so strong it punched a hole right through the stalagmites. Seeing the light shining through from the outside, Kang Jin Hyuk calmly stepped forward and asked, "How about it? Do you believe me now that I am the Dark Emperor's disciple?" Jiang Haoming's eyes widened in shock as he recalled, "That's right, I did hear that once. He left the tower to recruit talent. The Dark Emperor has begun to act." Jiang Haoming teared up and kowtowed so hard he cracked the ground. "Master, I beg to offer my respects as a disciple of the Dark Emperor." Seeing this, Jiang Haoming's minions also kowtowed, crying out, "We beg to offer our respects as disciples of the Dark Emperor." Jiang Haoming was so happy he began to cry, thinking, "And I will finally have a chance to become stronger." Kang Jin Hyuk smiled triumphantly. "These thugs, as long as I use a few of their master's moves, they believe everything hook, line, and sinker. Good. All the chores I don't want to do on the 8th floor will be handed over to him." He headed to the 8th floor trial. a massive labyrinth with a diameter of 10,000 kilometers. It was remarkably similar to Earth, and it was so vast that it even had its own ecosystem. But aside from its massive size, there were no other major threats, so clearing the 8th floor would be simple. He just needed to find the energy stone hidden somewhere in the maze, and Melina, the secret weapon of the Demon-Human Association, had already been dispatched to investigate the situation on the 8th floor. Melina strolled leisurely along the path, noticing that hundreds of maze entrances were blocked off by vendors selling materials they had collected inside, enough to earn a fortune. That's right, because of Kang Jin Hyuk, I've had to work so hard for so long, so it's only fair that I get to play around and relax a little. Melina stopped in front of an antique shop and asked with interest, "How much is this?" But she immediately took off her glasses, turned, and bolted. Kang Jin Hyuk appeared from behind, grabbed her, and said with a dangerous smile, "Where do you think you're going?" Melina jumped, and the mark left by Kang Jin Hyuk appeared on her face. After a brief explanation, Kang Jin Hyuk finally understood. "So, you came to the 8th floor to investigate the twin shadows?" Melina clutched her head in agony. "Yes," Lancelot said, "its manifestations on the 8th floor are becoming increasingly clear." Kang Jin Hyuk pondered this. The twin shadows were a phenomenon where certain floors of the tower moved at a faster velocity than the others. Melina felt a sharp pain and grew annoyed. She realized something was wrong and immediately launched a hidden weapon forward. The figure ahead quickly moved to deflect Melina's projectile, and Kang Jin Hyuk intervened, telling her, "Stop, they are on our side." Kang Jin Hyuk scolded her. "You can't just throw daggers at people. The first time you meet them, can you?" Melina pouted. "Who hides from their own allies in the dark like that?" The figure transformed into a person instantly, and Kang Jin Hyuk introduced him. "Let's introduce ourselves. This is Gon Rang from the Black Rune Guild." As this character appeared, the system suddenly notified him. Name, Gon Rang. Gender, male. Age, 22. Rank, 47. Strength, 20. Agility, 55. Stamina, 19. Magic power, 11. Inner energy, 60. Available stat points, 0. Class, Guardian. Skills, Shadow Piercing, Silent Steps, Sword Light, Dark Sky Technique, and Defensive Key. Loyalty, high. The system continued. Copy condition. Gon Rang is currently beside you only because of Jiang Haoming's orders, not because he trusts you. If you can gain his trust, you can copy one of his skills. Kang Jin Hyuk thought to himself, gain his trust. How am I supposed to do that? Melina playfully teased Gon Rang, poking his chest. What kind of outfit is this? Are you planning to film a movie? But no sooner had she said that than 77,499 blades were held to her throat. She looked around in shock, only then realizing that several people had begun to emerge from the shadows. She shrieked in terror, while Kang Jin Hyuk calmly reminded her, "Try to behave a little, Melina. There are at least 30 people hiding in the shadows here." Melina replied awkwardly, "Great, so you have enough manpower to clear the 8th floor then." With that, she turned to leave, waving her hand excitedly. "It was nice to meet you. Goodbye, see you at the next meeting." But before she could get far, she was dragged back by Kang Jin Hyuk's exile mark. With thousands of agonizing sensations from the mark on her face, she had no choice but to follow Kang Jin Hyuk in misery. "Leader, let's go." In another area 20 kilometers from the 8th floor entrance, Catherine said with concern, "Captain, the scouting party hasn't returned either." The one listening was Jack Friedman from the A-Rank Rock Guild. He felt the tension and thought to himself, something isn't right. This floor shouldn't have any major threats. He saw the scene before him and frowned, wondering what had happened there. However, Jack Friedman heard a sound approaching and quickly became alert. The system message appeared, activating body strengthening, waiting for the opponent from the opposite side. Hundreds of arrows came streaking toward Jack, attacking him with terrifying speed. His teammates' arms wouldn't stop shaking. Jack Friedman turned pale, wondering to himself, what kind of power is this? There shouldn't be any monster this strong here. Jack shouted, signaling everyone to prepare for battle. 10 o'clock. Get ready to fight. In front of them, their opponents finally appeared, a group of strange-looking beings with green skin, all heavily armed. They looked like formidable foes. Catherine seemed quite surprised by the source of that power. "What the they're just a bunch of goblins," she said, her voice dripping with disdain. "Let me handle them." She activated a fireball, launching it straight at the goblin pack. But suddenly, she realized something was wrong. Panic set in as she screamed, "What?" It had no effect. After the attack, the goblins quickly retaliated, charging forward. The surprise attack caught everyone off guard. "They're too fast." The goblins zipped past her, and in an instant, a wound appeared. She spat blood, her strength draining away. The wound quickly turned black. Seeing her condition, a teammate shouted a warning. Those bastards use poison. Everyone, be careful. Jack stepped up. Captain, give us the order. These aren't just normal goblins, they're too strong. If this keeps up, we're all going to die. Just as they were losing hope, Jack noticed someone slowly walking toward them. He asked, "Who are you?" Ganjang signaled for Jack's group to be quiet. Then, he pointed at the thousands of swords already hovering above, just waiting for his command. In an instant, the blades surged forward, slicing the goblins to pieces. Under the bewildered stares of the survivors, one goblin tried to crawl away, only to be stepped on by a pair of boots. Jack looked at this newcomer with caution. "I am Kang Jin Hyuk," he replied coolly. Kang Jin Hyuk wore a mask, his eyes glancing down to assess the defeated goblin. Before he could do anything else, a barrage of spears flew in from the distance, but a giant red hand quickly caught them all. A system notification appeared. Activating Moon Sealing Slash. From out of nowhere, a swarm of monsters came charging in, each one wielding a weapon. He shouted, "Are you lot with those spear throwers?" The system announced, activating Demon Sword King, activating spear proficiency. The giants hurled their blades forward with immense power. The system chimed again, activating Dark Heaven Demon Emperor Art. Thousands of explosions rang out in quick succession. Jin Hyuk lunged forward, launching a ferocious attack. He activated the Dark Heaven Demon Emperor Art again, his strikes slamming into the giant monsters. He didn't miss a single beat. Jack watched his attacks with his jaw on the floor, stunned. "I couldn't even see his moves." Suddenly, the system announced, "Ganjang's respect for you has increased by 5 points. 5 out of 100. Seeing this, Jin Hyuk smirked with amusement. "So, he's the type who values that sort of thing, huh?" Melina approached, confused. "What's going on with these monsters? We've never had things like this on the 8th floor." Jin Hyuk sat down to observe for a moment, then fell silent. "This mark, it's the signature of a 9th floor boss monster. Furthermore, this floor shouldn't even have moon crystals." He stood up, speaking seriously. "It looks like this is the aftermath of the Twin Shadows phenomenon." Melina's eyes widened in surprise. "What did you say?" They both glanced upward. The 8th and 9th floors had merged. Elsewhere, someone was watching Jin Hyuk's every move. One of them stroked an image of him with interest. "We have quite an interesting troublemaker here. It's all for the sake of our great one." In a bathroom somewhere, a toy duck was bobbing along. An old man was relaxing in a luxurious bathtub, sighing in pure, satisfied bliss. "This is the life." The system announced an incoming emergency call. The caller was none other than Kang Jin Hyuk. The old man screamed in terror, scrambling to cover himself with his hands. On the other end, Jin Hyuk gave a bright, sunny smile. "Hello. Let's make a deal." The old man sighed. "Mr. Kang Jin Hyuk, next time, could you try contacting me in a more normal way?" Back to the battlefield, the two sides fought fiercely. Wooden structures were smashed to bits. Monsters emerged from nowhere, screeching aggressively. But they didn't get to be impressive for long. Ganjang beat them so hard, they were crying out in pain. Once the chaos settled, Ganjang let out a tired breath. Jin Hyuk, meanwhile, was shaking something enthusiastically. He popped the lid, looking incredibly refreshed. Seeing his amused expression, Melina asked, "What is that?" He waved the scent toward the monster's nose and explained nonchalantly, "Nothing special. It's a drug that only works on monsters with this red mark." It made them incredibly obedient. After smelling it, the monster looked love-struck. Melina stood there, speechless. She thought to herself, "I think that's called enslavement, but it's actually kind of cool." Seeing the carriage arrive, he jumped up excitedly. "All done." Jin Hyuk pointed forward with a determined tone. "Let's go." The goblin's slave carriage took off, with all the goblins following perfectly after smelling the scent. They were running like they were being chased by the devil, huffing and puffing. Sitting on the carriage, Melina was rendered speechless. "Is this why you captured them? To use them as transport?" He gently reminded her. "The 8th floor is vast, so conserving energy is absolutely essential." Melina was still confused. "But the real purpose of making this carriage isn't just to travel, right?" Kang Jin Hyuk continued arrogantly. "It's to prove that these little tricks won't work on the new master of this place." As she sat in silence, a finger suddenly touched Melina's shoulder. She turned around, bewildered. Ganjang spoke softly. "I want to ask you a question. Since you seem close to the master, is he always this ruthless?" She rolled her eyes and scoffed. "The master? Looks like you're the newbie here, huh? That bastard will stop at nothing to get what he wants. Just keep watching, and you'll see soon enough." As images of Jin Hyuk torturing the Demon Kings flashed in her mind, Melina warned him. "He's the person who's most like a Demon King himself." Among everyone he had ever known, Gon stared with wide, confused eyes at the Demon King on this side, while the purple-haired girl struggled in pain and her cohorts tried to encourage Catherine. Just hold on a little longer. We're almost at the exit, she said. As they were walking normally, Jack suddenly froze. A dangerous voice rang out. Everyone stop. Jack's men immediately raised their guard. Who are you? Reveal yourself. Otherwise, we're going to have a hard time. From a distance, a young boy pointed at himself and asked, Me? I'm just a loyal subordinate. Instantly, the adorable boy transformed into a terrifying monster. It attacked Jack's group, leaving them horrified. As they were cruising along on Kang Jin Hyuk's mercy ride, he ordered loudly, Stop. So, we haven't started tearing each other apart yet, have we? The beasts stopped immediately under his command. Melina was a bit bewildered. What was that? At this moment, the system announced, Low-cost mining pickaxe skill active, activating 3-star barrier, enhancement empowered. With a fireball in his hand, he confidently declared, Let's see if you can keep playing dead after this. The system displayed fire element activation. Instantly, the sky in that area lit up with incredible power. The system displayed forced enhancement of low-cost mining pickaxe. Melina stood by, watching with her jaw dropped. It actually worked. The system introduced temporary diamond mining pickaxe. Difficulty reached. Description: a mining pickaxe forced into creation by elemental power. Mining area increases by 200% when used for 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Afterward, he aggressively ordered the goblin slaves to the walls. The goblin squad obeyed his command and rushed forward, each holding a pickaxe and hammering away frantically. Melina could only smirk with contempt. How ridiculous. At this rate, it won't even take a week to clear this floor. Looking at the cave in front of her, she wondered, why would he come up with such a crazy, ridiculous plan? Maybe I should switch sides? Meanwhile, Kang Jin Hyuk stood outside, pointing fingers. You missed a spot there. Suddenly, a laugh came from somewhere. That's enough. At this rate, there won't be any floor 8 left. I understand what message you're trying to send, Kang Jin Hyuk. So, it was the goblin boy from earlier. The kid had reached him and pointed, warning him, Don't you dare move. I have hostages, you know. A golden circle contained Jack's group from earlier who were suffering under torture. The boy casually remarked, The precious people you worked so hard and spent so much effort to save are resting in a very comfortable place. If you follow me, I'll let them go safely, Jin Hyuk. But as for whether the little brat would get his wish, that wasn't up to him. He quickly lunged forward and hit it with a kick from the giant's grip technique. Its mouth was clamped shut, and it couldn't move. The tiny monster was shocked until its eyes bulged. I didn't even have time to react. Lifting the boy high, Kang Jin Hyuk said with contempt, Did you really think I'd care about some hostages? You must have thought wrong. You think you have a trump card, don't you? His voice gradually turned savage. I didn't expect you to hand your life to me when you could have just opened a teleportation gate. That will be your biggest mistake. Kang Jin Hyuk used all his strength to crush the boy against the wall, rolling him up like a cocoon and throwing him far away. The system announced, Black Ball activation. The tiny monster escaped and fled in terror. I underestimated him too much. I have to retreat. Before it could run far, he activated the Dark Heaven Demon Emperor technique. A single kick sent the tiny monster to the afterlife. He flew over, grabbed it by the collar, and questioned, Where do you think you're going? You have to take your beating first. Its body was already limp and lifeless. Regardless of whether it was dead or alive, Kang Jin Hyuk gathered all his strength and punched it, knocking its teeth out, to the surprise of the other two. On this side, the level 9 monster was punishing the giants from earlier. Her eyes were extremely cold. Leaving the tiny monster lying battered on the ground, the three of them quickly stepped into the golden teleportation gate to reach floor 9. Seeing the white-haired girl there, he boasted, It seems you were very busy with preparations, weren't you? Too bad I chose a shortcut, so I got here a bit earlier. Melina said helplessly, Seriously, this is too much. Don't you guys think so? The reason she had to say that was because there were only 3 of them, while the enemy forces were a huge mob. Even with such a large numerical disparity, Gonjang was not afraid. He spoke loudly, Master, there are too many enemies. I will join the Black Wind Guild to clear a path for you, Master. Kang Jin Hyuk hid his face behind his mask and called out, Gonjang. Gonjang replied, Yes, Master. Kang Jin Hyuk asserted, I already told you. Who am I? Gonjang was dazed, unable to understand what he meant. Kang Jin Hyuk continued, I am the Heavenly Fist Dragon, disciple of the Dark Emperor. So, you just stand there and watch. These things can't do anything to me. Gonjang, standing behind him, looked at Kang Jin Hyuk's back firm, reliable, and filled with words of absolute safety. No matter what happened, you only need to follow me. Trusting me is enough. I have never let anyone of mine fall in battle. Ganjang's eyes sparkled as if he had found a new place to belong. In that moment, he remembered the past, when he was injured during missions, only feeling that his superiors only wanted to extract profit from him rather than caring about his health at all. Then Ganjang remembered those times when he was all alone, cold and lonely in his room, hugging himself, bandaging his own wounds. Perhaps from that point on, he had stopped caring about himself. He wondered, since when was the last time someone cared about my safety? I had forgotten it myself long ago. Until meeting Kang Jin Hyuk, Ganjang was filled with warmth once again. Is this what it feels like? Returning to reality, Ganjang smiled and replied, "Yes, my lord." The system sound rang out. Ganjang's loyalty to you has increased by 20 points. Up above, Atasa was ordering her men. "Someone, deal with those rude intruders for me. Whoever kills them will be rewarded with the territory of Floor 8. As Atasa finished her sentence, a large foot stepped forward, cracking the ground beneath. The giant-sized figure carried an axe, looking extremely dangerous. He spoke loudly to Kang Jin Hyuk, "I am Kango of the Blackstone tribe. I will fight you." Saying that, he let out a loud roar and swung his axe down at Kang Jin Hyuk. His eyes were blazing with fury. The axe slammed into the ground. He thought it had hit Kang Jin Hyuk, but he was wrong. It was Ganjo. His head was severed from his body in an instant. The moment the live stream started, it had to be shut down. Everyone watching was left in shock. Paralyzed in both body and mind, they stared at Kang Jin Hyuk, who was still in a fighting stance. A voice rang out, "Ganjo was defeated in just one hit? How?" Meanwhile, Kang Jin Hyuk had noticed something. There were 3 boss monsters on the 9th floor in total, so where were the other 2? They must be up to something. Atasa was anxious, feeling the weight of Kang Jin Hyuk's terrifying strength. Damn it, he actually made it up here. I have to find a way to buy some more time. Atasa started to lose her temper and shouted, "You scumbags. Are you just going to stand there? Attack him. I want that arrogant human's head brought to me." Atasa's monsters swarmed forward. Elsewhere, Jack Friedman was lying on the ground, uneasy. He was surrounded by a massive horde of enemies. He seemed to be desperately trying to call for reinforcements, but the livestream feature wasn't working. He was truly facing a real challenge. Drenched in sweat, Jack Friedman clenched his fist and slammed it into the ground in frustration, racking his brain for a solution. He had to find a way to reach them somehow. Suddenly, Jack Friedman noticed the ring on his finger. It looked like he had a plan. In the U.S., at the Awaken Association, a scream rang out. "Are you kidding me?" It was Atli. She was absolutely furious. "What do you mean? We can't. He's almost on the 8th floor and now he's gone missing." Heji responded very calmly. "The Russian and Indian players are acting extremely aggressively right now. They're throwing the global balance of power into chaos. We can't send American players to help right now. We need to focus on our own defense. You know that better than I do, Atli." Heji rested her face on her hand and continued. "Besides, the 8th floor is just a giant labyrinth, no matter how you look at it. If he just puts in the time and effort, there's no way he won't be able to find his way out. I know he's your boyfriend, but you don't need to fly off the handle like this, do you?" Hearing this, Atli felt her blood boil. Overwhelmed with frustration, she punched the wall with all her might. The wall suffered a terrifying impact. Even the guard behind her looked like he was about to wet his pants. Atli snapped, "National security, my foot. You won't even save our own country's players. Jack is definitely in danger. I can feel it clearly." It was a deep bond, but perhaps she could sense it so strongly because of the ring. She was wearing a matching ring with Jack Friedman. Suddenly, the ring emitted a signal, requesting view sharing from Jack Friedman. Connecting vision via view sharing. System connection established. Lights appeared around Atli, and she could see the scene from her boyfriend's side. A voice rang out. It was Jack Friedman. "Atli, do you see this? Kang Jin Hyuk is here. I don't know how, but the 9th floor boss is on the 8th floor, and he brought a pack of monsters with him. You have to warn the world, Atli. The rules of the tower aren't what we thought they were anymore." Atli was still connected to her boyfriend. All of her anger from before vanished. Her face beamed as she began to live-stream the fierce battle between the monsters and Kang Jin Hyuk. Observing the match, the viewers were confused. "What the hell? I thought the 8th floor didn't allow streaming. Why are there so many monsters on the 8th floor? Can't you read? It says the monsters came down from the 9th floor. He must have found and exploited some loophole in the view-sharing skill. Oh my god, is that Kang Jin Hyuk? What is he doing there?" Another comment was even more notable. "I think Kang Jin Hyuk is the only player capable of defeating Kang Jin Hyuk, right? Does nobody know this is him yet?" Meanwhile, Kang Jin Hyuk continued, not even wanting to lift a finger yet. "Are you planning on letting me do all the work earning XP like this forever?" Provoked, Atasa lost her cool. You ungrateful little pest. That's enough playing around. She started to get agitated, and lightning began to crackle around her body. Atasa grew 1,000 times larger than Kang Jin Hyuk, raging with fury. Ganjang was worried, while Melina had probably already guessed the outcome, so she remained quite calm. Suddenly, a burst of light erupted along with a massive wave of internal energy that shattered the ground. Atasa was stunned, completely caught off guard. A voice echoed, "We are the protectors of our master." 5 spirits of different elements appeared around Kang Jin Hyuk. Atasa felt it was getting even harder to deal with this. Why are the spirits that are supposed to be on the 25th floor here? And why are they on the human side? The salamander spirit replied reluctantly, "We were beaten to the brink of death by our master." Before they could finish chatting, Kang Jin Hyuk cut the conversation short. "My turn, I suppose," he said, and the 5 spirits switched to combat mode, losing that cute appearance from before. At this moment, Kang Jin Hyuk signaled to Ganjang, "Now is the time. Get ready." Ganjang replied, "Yes, sir," and lunged at the monsters to engage in battle, supported by the 5 spirits. It was a chaotic battle, but just looking at it, one could tell who was going to win. Melina, watching from behind, said, "What a mess. But having those spirits at your beck and call must be nice, right?" Kang Jin Hyuk turned to look at her with an exhausted expression. "It's not nice at all." Melina, clueless, tilted her head in confusion. Kang Jin Hyuk activated the brand of exile, and Melina immediately lost her composure. Earlier, she had crazily rushed into the fray to participate in this chaotic battle. "Let me let you taste the wrath of the blades of Brazil vodka." On the other side, Alice von Ataraxia appeared, offering to help, but Kang Jin Hyuk refused. "Need help?" "No, no need. Everything is fine. Everything is under control, at least for now." "At a house, sister. Come on in. Take off your shoes." Teresa de Laurentia looked around the house excitedly. "So, this is what your house looks like. It's so pretty." Yu Junhua stood opposite her, her face filled with pride. "Not exactly. To be honest, this is actually my grandfather's house." Teresa de Laurentia walked inside, looked at the person in front of her, and happily waved to Li Taemin. "Hi there." Li Taemin also waved and smiled back. "Sister Teresa, it's been a long time." After asking, she suddenly turned her head to look at the screen in front. "Huh. Is that brother Kang Jin Hyuk? He's on the American news again, so I was just checking it out." Yu Junhua pointed at the screen, explaining. Teresa was surprised. She clasped her hands together, looked at the 2 people in front of her, and said, "Kang Jin Hyuk. So, you guys already know Kang Jin Hyuk's real identity." She thought to herself that she had been trying to figure out how to pretend she didn't know. Li Taemin turned to her and replied, "Of course, we've known him since he first started out. You can tell just by the way he unleashes his attacks." Li Taemin looked back at the screen intently, continuing, and Yu Junhua followed his gaze. "Sister, look at this. Floor 8 is supposed to be a giant, boring maze, but for some reason, the Floor 9 bosses are appearing there." Yu Junho and Li Taemin exchanged glances. "It seems it's not time for them to enter the stage yet," they muttered. Teresa remained glued to the screen. Teresa rested her chin on her hand, lost in thought. "I've never seen the female teammates fighting alongside him before." Gonjo was furious. He swung his sword with all his might at the figure in front of him. A mysterious, masked man lunged forward, surrounded by plumes of black smoke. It seemed they were taking down a giant monster. Behind Melina, a face popped up, pointing excitedly at Gonjo. "Hey, you. How on earth are you this strong? At this rate, we're definitely going to win." Gonjo froze and then muttered, "That's bad luck, you know." Suddenly, 2 strange figures appeared, one red, one black. Melina and Gonjo turned around in shock. It was the Floor 9 boss, the Lizard King. And the other Floor 9 boss, Nan Hak, stood there. He had white hair covering his eyes, one hand clenched tight, and a grin on his face. "That's Atasa. Finally, she's here." The Colossus Bone could permanently destroy an opponent's weapon, a Pureblood clan item. It inflicts permanent damage to the body wounds that can never be healed. Kang Jin Hyuk, behind his mask, pondered. So these are the artifacts they were preparing. What a massive headache. Is that why they didn't show up earlier? Atasa glared at the 2 monsters, shouting, "You bastards. Why are you so late?" The Lizard King and Non-Hack didn't back down. Non-Hack retorted, "Who are you to play leader? Do you think these things are easy to get?" Atasa pointed forward and shouted, "Shut your mouth. Kill those guys." Nan-Hack said confidently, "Just a bunch of vermin. Why are you so worked up? Let me handle them." Nan-Hack lunged forward, followed by a pack of wolves. Kang Jin Hyuk called over the person standing next to him. Gonjo smiled and replied, "Yes, master." "Protect the master." Gonjo pointed at his subordinates, giving the order. They charged toward Nanhak. The battle descended into chaos. Nanhak took them out one by one, pressing his hand down hard on a subordinate. How annoying. Let me show you how I'll swallow you whole. Nanhak roared in anger. Ganjo lunged forward with incredible speed, slashing Nanhak with his sword. As Nanhak groaned, Ganjo kept attacking. With blinding speed, he unleashed the Shadow Strike. Nanhak's body was covered in slashes as blood sprayed everywhere. Ganjo stood still, looking at the hound's head. These bastards really don't respect anyone. Melina kicked the monster straight on. Melina. Kang Jin Hyuk called out to Melina. She grumbled in response. What? I'm busy. The item is in the middle of fusion. Kang Jin Hyuk pointed toward a glowing mirror. See that behind you? That is your lifeline. Time remaining 0, 0. 0 hours, 02 minutes, 31 seconds. The system was counting down. If you want to survive and get out of here, you better protect it well before this thing finishes. With a smug look, he pointed at the object. Melina stopped, then laughed. As long as I can live, I'll do whatever you say. Melina grabbed her weapon and spun it rapidly. Snake whip, Melina shouted, as a snake-like form launched forward. Kang Jin Hyuk ran while calling out, Shinfin. The moment he called, a bird appeared. The system announced, activating Gale Rise. Shinfin unleashed a blast of power. You can leap across great distances with the help of the winds. The scene grew even more chaotic. The Lizard King lunged toward Kang Jin Hyuk. You idiot. The second you land, I'm going to kill you. Goguma. Flight mode. Kang Jin Hyuk hopped onto Goguma and flew away. Right behind them was the Lizard King. Clutching the Colossus bone, he spat, Damn it. Come down here if you're so tough. The Lizard King looked up at Kang Jin Hyuk, who was hovering in the sky. He shouted in rage. The system appeared. Livestream paused. Yu Jong-ho jumped up, dissatisfied. What? That's it. We were just getting to the good part. Yu Jong-ho shouted, Sister. Sister, don't you dare smash the TV. Rick Hennessy touched the film reels in front of him. He's making me do so much work. He even made me encrypt Kang Jin Hyuk's broadcast signal into Kang Jin Hyuk's own private channel. With such harsh conditions, how am I supposed to keep going? Rick Hennessy sighed, helplessly sorting through the footage. When I get back, I'll give you a scale from an ancient race. Kang Jin Hyuk laughed, pointing his finger. You know that outside of my place, there's nowhere else you can find this, right? Rick Hennessy leaned back in his chair, lost in thought. Well, I suppose that's true. I can't let an opportunity like this slip away. But I really don't understand why he insisted on setting up this barrier. High-tier existences are not allowed to interfere with Floor 8, Rick Hennessy was thinking when suddenly the system flashed red. Everything turned red, blaring an alarm. He panicked. What the hell is going on? Why all of a sudden? Rick Hennessy grabbed his hat and ran toward the barrier that was glowing brightly in front of him. The room went silent. The sound of someone's footsteps approached. Absolutely brilliant. I never expected you to be so well prepared. The man's hand touched the screen in front of him. It's a pity, but you're not the only one who's well prepared. The barrier was deactivated. In the sky above, a swarm of purple flying dinosaurs were preparing to dive and attack. Kang Jin Hyuk was riding on Goguma's back, his sword ready in his hand. He shouted his order, "Get me close to its head." Goguma let out a squeak. Kang Jin Hyuk immediately crossed his hands. Once he was close enough, a shing sound echoed. With just one strike of his sword, he tore through the enemy's body. Each of them was sliced clean in half. Kang Jin Hyuk let out a low groan, then quickly sheathed the two swords in his hands as he looked over. Seeing Ataraxia standing arrogantly with hundreds of minions down below, Kang Jin Hyuk loudly asked, "Did you drag all of them down from the 9th floor? That's quite a crowd." No sooner had he finished speaking than the system suddenly sent a notification, activating solar light. Summoning his bow and pulling back the string to aim, Kang Jin Hyuk casually remarked, "I'm sure you wouldn't mind if I thinned out your numbers a little, right?" The system chimed in again, announcing, activating Crimson Demon Arrow. Just as the notification ended, he released the arrow toward Ataraxia. Each arrow he fired wasn't a normal projectile, but a terrifyingly powerful streak of light, glowing white with a hint of red. Seeing this, Ataraxia immediately spread her wings to shield her body. The system flashed, activating lightning armor, continuously increasing the user's defense. She was cloaked in a layer of lightning. Due to the sheer power of the attack, the enemy had to grit her teeth and brace herself to withstand the impact. As for the undead, they were far too weak. A single sweep of Kang Jin Hyuk's attack was enough to wipe out hundreds of them. Seeing this, he was overjoyed and shouted, "Nice work." Goguma suddenly frowned and let out a loud, "Cheap." Kang Jin Hyuk noticed and muttered, "Ah, well, I probably shouldn't have jinxed it." Because while the undead were wiped out, Ataraxia remained completely unharmed. Standing below, baring her fangs and claws, Ataraxia swung her hand to attack, and the system immediately reported. Activating Thunder Strike. Even though Ataraxia's Thunder Strike was incredibly powerful, Goguma and Kang Jin Hyuk dodged the attack with ease. Ataraxia was so furious, she felt like her blood was boiling. She screamed, "Damn it, just die already." After shouting, she scanned the surroundings and couldn't help but think with growing anxiety. The other boss monsters can't even get close to Kang Jin Hyuk. This is our home base, yet the enemy's morale hasn't dropped in the slightest. We have the numbers advantage, we just need to stall for a bit longer. Suddenly, having spotted something, Adis's jaw dropped in shock. She murmured, "That thing." The system clock hit 0, and the system notified, "Fusion complete. The thread of fate has been completed. The thread of fate is reacting to the world-breaking mirror." Melina suddenly smirked and whispered, "We're going to survive this time." As blinding golden lights spread everywhere, the system quickly appeared to introduce, "Those who have answered the user's call through the thread of fate are being summoned. This item can only be used on targets belonging to a different race." Faced with the unbelievable sight before him, the Lizard King roared, "Impossible! How could any race in this tower answer the call of a mere human?" The system suddenly appeared. Connecting to the tower floor that answered the call, a man with a bizarre, demonic face appeared and loudly introduced himself. "The chief of the Iceblade tribe, Calico, has arrived in response to your call." Kang Jin Hyuk raised a hand to greet him. "Calico, thanks for coming. Consider the 3 months of magical stone supply waived." Hearing this, he replied, "Good." Then, a tribesman picked up a horn and blew a long, resonant note. The tribe's legion heard the horn and let out a thunderous war cry. Calico immediately shouted, "For the glory of the Iceblade tribe." Then, the whole tribe charged forward. Seeing this, the Lizard King roared, "Fools." The lizard men heard him and immediately rushed forward. While the minions were busy fighting their own opponents, Calico and the Lizard King didn't waste any time and clashed instantly. He shouted, "Why would the Iceblade tribe side with a human?" Then, he let out a savage growl. The moment the Lizard King finished his growl, he was flattened into the ground by Calico. He was nearly unconscious from that single blow. Raising his staff high, he answered the question. No warrior would ever refuse the call of their savior. As soon as he finished speaking, he brought the staff down, ending the Lizard King's life. Ataraxia saw this and became completely panicked. She thought to herself, "No way." While she was distracted, Kang Jin Hyuk had already sent many more monsters to their graves. Nanhak also took quite a few hits. Ataraxia couldn't help but be terrified, thinking, in such a short time he's already turned the tide of the battle. Kang Jin Hyuk walked up nonchalantly and asked, "Everyone is so busy, yet you're just standing there watching? Well, let's get started." Ataraxia sneered, "Ha." She then shouted, "Do you really think you can beat me in a one-on-one fight?" Just as Ataraxia began to unleash her technique, the system appeared. Activating lightning armor. A series of lightning-based defensive barriers were being erected. Kang Jin Hyuk saw this and immediately crouched down, clenching his fists in preparation for his attack. The system hurriedly appeared again to report. Activating Mandala, allowing the user to predict the target's movement trajectory. Activating Lightning Whip. Just as Ataraxia's Lightning Whip struck toward Kang Jin Hyuk, he raised his hand and blocked the attack instantly. Seeing this, she couldn't help but gape in shock, thinking to herself, "My God, he was actually able to predict my move, and he blocked it with his bare hands? Was he hiding his true strength all this time?" While Ataraxia was distracted, Kang Jin Hyuk quickly rushed in and placed his hand on her stomach. The system appeared again, activating Demon Sword King's footwork. Ataraxia's mouth fell open, looking visibly pained. Kang Jin Hyuk said coldly, "Today will be your funeral." Ataraxia panicked and tried to stop him. "Wait, I still have something to say." The system announced, activating Dark Heaven Demon Emperor Art. Because the power of the impact was so overwhelming, Ataraxia was sent flying backward, blood continuously spewing from her mouth. Calico roared with laughter at the sight, while Gongjang smiled and muttered, "My lord." Han shouted a command to retreat. Seeing the minions scurrying away, Melina let out a massive sigh of relief, collapsed to the ground, and gasped, "Oh my God, it's finally over." Gongjang bowed his head respectfully and said, "The spirits are taking care of the stragglers, my lord. Congratulations on clearing the 8th floor." Suddenly, the system interface popped up with endless notifications. "You have leveled up. You have leveled up. You have leveled up." Kang Jin Hyuk suddenly felt like something was off, thinking to himself, "I feel like I've forgotten something." Ataraxia coughed a few times, then sneered, "Now that you've been hit, I can be sure of one thing. Your strength is nowhere near his level." Suddenly, the situation shifted. Kang Jin Hyuk immediately looked up at the sky and saw the moon being encircled by black and red lightning. It sent a wave of shock through him. Suddenly, a flash of red and white light spread everywhere, freezing Goguma, Salomon, and Gong Jiang in their tracks. Kang Jin Hyuk couldn't help but curse under his breath. Damn it. I thought being prepared would be enough, but to think I'd run into you here, you monster. No sooner had he thought that than a man with massive horns on his head appeared right in front of Kang Jin Hyuk. He was staring down at Jin Hyuk with murderous intent. An hour earlier, the village had been peaceful. Kang Jin Hyuk waved his hand and called out, "Melina, wait a second." Melina instinctively turned back at the call, looking surprised. Kang Jin Hyuk touched his chin and said in a calm tone, "I can understand why you discovered the phantom phenomenon. It happens sometimes when attacking new floors." But then, Kang Jin Hyuk cut himself off, his eyes darkening. His gaze turned blood red as he stared at Melina, speaking slowly. "I'm just a bit curious, why didn't you tell me the reason? Why were you so interested in investigating this phenomenon?" Melina didn't turn to face Kang Jin Hyuk, but she felt that lethal gaze on her back and didn't dare make a sound. Melina offered a strange smile, sweat pouring down her face. The system suddenly notified. Activating Seal of Exile. Melina thrashed about like a fish out of water, her face bright red like a ripe tomato. She tried to cover her face while struggling. Flustered and avoiding Kang Jin Hyuk's gaze, she couldn't keep her composure and blurted out, "Aha, that was an order from the higher-ups. They said if I investigated the phantom phenomenon, I might run into someone very special." Kang Jin Hyuk, one hand clutching the Seal of Exile that was still taking effect, paused for a moment. He asked suspiciously, "Someone special?" Kang Jin Hyuk's handsome face darkened instantly as he realized the problem, his voice turning grave. "Damn it, I really thought I was prepared enough for this." A wave of darkness erupted, creating an eerie atmosphere unlike anything he had ever felt. Within the swirling darkness, a man with massive wings and terrifyingly large horns gradually emerged. Kang Jin Hyuk, witnessing this, couldn't help but be stunned. The man didn't touch the ground, hovering in midair. Kang Jin Hyuk stood his ground. He didn't back down. Instead, he arrogantly shouted, "So, it turns out, I'm the one who gets to meet this very special person." The stranger wasn't intimidated either, his heterochromatic eyes flashing with sparks of murderous intent as he looked at Kang Jin Hyuk. He spoke in a low voice, "It's you." Then he placed a small piece of wood on Kang Jin Hyuk's head and pressed down. Continuing slowly, "You've ruined our plans." Facing him, Kang Jin Hyuk didn't show a hint of fear. He just smirked. The man suddenly realized something. He let out an "oh," paused, and then continued slowly. "I wonder how you managed to get your hands on that. It seems there is some power out there trying very hard to protect you." A vision of Alice von Ataraxia began to appear. Alice von Ataraxia was struggling desperately to keep the ring intact. The dark figure smirked mockingly. "I don't know who it is, but that kind of effort is almost commendable." As he spoke, he reached his hand toward Kang Jin Hyuk, intending to choke him. He couldn't hide his excitement as he added, "Though, you're going to die soon anyway." Sharp claws, shining like blades in the dim light, slowly closed in, aiming straight for Kang Jin Hyuk's throat. Kang Jin Hyuk didn't flinch. His eyes blazed with fire. The system notified, activating Eyes of Gluttony failed. Cannot activate due to the massive level gap between the user and the target. A deep red hue swallowed Kang Jin Hyuk's pupils. He poured all his power into activating the skill, praying in his heart, "Please, just a little, give me at least a little useful information." The system repeatedly flashed countless notifications. Cannot activate due to the massive level gap between the user and the target. Cannot activate due to the massive level gap between the user and the target. A blue spark flashed, and a blue gem emitted a brilliant glow. The system immediately signaled, activating luck. Only partial information can be unlocked due to the level disparity with the target. Kang Jin Hyuk let out an "ah." The man glanced at Kang Jin Hyuk, looking suspicious. He bared his teeth in a sneer and replied, "What?" His clawed hands still pressed firmly onto Kang Jin Hyuk's shoulder. Kang Jin Hyuk shouted, "Moxrot, Time Eater." Time seemed to freeze. The man stopped in midair. His hand was still attached to Kang Jin Hyuk's head. Moxrot widened his eyes in disbelief. He looked at Kang Jin Hyuk, his expression one of shock. Kang Jin Hyuk, with blood-red eyes, looked up at Moxrot and smirked mockingly. "I've been waiting for you." Kang Jin Hyuk knelt to the ground. One hand supported him while the other gripped his arm. The system announced, "The opponent is being released from the mindscape." He smirked, looking up at Moxrot. He stared at him with a gaze that could burn. Moxrot hesitated. "You," he continued to probe. "How do you know my true name?" At this moment, the system pinged a notification. Moxrot, a Devourer-type demon, rank 26. Strength, agility, stamina, and magic stats are displayed. The description shows Moxrot is currently at the Count rank. He holds the 26th position among demons and can wield incredibly powerful magic. The demon realm is currently boiling over with battles fought for these rankings. Kang Jin Hyuk broke out in a cold sweat. He thought to himself, Alice must have passed out from trying to resist the barrier. Before Kang Jin Hyuk recalled the previous scene, he hurriedly thought, all of my teammates have been frozen as well. Kang Jin Hyuk looked up at Masarode. Flames of hatred seemed to burn within him. He pondered further, even with Goguma and the spirits, my chances of winning a head-on fight against this demon are 0%. Masarode grew impatient at the lack of response. He growled aggressively, answer me, human. Kang Jin Hyuk lowered his hands to the ground. In his heart, he made a firm decision. In that case, I have only one path left. I can't let time go to waste. Kang Jin Hyuk spoke in a low, calm voice. Masarode, I am one of the dark apostles of the Demon King Variel, one of the demon kings of the demon realm. Masarode frowned, asking suspiciously, what did you say? A dark apostle? Far off in the distance, Melina was frozen solid, stiff as a board. Kang Jin Hyuk lowered his head and said calmly, you might know of the human organization called the Demon-Human Alliance, which worships demons, right? I am currently working with the demon humans over there to find you. Taking a breath, he continued, but as you know, Demon King Variel has no interest in the demon realm's rankings. He only does what interests him. Kang Jin Hyuk maintained his posture, his head still bowed low. He added, truth be told, I only wanted to become a dark apostle at first, but the more I served His Majesty, the more I understood about myself. His eyes slowly fluttered open, and he smirked. He said softly, in reality, I am a bit more ambitious than that. Masarode probed, ambitious? With his eyes half closed, Kang Jin Hyuk slowly replied, yes, and I want to serve a different demon king. Masarode fell into deep thought and remained silent for a moment. His broad shoulders and massive wings made him look even more majestic. Viewed from behind, he looked no different than a messenger from hell. He placed a hand on his chin. He opened his mouth, revealing sharp teeth, and said in a deep voice, from what you know about me, and the faint demonic energy around you, it seems you really are a dark apostle. With that, he pointed his index finger in one direction. The system notified that Dark Bullet was being activated. A dull red light swirled around Masarode. He sneered loudly, but does the ingredient have any value? The red sparks gathered like a small cyclone, concentrating right at Masarode's fingertip. Kang Jin Hyuk knelt right before his finger. He did not look up, not even once. Masarode growled, you better be worth something. Enough for me to overlook the fact that you ruined my plans. Masarode's face darkened, and he shouted, then prove it. Prove your value. Kang Jin Hyuk looked up and replied calmly, of course. The atmosphere suddenly changed. His eyes brimmed with killing intent, and his hair stood on end. The system immediately flashed a notification, activating Holy Sun God. Masarode stood frozen as if struck by lightning. He thought to himself, my mental realm is being shrouded by something else. He opened his eyes wide, shocked by the scene unfolding, and thought, this is somewhere else. The Egyptian god Osiris sat bored on his throne, constantly complaining, is there nothing fun to do? This is so boring. His eyes suddenly glowed. He let out a shout, ha! The rays of light instantly pierced through his eyes, making his pupils glow brightly. He panicked and yelled, hey, what the hell is this? The light from his pupils spread outward, lighting up the entire temple. He screamed helplessly, who is using my skill without my permission? The clear sky, without a single cloud, was suddenly torn apart by a terrifying explosion. A giant, burning fireball lit up the sky, illuminating everything around. Masarode stood still, watching the scene before his eyes under the blinding light. Masarode hurriedly covered his eyes with his hand and exclaimed, though it's not yet perfect, this is truly the power of an ancient Egyptian god. Kang Jin Hyuk placed his hand on his left chest. He bowed deeply and said slowly, what do you think? Kang Jin Hyuk's gaze became sharp. He cleared his throat. As for my ambition, I have even walked into the territory of the gods. Masarode glanced at Kang Jin Hyuk and smirked. He looked satisfied. You really are an interesting human. A notification appeared, mental realm effect neutralized. A wave of electricity swept through Melina's body as if a seal had been broken. Melina opened her eyes wide and looked around, feeling something was wrong. Melina asked suspiciously, what was that? I just felt something strange. Melina couldn't stand steadily and tried to regain her balance. Even Gonrang behind her was clutching his head, dizzy. Looking down, she saw Friedman and Catherine lying flat on the ground. She gasped, why are they passed out? Gonrang clutched his head, trying to calm down. She thought to herself, I feel like I've been affected by an extremely strong demonic aura. But looking at Kang Jin Hyuk from behind, she reassured herself. As long as the master is okay, Kang Jin Hyuk gripped the key in his hand and stared at Masaro, encouraging him. The system immediately displayed information about the key of the lock. Masaro cautioned, "You will need it to break the contract with the demon." Kang Jin Hyuk stared at the key without blinking. Masaro crossed his arms and said with a smile, "Just find the water key in the tower, and you can use that key to enter. It certainly won't be too hard for you to find." Masaro raised his hand to summon a barrier and said softly, "I've met a few dark apostles before, but you are the most interesting and boldest." Half of Masaro's body was already inside the barrier, but he didn't forget to leave a compliment for Kang Jin Hyuk. He smiled and said, "I have to admit, Variel sure has a good eye for choosing his subordinates." Kang Jin Hyuk gripped the key in his hand and thought, he said he's met a few dark apostles before. He suspiciously thought, does that mean there are already other players who have become dark apostles, or not? The necklace vibrated and a clear sound rang out. "Contractor, are you okay?" Kang Jin Hyuk replied softly, "I'm fine, thanks to you, Zizo." Alice von Ataraxia frowned and said in an annoyed tone, "That bastard is definitely a high-level demon. They can cast incredibly powerful spells. I've only ever encountered time-stop magic a handful of times in my life." She paused to catch her breath, then continued, "Are you sure it's okay to trick someone like that?" Kang Jin Hyuk walked toward the gate, comforting her in a gentle tone. "It's fine, Alice. Don't worry, I've got it all planned out." Kang Jin Hyuk touched the star, and the system notification popped up immediately. "You have cleared the 8th floor consecutively." More notifications followed. "You have defeated the 9th floor boss, Ataraxia. You have cleared the 9th floor." Goguma stood right behind Kang Jin Hyuk, hands clasped over his chest as he bowed his head slightly. In a soft voice, he said, "Master, congratulations. What would you like to do next?" Notifications flashed incessantly. "You have leveled up. You have leveled up." Kang Jin Hyuk turned around, his expression turning stern. He said coldly, "I'm going to go make a complaint." The scene shifted to the Great Magic Library. Just as Rick Hennessy was about to take off his hat, he sensed something unusual and cleared his throat. "Ahem." Kang Jin Hyuk appeared in a flash, his eyes locked onto the man. He shot a look sharp as a dagger and said in a low, dangerous tone, "We need to have a little talk, don't we?" "Right," the great manager Rick Hennessy. Cold sweat beaded on Rick Hennessy's forehead. He didn't dare meet the man's burning gaze and tried to look away. He gestured with both hands for Kang Jin Hyuk to calm down. After listening to Kang Jin Hyuk's explanation, Rick Hennessy nodded thoughtfully and calmly began to explain. The barrier designed to prevent interference from those high-ranking entities was completed without any issues, he said, casually making excuses. "Then why, the moment I looked away, did a hole suddenly appear in that barrier?" Kang Jin Hyuk quickly cut him off. "Do you really expect me to believe that a barrier created by a mid-level manager could just spring a leak?" Kang Jin Hyuk demanded sternly. "And what excuse do you have for not being there when it happened?" Rick Hennessy bowed his head in contemplation before recounting the truth in a serious tone. "That day, the Muriam martial artists suddenly attacked the Empire. As a mid-level manager, I had no choice but to intervene." Kang Jin Hyuk. Hearing this, he was surprised that the Muriam would provoke the Empire. He rubbed his chin and thought. Their forces were clearly quite weak. Because of that punishment they suffered. How could they? Rick Hennessy spoke up, cutting off Kang Jin Hyuk's train of thought. "However, I clearly cannot use this as an excuse to break our agreement." Rick Hennessy stood up, pulled his hat over his face, and said mysteriously. So, as an apology, Rick Hennessy spread his arms to welcome Kang Jin Hyuk. Behind him lay a vast warehouse, and he declared, "I will grant you the right to purchase one of my items." Rick Hennessy began to pitch his goods like a master salesman. "As you know, my collection consists entirely of rare, precious items." Rick Hennessy looked at Kang Jin Hyuk with sparkling eyes. He boasted, "Just having the opportunity to trade for these is a reward in itself." Kang Jin Hyuk looked at Rick Hennessy in disappointment. "Look at him, trying so hard to sell me his junk." He let out a weary sigh. "If I'm not mistaken, we still trade 1 for 1, right?" A glimmer of light radiated from Kang Jin Hyuk. "Scales from an ancient race, perhaps?" Kang Jin Hyuk asked triumphantly. A cute little black dragon appeared in his arms. Goguma chirped happily. "Cheap." Rick Hennessy was filled with excitement. He stared at the scales on the little black dragon's tail. "Oh my god, look at those shiny scales. How could I ever say no to an ancient race?" Kang Jin Hyuk pulled Goguma into his arms to keep Rick Hennessy from ogling him further. He turned to Rick Hennessy and asked slyly, "So, 1 scale for an ancient compass. What do you think? That's pretty close to our original deal, isn't it?" The little black dragon, surprised by the tight hug, stared at him blankly. Rick Hennessy pondered. 1 scale for an ancient compass? He let out a long, dramatic sigh. Phew. At that moment, a system note appeared. Sighing in progress. Rick Hennessy dropped his greedy expression and said in a cold tone, "That ancient dragon of yours hasn't even fully matured yet. We don't even know its specific race yet, so I feel like just one scale is a bit unreasonable." Kang Jin Hyuk and the little black dragon blinked in surprise. They hadn't expected this old man to be so cunning. He should have been an actor in a twist-filled thriller. Rick Hennessy continued to pout and shrug. "I only have a few of those ancient compasses left." He stretched the word few out for effect. "If I lose money like this, how am I supposed to live? I'm not even rich, you know that." The system note appeared, sighing in progress. After a moment of haggling, Rick Hennessy turned back to Kang Jin Hyuk slyly. "Tell you what, I'll sell it to you for 10 scales in a 1 week. Rent of that ancient dragon as a special discount just for you." "Honestly, I'm at such a loss here, I'm basically doing charity work." Kang Jin Hyuk. He looked dumbfounded. He recalled the rumors and suddenly realized, right, this old man is notorious for being a cutthroat businessman. He's a famous guild master known far and wide. Kang Jin Hyuk sighed helplessly. "Forget it then." Rick Hennessy's smile vanished, and he looked shocked. "Hey." Kang Jin Hyuk turned around, hugged Goguma, and began to leave, leaving Rick Hennessy flustered. "What do you mean? You don't want the compass anymore?" Kang Jin Hyuk said in a grumpy tone. "I'm a nice guy, but you're hiking the price up way too much. I think it would be better if I just went to talk to Hastings instead." Goguma in his arms also playfully stuck out his tongue at Rick Hennessy. Kang Jin Hyuk said offhandedly, "As far as I know, failing to keep an agreement with a manager is a grave offense." A drop of cold sweat ran down Rick Hennessy's face. Kang Jin Hyuk's brows furrowed, but a smile spread across his face. First, it was a low-level manager, now a mid-level one. I'm sure the high-level manager would be very interested to hear about this. Goguma grinned wickedly at Rick Hennessy. Rick Hennessy panicked and waved his hands repeatedly. "Ah, Mr. Kang Jin Hyuk, wait a moment," he said in a low voice. All right. 1 scale for 1 compass. Fine. Are you satisfied now?" Kang Jin Hyuk asked with a wicked grin. Goguma looked up, shielding his mouth, terrified for Rick Hennessy. Kang Jin Hyuk immediately rolled up his sleeves, brimming with excitement. He happily told Goguma, who was standing behind Rick Hennessy, who was also ecstatic. "Then, could you give me a scale?" "It'll only sting a little bit, Goguma." Goguma's eyes welled up with tears, and he let out a pathetic, squeaky sob. Kang Jin Hyuk's hand froze. Both Rick Hennessy and Kang Jin Hyuk stood there, breaking into a cold sweat. Kang Jin Hyuk said in his stern voice, "Enough, Goguma. Don't make that face." Goguma's eyes shimmered with tears as he whined and pleaded with a squeak. The sheer cuteness radiating from him was blinding. It melted Rick Hennessy's heart, who gasped. "Oh my." Kang Jin Hyuk, feeling helpless, covered his eyes, unable to bring himself to do it. Rick Hennessy spoke in a softened tone. "Guess I can take the item later then." Goguma beamed. Finally, Kang Jin Hyuk had the item in his hands without needing to trade anything for it. The Water Trace Compass, an item that always guides the user to a water trace within the tower. Kang Jin Hyuk smirked happily. "What a great deal." Rick Hennessy nodded and chuckled. "Regardless, please, don't mention what happened today to Lord Husting." Kang Jin Hyuk suddenly lowered his voice. "Oh, right, there's one more thing." Rick Hennessy stared at him, eyes wide. Kang Jin Hyuk turned to tell Rick Hennessy, "There's a low-level manager named Carmen who keeps interfering with things happening in the tower. I hope he gets punished properly." Rick Hennessy pulled his hat down to cover his face, speaking mysteriously. "Ah, Carmen. Don't worry about him." Rick Hennessy's expression turned terrifying as he said, "I assure you, you won't ever run into him again." In a dark, gloomy place, Carmen's voice echoed everywhere. He stammered, Please, have mercy on me." In front of him stood a statue of a nun, a giant, cold, prayerful figure. Carmen sobbed. "I was wrong." His body trembled uncontrollably, his mouth pleading repeatedly. "Just spare me this one time, my lord. I promise I will never make this mistake again. Please, forgive me." The person sitting in front of him calmly stirred his coffee, his voice mocking and laced with anger. He spoke up. "Make a mistake? To let you succeed, I even merged the 8th and 9th floors together and sent a high-level demon there." His voice dropped low. Hearing this, Carmen trembled even more. The man growled, "After doing all that, you still consider it a failure? You think this was just a mistake?" Carmen was speechless, sweat pouring down like a waterfall. The man raised his voice, his eyes flashing with fury. His voice sounded like rolling thunder. "Calling you useless would be an understatement." He pointed a coffee spoon at Carmen. As soon as he finished speaking, vines sprouted and wrapped around Carmen. He struggled and screamed, "Ugh." Carmen's tears rolled down as he shrieked, begging, "Please, give me one more chance. Please don't kill me, Lord Husting. Carmen's screams echoed throughout the large room. The sad stone statue now wore a satisfied grin. Husting looked on with hatred as Carmen was slowly crushed by the vines. Husting stood up and sighed. Why am I surrounded by idiots? He looked up at the statue and whispered, "But please, don't worry too much. I will definitely not let anyone reach the sanctuary." The stone statue heard him and bared its teeth in a savage grin. The next day, a video was uploaded to the Hall of Fame. This video was edited by a manager. Comments on the video kept popping up. "Oh my god, is that Kang Jin Hyuk? I want to watch the original version. Never seen anyone clear 2 floors at once like this. Now that's what I call real skill." As Kang Jin Hyuk became more famous, the number of people wanting the answer to the question grew. A top VIP appeared, sparking discussion and interaction. "I wonder if Kang Jin Hyuk fought Kang Jin Hyuk, who would win?" Netizens in the comments debated heatedly. Objectively, it's probably Kang Jin Hyuk. Nonsense, 100% Kang Jin Hyuk would win. "I don't know, but we'll probably never see them fight anyway." "What are you talking about? Obviously, Kang Jin Hyuk would win." Ever since the Lightning Palace, Kang Jin Hyuk has always been the one leading the way. Seriously, he's definitely not a normal person. Meanwhile, at the Lightning Palace, Kang Jin Hyuk stood before the gate, checking his status window. Name: Kang Jin Hyuk. Gender: male. Age: 27. Level: 74. Strength: 71. Stamina: 34. Constitution: 100. Adaptability: 78. Agility: 25. Magic power: 154. Luck: 10 points. Available stat points: 0. Available coins: 500,125. Profession: Worm Tongue Interpreter. Skills: Fusion, Grave of Swords, Blessing of the Stars, Judgment of Anubis, Blood Demon Chi, Mandala, Invincibility, 100 Poisons, White Hand, Divine Sunday, Dark Heaven, Demon Emperor. Scroll down to see more. Kang Jin Hyuk looked at his status window with satisfaction. 7 levels in one go, not bad. A pair of graceful legs stepped toward him. Back already? Kang Jin Hyuk turned around. It was Ataraxia. Seeing her strange expression, he asked, "What's with your face? Did something happen?" Ataraxia held up Bouquet's necklace and pouted, replying, "It didn't go very well. He wouldn't listen to anything I said, like he was dissatisfied with something." Ataraxia recounted what happened 15 minutes ago. Amidst the ruins, Velos lay motionless on the floor. Ataraxia walked over. "So, this is where you are?" Ataraxia placed her hand on his head. A stream of ruby-red energy gathered around, activating his bloodline. Ataraxia said in a firm voice, "My loyal subordinate, awaken." As soon as the command was given, Velos gasped and lifted his head. He looked up at Ataraxia, dazed. Ataraxia looked down from above and arrogantly greeted him. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Velos." Ataraxia expectantly suggested, "Will you still follow me this time?" Velos looked at Ataraxia in surprise with glistening eyes. He gasped, "Lady Alice." Then he knelt to pay his respects. "Yes, of course. I, Velos, swear to serve you for the rest of my life." Velos said loudly. At this point, Velos screamed in fury, "Unacceptable. Lady Alice, a noble creature of the night, bound by a contract with a thing like you? Unacceptable." Velos's scream came from the necklace. "Kill me. Just kill me." Ataraxia held the necklace, frowning in annoyance at the screaming in her ear. Kang Jin Hyuk rolled his eyes and sighed wearily. "Geez." At the apartment, Ataraxia hid behind the door, exhausted, saying, "Who would have thought I'd have to witness this again?" In front of her was Velos, contorting his body and screaming in pain. Beside him was Kang Jin Hyuk, looking extremely savage, continuously applying physical force to Velos. Ataraxia exclaimed in fear. "That's so brutal." On the floor, Velos lay unconscious in a miserable state. Ataraxia softened her tone to comfort him. "It's okay. You'll get used to it. He's nicer than you think." Behind her, Kang Jin Hyuk was shaking his hand after exerting force on poor Velos. Suddenly, the system displayed an inbox notification. Kang Jin Hyuk opened the message in surprise. This is. After reading the message, Kang Jin Hyuk left immediately, not forgetting to tell Alice, "I'm going out for a bit. While I'm gone, keep training him, okay?" Alice replied comfortably, "All right." Amidst the modern city, Kang Jin Hyuk walked silently. On the way to a bench, an old man wearing a Hawaiian shirt sat next to him. Kang Jin Hyuk sighed. "You came all this way, huh?" He said, "The Empire must have so much money that you don't know where to spend it." Benheimer took off his glasses and said with a sigh, "The world outside the tower really is vast. Do you think I'm dressed appropriately? Do I blend in with the crowd?" Kang Jin Hyuk gave him a blunt assessment. You still have a lot to learn. You look like a total tourist. Ben Hamer looked disappointed, muttering, "Oh, I see." After that, the two went to a cafe to talk in private. After hearing Ben Hamer's report, Kang Jin Hyuk asked in astonishment, "What did you say? The heavenly demon has already emerged?" Kang Jin Hyuk was absolutely shocked. Ben Hamer didn't seem to care, looking at his ice cream spoon and praising, "Actually, this tastes pretty good." He calmly replied to Kang Jin Hyuk, "Yeah, during the battle on the 24th floor, someone spotted him." Kang Jin Hyuk clutched his head, exhausted. "The strongest martial artist in the world has appeared. This is such a headache." Kang Jin Hyuk was caught off guard. This is way too early. According to the original timeline, he shouldn't have woken up until we reached the middle floors of the tower. A terrifying conspiracy theory flashed through Kang Jin Hyuk's mind. Could it be that the Mirim faction finally decided to join forces with the heavenly demon to fight this war? Kang Jin Hyuk questioned Ben Hamer. "Did you come to see me to ask me to deal with the heavenly demon?" Ben Hamer, with ice cream still on his lips, gently denied it. "No, the attacks from those Mirim guys on us are a private matter between our two sides. Asking you to fight the heavenly demon would be crossing too many lines." Kang Jin Hyuk looked seriously at Ben Hamer and probed. Ben Hamer replied, "During the last battle, the Feta defense line was completely neutralized. After investigating, we discovered it was sabotage from the inside." Kang Jin Hyuk exclaimed, "So, there's a spy within the Empire." Ben Hamer calmly praised him. "That's right, you catch on fast." Ben Hamer looked at Kang Jin Hyuk with complete seriousness and made a proposal. "We only have one request for you. Find that Mirim spy." Ben Hamer whispered, "As long as you find them, we will show you the most convenient path to advance to the higher floors, as well as provide the Empire's support for you." He turned to say goodbye. "Whenever you're ready, I'll come find you again." Realizing he almost forgot something important, Ben Hamer turned back to remind him, "Oh, and let me tell you one more thing. According to reports from our mole, those Mirim guys are planning something big. You should probably prepare yourself." Kang Jin Hyuk walked away, lost in thought. The interference of demons on the lower floors, the emergence of the heavenly demon, and wars breaking out on multiple floors. Looking at his reflection in the glass, Kang Jin Hyuk was silent. Everything was veering further and further away from the original plot, with many events happening much sooner. He looked up at the sky, thinking about the future. He felt anxious. Kang Jin Hyuk asked himself if he could keep handling all of this. Kang Jin Hyuk's tension affected the glass door. The nearby panes began to crack and then shattered completely. The glittering shards of glass fell to where Kang Jin Hyuk was standing. He was so lost in thought that he didn't say a word. The people around him were terrified as the glass suddenly shattered. They were even more frightened when they saw Kang Jin Hyuk didn't react at all. Everyone gasped. What? What just happened? Kang Jin Hyuk pondered. Where should I go? Just needing a change of pace, he decided to go and heal. Soon, the system announced, "You have entered the first floor of the trial tower." Accompanied by Alice and Velos, they arrived at what was called the first floor of the trial tower, an amusement park. Alice looked around, surprised. "The first floor has a place like this?" Kang Jin Hyuk replied, "Not many people know about this place." Velos noisily blocked Alice's path. "Milady Alice, let me go ahead to clear the path. Please, stay behind me." Velos was full of determination. "I must become an even more perfect bodyguard in this lifetime." Seeing Velos making a fool of himself, Alice knocked him on the head. "I told you, we're in disguise. Don't act like that when we're out in public." A pair of elegant feet walked up. Kang Jin Hyuk turned to look, then greeted her. "You're here, Teresa?" Her face flushed red with embarrassment. Teresa greeted him awkwardly. It's been a long time, huh?" Seeing her like that, Kang Jin Hyuk wondered, why is she acting so strange? Teresa looked behind Kang Jin Hyuk and saw Alice. Her eyes welled with tears. "I knew it wouldn't just be Mr. Kang Jin Hyuk, but why on earth did I think this was a date?" Kang Jin Hyuk and Alice didn't know why she was acting all clingy, standing there looking clueless. Kang Jin Hyuk nonchalantly walked up, threw an arm around Teresa's shoulder, and said generously, "Why the shyness? Is it because you didn't join my organization that you feel awkward?" Teresa stiffened the moment she touched Kang Jin Hyuk, feeling completely flustered. Kang Jin Hyuk happily pointed to the other side and said, "Look over there. I even brought that stalker along because I was afraid you'd feel awkward." Chun Du-sung walked over with a sour expression and a hint of embarrassment. Chun Du-sung frowned and asked, "Are you sure we can train here?" Kang Jin Hyuk said in a carefree voice, "Hey, I keep my promises, you know." Kang Jin Hyuk raised his voice. "Since everyone is here, let's get started." He clapped his hands a few times. Alice asked, confused, "Start what?" The system immediately displayed a notification. "Amusement park event, difficulty level activated. Teresa was shocked to her core. No way. The system issued a shocking condition. From now until the end of the event, the use of skills and items is prohibited. From the gloomy sky, a small figure leaped down. When it landed, dust kicked up, and a plush rabbit appeared, waving excitedly to introduce itself. Welcome to the amusement park. I am Ravi, the host of this event. Ravi happily presented the mission. Everyone has only one goal, and that is to escape this hellish amusement park. Ravi turned sinister, laughing with amusement. However, this won't be easy, everyone. You'll also be forbidden from using your skills and items. As he said this, Ravi's face twisted with excitement. A distorted, alternate voice emanated from his mouth. And there will be terrifyingly strong monsters chasing after you. He laughed maniacally. A system notification popped up, opening Hell Theme Park. Ravi, in a light, casual tone, raised his hand to introduce it. Welcome to the arena. The park's strongest monster, the horror raccoon. Before them stood a massive raccoon, its razor-sharp teeth and claws bared, its face twisted with a ravenous hunger as it lunged at them. Alice felt a chill run down her spine as it dove toward her. She shrieked in terror. Eek! She swung her hand, shoving the raccoon away and screaming, "Ugh, so gross." The raccoon's face caved in from her punch. Ravi froze, stunned by Alice's terrified reaction. Nearby, Teresa was incredibly excited. She snapped a robotic monster's arm off and called out, Jin Hyuk. These monsters are way weaker than I thought. Nearby, Chun Du-sung kicked a monster down with a clean strike. He complained, annoyed, "You called me all the way out here just for these three pathetic things." Kang Jin Hyuk punched a monster behind him, shattering it into pieces, his heart filled with pride. Looks like we've just become too strong. Well, let's just consider this stress relief. Ravi watched the chaotic mess unfolding before him and stammered, Wait. My Hell Theme Park has been completely trashed by these intruders." Ravi looked on in horror as Kang Jin Hyuk's group played around, oblivious to the destruction. Tears streaming down his face, Ravi wailed in resentment. "Stop it, you jerks." At the 24th floor of the Tower of Trials, the Imperial Ancient Castle lay in ruins, battered and desolate. Standing beneath the banner of the Muram Alliance, Namgung Hyun Jinho, with a cunning look on his face, praised the young man. "You've done well." He looked down at the corpses of the soldiers below, and commended him. "You alone slaughtered an entire elite Imperial cavalry unit. We should have recruited you sooner." "Namgung Hyun Tan," he called out softly. Namgung Hyun Tan's face was cold and expressionless. He didn't react. He simply stared at the blood on his own hands. He thought to himself, with the strength I've trained here, sweeping through the outside world would be like child's play. Namgung Hyun Jino urged him. "You are free to leave the tower. Once we take down Kang Jin Hyuk, everything else will be much easier." Namgung Hyun Tan said, full of confidence, "Master, he alone is no problem for me." He turned to Namgung Hyun Jinho with a grim look on his face. "But he has too many allies. If I try to kill him, they will surely risk their lives to protect him, just like at the park." The sound of Chun Du-sung berating Kang Jin Hyuk echoed. Namgung Hyun Jinho stroked his chin, pondering. "Then we should strike at them first. Which one of them do you think is our biggest threat?" Namgung Hyun Tan said in a low voice. "Without a doubt, it's the Saintess of the Holy Kingdom, Teresa Zaluzia." Meanwhile, Teresa was happily laughing. "This is so much fun." Namgung Hyun Jinho smiled with interest. "That woman protected by the Holy Kingdom," he said, his voice sinister. "Then this will be the perfect opportunity to take them both down." The theme park was torn to shreds by Kang Jin Hyuk's group. Teresa's eyes sparkled as she looked at Kang Jin Hyuk, her face filled with love and a happy smile. Namgung Hyun Jinho laughed, excited. "Let's take down all of Kang Jin Hyuk's close associates." It was a peaceful morning in Amsterdam, a city stretching along a calm river. Under a clear blue sky, a gentle breeze carried the soft atmosphere of the early day, making the scenery feel fresher and more serene than ever. In a small cafe near the river, Maria crossed her arms on the table, her expression sinking. She spoke up softly. "So that's it." Her voice couldn't hide her disappointment. "It wasn't a date or a trip to a theme park for the two of you, just a company outing?" Opposite her, Teresa Zaluzia sat comfortably in her chair. Her smile, bright as the morning sun, lit up the peaceful city. She didn't seem to notice Maria's disappointment. She replied gently, yet still full of excitement, "Yeah, but it was still so much fun." Recalling the moment she fought alongside Kang Jin Hyuk, she squinted her eyes, happily recounting, "Destroying that strange place just made all my worries and anxieties melt away." Hearing this, Maria rested her chin on her hand, thinking. Her gaze was thoughtful. All her worries and anxieties, could it be that she still hasn't let go of what happened in Beijing? After a moment, Maria leaned back into her chair and teased, I feel like you've been spending so much time with Kang Jin Hyuk that you're starting to act just like him. She paused for a moment. Maria gave a wink and continued, her tone playful. You're using words like destroy and violence now. Realizing she was being teased, Teresa Zaluzia quickly retorted, me. No way. She laughed, adding, but this time at that theme park, I really did learn something. Jin Hyuk may seem vicious and selfish, but he is surrounded by good and influential people. I think I understand why now. Every time I meet Jin Hyuk, he's always so confident, always knows what he's doing, and he never backs down. Being with him is always both fun and exciting. Recalling the memories of standing shoulder to shoulder with Kang Jin Hyuk, her face turned slightly sad as she continued. But I realize it now. He can no longer spare as much time for me as he used to. Hearing her confide in her, Maria thought to herself with a tender look. Anyone else in this situation would be insanely jealous, but she just seems a little sad. What a pure-hearted girl. To lighten the mood, Maria waved her hand playfully. Introduce him to me, too. I love bad boys. Seeing Maria teasing her like that, Teresa Zaluzia slammed the table in frustration and shouted, sister. But at that exact moment, Teresa Zaluzia froze as she looked up at the sky. The entire clear blue sky was suddenly turning red. Teresa Zaluzia exclaimed in astonishment, what is this? Why is the sky red? Immediately, the ground shook violently, as if to throw them both off. Maria panicked. What? An earthquake. While Maria was terrified, Teresa Zaluzia frowned, concentrating. No, this isn't an earthquake. With determination, Teresa Zaluzia braced herself, preparing to fly into the air, ignoring Maria's worried scream. Teresa soared high into the sky, her eyes scanning the blood-red horizon. But the sight she witnessed from above made her gasp, oh no. The fifth floor of the Tower of Trials, Andrea's territory, was filled with tension. When Andrea let out a loud shout, ha, she lunged forward, unleashing a flurry of powerful slashes. Kang Jin Hyuk stood his ground right in front of her. Nimbly dodging her blade, he called out a piece of advice. When you're moving, you have to watch your opponent's feet. Andrea replied softly, yes, sir. The two continued their training, the atmosphere growing more energized. Kang Jin Hyuk couldn't help but encourage her. Great job. Don't forget to mix in some feints, too. Suddenly, he stopped, catching the tip of her blade between his fingers. He chatted with interest. The Kang Tower is open now, too. I bet there are fewer players bothering you these days, huh? Andrea squinted, flashing a bright smile as she replied, there are still a few every now and then.